The humans finally won. After centuries of futile attempts, they succeeded in defeating me. The one and only great dragon Sen.
The mighty Sen lay defeated on the blood-soaked battlefield. His massive scales, once gleaming like rubies in the sunlight, were now dulled and cracked. His golden eyes, which had struck fear into the hearts of countless warriors, slowly dimmed as life ebbed from his ancient body.
I tried avoiding them, ignored their misdeeds, and greed for a long time. Yet they did not stop,
Sen thought bitterly. For so long, he had tried to live in peace. He built his lair in remote mountains, far from human settlements. He avoided their villages and farms, wanting nothing more than to be left alone. But the humans never stopped hunting him. They killed his kin, everyone he had ever loved. They left him with nothing but rage and the desire for revenge. And now, even that was gone.
These wretched humans could never match my magnificent power. Their victory came solely through that one woman, the dark-haired sorceress who dared challenge me alone. Yet her identity remains a mystery to me.
Sen let out one final, shuddering breath. But just as Sen prepared to meet his end, strange sounds filled his mind.
"It's a boy!"
A woman's voice called out joyfully.
"A healthy baby boy!"
Sen stirred, annoyed. He did not want to be disturbed. These were his last moments, and he wished to spend them in peace.
"Look at him,"
the woman continued.
"He's so beautiful."
The same woman cooed in glee.
Beautiful? Did someone just call the king of dragons beautiful?
The insult was too much to bear. Using every ounce of strength he had left, Sen forced his eyes to snap open. The bright light blinded him for a moment. His eyes squinted before they adjusted to the surrounding light, and his vision cleared. But as soon as he noticed the sight before him, confusion clouded his mind. What he saw made no sense. A smiling face of a human woman clouded his vision. She was kneeling beside him. Her form was enormous. Bigger than any human he had ever seen, she had long black hair braided down her back. Some loose dark tendrils framed her round face. Dark circles under her eyes showed she was tired, but she smiled warmly as she looked down at him, and her gaze was filled with nothing but kindness. Sen was startled. Was this some kind of punishment? Had the gods sent him to a realm where giant humans would torment him for all the destruction he had caused? And most importantly, how can humans possess a virtue as noble as kindness? Sen tried to spread his wings and take flight, but nothing happened. Panic shot through him like ice water. He couldn't feel his wings. He couldn't feel his claws or his powerful tail. Looking down at himself, Sen's heart nearly stopped. For a moment, the world stopped spinning as he observed himself with wide eyes. Tiny pink hands had replaced his forelimbs. His once thick and impenetrable red scales were gone, and now he was covered in soft, pale skin. He was not the humongous creature whose mere sight could instill dread in the heart of the brave-hearted one. He was small and weak and human.
How is this possible? Is this some kind of a nightmare? Or have I indeed reborn as a human baby?
Sen shuddered at that thought. As if the situation was not tragic enough, a man appeared beside the woman to make it worse. He was tall and broad-shouldered with a thick brown beard. He looked down at Sen with curious eyes. "Can I hold him?" the man asked.
"Of course,"
the woman replied, carefully lifting Sen and placing him in the man's strong arms. Sen tried to struggle to fight back somehow, but his new body wouldn't obey him. He opened his mouth and tried to roar his fury, but only a weak baby's cry came out. "Shh, little one," the man said gently. "There's nothing to fear." He smiled gently. The crying stopped. Even though Sen couldn't control his body like before, he could at least choose when to make noise. He glared up at the man with all the hatred he could manage.
"Look at that,"
the man chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the corners with genuine delight.
"He's got fire in his eyes already. This boy is going to be strong, a true warrior someday." "Strong? You have no idea what true strength is, human,"
Sen thought smugly, savoring the irony of their ignorance.
Why did this happen to me? Did I commit too many sins to suffer this punishment? Do I now need to spend the rest of my time in this
Weak human body? Will I ever be able to get my old and strong body back? And how am I going to tolerate the very species that destroyed my entire kind and killed me? Is this another scheme of those Celestials? Sen's body tensed. His mind was all over the place. He desperately needed answers. But as time passed, he calmed himself down. I cannot panic like this. I have to remain in control and think through this. And his technique worked. His thoughts cleared, and the confusion slowly dissipated as he watched the smiling faces of the humans. No human had ever smiled at him before. Perhaps this wasn't punishment after all. As despair threatened to consume his consciousness, a flicker of possibility emerged from the darkness. The realization dawned slowly, transforming his anguish into something more potent. What if the Celestials hadn't cursed him, but instead bestowed upon him the ultimate disguise? What if the Celestials had finally realized how wrong they were to maintain silence while the humans slayed the dragons? This situation might be their way of making it up to Sen. A chance for calculated vengeance against the humans who had systematically destroyed everything he cherished. His heart, though now small and human, burned with ancient rage. Sen would grow among them, learning their weaknesses, studying their ways, earning their fragile trust. He would observe their routines, their defenses, their vulnerabilities, all while they nurtured the architect of their downfall. And then, when the moment arrived, when they least expected betrayal from one of their own, he would unleash devastation that would echo through generations. The woman stroked his cheek tenderly, unaware of the hatred simmering beneath his infant skin. Sen felt a momentary flicker of something unfamiliar before burying it beneath centuries of justified wrath. Was it tenderness, comfort, or belonging? Shifting his focus to the man who held him, Sen focused all his energy and gathered saliva in his mouth. The man was leaning close, making silly faces at him. Perfect. Something's wrong, the woman said, noticing Sen's expression. He looks like he might be sick. As the man bent closer, Sen let loose with everything he had, spitting directly into the man's face. Gah! The man yelped, jerking back and quickly handing Sen back to the woman. I think he did that on purpose. Sen made a sound that might have been a laugh if he were still a dragon. The woman only smiled and wiped Sen's chin with a soft cloth. Oh my, you are going to be trouble, aren't you? Sen opened his mouth to reply, but it stretched into a yawn. Suddenly, Sen felt incredibly tired. The small act of defiance had drained all his energy. His eyelids grew heavy despite his efforts to stay awake. This weak human body, he thought drowsily, but I will grow stronger, and when I do, you will all pay for what you've done. Darkness enveloped Sen's consciousness as slumber overtook him, yet his ancient mind continued to weave intricate schemes of retribution. They destroyed my magnificent scales and stole my fire, but a dragon's memory burns eternal, even in human flesh. The humans remain oblivious that it's not the end, but the beginning of a dragon's revenge. 3 days had passed since the great dragon Sen found himself trapped in this tiny human body. He lay in a wooden cradle, staring up at unfamiliar faces that hovered over him with expressions he couldn't quite understand. We can't keep calling him the baby forever, Jack. We need to give him a name. His name. The woman with long black hair, his mother, though he refused to think of her that way, smiled at Sen. You're right, Scarlet, replied the man beside her. He needs a proper name. I already have a name, you fools. I am Sen, the great dragon Sen. I am the terror of the skies, destroyer of armies, and a god-slayer. Sen wanted to roar in protest, but all that came from his throat was a pitiful gurgle. Jack leaned closer to the cradle, his weathered face thoughtful. What about Marcus, after my father? He peered up at his wife expectantly. Scarlet tilted her head, studying the baby's face. Sorry, Jack, but he doesn't look like a Marcus to me. Good. I don't look like any human name because I'm not human, Sen thought bitterly. What about William? Scarlet suggested. It's a strong name. Noble. Jack shook his head. That one is too common in the village, dear. There are already 3 Williams. Sen watched this exchange with growing horror. These humans were going to saddle him with some ordinary, meaningless human name, and there was nothing he could do to stop them. Look at his eyes, Jack said suddenly, reaching down to touch the baby's tiny hand. They're so bright, almost like they're glowing. Yes, Scarlet agreed, her voice soft with wonder.
And when the morning sun came through the window earlier, it seemed to make his whole face light up.
Jack's eyes brightened with an idea. Aha! What about Ray? Like a ray of sunlight.
Ray.
Scarlet repeated the name. Testing how it sounded, she looked down at her son with a gentle smile.
Ray Talon. I like it. It suits him, don't you think? Our little ray of sunshine.
Sen's mind screamed in outrage.
Ray? These weird humans are naming the great dragon Sen Ray?
The name was so ordinary, so painfully average. It had no power, no majesty, no hint of the mighty dragon he truly was. Ray was the kind of name given to farmers' sons and shopkeepers' boys, not to the last of the great dragons.
Hello there, little Ray.
Jack cooed, gently stroking the baby's cheek.
Welcome to the Talon family.
Sen tried to summon his fire breath to incinerate them both for this insult, but his human body betrayed him. Instead of flames, tears of rage began rolling down his chubby cheeks, and he let out a wail of pure fury.
Oh, he's crying,
Scarlet said, immediately scooping him up.
Shh, Ray, it's all right. Mama's here.
Don't call me that. I am not Ray. I am Sen.
But his protests only made his new parents coo over him more, mistaking his outrage for typical baby fussiness. He has quite a set of lungs on him. Maybe he'll be a town crier when he grows up. If Sen could have breathed fire, the entire cottage would have been ash. Yet the great dragon Sen was now reduced to shouting news in village squares.
I think he likes his name,
Scarlet said warmly, rocking him gently.
Look how vocal he's being about it.
Sen wanted to laugh bitterly at the irony, but all he could manage was more angry wailing. Several months had passed since that terrible day when Sen was cursed with the name Ray. Every single time his parents called him by it, he would burst into tears of protest.
Ray, sweetie, what's wrong?
Scarlet would ask whenever he started crying upon hearing his name. Ray, are you hungry? Jack would wonder aloud during his tantrums. Each time they said it, Sen felt a piece of his dragon dignity crumble away. The name was like a constant reminder that he was trapped in this weak, helpless form against his will. But crying was not all that Sen did. During this time, he had grudgingly learned more about his captors. For that's how he still thought of his parents. His mother, Scarlet Talon, was apparently considered quite beautiful by human standards. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a dark waterfall, and her kind eyes seemed to put everyone at ease. His father, Jack Talon, was a sturdy man with broad shoulders and hands that spoke of honest work. Sen noticed that the Talon family's small stone cottage always bustled with visitors. Sen began to realize that his parents held some respected position in the village, though he couldn't quite understand what they did for a living. "Good morning, Master Talon," old Henrik the baker would say, bringing fresh loaves. "How is young Ray today?" "Growing stronger every day," Jack would reply proudly. Sen concluded that his father held some kind of title. Interesting.
Such a beautiful child.
The baker's wife would coo over Sen's cradle.
Those bright eyes of his are quite striking.
But then something happened that changed everything. Sen had been born with black hair, like his mother's, but after a few months, strange red strands began appearing. At first, it was just a few here and there, easily missed. But gradually, more and more of his hair turned a deep fiery red.
"Jack,"
Scarlet said one morning, her voice worried as she changed Ray's clothes.
"look at his hair."
Jack came over and frowned. "That's unusual. It's definitely getting redder." Within weeks, Sen's entire head of hair had transformed into a brilliant red, with only a few stubborn black strands remaining as evidence of what had been. This strange change brought whispers and stares. One day, when Mrs. Anderson came to visit with her weekly offering of eggs, she took one look at baby Ray and crossed herself.
"Red hair on a child born with black,"
she murmured.
"That ain't natural, Scarlet."
She voiced her concern.
"Children's hair can change color,"
Scarlet defended, though Sen could hear the uncertainty in her voice.
"Not like this,"
Mrs. Anderson shook her head.
"This looks like, well, like magic."
And soon, word spread through the village like wildfire. The steady stream of visitors slowed to a cautious trickle. Those who did come cast nervous glances at the red-haired baby and left quickly, ensuring not to go anywhere near Sen. Eventually, Sen figured that red must be considered an unlucky color in this world, but He couldn't help it. He was a red dragon after all. His true nature was beginning to show through this human disguise, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. He was frustrated, but he was still just a baby. All he could do was make mental notes of who whispered cruel things about his family and plan his revenge for later. Right now, he had a more immediate battle to fight.
Ray, are you ready for dinner?
Scarlet asked with determined cheerfulness, approaching his high chair. Yes, my nightly war with the dreaded utensils. Sen found himself strapped into his wooden high chair, a prisoner of his parents' misguided attempts to civilize him. On the table before him lay the instruments of his daily humiliation, a small silver spoon and fork. Come on, Ray, look at father, Jack encouraged, demonstrating how to hold the spoon. Just hold it like this. See? Grip it with your fingers. Sen stared at the utensils with a mixture of fascination and revulsion. How do humans manage such precise control over their bodies? The way they manipulate these tiny tools with such accuracy seemed almost impressive. But no, Sen was a dragon. He wouldn't be taught table manners by mere humans. Instead of reaching for the spoon, Sen plunged his entire face into the bowl of warm vegetable soup, lapping it up like the proud beast he truly was. The liquid was hot and uncomfortable against his skin, but he endured it to make his point. When he lifted his head, soup dripping from his chin and newly red hair, he smiled triumphantly. Surely now they will see my true nature and treat me with the fear and respect I deserve, Sen thought proudly. But instead of cowering, Scarlet and Jack simply looked at each other and burst into gentle laughter.
Oh, Ray, you silly little thing,
Scarlet giggled, reaching for a cloth.
You've made such a mess.
He certainly has his own way of doing things. Jack helped clean soup from the baby's fiery hair. Sometimes he reminds me of a little animal. Exactly, a dragon, Sen wanted to shout. But as Scarlet carefully wiped his face clean, her touch so gentle and her smile so warm, Sen felt something strange stirring in his chest, something he'd never experienced in all his centuries of existence.
There's no rush, little one,
she whispered, kissing the top of his head despite the lingering smell of soup.
We'll try again tomorrow.
For the first time since his defeat, the great dragon Sen found himself genuinely confused. Every time he tried to assert his dominance, to show these humans what he really was, they responded with nothing but love and patience. And despite everything, despite the humiliating name, despite being trapped in this weak body and the villagers' fearful whispers about his red hair, Sen realized he was beginning to care about these strange, infuriating humans who called themselves his parents. However, that thought terrified him more than any army ever had. Time flew away like a breeze. A full year had passed since the great dragon Sen found himself trapped in this tiny human body. Today was Ray's first birthday, though the irony wasn't lost on him, celebrating the anniversary of his greatest humiliation. His parents had been watching him with unusual intensity lately, and Ray knew why. Ever since that one incident 6 months ago, they'd been expecting him to reach new milestones. The memory still filled him with a mixture of shame and dark satisfaction. It had happened during one of his father's diaper changes. Jack had been making those ridiculous cooing sounds that humans seem to think babies enjoyed.
Who's my little man? Who's my little man? Look at those chubby cheeks. You're getting so big.
When Ray saw his opportunity, with the precision, he aimed and released a perfect arc of yellow liquid directly at his father's face. Bullseye. What the? Jack had sputtered, stumbling backward as the warm stream hit him square in the forehead. Ray had felt a surge of triumph. Even in this helpless form, he could still strike back at his captors, one small victory at a time. But then, something unexpected happened. The shocked expression on his father's face struck Ray as hilariously funny. Before Ray could stop himself, a word slipped from his tiny lips.
Idiot!
The moment the word left his mouth, Ray went rigid with terror. He was supposed to be just a baby, and babies do not use such words, or even speak so clearly. What if they thought he was possessed? What if they took him to a temple for exorcism or magical examination? But instead of fear or anger, Jack's face turned bright red with emotion. Tears began streaming down his cheeks as he lifted Ray high into the air.
Ray, my brilliant boy!
Jack shouted with pure joy.
Did you hear that, Scarlet? He spoke his first word. What did he say?
Scarlet called from the kitchen. rushing in with flour-covered hands. "He called me an idiot!" Jack laughed through the tears. "But he's talking! Our son is a genius!" Ray stared at his father in complete bewilderment. The man was crying with happiness because his baby had insulted him. These humans made no sense at all. In that moment, with his father's mouth wide open in celebration, a thought of another strike tempted Ray, but something strange held him back. The pure, overwhelming love in Jack's eyes, the pride radiating from his entire being, made Ray feel something he'd never experienced before. He felt cherished. The sensation spread through his tiny body like warm sunlight, both alien and strangely comforting to his ancient dragon soul. Now, months later, his parents expected him to start walking, but walking proved to be his greatest enemy yet. Every night, after his parents thought he was asleep, Ray would practice in secret. He'd pull himself up against his wooden crib, gripping the rails with his tiny fists, and try to make his legs work properly. "Come on, I am the great dragon Sen. I commanded the skies. Surely I can master 2 simple legs," he'd whisper to himself in the darkness. But walking was nothing like flying. Flying had been natural and instinctive, as easy as breathing. But walking required balance, coordination, and trust in these weak human limbs. Every time he tried to take a step, he'd wobble and fall back onto his padded bottom. The worst part wasn't the physical challenge. It was the look of disappointment he caught in his parents' eyes when they thought he wasn't watching. "Maybe we're expecting too much," he'd overheard Scarlet whisper to Jack one evening. "Some children take longer to walk." "But he spoke so early, Scarlet," Jack had replied, worry creeping into his voice. "I just thought—" "Every child develops differently," Scarlet had said, but Ray could hear the uncertainty in her tone. That conversation had cut deeper than any sword, for reasons Ray couldn't understand. Disappointing them hurt more than any physical pain he'd ever endured. He wanted to make them proud, to see that joy in their eyes again. So, every night, he practiced. Even when his legs ached and his pride stung from repeated falls, he kept trying. The revelation about his past came during one of his mother's bedtime stories. Ray always pretended to be sleepy during these moments, but he listened intently to every word. "Long ago," Scarlet's gentle voice filled the dim room, "there lived a terrible red dragon named Sen. He was fierce and powerful, breathing fire that could melt castle walls." Ray's heart stopped. They were telling stories about him. "But Sen was also very lonely and angry," his mother continued, stroking his red hair. "He had lost everyone he loved, and his heart grew cold with hatred. The people feared him so much that mothers would tell their children, 'Be good, or the red dragon Sen will come for you.'" Ray felt a strange mixture of pride and profound sadness. Yes, they feared him, but hearing his story told as a cautionary tale, seeing himself reduced to a monster used to frighten children, made something ache deep in his chest. "What happened to him, Mama?" Ray wanted to ask, but he kept his voice silent. "Some say brave knights defeated him," Scarlet whispered. "Others believe he simply faded away, tired of being angry and alone."
Faded away? Is that how the world sees my death? Not as a great resistance and honorable end of a mighty dragon, but as a lonely creature who simply gave up?
"But I think," Scarlet added, her voice so soft Ray had to strain to hear it, "that maybe Sen just needed someone to love him. Maybe if he'd had a family, things would have been different." Those words hit Ray like a physical blow. Love, family, concepts that had been foreign to him in his dragon life. He'd been so consumed with survival, with revenge, with proving his strength that he'd never understood what he was truly missing. As his mother's voice trailed off and she kissed his forehead goodnight, Ray felt tears sliding down his chubby cheeks. For the first time, he mourned not just his dragon life, but the emptiness it had contained. Ray's first birthday arrived with great ceremony. The cottage was filled with the warm smell of honey cakes and fresh bread. A few brave neighbors who were comfortable with the red-haired child brought small gifts, such as carved wooden toys, soft blankets, and a set of colorful blocks. However, many still made protective signs when they thought no one was looking. Amongst all those gifts, one struck Ray's interest the most. It was given by none other than his father. "Jack, no," Scarlet said firmly when she saw the wrap bundle in her husband's hands. "He's only 1 year old." "But look at him, Scarlet. He's special. You know he is. His first word, the way he watches everything with those intelligent eyes. He can barely hold a spoon, Jack." "He'll grow into it, I'm sure." Ray watched this familiar argument with growing curiosity. When Jack finally unwrapped the gift, Ray's breath caught. It was a sword. Not a real one, though. The blade was wooden and dulled, but it was perfectly crafted, sized for a child's hands. The hilt gleamed with polished bronze, and intricate carvings decorated the crossguard. "A sword," Ray whispered, too quietly for anyone to hear. Something stirred deep within him, not his dragon nature, but something newer, more human. The weapon called to him in a way that surprised him. "I was his age when my father gave me my first blade," Jack said softly. "It's a tradition in the Talon family." "Your family were soldiers," Scarlet countered, "not babysitters." "And what are we?" Jack asked. "We're adventurers, Scarlet, both of us. We face dangers most people can't imagine. Shouldn't we prepare our son for the legacy he might inherit?" Ray's heart leaped. Adventurers! That explained so much. Now he understood about the respect and gifts his parents received from townspeople, and also the whispered conversations about jobs and contracts. "You're a swordsman," Scarlet continued, her voice softening, "but I'm a mage. There are other paths Ray could take. Let's not dictate his future so early, Jack." "Magic?" Ray's eyes went wide with possibility. "You're right," Jack conceded, "but still, every adventurer should know how to defend themselves." Ray reached for the wooden sword with both hands, his small fingers wrapping around the hilt. It was heavier than he'd expected, but somehow it felt right in his grasp. "Look at that," Jack breathed, watching Ray examine the sword with serious concentration. "He knows what it is." Scarlet's expression softened as she watched her son. Perhaps you're right, but no real weapons until he's much older." "Agreed," Jack said, but Ray could see the pride glowing in his father's eyes. While Jack and Scarlet painted a bright future as a great warrior for their son, Ray slept in his crib, clutching the wooden sword tightly against his chest. His mind was weaving schemes about how he would avenge his and his species' death at the hands of humans. He had a weapon. Now he only needed strength and time to prepare for the strike. The mists of early dawn clung to the cobblestones as Ray's family made their way through the winding streets toward the heart of Allure Kingdom. Ray's second birthday had passed, and with it came the most important moment of any young child's life, the awakening test. "Stay close, little one," Scarlet whispered, her hand warm around Ray's tiny fingers. The city air thrummed with an energy that made Ray's skin tingle. Ray could hardly contain his excitement. Every child at the age of 2 could be tested for magical aptitude, and as the son of a mage, his chances were promising. But more than that, Ray was a dragon in his past life and still carried his ancient soul and memories. Magic flowed through his very essence like blood through mortal veins. "This test will be my first step toward reclaiming my true power, and then the human race would pay for its every sin." The journey from their small village to the capital had taken 3 days by wagon. Ray had pressed his face against the wooden slats, watching the landscape transform from rolling farmlands to bustling market towns, and finally to the towering spires of the kingdom's greatest city. Now, standing in the grand plaza of Allure, Ray felt tiny against the sheer magnitude of the structures around him. Merchants showcased their wares beneath colorful banners, luring potential buyers with their loud calls. Adventurers maneuvered their way through the crowd. While some were in gleaming paladin armor, others were draped in mages' mysterious robes, and veterans bearing weathered leather and steel of the swordsman trade. But it was the contrast that struck Ray most deeply. Here, a nobleman's carriage rolled past, drawn by horses with silver bridles and riders in velvet cloaks. On the other side, beggars huddled in an alley's shadow, with stretched, trembling hands toward passers-by, who looked through them as if they were ghosts. "The strong prey upon the weak, just as it has always been." In his dragon life, he had tried to protect the defenseless. He had failed then, and now witnessed those same cruelties in human form. "There it is," Scarlet breathed, her voice filled with reverence and memory. "The academy stands just as I remember it." Ray lifted his gaze and felt his breath catch in his throat. Roland Academy towered majestically, its Gothic spires piercing the morning clouds. White marble walls reflected brilliant sunlight, while stained glass windows depicted legendary mages. Unlike village structures, the academy featured buttresses supported by carved mythical creatures, their stone eyes watching all visitors. Crystalline formations crowned the towers, pulsing with ethereal light that betrayed the magic within. "It's beautiful," Ray whispered, forgetting to speak in baby talk. Perfect gardens surrounded the academy in symmetrical splendor. Mystical plants from across the realm growing in precise arrangements. Blue flame flowers flickered without heat, silver willows chimed like bells in the gentle breeze, and luminescent moss carpeted pathways that seemed to glow from within. "This is where I learned to weave fire from air," Scarlet said softly, her eyes distant with memory. "The Academy has stood for over 1,000 years, Ray. It has trained kings and queens, heroes and legends." Students moved across the grounds in robes of deep blue, marked with silver threading. "The Academy doesn't just teach magic," Scarlet continued as they walked along the marble path. "It preserves it. The great library contains spells lost to time. The sanctum has artifacts of unimaginable power. And the testing halls—" She paused, looking down at Ray with both hope and worry. "The testing halls reveal the truth of what we are." The testing hall stood adjacent to the main academy, smaller yet equally majestic, with its white marble adorned with carved orbs, staffs, and elemental symbols. Inside, flameless candles illuminated the space, while protective circles and channeling runes decorated walls that had witnessed countless magical awakenings. The waiting hall was overcrowded with families from across the kingdom. Nervous parents clutched their children's hands, while the little ones stared wide-eyed at the mystical surroundings. Ray noticed the variety among the families. Some wore the fine silks of merchants and nobles, others the simple wool of farmers and craftsmen. Magic, it seemed, chose its vessels from all walks of life. Every few minutes, a woman in flowing silver robes would emerge from the inner sanctum, carrying a luminous crystal tablet that displayed names in flowing script. She called a name, and a family would rise with nervousness and hope. Most returned in tears. Ray watched child after child emerge from the testing chamber, their faces streaked with disappointment, their parents offering comfort while struggling with their own grief. Several minutes passed, and then came his moment. "Ray Talon?" the silver-robed woman called. Ray's heart hammered against his ribs as they followed her through corridors lined with portraits of famous alumni. The painting's eyes seemed to track their movement, and Ray could swear he heard whispered encouragement from frames long darkened by age. The circular chamber was mostly empty, except for a pedestal with a magical orb on top at the center. The orb was a perfect sphere of what appeared to be crystallized moonlight, its surface swirling with dormant energies. Runes of power circled its base, written in languages that predated human civilization. Behind the pedestal sat the Archmage Tester, an elderly man who oozed wisdom collected over many centuries. His robes were not silver like his assistant's, but deep midnight blue. He had sharp eyes that remained on Ray as he settled across him.
Please have your child place both hands upon the orb of awakening. It will respond to any magical essence within his being, revealing both element and potential through color and intensity.
With a nervous heart, Scarlet lifted Ray onto her lap with trembling hands. Ray closed his eyes and reached forward. His small hands rested on the orb's warm surface. The crystal felt alive beneath his palms, pulsing with a heartbeat that matched his own.
I am the great dragon Sen. Magic is my birthright. Show them what I truly am.
He opened his magical senses as he had done countless times in his dragon form. Nothing. The silence stretched, broken only by his mother's quiet sobbing. Ray opened his eyes in disbelief to find the orb unchanged. There was no light, no color, no acknowledgement of his presence.
I regret to inform you,
The Archmage said gently, his ancient eyes filled with sympathy,
that your son possesses no detectable magical aptitude.
The words hit Ray like physical blows. Impossible! He was a dragon. Magic was his essence, his nature, his very soul. Don't cry, Ray called out, scrambling onto the pedestal itself. I have magic. He pressed his hands against the orb again, pouring every ounce of will and desperation into the attempt. "Please," he whispered in his clearest speech, "please show them." But the orb of awakening remained dark and silent, as indifferent to his pleas as stone. In his fury and confusion, Ray grabbed the Archmage's flowing beard, as if he could shake the truth from this keeper of mysteries. A few silver hairs came loose in his grip, floating to the crystal floor like fallen stars. Scarlet instantly shot forward to pull her son back. "Ray, let go of him!"
Guards, take them out, right now!
the Archmage commanded in fury. The journey home passed in heavy silence. Both Scarlet and Jack were disappointed, yet they ensured to keep it masked behind smiles in front of Ray. That night, alone in his room, Ray remained wide awake, pondering his fate. The next morning, as his family sat around their simple wooden table, Ray made a decision that would reshape his destiny.
Dad,
He said, his words careful and clear.
can you teach me how to fight?
Jack's eyes lit up with excitement. Magic might have abandoned Ray, but perhaps there was another path to power. He could not let his second chance at life go to waste without fulfilling his oath to eradicate humans. 4 years had passed since the day Roland Academy rejected Ray an admission because he did not possess any magical prowess. Now, Ray had grown into a sturdy child of 6, standing 3 feet and 5 inches tall. His red hair, which he now wore in deliberately spiky peaks, caught the afternoon sunlight like flames dancing in a forge. He had deliberately chosen this hairstyle. It was the closest he could come to resembling his lost dragon scales. When he caught this reflection in still water, he could almost imagine the proud crest that had once adorned his mighty head. The training yard behind their cottage had become Ray's second home. It was packed with earth that bore the scars of countless practice sessions. Wooden practice weapons lined one wall, and straw dummies stood in the center. Their bodies were worn from repeated strikes. Today, like every day for the past 2 years, Ray faced his father in combat. Jack stood across from him. His leather armor was worn but well-maintained, designed for speed rather than heavy protection. He moved his sword with fluid grace, showing off decades of relentless practice. "Ready, son?" Jack asked, his voice carrying the familiar mixture of courage and challenge. Ray nodded, gripping his own wooden practice sword with both hands. For 2 years, he had faced his father in daily combat, and every time he had been defeated without exception. Each loss chipped away at his pride, at his sense of identity, at the very core of what it meant to be the great dragon Sen reborn. But today would be different. Today, he had noticed a predictable pattern in his father's attacks. Today, he had a plan. The father and son circled each other slowly, feet sliding across the familiar ground. Ray's heart hammered against his ribs, not from fear, but from anticipation. This was his moment. Without warning, Ray launched himself forward, his small legs pumping with desperate speed. His father moved in response. Just as Ray had predicted, Jack leaped high into the air, seeking to close the distance with an overhead strike. It was his signature move. He had used this move to end their fights countless times. A strike from above, then a sidestep at the last second, a spin, and an attack on father's exposed side. Ray's lips curved into a smile of triumph. He had seen this exact scenario play out dozens of times. He was ready. As his father descended like a hawk diving for prey, Ray stepped to the side, just as he had planned. He began his spin, wooden sword raised to strike at his father's unguarded flank. The world exploded in a shower of stars. Ray's vision went black as something struck him with the force of a thunderbolt. His legs gave out, and he crumpled to the ground. What happened? Ray passed out before he realized what had happened.
Couldn't you have gone easy on him? He's only 6 years old, Jack.
Ray stirred a little, regaining consciousness at the sound of Scarlet's sharp voice, filled with worry and frustration. The familiar comfort of his bed surrounded Ray. The late afternoon light streaming through the window told him he had been unconscious for some time. His head throbbed with each heartbeat, and his pride ached even more than his skull. It's only 11 months until the examination. I can't coddle him, Scarlet. If he continues at this pace, he won't survive the entrance trials, let alone pass them, Jack reasoned. Ray lay still, listening to his parents debate his future through the thin walls of their cottage. "There are other paths he could take," Scarlet argued, her voice softening with concern. "He doesn't have to follow in our footsteps. Ray can be a merchant, a craftsman, or scholar." "And what happens when the next war comes? When the monsters emerge from the deep forests? Or when rival kingdoms try to invade ours? Will his ledgers protect him then? Will his hammer save the people he cares about?" As a mage, Scarlet possessed sharper senses than most humans. Without turning around, she spoke softly. "Ray, sweetheart, I know you're awake." Caught, Ray sat up slowly. Within moments, Scarlet was at his side, her cool hands framing his face as she examined him with worried eyes. "You don't have to do this. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. There's so many other ways to live a good life, Ray. Safe ways." Ray looked into his mother's eyes and saw not just worry, but a deep, aching sadness. She had watched him return from each training session more dejected than the last, had seen how each defeat wore away at his spirit like water eroding stone. But Scarlet didn't understand. This wasn't about following in their footsteps or proving himself to them for Ray. This was about reclaiming what he had lost, about his vengeance when he was stripped of his magical powers and strength.
If I cannot rain fire from the sky, I will master the sword. But there is nothing that can stop me from exacting my revenge on humans. They must die. All of them.
Jack approached, still wearing his practice armor, sweat beading on his forehead. Despite his stern words to Scarlet, Ray could see the guilt in Jack's eyes. "We still have 11 months, son," Jack said, forcing optimism into his voice. "Mind over matter. If you truly want this, if you're willing to push through the pain and the setbacks, I know you can do it." In 11 months, the Avrion Knight Academy would hold its entrance examinations. It was the same institution where Jack had trained to become a warrior, where young people from across the kingdom came to master various weapons with a dream of becoming a legendary warrior. Roland Academy had rejected Ray for his lack of magical talent, and thus now Avrion was his only remaining option. It was his sole chance to gain the strength he needed to fulfill his ultimate purpose. "I'll do it. I'll become the strongest that anyone has ever seen." The taste of failure at the hands of his father lingered in Ray's mouth like bitter medicine. Ray's training routine had doubled, then tripled, every morning before dawn. He practiced basic sword forms in the cottage yard. His stamina and raw strength already surpassed those of other children his age, but his coordination remained frustratingly clumsy. His mind moved like lightning, while his body stumbled like a drunk peasant. Every command from his brain faced a frustrating delay before his muscles responded. It was as if his dragon consciousness was trapped in a puppet with tangled strings. "I need real combat experience," Ray concluded, watching his breath mist in the cold morning air. "Not just practice swings, but actual fighting that forces me to move on instinct, rather than overthinking every movement." The irony wasn't lost on him. As a dragon, combat had been as natural as breathing. Now, as a human, even holding a sword felt foreign. Ray was contemplating his training approach when he spotted his father walking down the village path, a heavy travel pack slung across his shoulders. Something about Jack's tense posture set off alarm bells in Ray's mind. "Father," Ray called, running to catch up. "Where are you going?" Jack paused, his weathered face creased with worry. "I've been called away on urgent kingdom business, son. A quest that can't wait." "What kind of quest?" Ray pressed, noting how his father's hand instinctively rested on his sword hilt. The kind that requires experienced adventurers," Jack replied evasively. "I'll be gone for several days, maybe longer. I'm sorry about your training, but..." "But what about everything you promised to teach me?" Ray's voice cracked with frustration. "You said we'd work on my footwork, my guard positions, my..." "Ray," Jack knelt down, placing firm hands on his son's shoulders. "I didn't forget. When you're ready, check the barn. I've left you something that will challenge you far more than anything I could teach right now." Ray watched helplessly as his father climbed into a waiting carriage. Whatever this quest was, it was dangerous. Ray could feel it. Back at the cottage, Ray paced like a caged animal. The walls felt smaller, and the rooms felt suffocating. He'd been counting on his father's guidance to accelerate his progress, and now he was abandoned with cryptic promises and empty barns. "Calm yourself," he muttered, forcing his breathing to steady. "Anger without direction is just a tantrum. Dragons don't throw tantrums. But even as he said it, Ray knew it was a lie. He wasn't a dragon anymore. He was a frustrated child whose magical dreams had been crushed and whose sword training had barely begun. Curiosity finally overcame his sulking at the reminder of his father's words. Ray made his way to the barn. And when he reached there, he was astonished. The barn was completely transformed. The cluttered space had been cleared entirely, swept clean, and reorganized. In the center, bathed in afternoon sunlight streaming through the high windows, stood something that made Ray's breath catch. A human-sized training dummy stared back at Ray, standing in the very center of the barn. Its wooden frame had joints that suggested movement. It wielded real weapons, a short sword in one hand, a round shield strapped to the other arm. A folded note was pinned to the dummy's chest. Ray's hands trembled slightly as he opened it. My dear Ray, standing before you is my way of helping you with your training in my absence, son. I called in every favor I had to acquire this for you. This isn't a toy. To activate it, place your hand on the magic circle carved into its back and speak the activation level. It scales from 1 to 10. You only need to defeat level 1 to qualify for Knight Academy admission. I cannot stress this enough. Do not attempt anything beyond level 1 until you've mastered the basics, okay? Train hard, but train smart. Your mother and I believe in you. All my love, Father. Ray crumpled the note with both frustration and disappointment. He tossed it aside with more force than necessary. How strong can a wooden puppet be? He scoffed. Drawing his practice sword, Ray approached the construct with the swagger of his former dragon self. If this magical toy was supposed to replace his father's training, he'd show it exactly what the great dragon Sen thought of substitutes. He swung his blade in a powerful overhead strike aimed at the dummy's head. The sword stopped dead, inches from its target, held back by a shimmering barrier that rippled like water. Magic! Ray spat, pulling back for another strike. He hammered at the dummy repeatedly, each blow meeting the same invisible resistance. His wooden sword bounced harmlessly off the protective field, while the dummy remained motionless. Fine, if I can't break through your defenses, let's see how you handle offense. He circled to the construct's back, found the carved magic circle, and pressed his palm against it. Level 1, he declared. Purple light erupted across the construct's surface like liquid fire. The glow settled into a steady radiance that made the wooden joints look almost alive. Ray stepped back, sword raised and ready. Nothing happened. Seconds stretched into a full minute. The dummy stood motionless, purple light continuing to flicker across its frame. Of course it's broken. Father probably never tested this magical junk. But even as he complained, Ray couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him. Testing his theory, Ray crept closer, then launched a lightning-fast thrust at the dummy's exposed torso. His sword met the wooden shield with jarring force that sent shockwaves up his arm. Shockingly, the dummy had moved to intercept his attack. Before Ray could process what had happened, the dummy's sword was already slicing through the air toward his head. Ray threw himself backward, his feet tangling together in panic. He crashed to the barn floor in an ungainly heap, squeezing his eyes shut and waiting for the killing blow. It never came. When Ray dared to look, the dummy had returned to its original position, motionless once more. It only fights when attacked, Ray whispered in realization. He tested this theory by picking up a handful of straw and throwing it at the dummy. The dummy's shield snapped up to block the harmless attack. Then its sword swept through the air to deflect the falling pieces. Ray's heart began racing with excitement rather than fear. All right then, Ray murmured, getting back to his feet and dusting off his clothes. Let's try a different approach. He began testing the dummy's reaction range, creeping closer inch by inch. No movement. He entered what should have been striking distance, still nothing. Ray noted that the training dummy seemed to require actual aggressive intent before activating. Surprise attacks it is, he said with a grin. Ray feinted left, then spun right, bringing his sword around in a wide arc aimed at the dummy's side. Gotcha! But the wooden warrior flowed like water, bending backward to avoid the strike entirely. Before Ray could recover from his overextended swing, the training dummy dashed forward with inhuman speed. Ray saw the attack coming, but seeing and responding were two different things. His body lagged behind his mind by that crucial fraction of a second. The dummy's wooden sword caught him across the right cheek, with a sound like a tree branch snapping. Pain exploded through Ray's skull. The world spun as his head snapped to the side, blood filling his mouth with a taste of copper. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the barn floor. Through the ringing in his ears, Ray heard the dummy's mechanical and emotional voice.
Level 1 failed. Combat sequence terminated. System deactivated.
The purple light faded, leaving the barn in ordinary afternoon shadows. Ray lay there for long moments, blood pooling beneath his face, struggling to process what had just happened. He'd been defeated, completely, utterly defeated by a wooden training tool. But as he slowly pushed himself up on shaking arms, something unexpected stirred in his chest. Not shame, not anger, but excitement.
You're fast,
he said to the training dummy, wiping blood from his split lip.
faster than my body can handle right now. But I saw every move you made. I understood your strategy.
Ray struggled to his feet, swaying slightly from the blow to his head.
But tomorrow, I'll be faster.
For the first time since losing his dragon abilities, Ray smiled. He had found his new teacher, and this time he was going to learn. The training dummy left by his father in the barn had become Ray's tormentor. After his first defeat, he had challenged the wooden warrior in the barn 5 more times, and each time he had tasted the bitter dust of defeat. Each encounter left him more battered than the last, until finally his body simply refused to obey his will, and he passed out. Ray awoke to his mother's worried face hovering above him, her gentle fingers brushing dirt from his clothes. The cold barn floor might have been his bed for the night had Scarlet not found him. His stubborn determination had nearly claimed him as its victim.
You can't keep doing this to yourself,
Scarlet whispered, but Ray heard the unmistakable pride beneath her concern. She understood his need to grow stronger, even as it broke her heart to witness. The wooden sword dealt minimal physical damage, but each strike carved deeper into Ray's confidence. He needed time to think, to plan, to find a different approach. His human body simply wasn't ready for the intensity his sharp mind of a great dragon demanded. The hilltop at the outskirts of the village had become Ray's sanctuary, where he trained away from the village's watchful eyes. Ray discovered it during one of his wandering sessions. The village nestled peacefully in the valley below, its position between the Allure Kingdom and Kroon Empire making it a curious haven of neutrality. Merchants from both nations traded here for the precious metals drawn from the mines in the surrounding mountains. Soldiers from both sides maintained an uneasy peace to protect their shared interests. From his perch beneath the ancient oak, Ray could see the entire settlement spread before him. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and the late afternoon sun painted everything in warm golden hues. This was what peace looked like. What he had always dreamed of having in his past life, a peaceful coexistence, his species thriving, and his abilities put to good use in helping the needy and powerless. But as the greed of humans crossed all bounds, peace became a distant dream for the leader of the dragon species. Ray drew his practice sword and closed his eyes, visualizing the wooden opponent that had humbled him greatly. In his mind's eye, he could see every move, every counter, every opening. His brain mapped out the perfect sequence of attacks and defenses. When he opened his eyes and began to move, reality crashed down upon him. His body moved like thick honey compared to the lightning-quick thoughts in his head. Each swing felt clumsy, each step a fraction too slow. The gap between knowing and doing stretched before him like an impossible chasm. Sweat poured down his face as he pushed himself through form after form until finally exhaustion forced him to collapse beneath the oak's protective shade. The cool grass felt like silk against his fevered skin. And as he lay there under the shade, sleep took him without warning.
Are you hurt?
Ray's eyes snapped open to find a girl roughly his age peering down at him with genuine concern. Startled, he tried to sit up quickly and promptly cracked his skull against the oak's trunk.
Ow!
Ray rubbed the growing bump, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The girl stepped back, her blue eyes dancing with suppressed laughter. She wore a simple red dress that complemented her shoulder-length blonde hair and carried a wicker basket filled with mountain berries. "I'm sorry for startling you. The sun's almost set, and I thought you might want to head back to the village before dark. I was trying to figure out how to wake you up when you did it yourself." Ray glanced at the sky and was shocked to see the sun hanging low on the horizon, painting the clouds in shades of orange and pink. He must have been asleep for hours. "How long have you been watching me?" he asked, suddenly self-conscious about his earlier training session. "Oh, I wasn't watching you," she said quickly. "I've been here the whole time." She gestured around the massive oak's trunk to show a small cleared area on the opposite side, complete with a worn blanket and several books. "This is my reading spot. I come here every day after helping my mother with the berry picking." Ray felt his face grow even redder. How had he failed to notice another person so close by? "I'm Amy," she offered with a warm smile. "And you're Ray, aren't you? Everyone in the village knows about you." A familiar knot tightened in Ray's stomach. He lowered his gaze, shoulders tensing involuntarily.
Of course they know about me. The boy with the cursed red hair, the living embodiment of some ancient family disgrace,
Ray thought bitterly. Amy seemed to sense his discomfort. "I think your hair is beautiful," she said simply, "like autumn leaves or the sunset we're watching right now." Before Ray could respond to the little girl's unexpected kindness, 3 figures appeared at the crest of the hill. The boy in the lead was unmistakably Amy's twin. They shared the same delicate features and blonde hair, though his was cropped short and his face was twisted with anger. "Get away from my sister!" Gary shouted, his voice cracking with the fury only a protective brother could muster. "Gary, please," Amy stepped between them. "He wasn't doing anything wrong. We were just talking." But Gary's attention had already shifted to Ray, his eyes filled with the same mixture of fear and disgust that Ray had grown accustomed to seeing. Gary's gaze lingered on Ray's crimson hair, and he actually reached out to check Amy's blonde locks, as if proximity to Ray might somehow contaminate her. "If I ever see you near my sister again, you're dead," Gary snarled. The 2 boys flanking him nodded their agreement. One was tall and gangly, the other short and stocky, but both wore expressions of casual cruelty that made Ray's blood begin to simmer. "Just leave the village," the tall one said with mock politeness. "Do everyone a favor, cursed freak," added the stocky boy. "Your parents should be ashamed of themselves for bringing something like you into the world. Maybe they should leave too, before their curse spreads to the rest of us." The world went red. Ray's heart raced. Although he loathed the human race for their wrongdoings, the insults against his human parents made his blood boil in anger. Ray had endured years of whispers, stares, and casual cruelty directed at himself. He had learned to swallow his anger, but his parents, his mother, who had put their life at stake for the protection of these ungrateful people, they did not deserve such hateful words. "Take that back," Ray said quietly, his voice deadly calm. The stocky boy laughed. "Or what? You'll curse us too?" Ray moved. His fist hurtled toward the boy's sneering face with lightning precision. Gary attempted to block the attack, but underestimated the force behind it. Though his defensive maneuver managed to deflect Ray's strike, the unexpected power reverberated through Gary's arm, sending him staggering backward. He clutched his forearm, wincing as pain pulsed through the limb. However, Ray was not satisfied with the result. He had anticipated more damage, and although his punch was powerful, his human body again failed to execute the attack planned by his dragon mind and yield desirable results. "I don't want to fight you," Ray said, his eyes never leaving the boy who had insulted his family. "I want to fight him. If you want to hurt my friends, you'll have to go through me first," Gary declared, shaking the pain from his arm. Ray's smile held no warmth. "Fine by me. All 3 of you can come at once." This was exactly what Ray needed. Real opponents instead of wooden dummies. Ray's body thrummed with anticipation as he raised his fists. "Stop this! All of you!" Amy tried to cut the tension simmering between the boys, but to no avail. It was too late. Gary and his friends were already spreading out, trying to surround Ray. Ray's training kicked in, his mind automatically cataloging their positions, their likely attack patterns, their obvious weaknesses. For the first time in weeks, he felt truly alive. At Ray's challenge and in the face of impending battle, Gary's friends stepped forward in support as true companions. They were ready to beat the boy who dared challenge their friend. Gary raised his hand, stopping his friends. The gesture was casual yet confident. "I can handle this myself," he declared, his voice carrying the authority of someone far older than his years. With practiced efficiency, Gary unbuckled his training sword and let it fall to the grass with a deliberate thud. "No weapons." Ray nodded, grateful for the terms. Despite his anger, he had no intention of seriously harming another child. In his previous life, he vowed never to hurt children. He had learned early in his existence to distinguish between those who were truly evil and those who were simply products of their environment. Children are like a clean slate who become what they are nurtured to become.
This should be manageable,
Ray thought, fingers flexing as he set his own blade aside. He'd never bested his father in their sparring matches, but fighting someone his own age would finally let him gauge his true progress. Ray struck first, launching a straight punch toward Gary's face. But Gary moved like flowing water, tilting his head just enough to let the blow whistle past his ear. Before Ray could react, Gary had captured his extended arm and pulled him forward, using Ray's own momentum against him. The knee strike caught Ray square in the face. Stars exploded across his vision as he staggered backward, tasting blood. Behind Gary, his two companions erupted in laughter, their cruel amusement cutting deeper than any physical blow. Ray stole a glance at Amy from the corner of his eye. Her face was pale with distress, and she was wrapping her arms around herself as if trying to disappear.
"She blames herself for this, but this isn't her fault."
Gary stood relaxed and ready, waiting for Ray's next move. There was something maddeningly familiar about his stance, his patience, his calculated confidence. He reminded Ray of the accursed training dummy that had humbled him so many times. Ray wiped blood from his nose and attacked again, this time with a feint. He telegraphed a punch to Gary's face, and sure enough, Gary leaned back to avoid it. But Ray had anticipated this. He spun on his heel and drove a powerful kick toward Gary's ribs. Gary's reaction was instantaneous. He crossed his forearms in an X pattern above his torso, absorbing the full force of Ray's kick. The impact should have sent him reeling, but he held firm. Then Gary became a blur, vanishing from Ray's field of vision before he could even register the movement. When clarity returned, Ray found himself staring up at the darkening sky, his back pressed against the cold grass. Gary had dropped low and swept his legs with surgical precision, ending the fight in a matter of seconds. As Gary collected his sword and prepared to leave with his entourage, he paused to deliver one final verbal blow.
"You have your father's training, and you're still this pathetic,"
he said, his voice carrying a mixture of disappointment and disdain.
"Maybe you should focus on something you're actually good at, instead of embarrassing yourself."
Ray remained on the ground long after the others had disappeared down the hill. The physical pain had already begun to fade, but Gary's words echoed in his mind with uncomfortable clarity.
Focus on something you're actually good at. What am I good at, really? My body cannot keep pace with my mind. My strength is mediocre. My speed is adequate at best. So what advantage do I actually possess?
As the stars began to appear overhead, something clicked into place. Amy slammed her bedroom door hard enough to rattle the hinges, her face flushed with righteous anger.
"I hate you!"
she had screamed at Gary before storming off, leaving him to face their parents' inevitable questions alone. In his own room, Gary methodically removed his clothes, revealing the light leather armor he wore beneath. As he unfastened the arm guards, something caught his attention. The metal reinforcement plates protecting his forearms were completely destroyed. Two massive dents, each the size of a child's fist, had warped the steel beyond repair.
"That kick,"
Gary whispered, running his fingers over the damaged metal.
"If I hadn't been wearing these..."
His arms would have been shattered. The fight would have been over in Ray's favor. The realization sent a chill down Gary's spine. He had been closer to defeat than either of them had realized. Gary had been training to become a knight since he was old enough to hold a wooden sword. It was his dream, his escape route from the poverty that had defined his family's existence. And yet, a cursed boy with no formal training had nearly broken his arms with a single kick. What kind of monster is he becoming? 2 weeks later. The hilltop had become Ray's laboratory. Each dawn, Ray trudged up the hillside path, muscles aching from yesterday's failures. The first time he'd attempted his new approach, he'd collapsed in frustration, pounding the earth with his fist. "It should work!" he shouted to the empty air. Frustrated and annoyed, Ray walked to a nearby stream to wash his face and take some time to calm himself. As he stared into the clean, rushing water, something struck his mind that changed his perspective greatly. He watched how water flowed around stones in the stream rather than pushing through them. "I don't need to be stronger," he'd whispered, eyes widening with revelation. "I need to be smarter." Inspired by the newfound lesson, Ray made the hilltop beneath the ancient oak tree his personal sanctuary. Amy awaited his arrival each morning, nestled against the trunk with a different book, her presence on the opposite side of the tree a comforting constant. Their friendship had deepened over these past weeks. She provided encouragement when his experiments failed and celebrated with him when they showed promise. "Gary won't bother you anymore," she assured him repeatedly, though Ray noticed how she always descended the hill first to scout for potential ambushes. Her brother's promise of restraint apparently came with conditions. Ray didn't mind Amy's protective gestures. They gave him time to organize his thoughts and prepare for the inevitable confrontation that would truly test his theories.
Gary's words were more helpful than he realized. I was trying to fight like my father, but I'm not my father. I need to fight like myself, like a great dragon Sen, but in a human body.
The revelation struck Ray. Rather than struggle against his opponent's raw power, he should leverage his own natural gifts. His mind processed combat scenarios with lightning speed, so perhaps victory lay not in forcing his body to move faster, but in slowing the entire rhythm of combat to match his analytical pace. The barn felt different when Ray entered it that evening. The training dummy stood motionless in its alcove, waiting for another challenger to test themselves against its programmed responses. Ray approached with quiet determination, his breathing measured despite the weight of this moment. All those frustrating weeks had led him here. Ray placed his palm on the round behind the dummy. "Level 1, he commanded. Purple light engulfed the wooden construct, transforming its carved features into a semblance of animation. The dummy's joints creaked to life as the mechanical voice announced the commencement of the trial, its wooden arm raising the sword into a classical guard position with practiced precision. Ray circled the construct cautiously, analyzing its stance with calculating eyes. When the dummy lunged forward with a predictable thrust, Ray didn't attempt to match its speed. Instead, he shifted his weight slightly, allowing the blade to pass harmlessly beside him. In that fractional moment of overextension, Ray pivoted gracefully and struck the dummy's exposed flank with surgical precision, simultaneously using his free hand to redirect the construct's wooden arm away from its center of balance. The dummy staggered, its programming struggling to compensate for this unexpected approach. Before the wooden dummy could recalibrate, Ray executed his final move, a deceptively gentle tap to a specific point where several of the dummy's enchanted joints connected. The seemingly insignificant contact triggered a cascade of imbalance through the wooden figure, sending it toppling backward as purple light flared dramatically across its surface. "Level 1 passed," the mechanical voice intoned. The fight lasted only 3 seconds. Ray stood motionless, breath coming in quick bursts, not from physical exertion, but from the intense mental focus his new fighting philosophy demanded. Sweat trickled down his temple as the reality sank in.
It worked. My theory actually worked.
Instead of trying to match the dummy's speed, Ray had learned to predict its movements and position himself where its attacks would miss by mere inches. Instead of overpowering the dummy's attacks with brute force, Ray had discovered how to use minimal contact to redirect its momentum and create devastating counters. A smile spread across Ray's face as he approached the now dormant training dummy.
It's like seeing the world in slow motion,
Ray whispered to himself as he circled the dummy. Ray fought like a chess master now, thinking 3 moves ahead while his opponents were still reacting to his last action. Every movement served multiple purposes. Every defensive action set up an offensive opportunity.
You're overthinking again.
Ray could almost hear his father's voice.
Combat is instinct, not calculation.
Ray shook his head. His father's words did not apply to him. Gary had been right. Ray should focus on what he was naturally good at. He was good at thinking. Now, he just needed to learn how to think his way through every level this training dummy could throw at him.
Level 2,
Ray commanded. Ray had conquered the training dummy in ways he had never imagined possible. He reached heights that would have seemed impossible just weeks ago, but with each victory, the satisfaction grew thinner. The wooden opponent, once his greatest nemesis, had become predictable, mechanical. The patterns were all mapped in his mind now, every possible response catalogued and countered. He pushed his new fighting philosophy to its absolute limits within the barn's confines. Real progress now demanded living opponents, unpredictable situations, and the chaotic energy that only genuine combat could provide.
Time to take my training outside. These walls have seen enough of my shadow dancing against nothing but wood and straw.
The hilltop called to him, as it did every morning, but this time Ray climbed with particular eagerness. He had wonderful news to share with Amy. She would be so proud to hear about his breakthrough with the training dummy. Perhaps she might even want to see a demonstration of his new techniques. The smile on Ray's face faltered as he crested the hill. The ancient oak stood alone, its broad canopy casting familiar shadows over empty grass. No red dress brightened the green hillside. No blonde hair caught the morning sunlight. Amy's usual reading spot was vacant, her worn blanket nowhere to be seen.
That's odd,
Ray muttered, checking the sun's position to confirm the time.
She's always been here by now.
Amy was as reliable as sunrise itself. In all their weeks of friendship, she had never missed their morning meetings without explanation. Something was wrong.
Maybe she's just running late. Perhaps her father needed help with something urgent, or she got caught up in her reading and lost track of time. I'll wait for her. I know she'll come.
Ray tried convincing himself. He threw himself into his exercises with renewed intensity, each movement precise and purposeful. His body was finally moving in harmony with his tactical mind. Every punch was a calculated strike. Every kick served multiple purposes. He was becoming something far more dangerous than a simple brawler. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, yet Amy never appeared. Ray's excitement gradually curdled into worry. This wasn't like her at all. Amy treasured their time together as much as he did.
She would have sent word if something had prevented her from coming,
Ray thought, deciding to wrap up for the day. Exhaustion finally forced him to rest against the oak's trunk. He closed his eyes and tried to recreate that first day when Amy had found him sleeping here, hoping that when he opened them again, she would be standing over him with that same gentle, amused smile.
"Wake up, sleepyhead,"
Ray imagined her saying, just as she had that first day.
"The whole morning's half gone already."
But after some time, when Ray opened his eyes again, he was greeted with an empty hilltop. The sun was already beginning its descent toward the horizon. Ray gathered his belongings and headed back to the village, a knot of unease growing in his stomach. The first thing Ray noticed was the crowd. The village square teemed with people. Villagers huddled together, faces pinched with concern, their anxious murmurs carried on the cooling evening breeze. As Ray walked closer, fragments of conversation reached him.
"Has been gone all day.
Should have returned hours ago.
They're just children, for God's sake."
At the heart of the gathering stood 2 couples, their faces etched with terror and fatigue. Ray recognized them instantly by their fine features and golden hair, Amy and Gary's parents. Their resemblance to the siblings was unmistakable.
"Please,"
Amy's mother called out, her voice cracking.
"has anyone seen our children? They left this morning and promised to be back before sunset. If you know anything at all, please tell us. Even the smallest detail could help us. They could be hurt or lost or..."
Gary's father's voice caught, unable to finish the terrible thought. Ray's heart plummeted. The blood rushed from his head, leaving him lightheaded. Amy's absence at their meeting spot suddenly made terrible sense. An elderly man shuffled forward from the crowd, his weathered hands gripping a walking stick. He was the village blacksmith, known for his short temper and quality weapons, ranging from simple kitchen knives to battle-ready swords.
Last I saw of them, they were at my shop this morning. That boy, Gary, I think his name was, he bought a full set of hunting gear. Proper blades, leather armor, rope, provisions. Said something about proving himself before I could ask what he meant.
Did he say where they were heading? Amy's father demanded, gripping the blacksmith's shoulder. Anything at all. But Ray's mind tuned out the remaining conversation. The blacksmith's words hit Ray like a physical blow. Amy's worried confession from days earlier echoed in his mind. She'd confided that Gary had grown obsessed with tales of young adventurers who found fortune hunting beasts in the Thornwick Forest. Her brother dreamed of earning enough to rescue his family from poverty.
The forest is mostly safe,
Amy had said, wringing her hands anxiously.
Basic tier beasts aren't much threat to trained fighters, but Gary's never been in real combat. What if something goes wrong?
The Thornwick Forest was indeed populated primarily by low-level creatures, wolves, bears, and various magical beasts that posed little threat to experienced adventurers. But the key word here was experienced. Gary was skilled for his age, but he was still just a child playing at being a knight. Worse still, there was always the possibility of encountering something beyond the forest's usual inhabitants. Higher-tier beasts occasionally wandered into the region. Bandits sometimes used the deeper woods as hideouts. Even basic creatures could become deadly if they managed to surround inexperienced hunters. The ironclad rule of monster hunting was simple. Never venture into dangerous territory without proper supervision from licensed adventurers or seasoned guards. Ray looked around the square, noting the absence of anyone capable of mounting a rescue. His father was away on a royal commission, and his mother was still conducting business in the capital city. The local guards were bound to their posts and couldn't abandon their duties for what the authorities would consider an unofficial search mission. These desperate parents had no one else to turn to. Ray found himself caught between conflicting emotions. Gary and his friends had humiliated him, insulted his family, and made his life miserable whenever possible. A bitter part of his mind whispered that this was simply justice for their cruelty and stupidity.
They brought this on themselves. This is what happens when you think you're better than everyone else.
But then, Amy's face swam into his memory. Her kindness when everyone else had shown him only contempt. Her genuine interest in his training and progress. The way her eyes lit up when she saw him approaching their hilltop sanctuary each morning. And then Ray also remembered his promise.
When I finally defeat that training dummy, you'll be the first person I tell. I'll find you wherever you are and share the good news.
She had laughed and made him swear it was a real promise, not just idle boasting.
I defeated the dummy. I kept my part of the bargain. Now I have to find her to fulfill the promise I made.
Without another moment's hesitation, Ray turned toward the forest path and broke into a run. Behind him, the worried voices of the villagers faded into the distance, but he could still hear Amy's laughter echoing in his mind.
Hold on, Amy. I'm coming.
As Ray disappeared into the tree line, he couldn't know that this decision would change everything. The boy who had struggled against a wooden training dummy was about to face challenges that would test far more than his fighting ability. The Thornwick Forest held secrets darker than missing children, and Ray was about to discover that sometimes the greatest battles are fought not with fists or swords, but with the choices we make when everything we care about hangs in the balance. His real training had just begun. Ray plunged into the forest with desperate urgency. Every second that passed could mean the difference between life and death for Amy. She possessed no combat training, no weapons, no means of defending herself against whatever dangers lurked in these woods. Ray's eyes scanned the undergrowth with predatory intensity, searching for any sign of passage, broken branches, disturbed soil, anything that might reveal where Gary's hunting party had ventured.
There has to be something. A trail, footprints, some clue to follow.
The deeper he ventured, the more evidence he found of recent violence. Dark blood that was still wet and glistening, had been splashed across the bark of several trees. The blood was too dark and thick to belong to a human.
A beast's blood,
Ray whispered in realization. Following the wet trail through the undergrowth, Ray soon discovered its source, the corpse of a massive black wolf. The creature's fur was matted with its own lifeblood, and beneath its ribs gaped a precise, clean wound.
this wasn't killed long ago,
Ray muttered, examining the cut. The edges were too neat, too deliberate to be the work of claws or fangs. Only a blade could have made such a clean cut. As Ray pushed deeper into the forest, more wolf carcasses appeared along his path. Each bore similar wounds, the telltale marks of a skilled sword work. Under normal circumstances, wolves of this capacity posed little threat to anyone with decent combat training. They were common enough that experienced hunters barely considered them worth mentioning, but the sheer number of bodies scattered throughout the woods filled Ray with growing dread. Gary and Amy weren't reckless children who would deliberately worry their parents sick. If they hadn't returned home by now, something had gone catastrophically wrong with their hunting expedition. A piercing scream shattered the forest silence. Ray's blood turned to ice. He would recognize Amy's cry anywhere, even distorted by terror. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the sound, his feet barely touching the ground as he wove between the trees. When Ray burst into the clearing and froze, the scene that greeted him defied his worst fears. A colossal black wolf dominated the battlefield, standing nearly 6 feet at the shoulder. Its fangs gleamed like ivory daggers in the fading light, and its yellow eyes burned with predatory intelligence. This was no ordinary forest beast. Gary's two friends lay motionless on the forest floor, their condition unknown. Gary himself stood between the massive wolf and something behind him, his sword drawn but slightly trembling in his grip. Ray's gaze darted frantically around the clearing until he spotted a flash of blonde hair and red fabric. Amy cowered behind Gary, her small frame shaking with terror. The wolf tensed its muscles and launched itself at Gary with devastating force. Gary didn't retreat. He couldn't, not with Amy directly behind him. Instead, he raised his sword horizontally, desperately trying to block the creature's assault. But the wolf's raw power was overwhelming. The impact sent Gary hurtling through the air like a broken doll until he collided with a tree trunk and crumpled to the ground. Now only Amy remained, defenseless and utterly scared. The wolf's nostrils flared as it sampled the air, savoring the scent of fear. Its predatory gaze fixed on the helpless girl, and it began stalking forward with the patient confidence of a hunter that knew its prey had nowhere to run. Ray moved with explosive force.
You have trained to face such a situation, Dragon Sen. Now use everything you've learned.
He didn't draw his sword. Instead, he kept the blade sheathed as he sprinted toward his target. The wolf's attention was entirely focused on Amy. When the beast finally noticed Ray, it was already too late. The wolf lunged, its massive jaws gaping wide, but Ray dropped to the ground so suddenly that he seemed to melt into the earth itself. On all fours, he scuttled beneath the creature's attack like a wild animal. His hands had always been clumsy with conventional weapons. Even forks and spoons felt awkward in his grip. But when he shaped his fingers into claws and drove them upward with all his strength, they found their target with deadly precision. Ray's hand plunged deep into the wolf's eye socket, penetrating the soft tissue with a wet, tearing sound. The creature's agonized howl echoed through the forest as Ray landed in a crouch, already moving to avoid the inevitable counterattack. His body felt natural in this position, not the upright stance that humans favored, but the low, predatory posture that his instincts demanded. The human form wasn't optimized for this type of combat. It made him slower, more vulnerable. But on all fours, Ray could control his movements with perfect precision, flowing around attacks like liquid shadow. He drew his sword. Instead of wielding it conventionally, Ray clamped the hilt between his teeth. That way, the weapon would be there when he needed it, accessible in an instant, but not hampering his unorthodox fighting style. Ray locked eyes with the wounded predator. The wolf stared back, and Ray saw something like recognition in its remaining eye. This was no longer a hunt between predator and prey. This was a battle between equals.
These are my people.
Ray snarled around the sword hilt.
You will not touch them.
The wolf charged. Ray's body responded with pure instinct, flowing aside from the snapping jaws with impossible speed. His small size worked to his advantage. The creature's massive teeth couldn't hurt him. In the space between heartbeats, Ray had positioned himself directly beneath his opponent. He released the sword from his mouth and swept it in a vicious arc across the wolf's hind leg. The blade bit deep, severing tendons and drawing a spray of dark blood.
It's working!
Ray thought with fierce triumph as he spun away from the beast. But his premature celebration nearly cost him everything. As he darted out from beneath the wolf's body, the creature's rear legs kicked backward in a reflexive counterattack. Ray twisted desperately, avoiding the worst of the strike, but razor-sharp claws still raked across his chest. Hot blood began to flow down Ray's torso as his vision swam from pain and shock. But there was no time for weakness, no opportunity for rest. The world had always been unfair. He had learned that lesson long ago. If he wanted to survive, if he wanted to protect what mattered to him, he had to be willing to kill. The wolf gave him no respite, launching another devastating attack while Ray was still reeling from his wounds. Its jaws opened wide, seeking to end the fight with a single crushing bite. Ray kicked hard against the muddy ground, launching himself upward just as the wolf's teeth snapped shut where he had been standing. He landed against the trunk of a nearby tree, but his refuge was short-lived. The frustrated predator bit down on the tree itself, its powerful jaws splintering wood like kindling. The trunk groaned and cracked and toppled with a thunderous crash. Ray found himself airborne as his perch collapsed. But in that moment of chaos, he saw opportunity. Tucking his body into a tight spin, he built momentum like a living top, while transferring his sword from mouth to hand. The spinning strike landed with devastating effect on the wolf's skull. Steel met bone with a sound like breaking thunder, and the massive creature's death cry echoed through the forest before it collapsed onto the blood-soaked earth. Ray landed hard beside his fallen opponent, gasping for breath. His chest wound burned like fire, blood still seeping between his fingers as he pressed them against the gashes. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Ray raised his sword with shaking hands and stared at the motionless wolf. He couldn't afford to assume victory, not yet. Too much depended on making certain his enemy was truly dead. But as he watched for signs of life, something impossible materialized in his vision.
Reward received. Blessing of the Dragon Eyes unlocked. 1 of 1,000 complete.
A dispassionate, mechanical voice echoed directly in his consciousness, reading the ethereal text with cold precision. Yet Ray dismissed this strange phenomenon. Nothing mattered, not even impossible floating text. All that mattered was Amy's safety. Responding to his concern, the disembodied voice resonated through his consciousness as translucent windows materialized before Ray's eyes. The ethereal displays hovered in midair. Their edges shimmered with an otherworldly blue glow that cast strange shadows across the forest floor. Ray's heart hammered against his ribs. Not from exertion, but from a primal fear of the inexplicable. He flinched backward, nearly losing his balance as the impossible sight confronted him.
Intermediate beast crystal obtained. Would you like to absorb it? Yes? No?
Ray blinked at the surreal display.
What? What is happening to me? What is this voice? Am I hallucinating because of the blood loss?
But first, before he could worry about mysterious voices and floating text, he had to ensure that Amy was unharmed. Strange glowing boxes kept appearing in front of Ray's face. He swatted them away like annoying flies.
Whatever they are, I don't have time for them. Not now.
His heart hammered against his ribs as he rushed to where Amy lay crumpled on the forest floor. Blood roared in his ears.
Please be okay. Please be okay.
The words repeated in his mind, like a desperate prayer. He dropped to his knees beside Amy's still form.
Amy,
he whispered, gently brushing hair from her face.
Can you hear me?
There was no response, just the shallow rise and fall of her chest. His hands shook as he checked her body for wounds. Relief flooded through him when he found nothing serious, no deep cuts, no broken bones. Amy had just fainted from the terror. The wolf's attack had been too much for her young mind to handle. Ray's chest ached where the beast's claws had raked across it. Every breath sent sharp spikes of pain through his body, but he pushed the agony aside. Amy needed him. He lifted Amy as gently as he could, settling her small frame on his back. Her head lolled against his shoulder, and he could feel her shallow breathing against his neck. At least she was alive. Ray turned to see Gary lying unconscious under a nearby tree, his face pale but peaceful. The other two boys, Bob and Kyle, were scattered further away. Ray's stomach twisted as he looked at them. Were they still breathing? He couldn't tell from this distance. The weight of an impossible choice crushed down on him. His legs trembled under Amy's weight, and his wounded chest burned like fire. He could barely carry one person, let alone four. But leaving anyone behind meant certain death. The lesser beasts would smell the blood and come hunting for easy prey. Ray's vision blurred with exhaustion and pain. He had to choose. The thought made him sick.
I barely know Bob and Kyle. For me, they are just faces from the village and Gary's friends, but I cannot leave them here in danger.
A memory of Gary and his friends bullying him surfaced in Ray's mind, and a thought of leaving Gary along with his friends crossed his mind, but soon vanished as fast as it occurred.
Amy will never forgive me if I leave Gary with his friends.
The decision tore at his heart, but Ray forced himself to move. He stumbled to Gary and hefted the unconscious boy into his arms. Gary was heavier than Amy, and Ray's knees nearly buckled under the combined weight of both children.
I'm so sorry for leaving you like this, but I will send help as soon as possible. Promise.
The journey back felt endless. Every step was agony. Ray's chest wound throbbed, and warm blood soaked through his torn shirt. His legs felt like water, ready to give out at any moment. The world swam around him in dizzy spirals. He stumbled over roots and rocks, each fall threatening to be his last. But every time he wanted to collapse, he thought of Amy and Gary. They were counting on him, even if they didn't know it.
Keep going. Just keep going.
When the village finally came into view, Ray nearly wept with relief. Worried and frantic voices reached his ears.
There are some kids over here.
They came from the forest.
It's the missing children. Get their parents. Hurry.
The entire village seemed to surge toward them. Ray's legs gave out as he carefully lowered Amy and Gary to the ground. His hands shook as he made sure they were safe.
Please, check them,
he gasped, trying to stand. His body betrayed him, and he collapsed onto the hard earth. Everything hurt. Everything burned. Voices swirled around him like a storm he couldn't escape.
What happened here?
He was carrying Gary and Amy from the forest.
What about Bob and Kyle?
The words hit Ray like physical blows. He tried to speak, tried to explain, but his strength was gone. His mouth felt full of cotton, and his tongue wouldn't obey him. Through his blurred vision, Ray saw an angry woman storming toward him. Her face was twisted with rage and desperate fear. She grabbed his collar and yanked him off the ground. Ray's injured chest screamed in protest.
Where are Bob and Kyle?
She shrieked, shaking him like a rag doll. Ray's heart broke. This had to be their mother. He could see the wild panic in her eyes, the terror of a parent who might have lost her children forever. He wanted to comfort her, to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. The woman's hand cracked across his face. Stars exploded behind his eyes.
You cursed child! This is all your fault! Where are my children? Give them back to me!
Each slap felt like a dagger to Ray's soul, not because of the physical pain, but because he understood her anguish. If he had been stronger, faster, braver, maybe he could have saved everyone. Maybe those boys would be safe in their beds right now, instead of lost in that terrible forest. The other villagers joined in, their voices rising like a pack of wolves.
Tell her where they are.
He probably led them into the forest on purpose.
The curse is real. Look what happens to everyone around him.
Ray's heart shattered. These people, the same people he had tried to save their children for, were calling him a monster. Even after he had risked everything, carried Gary and Amy to safety, they saw only the curse. Only the red hair that marked him as different than everything else. The woman hit him again and again. Each time his consciousness started to slip away, another blow would drag him back to the nightmare. With the last of his strength, Ray whispered,
They are in the forest.
The woman released him, and he crumpled to the ground like a broken doll.
You only saved Gary and Amy? You left my boys there to die?
The crowd turned uglier, their accusations cutting deeper than any blade.
How heartless can he be? Those poor children won't survive alone in there.
Ray wanted to scream at the villagers,
I'm a child too.
but they couldn't see it anymore. The red hair had transformed him into something inhuman in their eyes. He was no longer Ray, the scared boy who had tried his best. He was just a monster who had failed to save everyone. A bitter smile crossed Ray's bloody lips. He finally understood the truth. These people, with their quick judgment and cruel words, were more terrifying than any beast in the forest. At least the beasts were honest about what they were.
I was not wrong in hating them. These humans have always been like this, selfish and ungrateful.
The great dragon Sen could not help but resent. The woman picked up a wooden plank, her intention clear as daylight. Ray closed his eyes and waited for the end. After everything he had done, everything he had suffered, this was how it would finish. Not torn apart by a wolf, but beaten to death by the very people he had tried to help. His blood boiled in anger and hatred.
If I ever get another chance, I'll remember this moment. I'll remember how they repaid my kindness with cruelty. They have already failed me once, and now they are failing me again.
The plank whistled through the air toward his head, but it never connected. Ray opened his eyes to see a small figure standing protectively in front of him. Curly blonde hair clouded his vision, and a voice rang before darkness engulfed him whole.
No one should dare touch our savior.
Ray jolted awake, his heart hammering like a war drum against his ribs. Cold sweat drenched his body, and for a terrifying moment he couldn't tell where he was or what was real. The memories of the wolf's snarling face, the villager's hateful words, the wooden plank swinging toward his skull crashed over him. His chest heaved as he struggled to catch his breath. Everything felt wrong, like he was drowning in his own skin. The nightmare had felt more real than reality itself.
I'm alive. I'm actually alive.
He realized with disbelief. Ray pushed himself up with trembling arms, wincing as pain shot through his bandaged chest. He was in his own room, the small, familiar space he'd grown up in as a human. Thick white bandages wrapped around his torso like a cocoon, and he could feel more covering parts of his face. The pain was still there, a constant reminder of the wolf's claws, but it was manageable now. The swelling that had made it hard to see was almost gone. A soft snore drew his attention to his left. His mother sat slumped in a wooden chair beside his bed, her head tilted at an uncomfortable angle. Dark circles ringed her closed eyes, and her clothes looked wrinkled, as if she hadn't changed them in days.
Mother!
Ray was astonished. Something warm and painful twisted in his chest. Here was proof that not everyone saw him as a monster. His mother had stayed by his side, keeping watch over him like a guardian angel.
How can humans be so cruel to strangers, yet so loving to their own?
Ray shifted slightly, trying to get more comfortable. The small movement was enough to wake his mother. Scarlett's eyes fluttered open, confused at first. Then they focused on Ray, and tears immediately began streaming down her cheeks.
Ray, I can't believe it! You're finally awake!
Her shout was loud enough to wake the dead. Ray's father burst through the door moments later, his face a mix of relief and exhaustion.
You're awake!
Jack breathed, as if he couldn't quite believe it.
Don't ever do something so reckless again, Ray. We thought you'd never wake up.
Ray frowned, confusion clouding his thoughts. The way his parents were acting, you'd think he'd been unconscious for months instead of just a day.
How long was I asleep for?
He asked, his voice hoarse from disuse.
A week.
Jack said quietly.
You've been unconscious for an entire week. Your mother sent word, and I rode back as fast as I could.
A week?
How is that even possible? It felt like I just closed my eyes for a moment. No wonder Mother and Father are so worried.
The guilt hit him like a punch in the face. All this worry, all this pain, because of his choices, because he hadn't been strong enough to save everyone.
What about Bob and Kyle?
Ray asked. His parents exchanged a dark look. His mother's face crumpled, and his father's jaw tightened.
They searched for days,
Jack said heavily.
Every able-bodied person in the village went into the forest looking for them, but...
He trailed off, unable to finish.
They're gone,
Scarlett whispered.
There was no trace of them. The searchers had to give up after 4 days. It wasn't safe to keep looking.
Ray closed his eyes, but even as the guilt gnawed at him, Ray knew he couldn't let it destroy him. He'd done what he could with the strength he had. Hating himself wouldn't bring Bob and Kyle back.
The village women blame you,
Jack continued. his voice turning bitter.
Even after Gary stood up for you in front of everyone, they won't listen to reason.
Ray's head snapped up.
Gary defended me? He tried his best,
Scarlet said, fresh tears in her eyes.
That brave boy stood in the village square and told everyone exactly what happened. He explained how it was his idea to go into the forest, how you saved him and Amy, and how you fought the wolf to protect them.
Ray couldn't believe his ears.
So it was Gary who protected me from Kyle and Bob's angry mother that day,
Ray realized.
But they wouldn't listen.
Jack's hands clenched into fists.
They said Gary was just a confused child, that you'd somehow manipulated him. The curse of the red hair, it's too strong for them to see past.
Gary kept shouting at them, Scarlet continued. He said you were a hero, that you'd saved their lives. He got so upset that his parents had to carry him away. But the women, they just got angrier. They said you'd cursed Gary too, turned him against his own people.
The injustice of it burned in Ray's throat. No matter what he did, no matter how much he sacrificed, the village would always see him as the enemy. His red hair marked him as different, and different meant dangerous in their small minds.
I had to hold your mother back from going after them, Jack admitted. She wanted to teach those women some manners with her fists.
Despite everything, Ray almost smiled at that.
What about Amy?
He asked, desperate for some good news. Both his parents' expressions softened.
She's fine. A few scratches from the wolf, but nothing serious. She fainted from shock, nothing more. Gary did a good job protecting her,
Scarlet informed. Ray felt some of the weight lift from his shoulders. Amy was safe. Gary was safe. That had to count for something, even if Bob and Kyle were gone. Jack and Scarlet stayed with Ray for a while longer, catching him up on everything that had happened during his week-long sleep. Eventually, exhaustion caught up with them since they'd barely slept while watching over Ray. They reluctantly left to get some rest. Alone in his room, Ray's thoughts turned to something that had been nagging at him since he woke up. During the fight with the wolf, right before he reached for Amy, he remembered seeing strange glowing boxes floating in front of his eyes. At the time, he'd dismissed them as hallucinations brought on by blood loss and exhaustion. But now that he was in a better state, he wasn't so sure.
If I think about it.
As soon as the thought formed, a translucent window materialized in the air before him, just like before. Ray jerked backward, his heart skipping a beat.
Blessing of the Dragon Eyes. Would you like to activate this skill? Yes, no.
What the hell? Ray whispered, staring at the impossible sight. The window hovered in the air, completely solid-looking despite being see-through. Words he could somehow understand perfectly, even though he'd never seen writing like this before. Ray waved his hand through the air where the window floated. His fingers passed right through it as if it wasn't really there, yet he could see it clear as day.
Am I going insane? What is this? Another hallucination or a dream?
The thought sent a chill down his spine. Maybe the head trauma had been worse than the doctor thought. Maybe his brain was broken, showing him things that weren't real. But the window felt too detailed, too consistent to be a hallucination. And that phrase, blessing of the Dragon Eyes, it meant something to him, even if he couldn't quite grasp what.
Dragon.
Fragments of dreams floated through his mind. Dreams of flying high above the clouds, of seeing the world spread out below like a map. Dreams of power and strength beyond human comprehension. Dreams that felt more like memories. Ray shook his head, trying to dispel the strange thoughts. He was human now, and not a dragon, but curiosity won out over caution.
Do all humans have something like this?
Ray never heard his parents or anyone in the village mention floating windows. Maybe it was something that only appeared when you were badly hurt, or maybe he really was losing his mind. There was only one way to find out. Ray focused on the yes option, willing it to activate. The window flickered, and suddenly his vision changed completely. The world became a maze of white lines and geometric shapes. His room transformed into a wire-frame diagram, showing the underlying structure of everything around him. The walls, the bed, even the floorboards. Everything was reduced to its basic components, glowing softly in the strange new vision. Ray turned his head to the right. Through the solid stone and wood, he could see the outlines of two human figures in the next room. Golden light pulsed gently within their wire-frame bodies.
Mother! Father!
The sight should have terrified Ray, but instead it felt familiar.
Could this be?
Ray whispered.
Are my dragon powers gradually returning? The Celestials. Have they finally recognized their error? Perhaps they've restored these abilities to aid my vengeance against humanity for what they've done.
Ray could sense his parents' heartbeats and could almost see the blood flowing through their veins. Every muscle fiber, every bone, every breath, it was all laid bare before his enhanced vision. Ray noticed something new, a small tab at the bottom labeled Skills. When he focused on it, a new display opened.
Skills 1 of 1,000. Blessing of the Dragon Eyes unlocked.
Countless question marks filled the list.
I must have unlocked this one skill when I defeated the wolf, so does that mean I need to fight more beasts to unlock the other skills?
A memory of another window resurfaced that had appeared right before he collapsed. Something about a beast crystal. Ray concentrated, and sure enough, a new display materialized.
Intermediate beast crystal 1. Would you like to absorb? Yes, no.
Ray had no idea what a beast crystal was, or what absorbing it might do to him. For all he knew, it could kill him, or turn him into something monstrous. But as he stared at the option, part of him, some deep instinctive part, whispered that this was important, that this was the key to understanding what he was becoming.
Not yet. I need to understand more first. I need to be more careful.
The final bandage came off Ray's chest on a gray morning 3 days later. The wound had healed remarkably well, even better than it should have for someone his age.
Ready for some real training?
Jack asked, though his eyes held a mixture of pride and concern. Ray nodded, understanding what his father wasn't saying. The world was dangerous, and Jack couldn't protect him forever. The incident with the wolf had proven that Ray needed to be able to defend himself when no one else could help him. The father and the son moved to the small courtyard behind their house, carrying their wooden practice swords in hand. But this time, Ray had a secret advantage.
I'm not sure about this new power I have mysteriously received, but trying it out won't hurt, right?
As soon as Jack raised his sword in a ready position, Ray activated his Dragon Eyes skill. The familiar wireframe vision overlay descended over the world, and his father's body began glowing with that distinctive golden aura. Jack lunged forward with a quick thrust, but Ray could see it coming before it even started. The golden aura around his father's body moved first, telegraphing the attack's trajectory like a roadmap. Ray sidestepped smoothly and tapped his wooden blade against Jack's ribs. His father's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't pause. Jack immediately followed up with a horizontal slash, then a feint toward Ray's shoulder, but each attack was preceded by that telltale movement of the golden aura, giving Ray precious moments to react. For the first time in years of training, Ray managed to land multiple hits on his father before Jack finally overwhelmed him with sheer experience and strength.
Incredible!
Jack breathed, lowering his sword and staring at his son.
How did you improve so much in just a week? It's like you can see my attacks before I make them.
I guess that life and death battle changed something in me, made me more aware, maybe?
Ray replied nonchalantly. Jack studied him for a long moment, then broke into a proud grin. He ruffled Ray's crimson hair affectionately.
Whatever it was, keep it up. You're going to be a fine swordsman one day.
The praise warmed Ray's chest, but it also made the deception sting worse. His father thought he was seeing natural improvement, not supernatural enhancement, and Ray hadn't told them the truth about defeating the wolf. Instead, he told them that he'd escaped by hiding behind trees. The lie had holes big enough to drive a cart through, but it was more believable than a child defeating an intermediate-tier beast in single combat. After training, Ray made his way to his usual practice spot on the hilltop overlooking the village. He needed time alone to work on techniques his father wouldn't approve of, fighting with hands and feet instead of just the sword. As he walked through the village square, Ray spotted a familiar figure with curly blonde hair sitting on the stone steps of the village well. Gary looked up as Ray approached, and for a moment their eyes met. The change was startling. Gone was the cruel gleam that used to light up Gary's face whenever he saw Ray. Instead, there was something Ray had never seen before. Respect, maybe. Even gratitude. Gary stood up slowly, as if unsure of himself.
Ray,
he said quietly.
Gary.
Ray kept his voice neutral, waiting to see what would happen.
I wanted to say thank you for saving Amy and me.
Gary's words came out in a rush, as if he'd been practicing them.
I know what you did. I know you could have left us both to die, but you didn't.
Ray felt something tight in his chest loosen slightly.
You don't need to thank me. I just did what anyone would do. No.
Gary shook his head firmly.
Not anyone. Most people would have saved themselves first, but you carried us both out, even though you were hurt.
He gestured toward Ray's chest, where the scar lay hidden beneath his shirt.
The wolf did that to you while protecting us, didn't it?
Ray didn't answer, but Gary seemed to take his silence as confirmation.
I tried to tell everyone the truth,
Gary continued, his young face darkening with frustration.
I stood in the square and shouted until my throat was raw. I told them it was my idea to go into the forest, that you saved our lives, that you're a hero, but they wouldn't listen.
It's fine, Ray said, though the words felt hollow.
People believe what they want to believe. It's not fine.
Gary's voice rose, drawing curious stares from passing villagers. He lowered it quickly, but his eyes blazed with anger.
They called you cursed, Ray. They said you manipulated me somehow, turned me against my own people. My parents said I was confused from the head injury.
The conversation was interrupted by a harsh voice from across the square.
There's the cursed brat.
Ray turned to see a group of children his age approaching. Although Gary had a change of heart, these kids were exceptions.
Still spreading your curse around the village?
One of them sneered. Picking up a stone from the ground, Gary stepped forward, placing himself between Ray and the other children.
Leave him alone.
Gary, what are you doing?
One of the kids asked, confused.
He's cursed. He killed Bob and Kyle.
He didn't kill anyone,
Gary said firmly.
He saved Amy and me. I was there. I know what really happened.
Gary's been cursed too.
One of the children suddenly shouted.
The red-haired demon corrupted him.
The group's mood shifted instantly from uncertain to hostile. Stones flew through the air, one striking Ray in the back of the head hard enough to make him stumble.
See, he's making Gary protect him with evil magic.
Another child yelled. More stones followed. Gary tried to shield Ray, but he couldn't block them all. Ray straightened up, touching the back of his head where blood was starting to seep from the cut.
I cannot blame them. They are just kids, misguided by their parents' wrong beliefs.
Ignoring the mean kids, Ray continued on his journey to the hilltop, while Gary could only watch helplessly. But the encounter had shown Ray something important. The village's hatred was spreading. Even Gary, who had defended him bravely, was now being painted as another victim of Ray's supposed curse. Pushing all the thoughts aside, Ray began his training once he reached the hilltop. Ray practiced sword forms and unarmed combat techniques, pushing himself harder than usual. As the sun began to set, he paused to rest and look out over the village below.
I guess Amy won't be coming anymore,
he whispered to himself. Amy had been kind to him when no one else was, treating him like a normal person instead of a cursed monster. He enjoyed her company, though he did not consider her a friend. But the rumors had reached her family too. They believed Ray had somehow forced all 4 children into the forest, and Amy was now forbidden from going anywhere near him.
Back when I was a dragon, I could sense the killing intent from humans who wanted me dead. I guess I still have that ability now. Only 3 people in this entire world don't hate me for how I look. My parents and Amy. That's it.
It was true. Some people, like Bob and Kyle's parents, radiated something much darker than just hatred, a murderous intent that made Ray's skin crawl. Ray gathered his practice equipment and returned home. The evening meal was pleasant, filled with his parents' gentle conversation and warm smiles. For a few hours, Ray could almost forget about the hatred waiting outside their door, but that peace was shattered in the middle of the night. Ray's eyes snapped open as the acrid smell of smoke filled his nostrils. His heart lurched as he recognized the familiar scent, fire, and lots of it. Without hesitation, Ray activated his Dragon Eyes skill. The wireframe vision revealed the flames were consuming the kitchen and spreading rapidly through their home. Somehow the fire had started without waking anyone, burning hot and fast. Ray bolted from his bed and ran to his parents' room. Wake up! Wake up! There's a fire!" he shouted, shaking them both. Jack and Scarlet came awake instantly, their survival instincts kicking in. Jack assessed the situation in seconds. The stairs were already blocked by flames, and smoke was pouring under the door.
Come on!
Without hesitation, Jack grabbed both Ray and Scarlet and leaped straight through the bedroom window. They landed hard in the garden behind their house, but they were alive. By now, the fire had grown large enough to wake the neighbors. People emerged from their homes, gathering to watch the blaze with a mixture of concern and morbid curiosity. Scarlet stepped forward, raising her hands toward the flames. Ray watched in amazement as his mother began whispering words in a language he didn't recognize. Her voice grew stronger, more commanding. The fire responded to her call like a living thing. The flames twisted and writhed, swirling into controlled patterns instead of spreading wildly. Scarlet's eyes glowed with concentration as she shaped the inferno to her will. "Disperse," she commanded. The fire split apart and died as if it had never existed, leaving behind only smoke and the skeleton of their burned kitchen. The gathered villagers began murmuring among themselves, their voices carrying clearly in the night air.
It was the Talon house.
Don't you think it's the boy's curse causing this?
If we don't get rid of him soon, the whole village might burn.
Ray ignored their words, but his mind was racing. Something about this fire bothered him. It had started too conveniently, spread too quickly, and affected only their house while leaving neighboring buildings untouched.
This wasn't an accident. Someone set this fire deliberately, and if that's the case, I must find out the culprit.
His dragon eyes were still active, giving him enhanced vision in the darkness. If the arsonist was still around, and they probably were, wanting to see if their murder attempt had succeeded, Ray would find them. Ray's eyes moved carefully through the crowd, looking for anyone who seemed out of place or overly interested in the results of the fire, and then they suddenly locked onto one particular figure. Ray's breath caught in his throat as recognition dawned.
There's my target.
The night sky was filled with dark smoke erupting from the remains of the burned cottage of the Talon family. While Jack and Scarlet were busy wrapping their heads around the disaster that had struck them, Ray's attention was somewhere else. His gaze was pinned to a dark-cloaked figure that lurked at the crowd's edge, half hidden behind a cart. While villagers focused on the charred house and whispered about the fire, this watcher's eyes repeatedly darted toward Ray and his parents. Disappointment etched clearly across the watcher's face.
Disappointment that we survived,
Ray thought, ice forming around his heart. The figure slipped away from the crowd, moving with deliberate stealth through the shadowed alleys of the village. Ray followed the mysterious figure, but carefully maintained his distance. His enhanced vision cut through the darkness, tracking the suspicious silhouette as it wound through the village's narrow streets. His gut tightened when the cloaked figure ducked into a small house on the village's east side.
This home belongs to Bob and Kyle's family.
They were the boys who bullied Ray frequently. The realization struck Ray like a lightning bolt as he froze in the shadows, a terrible certainty washing over him. Bob and Kyle's mother had tried to murder them all. Cold fury settled into Ray's bones. He had endured their stones and insults, weathered their false accusations and isolation. He had tried to understand their grief, their fear, their humanity, but attempted murder crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed.
I've had enough. They tried to kill my parents. They tried to burn us alive while we slept. These humans are immoral and have no care for the consequences of their deeds.
His red hair seemed to catch fire in the moonlight as he stared at the house where his would-be murderer now rested.
It seems I'll have to start my revenge sooner than planned.
Dawn broke over the village with the acrid smell of charred wood still clinging to the morning air. Ray sat on his bed, staring out the broken window at his parents as they surveyed the damage to their home. His mother moved with practiced efficiency, using her magic to clear away the worst of the debris, while his father assessed what could be salvaged. But Ray's mind wasn't on the repairs. It was consumed by a single burning image, the cloaked figure slipping into Bob and Kyle's family home, the woman who had tried to murder him and his parents while they slept. The revelation had shattered something inside him, some last vestige of faith in human decency that was built over the years solely because of his parents.
I've been too passive, too willing to turn the other cheek while they escalate their attacks. They see my restraint as weakness, my mercy as permission to hurt me more. Maybe being human isn't worth protecting. If this is what humanity looks like, burning children alive for the crime of having different colored hair, then maybe I should stop trying to be one of them.
Ray stood up, his decision crystallizing. He needed power, not just to defend himself, but to make his enemies understand that there were consequences for their actions. And now, He had a source of tremendous and unexplored power. The system that had awakened recently offered him that power, and he was done being afraid of what it might cost him. His parents barely looked up as he gathered his gear and announced he was going to the hill for training. They trusted him now, believed he could handle himself after the forest incident. If only they knew what he was really planning. Instead of heading to his usual practice spot, Ray turned toward the Black Forest. The dark woodland stretched before him like a maze. This was where he would truly begin his transformation.
I need to understand these crystals first. I need to unlock more skills to become strong enough that no one will ever dare threaten my family again.
He activated Dragon Eyes immediately, watching as the world transformed into a wireframe landscape painted with auras. Yellow signatures indicated humans, while red signatures dotted the forest ahead, indicating beasts waiting to be hunted. Ray unsheathed his sword and bit down on the blade, dropping to all fours. The position felt natural now, as if his body remembered being something other than human. In this stance, he could move with inhuman speed and agility. His first target was a wolf, similar to the one that had nearly killed him weeks ago. But this time, there was no fear, no desperate struggle for survival. Ray approached with cold calculation, striking before the beast even sensed his presence. The sword sliced cleanly through its neck, and the creature dropped without a sound.
Too easy. Is this all they can offer?
Ray thought, surprised by how simple the kill had been. Either he had grown much stronger, or basic-tier beasts were significantly weaker than intermediate ones. He continued through the forest methodically, hunting wolf after wolf. Each kill was clean, efficient, and emotionless. Ray felt himself settling into a rhythm. Spot the target, approach unseen, strike without mercy. It was almost meditative. It was his 20th kill that brought a surprise. A crazed monkey with a single horn protruding from its forehead was unlike the wolves. This creature was agile, swinging through the trees with manic energy. Ray's initial attacks missed completely as the monkey danced away from his blade.
Patience. Every creature has patterns. Every predator has moments of vulnerability.
Ray reminded himself, remembering lessons learned in his previous life as a dragon. He waited, watching as the monkey finally settled on a branch to eat some fruit. The moment its guard dropped, Ray struck, his sword piercing through its stomach before it could react. As soon as the last breath left the dead animal, a system notification appeared in Ray's vision.
Basic tier crystal obtained. 1. Would you like to absorb?
Ray stared at the message, his heart racing with excitement. This was what he had been hoping for, tangible proof that the system was real, that he could grow stronger through these hunts.
20 kills for 1 crystal, huh?
Ray continued his hunt with renewed vigor, and after 10 more creatures, another crystal notification appeared. The randomness of the rewards confirmed Ray's suspicions. Power wasn't given freely. It had to be earned through persistence and effort. As Ray tracked deeper into the forest, he found himself following a familiar path. His enhanced vision picked up old aura traces on the ground. The faint yellow signatures led toward a small cave, hidden among the rocks.
Bob and Kyle. This is where they ended up.
Ray carefully entered the cave. The bodies of the 2 boys lay exactly where he had expected, picked clean by scavengers until only bones and torn fabric remained. Ray's stomach tightened. However, he did not feel guilty like before. He gathered their clothes methodically, forcing himself to feel nothing as he stuffed the blood-stained remains into his bag.
This is what their parents' hatred accomplished. Their children are dead because they taught them to fear the forest less than they feared me. They sent Bob and Kyle to their deaths rather than let them associate with the cursed boy.
As he turned to leave, a soft whimpering echoed from deeper in the cave. Ray froze, his dragon eyes detecting a small red aura signature. It was weak, flickering, and barely alive. Curiosity got the best of him, and Ray ventured further into the darkness until he found the source of the sound. A tiny black wolf cub stared back at him with caution. Its ribs were visible through matted fur, and its eyes were dull with starvation. The creature was dying, abandoned after its parents' death. For a moment, Ray saw himself in that small, broken form, alone, hated, left to die by a world that saw him as a monster. A system notification appeared, clouding Ray's vision unannounced.
Would you like to feed the black wolf cub?
Ray's eyes widened. The system was offering him a choice to save this creature or let it die. But what could he feed it with? The answer came immediately.
Basic tier crystal. 2 immediate tier crystal. 1 crystals. The system wants me to feed it crystals?
Ray was confused, but this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. He had been wondering whether the crystals were safe to absorb, whether they carried any harmful effects. Using them on the cub would be a perfect test. Ray selected one of his basic tier crystals. A small black stone materialized in front of the starving cub, glowing with inner light. Without hesitation, the creature began licking the crystal. Its rough tongue slowly wore it away until nothing remained.
Basic crystal has been absorbed. Black wolf cub gained 5 points. Black wolf cub has been successfully tamed.
The change was immediate and dramatic as color returned to the cub's eyes, and it pushed itself up on shaky legs, looking at Ray with something that might have been gratitude or recognition.
Tamed?
Ray mused, kneeling to examine his new companion.
So the crystals don't just make things stronger. They can create bonds, forge loyalty. Interesting.
The cub nuzzled against his hand, and Ray felt something warm unfurl in his chest.
This is what I've been missing. I didn't crave the acceptance from those who hate me, but alliance with those who understand me.
As he cradled the small wolf against his chest, Ray felt the last of his attachment to his human identity slip away. His eyes flashed with something dangerous and darker.
The villagers want a monster? Fine, I would give them exactly that,
Ray pledged. But he would be a monster with purpose, with power, and with allies who chose to stand beside him rather than against him. The dragon within him stirred, and for the first time since his reincarnation, Ray didn't try to suppress it. Instead, he embraced it completely. The wolf cub's transformation was miraculous. Where once a dying creature gasped for breath, now sat a healthy young wolf before Ray. The change manifested not merely in appearance, but the cub radiated strength and vitality. Ray couldn't stop himself from enjoying the affection shown by the cub as the animal nuzzled its head against Ray's palm. 2 system messages had appeared after the crystal absorption, and both fascinated Ray. The first mentioned the cub gaining 5 points.
But 5 points of what? The system offered no explanation. How should I understand its meaning?
Ray mulled over for a few moments before a thought crossed his mind.
The only way to understand it better is to test it on me. I have no other choice. But what about the second message? It said the cub had been tamed. What does that mean now?
As if responding to Ray's thoughts, a new skill appeared in front of his vision.
De-summon pet.
Again, surrendering to curiosity, Ray pushed caution aside. Ray activated the skill, watching in wonder. As the brilliant white light engulfed the cub, the creature's physical form dissolved, becoming a swirling orb of pure energy that merged seamlessly into his chest. The cub was gone, vanished from his sight completely. However, Ray could feel its warm presence inside his mind. When he checked his skills, De-summon pet had changed to summon pet.
I can't believe this. I can now carry a living creature inside my own body, summon it when needed, and dismiss it for safety? Incredible!
But the real question still burned in his mind.
What would happen if I absorbed a crystal myself?
The cub's transformation had been dramatic. If such a small creature could benefit so greatly, what might happen to Ray? The risk seemed minimal after the cub's positive reaction. Ray materialized one of his remaining basic tier crystals, the black stone appearing in his palm with a faint shimmer. He stared at it for a long moment, knowing that this decision might change his fate.
I've already crossed so many lines today. What's one more?
His fingers closed around the crystal, its cool surface warming against his skin.
Here goes nothing,
he whispered.
Basic tier crystal 1. Would you like to absorb? Yes, no?
Ray chose yes without hesitation. The crystal began to glow as Ray watched in excitement and awe. White light built up within its dark surface until it cracked along its edges. The light grew brighter, and Ray felt heat building in his palm. Then, with a sound like breaking glass, the crystal shattered into glowing dust that swirled around his hand before sinking into his skin.
7 points gained. 93 more points needed.
Power flooded through Ray Instantly, coursing through his veins like liquid fire, his vision sharpened beyond even what dragon eyes provided. His hearing grew acute enough to catch the whisper of wind through distant leaves. His body felt simultaneously lighter and stronger than ever before.
This is what I've been missing. This is what I could have been all along.
Ray flexed his fingers and watched his tendons move with precision under his skin. Unlike the cub, he hadn't grown physically larger, but the improvement was undeniable. Every movement felt effortless. Every breath brought more oxygen than he needed. He drew his sword and gave it an experimental swing, gasping at the speed of his own motion. The blade cut through the air so fast it whistled, and Ray knew instinctively that his strength had increased far beyond what should be possible for someone his age.
If one basic tier crystal does this much, what would an intermediate tier crystal accomplish?
He reached mentally for the intermediate crystal he'd claimed from the wolf, attempting to absorb it. Instead, red letters flashed before his eyes.
Error. Tier too high to absorb.
Ray was disappointed, but it was quickly replaced by determination. The system had told him he needed 93 more points to reach some threshold. Once he did, perhaps the intermediate crystal would become available.
I have more than revenge now,
Ray whispered to the forest.
I have evolution.
He could become something beyond the villagers' primitive fears, something they can't even imagine. As the sun began to set, painting the forest in shades of blood and shadow, Ray gathered his belongings and headed home. The beast's blood he'd collected sloshed quietly in the bucket he carried. The house looked almost normal when he returned. His father had worked tirelessly all day, and while the kitchen was still damaged, they could at least sleep in their own beds again. His mother tucked him in with gentle hands and a soft good night.
If only they knew, if only they understood what their son is becoming.
But perhaps it was better this way. Jack and Scarlet loved the human boy they thought Ray was. They might not love the creature he was choosing to become. Hours passed. Ray waited until the village had settled into deep sleep. Then he rose from his bed like a shadow, moving with his newly enhanced grace and silence. The barn attached to their house held the tools of his revenge, the bucket of beast blood and the blood-stained clothes of Bob and Kyle. Ray gathered them carefully, his enhanced senses allowing him to move through the darkness as if it were daylight. The journey to Bob and Kyle's family home was short, but Ray made it with the patience of a predator. He used dragon eyes continuously, scanning for any witnesses, any complications. A sharp and urgent knock on the door startled the woman in her late 30s from sleep. She forced herself out of bed with a yawn. She opened the door with sleep-tousled hair, her eyes still blurry. Finding no one there, she nearly turned away when her gaze fell upon the blood-stained fabric on her doorstep. Her expression instantly transformed to one of horrified recognition.
No!
She whispered, her hands trembling as she picked up her son's shirt.
No, this can't be!
Ray had scattered more clothing along a trail leading toward the Black Forest, each piece positioned to draw her deeper into the woods.
Kyle? Bob? Where are you, my sons?
Ray watched from the shadows as the woman followed the path he'd laid, calling out for her children in a voice that grew more desperate with each step. Part of Ray, a small diminishing part that still remembered being human, felt pity for her. She was a mother searching for her lost children, driven by love and desperation. But that pity was quickly crushed beneath the weight of what she had done to his family.
She tried to burn us alive. She lit that fire, hoping to hear my parents scream as they died. Whatever happens to her now, she brought it on herself.
My babies!
Kyle and Bob's mother sobbed, clutching the blood-stained fabric tightly against her chest.
Please, God, not my babies!
The woman moved deeper into the forest. Ray followed silently through the trees. His new powers allowed him to leap from branch to branch without making a sound. When the woman finally stopped, looking around at the dark forest with growing fear, Ray knew the moment had come.
It's too dangerous,
she muttered to herself, her voice shaking.
I've gone too deep. Maybe I should turn back.
As she turned to retreat, Ray struck. The bucket of beast blood fell from above like a black rain, drenching her from head to toe in the thick, sticky liquid. The overwhelming coppery stench filled the air. The woman screamed, staring down at herself in horror and confusion.
Who did this? Who did this?
Ray dropped from the tree, landing silently in front of her. In the moonlight, his red hair seemed to glow like fire, and his eyes gleamed with inhuman intensity because of the absorbed crystal.
You!
The woman gasped, pointing a trembling finger at him.
Your eyes! I knew you were cursed. I was right to try and get rid of you.
Ray smiled, cold and terrible.
You tried to kill my family, he said quietly. You wanted to watch us burn. Now you get to see what real monsters look like.
You don't understand,
she hissed, backing away.
Your family is unnatural. The village would have been better.
Ray ignored her rant. Through dragon eyes, he could see the red auras moving through the forest, drawn by the scent of blood like sharks to chum. The woman screamed again, realizing the threat. Without another thought, she broke into a run, taking a random direction. Ray was instantly behind her, following her as she tried desperately to find an escape. Sensing the wild beasts nearer than before, Ray halted and turned to face them. Drawing his sword out, he took a stance, waiting for the right opportunity. Within a few minutes, Ray managed to kill all the beasts before they could go any closer to the frightened woman.
She believes me to be as heartless as herself, but how mistaken she is. I never intended her death, only that she tastes the same fear I felt while rescuing her children. Perhaps now she understands the lesson.
Ray immediately followed the scream, his heart pounding in his chest in worry.
I do not sense any beasts around. I just hope she is not in any danger.
Not long after, he came to a sudden halt. His eyes widened in shock as he saw the woman lying on the ground, her head cracked open after hitting a sharp rock. Blood pooled underneath her, while her last breath left her body. Three weeks had passed since that night in the forest. The mysterious disappearance of Bob and Kyle's mother had left everyone on edge. But as days turned into weeks without further incident, people began to whisper that perhaps the danger had passed. Ray found this new atmosphere strangely peaceful. No more stones flew his way when he walked through the village square. No more children shouted insults or called him a monster. Instead, people simply stepped aside when they saw him coming.
I do not know how I should feel about everything. I like how people are keeping a distance from me. They believe that the woman disappeared because of my curse, because she hurt me, and now she is punished. But her death unsettles me. Although a part of me thinks that justice has been served, another small part feels guilty for leading her to death.
While Ray tackled with his emotional dilemma, the daily rhythm of life had resumed with mechanical regularity. His mother continued accepting quests from traveling merchants and village leaders, using her magic to solve problems that ordinary people couldn't handle. Ray returned to his training routine, spending mornings with sword practice in the barn and afternoons on the hilltop, honing both his conventional skills and experimenting with the new abilities the system had gifted him. The basic Tier crystal had transformed Ray completely. Beyond enhanced physical strength, his mind worked with newfound clarity. His reflexes quickened, and combat intuition flowed naturally. Throughout these weeks, his mother appeared more cheerful, humming as she magically repaired the fire damage. She frequently mentioned Jack's imminent return from his latest quest, her enthusiasm making Ray eager to test his new abilities against his father's swordsmanship. But today, as Ray pushed open the door to their home after an afternoon of training, he was greeted not by his mother's usual cheerful voice, but by the sound of quiet sobbing. The sound sent ice through his veins. His mother never cried when the villagers hurled accusations, not when their house burned, not even during the darkest moments of Ray's childhood, when the whole world seemed standing against them. Then what changed now? Ray dropped his practice sword and rushed toward the kitchen. Each step felt heavier than the last, dread building in his chest like a physical weight. He found Scarlet sitting at their wooden table, her head buried in her hands, shoulders shaking with each ragged breath. The sight struck him like a blow to the chest. This was wrong. This was all wrong.
"Mother, what's wrong?"
Ray asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His heart hammered against his ribs as he approached her slowly. She lifted her head, and Ray saw his mother's face streaked with tears, her usually bright eyes hollow with grief. "It's your father," she said, her voice cracking on the words. "He's not well." The simple statement pierced Ray like a blade to his heart. Despite his initial resistance to Jack, a complex affection had blossomed over the years, deeper than Ray ever openly acknowledged. Beyond his mother, no one held a more treasured place in his life than Jack Talon. the man who had become, against all odds, the father he never knew he needed. Scarlet's hands trembled as she reached for his.
Let's see him together,
She whispered.
I'm sure it will make him happy to know you're here.
She stood, still gripping his hand tightly, and led him toward their bedroom. With each step, her grip tightened until her fingernails were pressing into his skin. At the bedroom door, she stopped abruptly.
Before we go in,
She said, her voice barely audible.
I need you to be strong, Ray. Can you do that for me?
Ray nodded, though he wasn't sure he believed his own gesture. How could he be strong when his mother was falling apart? Scarlet pushed open the door, and Ray's world tilted on its axis. The man lying on the bed was not his father. It couldn't be. His father was robust and vital, with calloused hands and sun-darkened skin earned through years of honest work. This person over here was barely clinging to life. Jack's skin had turned the color of old parchment, dry and papery, stretched tight over bones that seemed more prominent than they should be. His once thick hair was thin and brittle, falling out in patches across the pillow. But it was his eyes that truly frightened Ray. They had sunken deep into Jack's skull, staring at nothing with the glassy emptiness of the dying.
The shadow. It will kill us all. We will all die. The shadow. The shadow.
The words sent chills down Ray's spine. His father repeated them like an incantation, over and over, his voice never rising above a whisper, but never stopping either. Ray activated his Dragon Eyes skill, hoping to understand what was happening to his father. The sight that greeted him made his blood run cold. Jack's aura, that was once strong and vibrant golden yellow, now had turned into dark purple energy that writhed around his body like living smoke, pulsing with malevolent intent. Ray had seen many auras in his short time with this ability, but never anything like this.
What happened to him?
Ray asked. Let's talk outside, Scarlet said, glancing nervously at Jack's muttering form. They returned to the kitchen table.
The Knights brought him home. They said he contracted something called the Shadow Plague while on a quest near the border. It's spreading across the continent.
The Shadow Plague? Ray shuffled through his memories from the past life as Sen. In all his centuries of existence as a dragon, Sen had never heard of such a thing. How long had he been gone? How much had the world changed during his absence?
The Knights said Jack was protecting a small village from shadow beasts. When he was infected,
His mother continued,
they tried to treat him. There's no cure. The disease just consumes them from the inside out.
Shadow beasts, another term Ray didn't recognize. His knowledge of the world, vast as it was from his dragon years, seemed suddenly incomplete and outdated.
How long does he have?
Ray asked, though part of him didn't want to know the answer. His mother's face crumpled.
They don't know. Some people last weeks, others only days. But Ray...
She looked at him with desperate eyes.
I can't keep working quests if I need to care for him, and our savings won't last forever. I don't know what we're going to do.
That night, Ray lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing. Through the thin walls, he could still hear his father's endless whispered warnings about shadows coming to kill them all. The sound was driving him slowly insane. He opened his mental interface and examined his skills. Dragon Eyes and Summon Pet were listed clearly, but below them was that mysterious counter, 1 of 1,000. The number hadn't changed despite taming the wolf cub. This counter wasn't tracking all abilities, but only specific ones, likely those from his existence as a dragon.
What are you counting?
Ray muttered, tracing the numbers with his mind.
And why 1,000? What happens when I reach the end?
Ray remembered having a skill in his past life that could cleanse status effects and cure diseases. If he could unlock it, perhaps he could save his father, but he still had no idea how to gain new abilities. Defeating beasts hadn't worked consistently, and he couldn't risk experimenting when time was so short. The night recruitment exam loomed ahead of him, suddenly more important than ever. At Avrion Academy, he could access resources and knowledge that might help him understand both the Shadow Plague and the changes in the world since his defeat. More than ever, he needed to pass that examination. He had already lost his family once. He couldn't bear to lose them again.
I need answers,
Ray whispered into the darkness.
and I need power, whatever it takes.
Far away from the small village, in a grand cathedral that touched the clouds, 12 robed figures stood in a perfect circle around a massive crystalline orb that pulsed with pure white light. The chamber was vast and echoing, its walls carved with symbols that seemed to shift and move when viewed directly. The elders wore identical white robes that seemed to glow with their own inner radiance. Their faces were hidden within deep hoods, but their voices carried the weight of centuries and the authority of absolute knowledge.
"The prophecy has been fulfilled,"
spoke the first elder, his voice resonating through the cathedral like distant thunder.
"The signs are unmistakable."
Indeed,
replied a second elder.
the red-haired child walks among mortals once again, but this is no simple matter we face.
A third elder stepped forward, his hands clasped before him in ritual supplication.
"The threads of fate have grown tangled. Two paths stretch before him, and we cannot see which he will choose."
The massive orb in their center pulsed brighter, casting strange shadows. Within its crystalline depths, images flickered too quickly for mortal eyes to follow. Scenes of destruction and salvation, of cities burning and worlds reborn.
"We must find the boy with red hair,"
declared the first elder.
"We must guide him down the path of light before the darkness claims him completely."
His fate hangs in perfect balance,
added the second elder.
One choice will make him the savior this world desperately needs. The other will unleash destruction beyond mortal comprehension.
And if he cannot be guided?
Asked a fourth elder, breaking the solemn silence.
If the darkness that once made him the Crimson Terror still runs too deep?
"Then may the gods have mercy on us all,"
whispered the first elder. The assembled elders exchanged glances. They had waited centuries for this moment, and now the time had finally come. Ray's hands shook as he made tight fists. He couldn't stop thinking about his father lying sick in bed.
It has been weeks now, and yet Father hasn't gotten any better, but he hasn't gotten worse either. Is it a good thing or not? I feel so helpless right now.
Ray gulped a lump beginning to form in his throat. Jack Talon had been a hero once. He fought in wars and saved people's lives. He protected their village from danger more times than anyone could count. But now, everyone had forgotten about him. The same people he saved walked past their house like he never existed. They acted like they didn't remember who kept them safe all those years. Ray had learned something painful about people. They didn't care about good deeds once the danger passed. They forgot about heroes when they didn't need them anymore. This made Ray angry, but it also made him more determined than ever. He would become strong enough that no one could ignore him or forget what he did for them. Today marked his chance to fulfill his father's dream and save his life. Today was the day of the Avrion Night examination. Excitement pulsed through the village. Knights from the prestigious Avrion Academy made this journey only once yearly, transforming the day into the grandest celebration their community knew. Colorful banners hung from every building. The streets had been swept clean until they sparkled. Women put on their prettiest dresses and did their hair in fancy styles, hoping one of the knights would notice them. Children ran around with wooden swords, practicing their moves one last time. Even the shopkeepers had decorated their stores and put their best items on display. Ray stood in the middle of the village square, watching everything happen around him. The air felt electric with hope and nervousness. Parents whispered prayers under their breath, asking for their children to pass the test. Young men paced back and forth, gripping their weapons so tightly their knuckles turned white. Ray looked through the crowd until he spotted Gary standing by himself near a fruit stand. Gary looked calm, but Ray could see the tension in his shoulders. Amy still hadn't shown up anywhere. Ray wondered where she was. Suddenly, loud cheering started at the south end of the village. The sound grew louder and louder as it moved closer.
They're here,
Ray said quietly to himself. A smile spread across his face, even though his heart was pounding. 3 knights rode into the village on huge, powerful horses. Each man looked strong enough to fight 10 regular people at once. Their armor gleamed in the sunlight, and their weapons looked deadly and well used. A large cloth with the Avrion Academy symbol hung from each horse, fluttering in the breeze. Behind them came a fancy carriage decorated with the same symbols. These 3 men would decide Ray's future. His hands started tingling with excitement and nerves mixed together. The knights climbed down from their horses. and walked toward the wooden platform in the center of the square. This platform was where village leaders usually made important announcements. Each knight moved differently, showing off their unique personalities just by how they walked. The knight in the middle stood taller than the other two. He had black hair that looked perfectly neat and a strong jaw that reminded Ray of his father. When he smiled at the crowd, it seemed warm and genuine, like he actually cared about the people watching him. The knight on the left was shorter but much broader. His thick beard reached almost to his belt, and he carried a massive axe like it weighed nothing at all. He held the weapon across his chest like it was his best friend. Everything about him screamed that he was a fighter who loved battle. The third knight stood on the right side. He had curly golden hair that caught the sunlight and bright blue eyes that seemed to look right through people. His armor was polished until it shone like a mirror, much fancier than what his companions wore. He held himself like someone born into wealth and power. The tall knight in the center stepped forward and raised his hand for silence. The crowd immediately stopped talking and gave him their full attention. "I am Knight Wilfred from Avrion Academy," he announced in a strong, clear voice. "I have come here today with my fellow knights, Bernardo and Delbert, to find new recruits." The knight with the axe, Bernardo, gave a small bow when his name was called. Several young women in the crowd made swooning noises when Delbert's name was mentioned, clearly impressed by his good looks and noble bearing. "We are here to see if any of you have what it takes to become a knight of Avrion Academy. We're looking for people brave enough and skilled enough to wear our crest with honor and pride." Wilfred pulled his sword from its sheath in one smooth motion. The blade gleamed as he raised it high above his head, then drove it deep into the ground at his feet. The crowd gasped at the dramatic gesture. "Let the test begin," he declared. The villagers erupted into wild cheering and applause. Workers jumped out of the carriage carrying wooden planks, hammers, nails, and other tools. They moved incredibly fast, like they had done this many times before. Ray watched in amazement as they built a fighting platform right in the middle of the square. In just 30 minutes, they had constructed a sturdy stage big enough for combat. At the center of the platform, they placed a wooden training dummy. Ray's heart jumped when he saw it. The dummy looked exactly like the one his father had given him to practice with. Bernardo climbed onto the stage, still holding his beloved axe. His voice boomed across the square like thunder.
"The rules are simple and fair. You must defeat this training dummy in combat. You cannot use magic of any kind, but you may use any weapons you choose. The dummy will fight back, so be prepared."
Many of the younger contestants raised their hands eagerly, thinking the test would be easy. After all, how hard could it be to beat a wooden dummy? If Ray hadn't spent months training with his father's version, he might have thought the same thing. The first contestant stepped up confidently. He was a boy about Ray's age, with strong-looking muscles and quick movements. He carried a standard iron sword that probably came from the local blacksmith's shop. His parents watched from the crowd with huge smiles, already convinced their son would pass. Bernardo walked behind the dummy and placed his hand on its back. He spoke just one word, but his voice carried clearly across the silent square.
"Level 1.
Purple light swirled around the dummy as it came to life. The wooden figure shifted slightly, raising its shield and sword into a fighting position. The boy didn't hesitate. He rushed forward with a powerful overhead swing aimed at the dummy's chest. His form looked good, and his parents beamed with pride, certain their son had already won. Unfortunately, their confidence was shattered instantly. The dummy moved its shield with perfect timing, easily blocking the attack. Without pausing, it swung its wooden sword in a vicious backhand strike. The blade caught the boy across the face with a sickening crack. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he crashed to the stage floor, unconscious. The crowd went completely silent. Even the children stopped chattering. One by one, more contestants took their turns. Each fight ended the same way, with the challenger lying defeated on the stage. Some lasted a few seconds longer than others, but none could match the dummy's perfect technique and timing. Ray began to understand why his father had insisted he train with the dummy for so long. Ray pushed through the crowd to get closer to the stage. He wanted to be ready when his turn came. As he moved, His enhanced hearing picked up a quiet conversation between Wilfred and Delbert. Their voices were as clear as if they were standing right next to him.
I told you this would be a complete waste of our time, Wilfred.
Delbert, we must do our duty as the Academy elders commanded us, Wilfred replied patiently. A true knight should come from the noble blood, not from some filthy peasants in a forgotten village like this. Wilfred let out a long sigh. The kingdom faces great danger, my friend. We must find the boy from the ancient prophecy. We have already found 4 candidates, but we still don't know if any of them is the true chosen one.
Prophecy? What prophecy are they talking about? And what danger is looming over the kingdom?
Ray wondered with a frown.
You actually believe in that old nonsense?
Delbert groaned, rubbing his forehead as another contestant failed miserably. Wilfred said nothing, but Ray could see he took the prophecy seriously. Just as the knights continued their debate, something amazing happened. For the first time all day, a contestant actually defeated the dummy. Ray looked up at the stage. His eyes widened in surprise. Standing there victorious, breathing hard but smiling, was someone he knew well. Gary had become the first and only person to pass the test. Gary stood frozen in his place, gawking at the defeated dummy with disbelief.
Pass,
Wilfred announced, his voice carrying genuine excitement.
Well done, young man.
Wilfred's voice finally shook Gary from his trance. He blinked as the realization dawned upon him. His composure crumbled instantly. His hands trembled, and his vision blurred. Tears of joy streamed down his face.
I did it,
Gary whispered, then louder.
I actually did it. I am going to become a knight.
As Gary walked off the stage, his eyes found Ray in the crowd. For a moment, the two boys simply looked at each other. Gary quickly wiped away his tears and raised his thumb in Ray's direction, a gesture so genuine that Ray felt something shift in his chest. Ray didn't know how to respond. The boy who had once made his life miserable was now showing him kindness, respect even. The world had turned upside down in ways Ray was still trying to understand. Several more candidates followed, each failing in their own spectacular fashion. The training doll remained undefeated, its mechanical precision too much for untrained village children.
Final candidate,
Delbert announced with obvious relief,
Ray Talon.
The whispers began immediately as Ray stepped onto the platform.
It's the cursed boy.
Did you hear what happened to his father?
Does he really think he can become a knight with that red hair?
Ignoring the crowd, Ray drew his sword, the familiar weight comforting in his hands. He focused on steady breaths, his mind zeroed on his only goal, success. He had trained for this moment, had absorbed crystal after crystal to reach the strength he now possessed. His point total had climbed from 7 to 36 through weeks of careful hunting in the Black Forest. Up at the judge's table, Wilfred suddenly jumped from his seat.
The boy has red hair,
he exclaimed, his voice carrying across the square. Bernardo placed a calming hand on his colleague's shoulder.
Yes, that makes him the 5th one we've encountered. Please, contain your excitement.
But Delbert's reaction was the opposite of excitement. His face darkened as he observed Wilfred's enthusiasm. The prophecy was nonsense, he believed.
How can a peasant child save the kingdom? Fools! Why don't they understand that true knights come from noble bloodlines, not from backwater villages like this one?
Ray took his position, sword held ready. He could see the confidence in his stance, the way he carried himself like someone who knew exactly what he was capable of. Delbert's cruel smile spread across his face as he leaned toward the training doll's controls.
Level 3,
he whispered, his fingers dancing across the settings.
Delbert, what are you doing? That's completely unauthorized. Stop it immediately.
Wilfred leaped from his chair, face flushing with anger.
The boy claims to be special,
Delbert replied without looking up, voice dripping with contempt.
Let's see just how special he truly is.
The training doll's eyes glowed brighter as it activated. Unlike with the previous candidates, it didn't wait for Ray to make the first move. Instead, it lunged forward with inhuman speed, its wooden fists aimed directly at Ray's face. The crowd gasped. Several villagers screamed warnings. This wasn't the same gentle test the other children had faced, but Ray was no longer the same frightened boy who had stumbled through the forest weeks ago. The doll's strike came within inches of his face and stopped abruptly as its head rolled across the platform floor. The square fell silent. None of the villagers had seen Ray move. One moment he was standing ready, the next the training doll was decapitated. Only the three knights, with their enhanced perception, had caught the blur of motion that preceded the strike.
Incredible!
Bernardo breathed.
That's speed!
Ray straightened, sheathing his sword with casual grace. He looked directly at Delbert, who was staring at the destroyed training doll with undisguised shock.
Was that sufficient?
Ray asked, his voice calm and controlled. Wilfred found his voice first.
Pass! Definitely a pass!
As the crowd began to murmur and point in pure shock, Ray walked off the platform without looking back. He had proven himself, but the victory felt hollow. His father was still dying, his future still uncertain.
Candidates Gary Wyndham and Ray Talon,
Bernardo announced.
gather your belongings and bid farewell to your families. We depart within the hour.
Unlike Gary, Ray was not surprised to hear the instruction. His father, Jack, had already informed him that after passing the examination, the candidates have to leave home immediately. Ray rushed back home to find his mother waiting for him.
Mother, I did it!
Ray smiled. Scarlett's face was a mixture of pride and heartbreak. Ray's shoulders tensed momentarily when Scarlett wrapped her arms around him, pulling him close against her chest.
You passed,
She whispered.
I could tell from the look in your eyes when you walked through that door. I am so proud of you, my son. I truly am.
Ray's muscles lost some tension as he gradually relaxed in his mother's embrace. It was foreign and uncomfortable, yet he couldn't bring himself to step back.
Your father would have been very happy seeing you succeed, Ray.
Scarlett's voice cracked as she suppressed a sob.
I have to go see him,
Ray said, pulling away after a moment. He did not trust himself to speak about leaving just yet. His father's room was dark and stifling. As soon as Ray stepped inside, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Jack lay motionless on the bed, his lips moving in the same endless whispered warnings about shadows. Ray knelt beside the bed, studying the man who had taught him everything he knew about swordsmanship.
Father,
Ray said quietly.
I have some good news to share. I passed the night exam. I know you probably can't hear me, but I want you to know that I will find a way to make you better. Whatever it takes, whatever I have to become, I'll save you. Promise.
For just a moment, the whispered warning stopped. Jack's face, gaunt and pale as it was, seemed to twitch with the ghost of a smile. Then the muttering resumed, but Ray felt certain his father had heard him. When he returned to the kitchen, his mother was waiting with something in her hands. She met Ray's gaze and smiled warmly.
Ray, I want you to take this with you before you go.
Scarlett held up a blue circular pendant on a thin chain in front of Ray. Her fingers trembled as she placed it around his neck.
It's a family heirloom. It brought me luck when I was young. Maybe it will do the same for you.
Ray had never seen that necklace before. The pendant felt warm against his chest, and Ray wondered if it was more than just a simple good luck charm. His mother had many secrets he was learning.
Thank you,
he said. This time he took the initiative and wrapped his arms around Scarlett in a fierce hug.
Take care of Father. I'll find a cure, I promise. I know you will,
Scarlett whispered with a smile, her voice breaking.
You're stronger than you know, Ray. Stronger than any of us realized.
A few minutes later, Ray bid his mother goodbye and made his way toward the outskirts of the village. The carriage waited at the village edge. 3 knights on horseback surrounding it like a formal escort. Gary was already seated inside, staring out the window with wide eyes. Ray climbed aboard. The interiors were clean and spacious. Ray chose a seat across from Gary, leaving space between them. As the carriage began to move, he looked back at his village one final time. He felt no sadness at leaving this place behind. Too much pain lived in these streets. Too many bitter memories painted its corners. The silence stretched for nearly 3 hours before Ray finally broke it.
So, what happened to Amy? I didn't see her at the examination.
Gary looked up, surprised by the question.
She went to Roland Academy. Didn't she tell you?
Ray shot to his feet, his head nearly hitting the carriage roof.
The mage school? Amy can use magic? You didn't know?
Gary asked, genuine confusion in his voice.
She's been practicing for months.
Ray sank back into his seat, mind reeling. Amy had magic. All those quiet conversations on the hilltop, all those moments when she'd simply appeared without him hearing her approach. It made sense now.
She never mentioned it,
Ray said quietly.
Not once.
Gary opened his mouth to respond, but before any words came out of it, the carriage lurched to a sudden stop, throwing both boys against the front wall.
What's happening?
Gary called out. The carriage wheels ground to a halt beside a vast cornfield, the tall stalks swaying in the evening breeze like golden waves. Gary winced, rubbing the spot where his forehead had collided with the carriage wall. Ray pressed his face to the small window, watching as the workers quickly disembarked and began setting up camp with practiced efficiency. Within minutes, they had dug a fire pit, erected several tents, and organized supplies for the night ahead. The workers huddled around their own fire, sharing simple meals and quiet conversation. A short distance away, a second fire crackled to life, where Ray and Gary joined the 3 knights of Avrion Academy. Ray found himself sitting on a rough wooden log beside Gary, the warmth of the fire dancing across their faces. The 3 knights sat across from them, their voices rising and falling in easy banter about past missions and academy gossip. But Ray was distracted. He felt eyes on him, watching him with scrutiny. Knight Delbert kept glancing in their direction, his pale eyes cold and calculating. Every few minutes, those eyes would fix on Ray with an intensity that made his skin crawl.
What is he looking for? Recognition, weakness, or disdain?
The man's disapproval was obvious, but there was something else there too, which made Ray's temper flare.
Are you in love with me, Knight Delbert?
Ray finally asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm.
I must remind you, I'm only a boy who has not yet come of age.
The effect was immediate and explosive. Delbert's face turned red with rage as he shot to his feet.
A cocky brat like you needs to learn his place.
Ray barely saw him move. One moment, Delbert was across the fire. The next, Ray was flat on his back with a heavy boot pressing into his chest. The speed was inhuman, far beyond anything Ray had expected from a knight.
Get off the lad,
Bernardo said firmly, his voice carrying quiet authority.
Did you not hear the disrespect he just spouted?
Delbert snarled, but his eyes never left Ray's face.
Yes, but don't think we didn't notice your lingering stare either,
Bernardo replied calmly. Delbert's jaw worked silently for a moment before he removed his boot and stalked back to his seat. Ray sat up slowly, his heart hammering against his ribs. The display of speed and strength was a harsh reminder that he still had much to learn about this world's power structures. Gary, seemingly oblivious to the tension crackling in the air, suddenly spoke up.
Why do we need a fire? Won't it attract beasts to us?
Wilfred nodded approvingly at the question.
Smart thinking. While fire does attract regular beasts, shadow beasts are different creatures entirely.
Shadow beasts? Ray echoed, his curiosity piqued as his father's sick face flashed before his eyes.
The boy doesn't even know about shadow beasts? What kind of backward upbringing did he have?
Wilfred ignored the jab and used his sword to scratch a rough map in the dirt beside their fire.
The shadow plague began in the northern reaches of the continent,
Wilfred explained.
It spread like wildfire, consuming entire kingdoms in its path. Cities fell silent overnight. Armies simply disappeared.
Ray felt his blood turn cold. This was far worse than he had imagined, and the fact that his father had fallen victim to such a danger twisted his heart in fear.
Allure Kingdom, located in the east, has managed to remain safe for years, Wilfred continued. Our borders hold strong, but it's a constant battle. Avrion Academy sits on the frontier between our lands and the infected territories. Although shadow beast activity has been minimal in recent years, some shadow beasts still wander through our defenses.
When did this all start? Ray asked, his voice barely above a whisper.
You'll learn more when we reach Rennie Town,
Wilfred replied.
The scholars there have compiled extensive records of the plague's progression.
Gary suddenly perked up.
Rennie Town? I thought we were heading straight to Avrion City.
Do you really think they'd send children like you straight to the front lines? If a war broke out tomorrow, you wouldn't even be useful as meat shields.
Wilfred cleared his throat, a subtle warning for Delbert to watch his tongue.
Rennie Town is where all new recruits begin their journey. You'll spend 8 years there focusing on education, basic fitness, and character development. Only when you turn 15 will you transfer to Avrion Academy to begin true swordsmanship training.
Ray felt disappointment settle in his chest like a stone, but he understood the logic. 10 years seemed like an eternity when his father was dying, but he would use every moment to learn about this changed world. Knowledge would be crucial to his plans, both for saving his family and for the grand scheme he envisioned. As the conversation died down, Bernardo instructed everyone to get some rest. Ray and Gary shared a small tent, lying side by side on thin bedrolls. Just as Ray was about to close his eyes, Gary's quiet voice broke the darkness.
I'm sorry.
Ray turned his head toward his tent mate.
For what? For everything.
Gary said, his young voice heavy with guilt.
The name-calling, the stone-throwing, the way we all treated you in the village. I was such an idiot.
Ray couldn't help but smirk.
I won't argue with that, but I thought we already settled it before.
Gary continued, seemingly encouraged by Ray's response.
I know, but I feel like that apology isn't enough and completely honest. Amy kept telling me you were a good person, but I didn't want to listen. I was too proud. Too stubborn, you know. Then you saved us that day in the forest when you were hurt and could have left us to die. And that day, I realized how wrong I was to judge you, bully you. And then that day, when those kids threw stones at you, I couldn't stop them.
Ray studied Gary's profile in the dim light filtering through the tent fabric.
You saved me too from that woman with the wooden plank, Gary. Besides, you did try to stop those kids when they attacked me. No one else in the entire village stood up for me, but you, a 7-year-old child, showed more courage than all the adults combined.
Gary blinked in confusion.
Wait, aren't you the same age as me? Yes, of course. What I meant was...
Gary interrupted with a grin.
But I won't let things repeat now. If anyone gives you trouble at the academy, you can count on me. We outcasts have to stick together.
Ray gave him a thumbs up.
Don't worry, the curse of the Red Dragon Sen will handle most problems for me.
Gary's grin faltered slightly, a flicker of unease crossing his young features. The name clearly disturbed him, but he tried to hide it behind forced cheerfulness. As silence settled over their tent once more, Ray found himself mulling over Gary's words. Although Gary's heartfelt apology and promise of protection warmed Ray's chest, he knew their paths would ultimately diverge.
Gary will not be on my list, but we cannot truly be friends. My goals are too dark, and my purpose is too terrible.
The Shadow Plague was an unprecedented threat, a corrupting force that surpassed even Ray's former dragon power. Should it reach his village, his family would perish alongside everyone else. The irony cut deep. Ray, who once threatened humanity, was now prepared to defend a handful of humans he'd grown to care about. His parents, who offered unconditional acceptance. Amy, who showed kindness when no one else would. Even Gary, who found the courage to change and seek redemption.
The Academy will give me knowledge about the plague, about this world's current power structures, about the forces I'll need to master. But it will also give me something else, access to the resources I need to develop my true strength.
Ray thought of the system interface hidden in his mind, of the 999 skills still locked away, waiting to be unleashed. Each crystal he absorbed brought him closer to his former power.
I will protect those who have shown me kindness. But the rest of humanity, they have much to answer for. When I'm strong enough, I will reshape this world. I will create a place where children aren't hated for the color of their hair, where power isn't abused by those who possess it, and where justice actually exists.
Gary's soft breathing indicated he had fallen asleep, but Ray remained awake, staring into the darkness and planning for a future that would honor both his promises and his vengeance.
Get ready, everyone. We have to leave in a few minutes.
After having a surprisingly peaceful sleep, Ray woke up to the sounds of the workers preparing to leave. Stepping out of the tent, he noticed the dull atmosphere outside. The morning sun never came. Gray clouds hung low. The cold drizzle fell steadily from the sky. Ray pulled his cloak tighter as they rode further. Ray peeked outside through the small window of the carriage, his brows pinched in worry.
Strange. The air here feels dead, like something is watching from just beyond sight. Something is definitely wrong here, but what?
The knights settled in their saddles. Their usual chatter had died somewhere along the journey as uncomfortable silence fell heavily around them. Even their horses seemed nervous, stepping carefully as if the ground itself might betray them. With every step forward, the group entered white fog that clung to their skin like cold, damp fingers. It wasn't a gentle mist of a fine rainy morning. It carried an ominous tension and pulse with malevolent intent. The fog rolled in like a living thing, thick and unnatural, swallowing the world around them. Within minutes, Ray could barely see the knight riding just ahead of him. The fog didn't move like normal mist. It seemed to watch them, following their every step.
Where are we?
Ray whispered, his voice barely audible in the strange quiet. No one answered at first. The only sounds were hoofbeats on wet earth and the creak of leather saddles. Finally, Wilfred's voice cut through the silence.
Someone sent us a message, they claim, citing a shadow beast in these parts.
Ray's ears perked up.
This fog isn't right,
Bernardo muttered. His hand never left his axe handle.
It's too thick, too still.
Delbert tried to hide the worry beneath his dismissive tone.
It's probably just some scared villagers seeing things. Most of these reports turn out to be nothing, or a basic tier beast, that's all. Remember that demon last month? Just a mangy bear with an attitude.
Ray's attention shifted to Gary, who sat silently. Ray could see the terror in his pale face. The memory of their encounter with the wolf beast still haunted him. The idea of facing something worse clearly terrified him.
Don't worry,
Wilfred said, noticing Gary's fear.
You've got 3 of the kingdom's finest knights protecting you.
Ray activated his dragon eyes, hoping to pierce through the unnatural mist. The ability allowed him to see heat signatures and movement that normal eyes would miss. As he scanned the surroundings, a dreadful observation made his blood run cold. He noticed nothing, absolutely nothing. No animals, no insects, no life at all. The forest around them was completely dead. Ray was sure now about the looming danger, but he couldn't warn others. All he could do was keep watching for any approaching danger before it struck them. Not long after, Ray detected a presence. His shoulders tensed as he readied to retaliate. The shadow hurriedly approached them. The knights also noticed it and immediately drew their weapons. But when the figure raised both hands peacefully, the knights paused. A woman in her mid-20s was clad in forest green from head to toe, with a bow across her back and sharp, alert eyes. Her brown hair was damp from the fog, and dirt stained her boots. She quickly bowed respectfully in front of the 3 knights.
My name is Anne Woodlock, and I belong to the Goneless Guild. Are you here to help with the issue of the Shadow Beast?
Wilfred guided his horse forward, but kept his sword ready.
We are? How long has this fog been here?
2 weeks,
Anne replied, glancing nervously at the gray walls surrounding them.
Ever since it started, people have been disappearing. Merchants, travelers, adventurers, they go into the fog and never come out. We've lost 4 guild members already.
What? 4 experienced adventurers? Gone without a trace? This is getting worse than I thought.
The image of his father flashed before his eyes. Ray shuddered at the thought of his father falling victim to the plague, like these 4 unfortunate adventurers. Delbert frowned.
Strange, we just rode through the fog without any trouble.
Maybe it knows the difference between knights and ordinary folk,
Bernardo said grimly.
Maybe it's smart enough to be afraid of you. Or maybe it's waiting,
Ray thought, but didn't say aloud. Anne led them toward the nearest settlement, explaining that she'd been tracking the beast for days without success. Whatever was causing the disappearances left no tracks, no blood, no signs of struggle. People simply vanished.
We need your help desperately. This creature exceeds our guild's abilities. We've tried everything, tracking spells, night watches, even setting traps with bait, but nothing works against something you can't see,
Anne requested. After a moment of deliberation, Wilfred stroked his beard and addressed Anne.
We'll stay 1 night to evaluate the threat. That's all we can spare.
Just 1 night?
Anne's shoulders slumped.
These creatures have claimed 4 of our best already.
I'm sorry, Anne, but our mission cannot be delayed,
Wilfred replied firmly.
However, I'll post a special quest with a substantial bounty for the beast's slaying when we return to the capital.
Anne's eyes flickered with disappointment, yet she nodded in understanding.
A bounty is better than abandonment, I guess.
Don't misunderstand our intentions,
Wilfred added, his voice softening slightly.
We face urgent matters elsewhere that cannot wait.
I understand,
Anne conceded, squaring her shoulders.
Then we must make the most of tonight's investigation.
Anne guided them to an inn located at the edge of the town. As soon as Ray stepped inside, he froze in place. His mind was blown away by the sight before him. Dragons. Everywhere Ray looked, dragons stared back at him. Paintings covered the walls, showing great winged beasts soaring through ancient skies. Statues of dragons perched on shelves, their stone eyes seeming to follow him as he moved. Ornate dragon heads decorated the furniture, and tapestries depicted epic battles between dragons and knights.
Amazing, isn't it?
Anne said, noticing Ray's fascination.
The innkeeper is obsessed with dragons. Are they real?
Ray asked, though he already knew the answer better than anyone. Before Anne could respond, a voice boomed from behind the bar.
Of course they're real.
A stout man with graying hair and excited eyes emerged. He looked at Ray like he'd found a kindred spirit.
My great-great-grandfather was saved by one,
the man continued, approaching them with obvious enthusiasm.
a red dragon. Bigger than this whole building. Ever since then, my family has collected everything we can find about dragons.
Delbert snorted with disgust.
Fairy tales and children's stories, that's what these creatures are. The biggest thing anyone's ever actually seen is a wyvern, and even those are rare.
Ray couldn't resist.
So you don't believe in the red dragon, Sen? A myth, Delbert said firmly. A story to frighten children into behaving.
Ray smiled, remembering how real he'd once been. If only he could show Delbert the truth.
The boy appreciates dragons,
The innkeeper said, beaming.
Let me tell you the real story of Sen. Yes, most people think he was a monster who destroyed everything in his path, but I believe something different.
Ray leaned forward, genuinely curious about what humans thought they knew.
When dragons ruled the land,
The innkeeper continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
there were no shadow beasts, none at all. Now the dragons are gone, and these creatures plague our world. Don't you think that's strange?
The words struck Ray like lightning. The man spoke truth. No shadow beasts had existed in his time. Dragons had dominated the sky and earth as apex predators. Humans had only triumphed through overwhelming numbers and clever tactics. From whatever information Ray had gathered so far, it was clear that this plague was too organized, too effective. It was something Ray had not witnessed in his dragon life. Dragons had been immune to diseases and poisons. So, would they have been immune to whatever was creating the shadow beasts?
Maybe,
The innkeeper said, his eyes gleaming with conviction.
the dragons weren't our enemies at all. Maybe they were protecting us from something much worse.
The conversation was cut short by the knights as they paid for their rooms and hurried to settle in. That night, Ray lay in his small inn room, staring at the ceiling. Sleep wouldn't come to him. The innkeeper's words echoed in his mind, mixing with memories of his dragon life.
Could this all have been orchestrated? What if humans were merely pawns, manipulated into hunting dragons to extinction, leaving our world vulnerable? This shadow plague, it spreads too rapidly, infects too efficiently. It behaves like a calculated weapon, not some random natural calamity.
The more Ray learned about this shadow plague, the more intrigued he became. He thought about the fog outside, the way it seemed alive and watching. He thought about the missing adventurers and the complete absence of animal life in the forest. Most of all, he thought about timing, how the dragons had vanished just before this new threat appeared. Coincidence? Or something far more sinister? After resting for the night without any events, the group woke up early in the morning. Dawn broke gray and cold as they left the dragon-filled inn behind. Ray felt the weight of the innkeeper's words still pressing on his mind, but there was no time to dwell on theories about dragons and shadow beasts. They had a journey to complete. Anne stood at the inn's doorway, watching them prepare to leave. Disappointment was written clearly across her face. "Nothing happened," she said, almost to herself. "I was sure the beast would strike." Wilfred finished securing his pack to his horse and turned to her. "I kept my promise, Anne. I have posted the A-class quest at your guild hall. Someone will come for that bounty. Don't worry." Anne nodded, but Ray could see she didn't believe it would be enough. As they rode away, he caught her final words carried on the morning wind. "By then, how many more will be gone?" The fog had lifted to some extent during the night, revealing a world that looked almost normal again. Birds chirped in the trees, and small animals rustled through the underbrush. It was hard to believe the same place had been so lifeless and threatening just hours before. Ray found himself curious about what they might have encountered. He'd never seen a shadow beast, only heard the terrifying stories. Were they as monstrous as people claimed? Or were they just another type of magical creature, made worse by fear and imagination? The carriages rolled steadily along the dirt path, but something felt wrong. Ray couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Wilfred's voice cut through the morning air like a blade. "We're being followed!" Everyone immediately tensed. Delbert's hand moved to his sword hilt, and Bernardo shifted his grip on his massive axe. "What kind of creatures?" Delbert asked, scanning the tree lines. "Giraffe bears," Wilfred replied, his eyes never leaving the forest around them.
Can't tell how many yet, but they've been tracking us since we left the inn.
Ray's senses were instantly on alert. Drop bears were nightmare creatures, magical beasts that looked like oversized dogs but fought with the strength of full-grown bears. Their razor-sharp claws could slice through armor like cloth, and they always hunted in packs.
How long?
Bernardo asked, raising his axe in anticipation.
Since dawn, Wilfred said. They're patient hunters, waiting for the right moment to strike.
Gary's face went pale as his eyes darted around in nervousness.
What do we do now? We keep moving and stay alert, Wilfred answered, and we pray there's no drop bear king with them.
A memory resurfaced in Ray's mind. He remembered one of his father's lessons where he spoke about the creature hierarchy. A drop bear king was an advanced tier beast, far more dangerous than the intermediate level bears that usually traveled in packs. If one of those was leading the hunt, even 3 skilled knights might struggle.
Why didn't you tell us sooner?
Delbert demanded, his eyes searching the shadows between the trees. Wilfred glanced meaningfully at Ray and Gary.
Because I didn't want to cause panic. Fear makes people do stupid things.
But now that they knew, the tension was thick enough to cut. Every rustling leaf, every bird call, every shadow could be a threat. Ray activated his dragon eyes, hoping to spot their pursuers before they attacked. Ray activated his dragon eye power to scan the surroundings. At least 10 shapes were moving through the branches. The drop bears were using the dense foliage as cover, vanishing and reappearing like deadly phantoms.
Up ahead!
Bernardo called out, pointing with his axe.
That is the bridge to Rennytown.
Ray turned his head to see a simple stone bridge over a narrow stream.
They'll hit us there,
Delbert predicted grimly.
force us into a bottleneck where we can't maneuver.
As if responding to his words, the horses began to act strangely. They snorted and pranced, their ears flat against their heads. The carriage horses stopped completely, refusing to take another step toward the bridge.
Something's got them spooked,
Delbert shouted, fighting to control his mount. Ray focused his enhanced vision on the bridge ahead, and his heart nearly stopped. Hidden beneath the stone structure, partially concealed by the flowing water, crouched a massive shape.
Heavens! That's no ordinary drop bear. It's massive, twisted. It must be the drop bear king they mentioned.
This creature stood 8 feet tall, its muscles rippling with unnatural power. Before Ray could warn the others, chaos erupted. Drop bears exploded from the tree line like furry missiles, their claws extended and teeth bared in savage snarls. One launched itself directly at Ray, its foot-long claws aiming for his throat. Ray brought his sword up just in time, the impact sending shockwaves up his arms. The creature was incredibly strong, but Ray noticed something. It was slower than the wolf beasts he fought before. The drop bear pressed its attack, swiping with both sets of claws. Instead of blocking this time, Ray ducked low and rolled to the side. The beast's momentum carried it past him, and Ray's blade flashed upward, cutting the creature cleanly in half. Around him, the 3 knights moved like deadly dancers. Wilfred's great sword swept in wide arcs, each strike dropping a drop bear instantly. Delbert used his shield to bash one creature aside before his long sword found its heart. Bernardo's axe split another beast from head to tail in a single devastating blow. But Gary was in trouble. Ray's friend had managed to block a drop bear's initial attack, but the creature's claws had raked across his shoulder, leaving deep bleeding wounds. Gary's sword arm trembled as he tried to fend off the snarling beast. "Gary!" Ray started toward his friend, but another drop bear blocked his path. Gary surprised everyone, including himself. As the wounded beast lunged again, Gary trapped its claws with his blade, then struck out with his free hand. The punch connected with the creature's skull with a wet crack, sending it tumbling to the ground. Before it could recover, Gary drove his sword through its head. He stood there, panting, black blood covering his hands, looking shocked at his own strength. A terrified scream cut through the battle sounds. Ray spun toward the carriages. 2 drop bears had broken through their defenses and gotten inside one of the supply wagons. The workers inside were trapped, screaming as the creatures tore into them. Ray sprinted toward the carriages, but the 3 knights were faster. They moved swiftly as one unit, their weapons flashing in perfect coordination. In seconds, both drop bears lay dead, but it was too late for one of the workers. Silence fell over the battlefield like a heavy blanket. Bodies of drop bears littered the ground, their black blood soaking into the earth. Everyone began to relax, thinking the fight was over. But then Ray remembered the shadow beast lurking under the bridge just as everyone turned to look. Standing atop the stone structure was the most terrifying creature Ray had ever seen. Black foam dripped from its mouth, but its eyes were the worst part. They glowed with an intelligence that was definitely not animal. This thing was smart, and it was hungry. Now, only Ray noticed something more terrifying about the creature. Its fur was streaked with glowing purple veins that pulsed like a diseased heartbeat.
It's the same purple aura that Father has. Does this mean...
Bernardo completed Ray's unfinished thought with a whisper.
Oh, dear Lord, it's not only a drop air king, but a shadow beast.
Ray looked at Gary beside him and felt his stomach drop. His friend was shaking so badly that he could barely hold his sword. Then Ray glanced down at his own hands and saw something that shocked him. His blade was trembling too. This wasn't like fighting wolves in the Black Forest, or even the regular drop airs they'd just defeated. The creature standing on the bridge radiated power that made every instinct in Ray's body scream at him to run. His dragon memories told him he should be fearless, but his human body refused to listen. The shadow beast hadn't moved from its position atop the bridge. It just watched them with those glowing purple eyes, like a predator studying its prey. The three knights stood in formation, Wilfred with his massive greatsword, Delbert gripping his shield and sword, Bernardo hefting his battle axe. They looked ready for war, but Ray could see the tension in their shoulders.
Something is wrong. I can sense it. Why isn't the beast attacking?
The creature slowly raised one clawed hand and pointed directly at the knights before it spoke in a deep, harsh voice.
You'll never defeat the shadow,
It said, each word dripping with menace.
Soon we will consume this entire land.
Bernardo's axe nearly slipped from his grip.
The thing can talk!
Ray felt ice form in his veins. Magical beasts rarely spoke. Only the most intelligent creatures, such as dragons, ancient spirits, and some humanoid monsters had that ability. Drop airs were pack hunters, not philosophers. For this one to speak meant something else was controlling it, using it as a puppet. The shadow beast continued, its purple eyes gleaming with malice.
Your mission will fail. Your loved ones will die screaming.
Strangely, while the beast spoke to the knights, its gaze remained fixed on Ray. Those burning eyes seemed to look right through him, searching for something hidden deep inside.
Could it sense my true nature? Does it somehow know that I was once a dragon?
Without warning, the creature crouched low and launched itself into the air. It soared 15 feet up and disappeared into the forest canopy, moving so fast it seemed to vanish like smoke. Silence fell over the group. Everyone stood frozen, weapons still raised, waiting for another attack that never came.
Why did it leave?
Bernardo asked, his voice slightly shaky.
It could have killed us.
Delbert lowered his shield slowly.
Maybe it was testing us, trying to get inside our heads and make us afraid.
Or maybe it knew it would lose.
Gary suggested hopefully. Wilfred shook his head grimly.
I'm afraid not, Gary. If that had been a regular drop air king, we might have had a chance. But a shadow beast is something else entirely. Even if we'd won, some of us wouldn't have survived.
Gary swallowed hard, his face going pale. Bernardo moved closer to Wilfred and whispered urgently.
It knew about our mission. How is that possible? Could someone at the academy be feeding information to the enemy?
Wilfred's expression darkened, but he didn't answer. Delbert crossed his arms and glared at Ray.
They've been following us since we left that dragon-obsessed inn. The attack on those adventurers was probably bait to lure us here. This is all connected somehow.
His voice grew bitter.
I knew bringing the red-haired boy would bring us nothing but trouble.
Ray couldn't help but smirk.
I thought you didn't believe in myths and superstitions, Sir Delbert. Or do you only believe in them when you need someone to blame? That doesn't seem very knightly now, does it?
Delbert's face flushed red with anger. He took a step forward, his hand moving to his sword hilt.
Enough!
Wilfred's voice cut through the tension like a blade.
We don't have time for this.
He turned to Ray and Gary, noticing the black blood still splattered across Gary's uniform from their earlier fight.
You both did well back there, boys. Most people freeze up when faced with magical beasts for the first time, but you kept your heads and fought bravely. I'm proud of you.
Delbert snorted with disdain.
They were only basic tier drop airs. When I was their age, I could have handled twice as many without breaking a sweat.
Ray ignored the knight's boasting. Something else had caught his attention as a familiar notification appeared in his mind.
Basic tier crystal obtained. 1. Would you like to absorb? Yes.
No. Ray blinked in surprise. It had been weeks since he'd seen this message. Back in the Black Forest, he'd received 3 crystals from killing wolves. But then the notifications had stopped completely. No matter how many more beasts he'd slain, the system had gone silent. It seemed there were limits to how many crystals he could gain from each type of creature. The drop bears must count as a new category. For now, he selected no and stored the crystal. He still didn't understand his system completely, and he certainly wasn't going to reveal it to others. The last thing he needed was to become some kind of test subject for human experimentation. Before they could continue their journey, Wilfred gathered Ray and Gary aside. His expression was deadly serious.
What happened here today cannot be spoken of to anyone, he said firmly. You will not mention the shadow beast to your instructors, your fellow students, or even your families. You understand, boys? But why? Gary asked. Shouldn't people know there are shadow beasts this close to civilized areas? That's not your concern,
Wilfred replied sharply.
Swear to me that you'll keep this secret.
Ray and Gary exchanged glances, then nodded reluctantly. They placed their hands over their hearts and swore the oath of silence. Satisfied, Wilfred signaled for everyone to mount up. They needed to reach Rennietown before nightfall. The remainder of their journey passed without incident. The forest gradually gave way to farmland, then to roads busy with merchants and travelers. As the sun began to set, massive stone walls appeared on the horizon. Rennietown rose before them like a fortress, its walls stretching 20 feet into the sky. Guard towers dotted the perimeter, and Ray could see soldiers patrolling the battlements.
Why so much security?
Ray asked as they approached the gates.
This looks more like a military base than a town.
Wilfred guided his horse toward the main entrance.
Rennietown is the heart of night training for the entire kingdom. Without this place, there would be no future protectors for Allure. In many ways, it's more valuable than some of our major cities.
Ray frowned.
But I thought you said we were far from any borders. Then what are they guarding against? Shadow beasts do occasionally wander this far south,
Wilfred explained.
but they're not our main concern here. No? Then what is?
Gary asked. Wilfred's expression grew grim. His jaw ticked in suppressed anger.
The Dark Guild.
Gary's eyes lit up with recognition.
Oh, I've heard of them. They're rebels who want to overthrow the kingdom. Their leader used to be on the Avrian Academy Council before he was banished for treason.
Ray raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself.
How do you know all that?
Gary looked pleased with himself.
I read a lot of history books. My father says knowledge is just as important as sword skill. Why was their leader banished?
Ray pressed. Wilfred smiled mysteriously.
All in good time, young ones. You'll learn about the Dark Guild's history during your education. For now, just take a good look at those walls.
He gestured toward the imposing fortifications surrounding the town.
This is going to be your home for the next 8 years. Everything you need to become true knights lies within those gates.
Ray stared up at the towering walls and felt a mixture of excitement and dread. 8 years of training, 8 years of hiding his true nature while learning to fight the very creatures he might have once commanded. The guards at the gate recognized Wilfred immediately and waved them through. As they rode into Rennietown, Ray couldn't shake the feeling that his real challenges were just beginning. The iron gates of Rennie School clanged shut behind Ray, and with that sound, his freedom disappeared. 7 years old, red-haired, and already marked as different, he stood in the courtyard observing the place that would be his home for the next 10 years.
Right, Tylen?
Called Master Henrik, his assigned tutor and guard. The man was tall, stern-faced, with graying hair and eyes that missed nothing.
Your afternoon lessons begin now. Come on.
Ray followed silently, his small feet echoing in the marble hallways. Rennie School was impressive, with its polished floors, grand staircases, and crystal chandeliers that caught the afternoon light. The first significant event that affected Ray's plan of acquiring more beast crystals to enhance his powers came as soon as he stepped into the school. The Amber Alert had changed everything. When the 3 knights first brought him and Gary here, the entire kingdom had shifted into a state of war readiness, and thus, the Amber Alert was issued. Ray didn't fully understand the reason behind such tension, but he remembered the shadow beast they'd encountered on their journey. Perhaps it was this incident that instilled panic in the kingdom. Whatever it meant, the consequences were severe.
Students are not permitted beyond the town walls,
Master Henrik explained during one of their first lessons.
The curfew is 8 o'clock sharp. No exceptions. Understood?
Ray came up with many plans, and although he had to follow the curfew, He was hopeful and excited to try his other plans, but another blow woke him to reality when he realized that Master Henrik was not appointed only as his personal tutor, but also as a guard who watched him like a hawk, except when Ray used the washroom. And that annoyed Ray greatly.
Why do I need a personal guard?
Ray asked Gary during their first week, watching other students move freely around the campus. Gary shrugged, his blonde hair catching the sunlight streaming through their dorm window.
I don't know, but you're lucky, Ray. Master Henrik seems really smart. You can learn a few extra things from him if you manage to warm him up toward you.
Lucky wasn't the word Ray would have used, yet he had no other choice but to adjust to this new arrangement. After all, he was there in the school for a purpose. Days turned into months, and Ray began to notice the stares. Students would whisper when he passed, their conversations stopping abruptly if he came too close.
It's because of your hair,
said Marcus, a boy from his combat theory class. His voice wasn't mean, just matter of fact.
Red hair is unusual here, you know?
Unusual how?
Ray pressed. Marcus glanced around nervously.
My father says red hair is cursed, that it brings bad luck.
Ray's life was already miserable back at home because of the same superstitious belief of the villagers, and now he had to endure it again at school. Although Ray pretended indifference, this apprehension had begun affecting him slowly. He touched his hair, remembering his mother's gentle fingers running through it, calling it beautiful like autumn leaves.
How much I miss you, Mother. You and Father are the only humans who do not see me as a curse. I hope Father is clinging on to life there. I never thought I would say this, but I indeed miss you.
The isolation grew worse when other students learned about Ray's constant supervision. They began calling him the Watched One behind his back.
Why can't I train with the other students?
Ray asked Master Henrik one evening after another solitary lesson.
Your situation is unique,
Henrik replied carefully.
The kingdom has special plans for your education.
What kind of plans?
That's not for me to discuss.
Ray clenched his fists. Everything was always not for him to discuss or above his understanding. He felt like a specimen in a jar, observed but never truly seen.
Kingdom's plans don't matter much. I will find out more about them sooner or later, but little do they know about the plans I have for the entire race.
In such a situation, Ray had only one place where he felt welcomed and warm. Gary remained his only friend, who treated him the same as always. They shared a dorm room, and Gary would often stay up late, talking about home.
I miss my mother's cooking,
Gary would whisper in the darkness.
She makes this amazing bread that's still warm when I wake up.
Ray would listen silently, his chest tight with longing. He missed his mother's laugh, his father's strong hands, teaching him to hold a sword. Yes, the hatred his dragon soul harbored for humans hadn't ceased, but this separation from his family had made him realize that there were a few of them who had managed to carve a place for themselves in his bitter heart. As his second year at Rennie's school began, the harshness of the situation made him impatient.
It's been a year, and yet I feel no impressive advancement in finding the solution to this problem of shadow plague. Time is running fast. I don't know how my father is doing, since I have no visitors to inform me about his health. I can't just wait like this. I have to get out of here.
I want to leave,
Ray told Master Henrik during a particularly difficult day. He'd been reprimanded for asking too many questions in history class.
Where would you go?
Henrik asked, not looking up from his paperwork.
Home. I want to go home. I want to see my family.
Henrik's pen stopped moving. For a moment, something almost like sympathy flickered in his eyes.
Ray, you must understand.
Understand what? That I'm a prisoner who is being watched all the time? That everyone thinks I'm cursed?
Ray snapped.
You are not cursed,
Henrik said firmly.
You are important. More important than you realize.
Important for what? I'm just a kid with weird hair.
Henrik set down his pen and looked directly at Ray for the first time in months.
Your hair is not weird, Ray. It's significant. You will understand it one day.
I'm tired of being told I'll understand when I'm older.
Ray thought that at least this conversation would give him an answer to why he was being treated differently by the teachers, but it seemed Master Henrik was a tough nut to crack. When Ray reached the dormitory, he began shuffling through his belongings, with only one thought on his mind. He couldn't just sit and wait for the right opportunity to arrive. He had a system, and it demanded that he collect more beast crystals if he wanted to become more powerful.
Hey, what are you doing? I saw you storming out of Master Henrik's office. What happened?
Without looking up at Gary, Ray continued stuffing his belongings into a small bag.
I am leaving.
Gary's eyes widened as he stepped closer.
What do you mean by leaving? Isn't this what you wanted in the first place?
A chance to get into the Avrian Academy and become the bravest knight of the kingdom?
Yes, I did. I still want it, but I cannot remain caged between these walls, Gary. There's so much adventure out there. And the system...
Ray immediately held his tongue before he spilled more beans.
No, I cannot let Gary know about the system. Not yet, at least.
You know,
Gary said after a while.
maybe we're not just stuck here. Maybe we're being prepared for something bigger than we understand right now. Besides, you know that Master Henrik and other teachers are only trying to protect us. There's an Amber Alert in the kingdom, Ray. Please be patient, and everything will be all right. But Gary...
Okay, fine.
Gary interrupted his friend.
I know you are looking for more information on the Shadow Plague to cure your father. How about I will help you with it if you are just patient and focus on your education? At least I would be of some help to my and my sister's savior. How does it sound to you?
Ray considered Gary's words before he calmed himself, then smiled, nodding in understanding.
Deal. But first, we have to survive Master Henrik's combat training tomorrow.
The school, the knights, and even the Avrian Academy Council are hiding something. I am sure about it. And one day I will find out the reason for sure. But for now, Gary is right. I have to focus on my education. Father is waiting for me. I am his only hope for life. I have questions, and only this path of becoming a knight at Avrian Academy can lead me to their answers.
Hey, good morning, birthday boy. What's that special gift Master Henrik promised for your 15th birthday, Ray?
Ray slipped on his shoes before meeting Gary's curious eyes.
I don't know, but he said that I will love it. All right then. Now hurry up, or you'll be late for your session. And don't forget to share that gift with me if it is food.
Ray's 15th birthday arrived with little fanfare, but it marked a turning point he'd been eagerly awaiting for years. By the time Ray reached the private training hall, a space he had grown to know intimately over the past years, he found Master Henrik already present there.
Good morning, Master.
Ray greeted, bowing respectfully.
Good morning, Ray. It's finally your 15th birthday today.
The man with a long gray beard faced Ray.
Yes, and you promised me a special gift, so where is it?
Ray stretched his hands forward, unable to mask his excitement. Henrik's stern features softened into something rare, almost a smile.
I don't believe in material gifts, Ray. What I'll give you today will remain with you for life.
He paused.
Today, we begin your key training.
Key training? Ray straightened, his heart racing with anticipation. Over his years in the Rennie school, many things had caught Ray's attention, but one of them that intrigued him greatly was key training. He'd watched the older students practice key from afar, seen them move with impossible speed and strength, and he wondered when he would get a chance to learn that.
Thank you, Master. It is indeed the best birthday gift I could have gotten. I am ready. So, shall we begin? Yes, but before we start,
Henrik continued,
you must understand what key truly is. It's not magic, Ray. Magic draws power from external sources like the elements, beast crystals, and ancient artifacts. But key, it comes from within.
Henrik pointed his finger at Ray's chest.
From within?
Ray asked, touching his chest instinctively.
Every living being possesses life energy. Key is the art of cultivating and controlling that energy. Knights who cannot wield magic, like yourself, can still achieve incredible feats through key mastery.
Over the next several weeks, Ray learned the fundamentals of this new technique. Key cultivation began with meditation, feeling the flow of energy through his body like a warm current beneath his skin.
Focus on your breathing,
Henrik instructed during their first session.
Feel the energy pooling in your core, just below your heart.
Ray closed his eyes, trying to sense what Henrik described. At first, there was nothing. Then, gradually, he began to feel a gentle warmth spreading through his chest.
I can feel something,
Ray whispered, afraid to break his concentration.
Good, that's your key center. Now, try to direct that warmth to your right hand.
Ray concentrated, imagining the warm energy flowing down his arm. To his amazement, his hand began to tingle.
Excellent,
Henrik said, and Ray heard genuine approval in his voice.
You have natural talent for this.
As weeks turned to months, Ray's abilities grew rapidly. He learned to enhance his physical strength, making him capable of lifting weights that would challenge grown men. His speed increased until he could cross the training room in the blink of an eye. Most remarkably, his senses sharpened to an almost supernatural degree.
Key cultivation affects different people in different ways,
Henrik explained during one of their theory sessions.
Some excel at strength enhancement, others at speed. A rare few develop heightened senses or the ability to slow their aging.
Slow aging?
Ray's eyes widened.
You mean key users can live longer?
Yes, masters of Ki can live for centuries, their bodies preserved by the energy they cultivate. But this level of mastery takes decades to achieve, Ray.
Ray thought about this.
If I master Ki, I can have a chance at having a life spanning across centuries. Wouldn't it be amazing if I could get more time to exact my revenge against the humans who have wronged me?
However, the training must begin at the right age. Ki cultivation at a young age can prove to be risky.
Henrik added.
What kind of risks?
Henrik hesitated before answering.
Ki flows through pathways in your body, what we call meridians. If you force too much energy through underdeveloped meridians, you can damage your internal organs permanently. Some young cultivators have died from pushing too hard, too fast. Is that why we are not allowed to learn it until we turn 15?
Ray figured. Henrik could read the thoughts running through his mind.
Yes, and even now you should not push too hard. I am warning you, Ray, do not. And let me repeat, do not overexert yourself, especially without my supervision. Understand?
Despite the warnings from Master Henrik, Ray couldn't help but push himself. During private moments in his dorm room, he practiced channeling Ki while Gary slept. Together with the powers he had received from his system, he felt stronger every day, more aware of the world around him. Now, even without the system, Ray felt powerful enough to tackle more challenges. One evening, Ray retired early to his room. After washing his face, he decided to read some notes he had made during his lessons and sat under the window to get a better light. He was engrossed in reading when his enhanced senses picked up a conversation outside his window. Teachers were talking in hushed voices in the courtyard below.
His progress is unprecedented.
Master Claire, one of the faculty at Rennie School, was saying.
I've never seen a 15-year-old develop Ki abilities so quickly.
Ray's ears perked up, and he listened intently.
Should we tell him? Not yet. He's not ready for that knowledge.
Ray's heart pounded.
What kind of knowledge are they talking about? Is it about me or some other student?
The kingdom grows impatient.
Another voice said, Master Thompson from the history department.
The prof... Shh, Master Thompson. We shouldn't discuss such confidential matters in the open.
Master Claire reminded the old man. Ray felt cold despite the warm evening air.
What conspiracy are they all planning? For some reason I feel they were talking about me. But how am I connected to it? Is it why I am assigned a personal tutor and guard? What is going on here?
The conversation moved away, leaving Ray with more questions than answers. That night, he lay awake, thinking about everything he'd learned and everything he still didn't know. The next morning brought a new challenge for Ray. Henrik led him to a different training room, one Ray had never seen before. The walls were lined with weapons. Swords, spears, battle axes, and stranger implements he couldn't identify. Ray shook his head clear of yesterday's thoughts, zeroing his complete attention on the day's lesson.
Ki can be channeled through weapons,
Henrik explained, lifting a simple iron sword.
Watch carefully.
Henrik gripped the blade's handle and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the sword began to glow with a soft blue light, and the air around it shimmered with energy.
A Ki-enhanced weapon becomes sharper than any normal blade, more durable than the finest steel. In the hands of a master, even a wooden stick can cut through armor.
Ray was amazed. He excitedly reached for a training sword, feeling its weight. He closed his eyes and tried to channel his Ki into the metal. At first, nothing happened. Then, gradually, he felt his energy flow into the weapon. The sword grew warm in his hands, then began to emit a faint red glow, much dimmer than Henrik's demonstration, but unmistakably present.
Red,
Henrik murmured, and Ray heard something strange in his voice.
Of course it would be red. Is red bad?
Ray asked, concerned by Henrik's tone. Henrik shook his head.
Not bad, just significant.
Over the following months, Ray's training intensified. He learned to maintain his Ki enhancement for hours at a time, to channel it through different weapons, to sense the Ki of others around him. He was no longer just the strange boy with red hair. He was becoming something more, something powerful. And soon, he would finally leave Rennie School behind and begin the next phase of his journey toward attaining his revenge against the humans and find a cure to his father's illness. Ray stared at the ancient book in his hands, its yellowed pages telling a story that made his blood boil in rage. The words seemed to jump off the page. Red Dragon Sen, destroyer of cities, enemy of the divine being. But the more he read, the more questions arose in his mind.
This doesn't make sense.
He whispered to himself in the quiet corner of the library where he spent most of his free time these days. It was his final year at Rennie School, and Ray had become obsessed with unraveling another mystery that plagued his mind. Who killed the great dragon Sen? The red dragon Sen was mentioned in every history book, painted as a terrible monster that had nearly destroyed the kingdom before the divine being stopped him. Ray clenched his jaw in irritation.
This is nonsense. They did not know anything about me, about what I had lost then. They just assumed me a threat when I was actually protecting them. And all of this leads me to one name, the Divine Being. But who is this person? And why did they spread the misinformation about Sen?
Still reading about dragons?
Gary asked, sliding into the seat across from him. His friend looked tired. They all did after 8 years of constant supervision and rigid schedules.
I can't help it,
Ray admitted.
Something about this story doesn't add up.
Gary glanced around nervously.
You have been obsessed with it for quite some time now. You should be careful, Ray. Master Henrik was asking about what books you've been checking out.
Ray's jaw tightened. Even his reading was being watched.
Let him ask. I'm not doing anything wrong.
Maybe not. But you know how paranoid everyone gets about anything related to the Divine Being.
The Divine Being. Ray had learned so much about this mysterious figure over the years, during the history lessons, and from Master Henrik, yet he understood so little. According to every teacher, every book, every story, the Divine Being was their kingdom's greatest protector. After defeating the Red Dragon Sen in an epic battle, the Divine Being fell into an eternal sleep from exhaustion. But the strangest part was that this sleeping figure supposedly still ruled the kingdom. Commands would appear. No one knew how. The royal court would announce them as direct orders from the Divine Being, and everyone obeyed without question.
Gary,
Ray said quietly,
do you really believe the Divine Being is still alive, still giving orders after all these years?
Gary shifted uncomfortably.
I don't know. It's what we've always been taught.
But doesn't it seem odd? A being so powerful it could defeat a dragon but too weak to wake up? And how do these mysterious commands actually appear?
Shh. Ray, stop.
Gary's voice was sharp with worry.
You're talking about things that could get us both in trouble.
Ray looked at his friend's frightened expression and felt a surge of anger. This was exactly the problem. No one was allowed to ask questions. No one was permitted to think for themselves. The entire kingdom lived in fear of questioning their invisible ruler.
The kingdom's devotion bordered on religious fanaticism,
Ray had read in one of the older texts. That phrase stuck with him because it perfectly described what he saw around him every day. Teachers spoke of the Divine Being with trembling voices. Students were punished for expressing even mild doubts. And anyone who refused to follow the mysterious commands was branded a traitor and exiled. Ray had learned about the Dark Guild's formation from these exiles. According to the official story, one of the kingdom's elders had refused to obey a command from the Divine Being. Instead of accepting his punishment, he had fled and formed a group dedicated to destroying the kingdom.
You promised to find any information you can about the Divine Being. Remember?
Yes, and only because you are my only friend here, and a promise I made 9 years ago. Anyway, so I have found that the Divine Being rests in Roland Academy, where only the highest-ranking nobles and clergy are permitted to visit.
Could I go there? Could I get an audience?
Gary actually laughed, though there was no humor in it.
Ray, let me repeat myself, since you did not hear me clearly before. Only individuals of the highest rank are granted audiences with the Divine Being. We're talking about dukes, archbishops, the royal family themselves, not red-haired students from Rennie School.
Then I'll find another way.
Gary shook his head.
There is no other way. Roland Academy is the most heavily guarded location in the kingdom. The Divine Being's chamber is protected by layers of security that would make sneaking in impossible.
Ray slumped in his chair, frustration eating at him.
So I'm supposed to just accept never knowing the truth about who killed me in my past life? Impossible!
Sensing his friend's frustration, Gary suggested,
Ray, we have gone over this talk numerous times now. Sometimes I feel like you are hiding things from me, but that's okay. I won't force you spilling the beans, not until you are willing, and see me trustworthy enough. But for now, please, focus only on the next phase of our lives. The Avrian Academy, that's our future, okay?
Ray looked up hopefully.
Avrian Academy. Yes, it's not as heavily guarded as Roland's, and their library contains texts that we don't even have access to here. More importantly, students there have more freedom to explore and ask questions. Maybe I will find more answers there.
The next morning brought news that lifted Ray's spirits higher than they'd been in years. Master Thompson announced during breakfast that the Amber Alert was being officially lifted. After 8 long years, the kingdom no longer considered itself under threat.
This means many restrictions will be relaxed,
Thompson explained to the gathered students.
and it means your transfers to various academies will proceed as originally planned.
Ray felt like a caged bird finally seeing its door opened. Soon he would leave Rennie School and its constant surveillance behind. Soon he would have the freedom to seek real answers and, of course, beast stones. The day of departure arrived faster than Ray had expected. He packed his few belongings, mostly books he'd acquired over the years, and made his way to the front of the school where knights waited to escort them to Avrian Academy. Looking around at the gathered students, Ray noticed that when they'd first arrived, there had been nearly 100 children. Now only about 50 remained. Many had broken under the pressure of constant supervision and separation from their families.
At least we made it.
Gary said, appearing beside him with his own pack bags.
Barely.
Ray replied, but he was smiling.
Are you ready for this? Ready to finally have some freedom? Absolutely. Ready for the trials at Avrian Academy? That's another question entirely.
They chatted about what they would do at the Avrian Academy, but their conversation was interrupted by a familiar voice.
Hello there. It's been a long time, you two.
Ray stared at Wilfred, one of the knights who visited his town to conduct examinations and brought him and Gary to Rennie School. The knight looked exactly the same as he had 8 years ago. Not a single wrinkle, not a gray hair. It was impossible to tell his real age.
No greetings? I think you don't like seeing me here.
Wilfred teased when the boys took longer to reply. Ray shook his head with a smile, stepping toward the knight.
No, that's not the case. We were just a little surprised to see you. I've always liked you, Sir Wilfred.
Ray said honestly.
You remind me of my father.
There was something calming about Wilfred's presence. He had that quality that made people feel safe, like everything would be okay as long as he was around. Ray had noticed it even as a child. Thinking about his father made Ray's chest tighten. It had been so long since he'd seen him. Was he getting better from the infection of shadow plague? Was he worse? The not knowing was torture. As if reading his thoughts, Wilfred placed a gentle hand on Ray's shoulder.
Your father's condition hasn't gotten worse,
He said quietly.
Your mother is taking good care of him. I made sure to check with one of my knights before coming here.
Relief washed over Ray like cool water. A genuine smile spread across his face. The first real smile he'd had in months.
Thank you. That means everything to me.
Gary, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke up.
But how did you even recognize us? We've changed so much in the past 8 years. I mean, look at us. We're practically adults now.
The warm sound of Wilfred's laughter drew curious glances from other students.
How could I forget the blonde boy and the redhead who fought those drop airs? That's not something you see every day. I'm not that old yet.
Gary grinned and looked Wilfred up and down.
Speaking of age, exactly how old are you, Sir Wilfred? You look exactly the same as when we first met. Now that, my friend, is a secret.
Wilfred replied with a mysterious smile. All three of them burst into laughter, but it attracted attention from the surrounding crowd of students.
Isn't that Master Wilfred?
Whispered one student.
How are they so friendly with him?
Asked another.
He must be from really important families.
A third student murmured. The whispers grew louder. Ray could feel dozens of eyes on them. Wilfred, too, noticed the stares and stepped back slightly.
I should let you get ready for the journey,
He said.
We'll talk more later.
As Wilfred walked away, a new figure approached the group of students. This man looked only a few years older than Ray and Gary, but his muscled build and confident posture showed he was experienced. The Avrian Academy crest gleamed on his chest.
Future Avrian Academy students,
The man called out in a voice that commanded instant attention.
I am Squire Master Lancy. From this moment until we reach the Academy, you will follow my orders without question. The only exception is if a higher-ranking officer gives you different commands.
Ray studied the man carefully. Despite his youth, there was authority in every word he spoke.
Our journey to Avrian Academy will take 7 days.
Lancy continued.
During this time, you will represent not only yourselves, but also the Academy you're joining. Act accordingly.
Behind Lancy, 5 large carriages rolled into view. Each one could easily hold 10 students. Surrounding the carriages were knights on horseback. 6 in total, including Wilfred. Ray noticed that Lancy seemed to be second in command, with Wilfred clearly the leader of their escort.
Load up.
Lancy ordered.
We leave immediately.
As students began climbing into carriages, Ray felt his heart racing with excitement. Finally, after 10 long years, he was leaving Rennie School behind. But more than that, 7 days of travel meant 7 days of opportunities. Opportunities to hunt magical beasts. Ray still remembered the incredible feeling when he'd absorbed that drop air crystal years ago. The tingling sensation, the immediate surge of strength. It was like nothing else he'd ever experienced. Almost addictive. He currently had 42 points stored up from that single crystal, and he was eager to gain more. Hours passed as their convoy rolled through the countryside. The landscape gradually changed from the neat farmlands around Rennietown to wilder, more forested areas. When the sun began to set, Lancey called for them to make camp.
We'll stop here for the night,
He announced as they reached a clearing beside a thick forest.
This area is relatively safe and mostly has basic tier beasts, nothing too dangerous. We'll post guards throughout the night, so don't worry about your safety.
Each student received a sleeping bag and was assigned a tent partner. Naturally, Ray and Gary paired up.
I can't believe we're actually free.
Gary whispered as they set up their tent.
No more Master Henrik watching our every move.
Ray nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. The forest was right there, probably filled with magical beasts. And everyone would be asleep in a few hours.
Gary,
Ray said carefully.
if I told you I needed to do something important tonight, would you cover for me?
Gary's eyes narrowed.
What kind of something important?
Trust me on this. I can't explain everything, but I promise I'm not doing anything that would hurt anyone.
Gary stared at him for a long moment.
This is about those questions you've been asking, isn't it? About the divine being, red dragon, and shadow plague?
Ray didn't answer, but his expression was enough.
Fine,
Gary sighed.
but if you get us both expelled before we even reach the academy, I'm never forgiving you. Deal.
Ray waited until the middle of the night, when the camp had gone quiet, except for the soft sounds of sleeping students and the distant footsteps of guards on patrol. Ray immediately activated his Dragon Eye skill. The guards were currently patrolling the far side of camp. Perfect. Ray slipped out of his tent silently and made his way into the forest. His enhanced vision let him navigate easily between the trees while scanning for magical beasts. Soon enough, he spotted several basic-tier creatures moving through the underbrush.
Lucky.
He thought. This was exactly what he needed. Ray's first target was a fanged boar, a creature about the size of a regular pig, but with massive tusks that could easily punch through armor. Unlike wolves, these beasts relied more on strength than speed, making them dangerous but predictable opponents. Ray crouched behind a bush, studying the boar's movement patterns. When he was ready, he stepped into the open, making himself visible. The boar immediately spotted him, its small eyes fixed on Ray as it scraped its hooves against the ground, preparing to charge. Ray could see the intelligence there. This wasn't just an animal, but a magical beast with enhanced instincts. The boar rushed forward with surprising speed, its tusks aimed directly at Ray's chest. Ray waited until the last possible second, then leaped high into the air, using his ki-enhanced strength to land directly on the beast's back. Before the boar could react, Ray drove his sword down behind its head, finding the gap between skull and spine. The creature collapsed instantly. Ray waited, expecting to feel that familiar tingling sensation and see a system notification. Nothing happened. Frowning, he knelt beside the dead boar and used his sword to carefully cut it open. To his surprise, he found a small crystal lodged inside the creature's chest, glowing faintly with magical energy. Ray picked up the crystal and held it in his palm, trying to absorb it the way he had with the drop bear crystals years ago. But again, nothing happened. The crystal remained inert in his hand.
Interesting.
Ray murmured.
So I can only absorb crystals that the system gives me directly?
He pocketed the crystal and continued hunting. Ray moved deeper into the forest, always careful not to stray too far from camp. His enhanced vision made it easy to spot more fanged boars, and his ki-enhanced speed and strength made quick work of them. After killing his third boar, a familiar blue notification finally appeared in his vision.
Basic tier crystal obtained. 1. Would you like to absorb? Yes. No.
Ray smiled. So the system didn't give him a crystal for every beast he killed. It seemed to be more random than that. Instead of absorbing it immediately, he decided to test his theory further. Using his sword, Ray carefully cut open the boar he'd just killed, searching for a physical crystal like he'd found in the others. This time, he found nothing.
So when the system gives me a crystal reward, it doesn't leave a physical one in the beast.
Ray realized.
But beasts that don't trigger the system reward still have physical crystals I can't use.
It was a fascinating discovery that raised even more questions about how his powers worked. But before he could think about it further, a loud guttural snort echoed through the trees behind him. Ray immediately spun around, his heart suddenly pounding at the sight before him. Standing 20 feet away was another fanged boar, but this one was the size of a horse. Its tusks were as long as Ray's forearm, and its eyes glowed with a malevolent red light. The magical energy radiating from it was so intense that Ray could feel it pressing against his skin. Ray's shoulders tensed as he recognized the beast before him, an intermediate tier fanged boar. Ray's heart pounded as he stared at the massive boar in front of him. He should have expected this. Wherever there were basic tier magical beasts, there was always a chance of finding stronger ones nearby. It was a simple nature. Magical beasts hunted each other for their crystals, and when they consumed enough, they evolved to the next level. This intermediate tier fanged boar was proof of that process. It had probably been feeding on the smaller boars in this area for months, maybe years, growing stronger with each kill. Ray forced himself to stay perfectly still, not even daring to breathe too loudly. The boar's small eyes fixed on him, studying him like a predator sizing up its prey. Ray could feel sweat running down his back despite the cool night air. The waiting was torture. Then, with a sound like thunder, the boar charged. Ray threw himself to the side at the last possible second. The beast's massive body rushed past him, so close he could feel the heat radiating from its fur. The ground shook where its hooves struck, and Ray realized that if those tusks had connected, they would have torn him apart. But as Ray rolled back to his feet, he knew he was in trouble. He was fast for a human, especially with his ki enhancement, but not fast enough. If he kept dodging like this, eventually the boar would catch him. He needed to change his approach. Taking a deep breath, Ray shifted into his beast form. Ray gripped his sword in his teeth while he crouched low like a hunting cat, every muscle coiled and ready. The boar turned and charged again, but this time Ray didn't dodge sideways. Instead, he ran straight toward the massive beast, his enhanced speed making him almost a blur in the darkness. The boar opened its mouth, revealing teeth like daggers, but Ray was already moving. He leaped at the last second and landed on a nearby tree. Ray's strength had grown enormously since absorbing that drop-bear crystal years ago. His body was no longer that of an ordinary 15-year-old boy, though he was careful to hide his true abilities from everyone at school. The boar skidded to a stop below him and looked up with obvious frustration. It was intelligent enough to understand that Ray had outmaneuvered it, but it couldn't climb trees with its bulky body. Instead, the beast chose a different strategy. It backed up several steps, then charged straight at the tree Ray was clinging to. The impact was tremendous. The entire tree shook like it was caught in an earthquake, and Ray had to grip tighter to avoid being thrown off. Bark showered down as the trunk groaned under the assault. The boar backed up and rammed the tree again. This time, Ray felt the wood beginning to crack beneath his hold.
This thing is going to bring down the whole forest. It is stronger than I thought,
Ray muttered around his sword. The boar seemed to realize its strategy was working. It began systematically attacking tree after tree, forcing Ray to leap from one to another as they crashed down behind him. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the forest like cannon blast. Ray's enhanced stamina was impressive, but even he had limits. The constant jumping and dodging was exhausting him, and he could feel his movements getting slightly slower. If this continued much longer, he would make a mistake. Ray's eyes darted across the clearing, searching for anything that might give him an advantage. Then he spotted his opportunity. At the edge of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, easily twice as thick as any of the others. Its trunk was so wide that Ray doubted even this massive boar could knock it down quickly. Ray sprinted toward the oak, his fingers finding easy purchase in its deeply grooved bark. The boar followed eagerly, probably thinking it had cornered him.
The beast lowered its head and charged the oak with all its strength. The impact was so loud, it sounded like a boulder hitting stone. The tree swayed slightly but remained standing, its deep roots and massive trunk absorbing the blow. More importantly, the collision stunned the boar. It staggered backward, shaking its head as if trying to clear its vision. Ray saw his chance. He sprinted down the tree trunk head first, using gravity and his momentum to build speed. The boar was still dazed, trying to focus its eyes. Ray launched himself off the trunk when he was still 10 feet above the ground, his body spinning through the air like an arrow. Ray's world narrowed to a single line down the boar's body. His muscles burned as he channeled every ounce of his enhanced strength into the blade. With his sword clenched in his jaws, Ray sliced downward in one fluid motion, starting from the tip of the boar's snout and cutting all the way down its spine to its tail. It was a perfect strike, delivered with all his enhanced strength and speed behind it. Blood sprayed in a crimson arc as the massive beast collapsed, its body hitting the ground with a thud that Ray felt in his bones. Ray landed in a crouch and immediately straightened up, gasping for breath. The fight had been harder than he'd expected, but he'd managed to avoid any serious injuries. If he'd returned to camp with wounds, it would have raised too many questions about where he'd been. As he caught his breath, Ray thought about the battle. His beast form was incredible for speed and agility. It allowed him to move faster and jump higher than someone his size. But it sacrificed raw strength and defensive ability. Against the boar, he'd relied entirely on momentum and precision rather than brute force.
I need to find a way to combine both forms,
Ray realized.
If I could use the speed of my beast form with the strength of my human form, I'd be unstoppable.
It was something to work on in the future. Ray walked over to examine his defeated opponent. He waited a moment, hoping for the familiar blue notification that would tell him he'd gained a crystal reward, but nothing appeared. Disappointed, but not surprised, Ray used his sword to carefully cut open the boar's chest. Inside, he found a large crystal, much bigger than the ones from the basic tier beasts. It glowed with a deep purple light and felt warm to the touch. Even if he couldn't absorb it through his system, intermediate tier crystals were valuable. They could be used to forge powerful weapons and armor, or sold for enough money to live comfortably for months. Ray slipped the crystal into a pouch on his belt and decided he'd had enough excitement for one night. Using his enhanced vision, he carefully made his way back to camp, timing his approach to avoid the guard patrols. Gary was still snoring peacefully when Ray slipped back into their tent, completely unaware that his tent partner had just fought a magical beast the size of a horse. As Ray lay on his sleeping bag, his mind raced with questions and possibilities.
I currently have 42 points from my original crystal absorption. What will happen when I reach 100? My theory is that it will unlock the ability to absorb intermediate tier crystals, but how can I test it?
Then Ray remembered something he'd almost forgotten about: the black wolf cub from his system. In all his years of studying and training, he'd barely thought about the small creature. It had remained exactly the same size since he first acquired it, never growing or changing. But what if he started feeding it crystals? Would it evolve like the other magical beasts? Ray closed his eyes and concentrated, summoning an image of the cub in his mind. A slow grin spread across his face. Over the next few days of travel, he would hunt more beasts in secret. Any crystals he obtained would go to the wolf. If it reached 100 points and evolved, he'd have proof of his theory. But first, the little creature needed a name. As soon as he had the thought, blue text appeared in his vision.
Would you like to name the black wolf cub? Yes, no?
Ray selected yes, and another message appeared.
What would you like to name your pet?
The wolf's black fur reminded Ray of someone from his distant past, a dragon with scales as dark as midnight. Someone he had been close to in his previous life, though the memories were fuzzy. Somehow, he knew that old friend would approve of his choice. Ray concentrated on a single word.
Noir.
You have named your pet Noir?
Ray smiled in the darkness. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities, new challenges, and hopefully new answers about the mysterious powers he carried within him.
No. Stop. I can't lose. I have to fight. I must fight!
The morning sun painted the sky orange when Squire Master Lancy decided it was time to wake up. He grabbed 2 metal pots and crashed them together like cymbals. A loud clanging sound startled him, waking him from his dream.
I can never get rid of these memories. Not until the fire of vengeance burning inside me cools down.
Ray ran his hand over his face to shake off the remnants of sleep and the lingering unrest in his mind. He peeked out to see Squire Master Lancy still banging the metal pots against each other, while other knights and the students threw an annoying glare in his way. Gary was still fast asleep, snoring so loud that Ray couldn't take it anymore. He gave his friend a hard kick to the belly. Gary woke up with a grunt, rubbing his stomach and looking confused.
What's your problem, Ray? It hurts.
Time to pack up, Ray said, already rolling his blanket.
All right. Good morning to you, too.
Gary grumbled dryly. Everyone had to put away their camping stuff quickly. They folded the tents, cleaned up the fire pit, and loaded all their food and supplies back into the wooden carriages. In just 30 minutes, they were bumping along the dirt road again. Not long after the journey began, 2 boys started complaining about the long trip inside Ray's carriage.
Why doesn't Avrion Academy have a magic teleporter?
One boy whined.
We could get there in seconds instead of riding in this bumpy carriage for days.
His friend nodded.
Roland Academy has teleporters. If Avrion is supposed to be just as good as Roland, why can't they afford one too?
A girl sitting in the back corner of the carriage had been listening to their complaints. Her face got redder and redder until she couldn't stay quiet anymore. She stood up quickly, making the carriage rock a little.
Don't you 2 know anything about strategy? She snapped. Avrion Academy sits right at the edge of the war zone, where we fight the shadow plague creatures. What do you think would happen if our enemies attacked a school and won?
The 2 boys stared at her with blank faces. They clearly had no idea what she meant. She sighed and spoke more slowly, like she was talking to little children.
If the bad guys took over Avrion, they would control the teleporters. That means they could use magic and travel anywhere in our whole kingdom instantly. They could attack any city, any town, anywhere they wanted.
The girl sat back down, shaking her head and mumbling about how some people never think before they talk. Ray knew exactly who she was. Her name was Slivia Hart, and she was famous at their school, Rennie Academy. She had long silver hair that went all the way down to her waist, and her face was perfectly balanced and pretty. Most people would say she was beautiful, but Ray didn't know her because of her looks. Every few months, their old school would post test scores on a big board for everyone to see. Slivia's name was always at the very top. She was the smartest student anyone had ever seen, and thus everyone knew who she was. The carriages kept rolling along the bumpy road for several more hours. Ray's bottom was getting sore from sitting on the hard wooden bench. Finally, the carriage halted, and Ray raised his head hopefully.
We'll camp here tonight,
Called one of the knights. Ray looked out and saw they had stopped at an old broken castle. At least tonight they wouldn't have to sleep outside under the stars. All the students climbed out of their carriages and stretched their tired legs. They walked through the big front doors into what used to be the castle's dining room. The place was a complete mess. Chunks of stone lay scattered across the floor. Big holes had been blown through the walls, and parts of the ceiling were missing. You could see the darkening sky through the gaps.
What happened to this place?
Gary asked, looking around at all the damage. One of the knights who had been guarding their carriage answered him.
This castle got destroyed during one of our wars with the Gala Kingdom. We'd probably still be fighting them today if it wasn't for the Shadow Plague.
Gary looked confused.
What do you mean?
Before the knight could answer, Slivia spoke up again. She seemed to know everything about everything.
When all the kingdoms learned how dangerous the Shadow Plague really was, they decided to stop fighting each other,
she explained.
They signed peace treaties so they could work together against the shadow creatures. It's only temporary, but for now, we're all on the same side.
The students were tired from bouncing around in carriages all day. They were happy to be inside a building instead of camping in the dirt again. Everyone found spots on the floor to lay out their blankets and get ready to sleep. This time, the guards climbed up to the top of one of the castle towers. From up there, they could see much farther in all directions. If any dangerous creatures or enemies tried to sneak up on them during the night, the guards would spot them coming. Ray decided he didn't need to use his special dragon eyes tonight. The guards had everything covered. Instead, He had a different plan. He wanted to sneak out and go hunting for magical beasts in the nearby forest. He waited until the chatter stopped and snoring sounds filled the place. He then quietly got up and tiptoed toward a crack in the castle wall that was big enough to squeeze through. Just as he was about to slip outside, someone grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back.
Where do you think you're going this late at night?
Ray turned around and saw Slivia holding onto his arm with a tight grip. Her silver hair looked almost white in the moonlight.
I'm going hunting,
Ray said simply. He didn't see any point in lying to her. He might be a student at Avrian Academy now, but he still did whatever he wanted to do. Slivia's eyes got very wide.
Are you completely crazy? Maybe you can fight basic-level magical beasts, but what if you run into something stronger? What if you find an intermediate-level beast? The knights won't be there to save you if you get in trouble.
Ray smiled a little.
Don't worry about me. I've already killed several intermediate beasts before.
Before Slivia could argue with him more, Ray twisted his arm free from her grip and ran toward the dark forest as fast as he could. Once he got deep enough into the woods, Ray looked around carefully. He could tell from the claw marks on trees and the smell in the air that this was fanged boar territory. These were the same kind of creatures they had fought before. Ray called for his magical companion.
Come out, Noir.
A small black wolf cub appeared beside him. Noir looked exactly the same as always, still tiny and cute, but Ray knew the little wolf was much stronger than he looked. Ray was excited to be back in good hunting grounds. Fanged boars moved slowly, which made them perfect practice targets for Noir. The little wolf could run circles around them and attack safely. They walked quietly through the trees until they found a fanged boar by itself. The beast was huge, at least twice as big as Noir. But size didn't matter when you were fast and smart.
Attack!
Ray whispered to his companion. Noir shot forward like a black arrow. The boar tried to charge, but the wolf cub was too quick. Noir bit the boar's legs over and over, making it stumble and slow down even more. Finally, Noir jumped up and bit the boar's thick neck, ending the fight quickly. A system notification appeared in Ray's mind.
Basic tier crystal obtained. Would you like to absorb it? Yes? No?
Ray grinned widely. This was exactly what he had hoped would happen. Even though Noir did all the fighting, the system still gave Ray credit for the kill. This meant he could get stronger without putting himself in danger. Ray fed the magical crystal to Noir, and the wolf cub's strength went up by 8 points. Now, Noir was even faster and stronger than before. They spent the next few hours hunting more fanged boars. With each crystal Noir ate, the little wolf became more skilled at fighting. After a while, though, the boars stopped dropping crystals just like other creatures had done before. Noir's total strength had reached 32 points. Ray's experiment had worked perfectly. There was nothing more to learn here tonight, so it was time to head back to the castle before anyone noticed he was gone. After a great hunt through the night, Ray made sure to hide Noir before getting close to the castle where they were staying. Even though many magic users had pet monsters, knights couldn't control magical beasts like wizards could. If anyone saw Noir, they might ask difficult questions that Ray didn't want to answer. He snuck back through the same crack in the wall he had used to leave. Once inside, he found his sleeping spot and lay down quietly. He was surprised that Slivia hadn't told the guards about him leaving. But then again, most humans only cared about things that affected them personally. Since his night hunt didn't hurt her, she probably didn't see any reason to get him in trouble. The next morning came too soon. The horrible sound of metal pots crashing together filled the air again. Ray covered his ears and groaned.
Oh, heavens, why this torture? Squire Master Lancy really needs to find a better way to wake everyone up.
They packed their stuff and climbed back into the carriages for another long day of bumpy travel. But today was different. Ray kept feeling someone watching him, yet he ignored the weight of the stare and busied his mind, observing the surroundings through the window.
Hey, Ray,
Gary whispered, leaning closer to his friend.
Is it just me, or is Slivia staring at you a lot today?
Ray glanced over and saw the silver-haired girl quickly look away.
People always stare at me because of my red hair. It's nothing new.
He shrugged his shoulders, nonchalant.
Yeah, but you're not the only person with red hair in our group. There are 4 more, remember?
Gary pointed out. When Ray first came to Rennytown, there had been 4 other red-haired students who got special tutors and extra guards. Maybe the kingdom really believed in the old curse stories about red-haired people bringing bad luck. Maybe they wanted to keep an eye on all of them.
And I saw her watching you even when we were packing up our camping gear this morning.
That's weird, right? Gary added. Ray shrugged his shoulders again.
Maybe she's just curious.
But deep down, Ray suspected Slivia was watching him because she knew he had left camp the night before.
Or maybe... Hold your horses before they run in the wrong direction, Gary. Let's not discuss this anymore. But...
Ray shot a warning glare to his friend. Although Gary was buzzing with anticipation of finding the reason behind Slivia's stares, he knew better than pushing the wrong buttons when it came to Ray Talon. On the 3rd day of travel, things got much worse. As the sun started to set, they had to make camp in a swampy area. The ground was wet and muddy, and everything smelled terrible. The carriages stopped on a small hill that rose up from the swamp water.
This is disgusting,
complained one of the noble students, holding his nose.
Why can't we find somewhere cleaner to sleep?
The smell is making me sick,
whined another rich kid. However, the students who came from poor families and were used to hard work just stayed quiet. They had dealt with much worse conditions before. Ray, on the other hand, was actually happy about the swamp.
New places mean new types of magical creatures to hunt. I've already learned everything I can from fighting the fanged boars. It's now time to find stronger monsters.
When the moon came up and everyone else was asleep, Ray got ready to leave camp again. Just before he snuck out, he noticed Slivia watching him from across the camp. Her silver hair caught the moonlight, making her easy to spot in the darkness. Ray decided to ignore her. She hadn't said anything to the guards last time, so she probably wouldn't this time either. He squeezed through a gap between some rocks and made his way into the swamp. The water came up to his knees, and his boots made squishy sounds with every step. The air was thick and humid, making it hard to breathe.
Come out, Noir,
Ray whispered. The small black wolf appeared beside him, ready for another night of hunting. Together, they began searching for creatures to fight. Working as a team, Ray and Noir could collect magical crystals twice as fast as before. Ray would spot enemies with his special dragon eyes, and then both he and Noir would attack at the same time. The first creatures they found in that swamp area were called sharp worms. These monsters were as long as a grown person, but had no arms or legs. They looked like giant earthworms, except they had huge mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth. When they caught prey, they would swallow it whole and then grind it up inside their bodies. Even though sharp worms were dangerous, they moved very slowly. With Ray's speed and his dragon eyes helping him see in the dark, the worms didn't stand a chance. Noir would bite their sides, while Ray slashed them with his sword. Further into the murky depths of the swamp, Ray stumbled upon an enormous nest, constructed by creatures called Fally hornets. The massive structure was as big as a house, hanging from a dead tree. Its intricate patterns were visible even in the dim moonlight. Ray's heart quickened with excitement at this discovery. These rare creatures were known for their potent magical properties and fierce territorial instincts. He crouched behind a gnarled cypress tree, observing the nest. Ray could sense that there was an intermediate-level beast inside the nest, probably the queen hornet. Ray decided not to fight them. The problem wasn't that he couldn't beat the queen hornet. The real problem was that there were too many regular hornets protecting her. Even if he won against the queen, the swarm would overwhelm him with their numbers. The rest of the night was like finding treasure. The swamp was full of different magical creatures. Ray got so excited hunting and collecting crystals that he completely lost track of time.
Tonight's hunting spree was amazing. I found more hunts than I expected.
Ray smiled.
But now I have to return, as the dawn is only an hour away. I cannot stay here longer and risk anyone finding out about my disappearance.
Before heading back to camp, Ray decided to give all the crystals he had collected to Noir. He watched the numbers go up on his magical system. 36 points, 48 points, 69 points, 82 points, 94 points, and finally 100 points. Suddenly, a message appeared in Ray's mind.
Pet Noir has reached the maximum number of points. Would you like to evolve Noir into an intermediate beast, yes or no?
Even though Ray had been expecting something like this might happen, he was still shocked. Without hesitation, he chose yes. Another message appeared.
Please select the evolution type.
Ray's mouth dropped open in surprise.
Why did nobody at school ever teach that magical beasts could evolve in different ways? So, does Noir get to choose how to evolve naturally?
Or does the environment affect how a beast changes?
As a dragon, Ray had never needed to evolve. Dragons were born as the strongest creatures in the world. But now, he had to make a choice for his companion. Two options appeared in his mind.
Option A, horned wolf.
A wolf with a sharp black horn growing from its forehead, not very strong physically, but extremely fast and slightly resistant to fire, ice, and lightning attacks.
Option B, blackened wolf.
A massive wolf that can grow up to 26 feet tall. Its main strength is brutal physical power, especially its deadly claws. It can be used as a riding mount, but it is weak against elemental attacks. Option B looked similar to the giant wolf Ray and Gary had fought in the forest before, when Gary got trapped in the forest along with Amy and his two friends. The idea of having a mount was tempting. A wolf could run faster than any horse and could outrun even some higher-level beasts. But such a huge creature would be impossible to hide. Everyone would see it coming from miles away. On the other hand, option A seemed weaker, but it would be easier to keep secret. At Ray's current level, there weren't many creatures that used elemental attacks anyway. After thinking carefully, Ray chose option A. The moment he made his selection, Noir disappeared completely. Ray tried to summon the wolf again, but got an error message instead.
Noir is evolving. You will receive a message when evolution is complete.
There was no way to make the process go faster. All Ray could do was wait and see what happened. The sun was starting to rise above the swamp, painting the sky pink and orange. Soon, everyone would wake up and notice if he wasn't there. Ray ran back toward camp as fast as his legs could carry him.
I shouldn't have gotten so carried away. I should have kept track of time. Damn it.
Ray rushed through the swamp as fast as he could after spending the third night of his journey to the Avrian Academy hunting for beast crystals. The sun was starting to peek over the horizon, turning the dark sky light blue. He used his dragon eyes to see the safest path through the muddy water, jumping from rock to rock and log to log. He made it back to camp just in time, sliding into his sleeping spot right before the first rays of sunlight arrived. Ray had barely closed his eyes when the terrible sound started again.
Wake up, you lazy kids! Time to get moving!
Squire Master Lancy shouted, smashing his pots together like always. Ray's eyelids felt incredibly heavy. Dark circles had formed under his eyes from staying awake all night, hunting magical beasts. He felt like he could sleep for a whole week. Meanwhile, Gary sat up and stretched his arms above his head, looking perfectly rested.
Ah, that was a great night's sleep,
Gary said cheerfully. Ray wanted to throw something at his friend. How could Gary be so energetic when Ray felt like a zombie?
Whoa, what happened to you?
Gary asked when he saw Ray's bloodshot eyes.
You look terrible. Did you see a ghost or something?
I couldn't sleep last night, Ray mumbled, rubbing his face with his hands.
Bad dreams?
Something like that. They packed up their stuff and climbed back into the carriages. Today, they had to travel through the middle of the swamp instead of around it. The narrow dirt path was barely wide enough for the wooden carriages. Murky green water stretched out on both sides, filled with floating logs and strange plants. The bumpy road made Ray's head bounce up and down. Every pothole sent a jolt through his tired body. He tried to sleep, but it was impossible with all the bouncing and rattling. Finally, when they reached a smoother section of road after some time, Ray was relieved at the thought of getting some rest. Ray's eyes started to close as the carriage rocked gently back and forth. Just as he was about to fall asleep,
Prepare for battle! We are under attack!
Lancy's voice boomed across the convoy.
What? Attack?
Gary jumped up, grabbing his sword.
Everyone out of the carriages! Form a defensive circle!
Shouted one of the knights. Ray groaned. All he wanted was a nap, and now they had to fight monsters. The students scrambled out of their carriages and splashed into the swamp water. The muddy liquid came up to the tops of their boots, making it hard to move quickly. They formed a circle with their backs to the carriages, just like they had been taught. Ray looked around at his fellow students. Some were shaking with fear. They had probably never fought a real magical beast before. Others looked excited, eager to show off their skills in front of the knights and Master Wilfred. But Ray, he just felt tired. After hunting all night, staying awake was hard enough without having to fight more creatures. He activated his dragon eyes and scanned the swamp around them.
Basic level beasts, nothing dangerous.
Ray put his sword back in its sheath and leaned against the nearest carriage.
Hey, what are you doing?
A student yelled at him.
We need to stay in formation.
Relax, they're just basic level monsters. You all don't need my help.
Look at him.
One of the knights said with disgust.
Someone like that will only earn a red sash.
Maybe he's just scared.
Another knight added, shaking his head.
I'm not scared.
Ray muttered, but he was too tired to argue properly. The water around them started to move and ripple. Something was swimming underneath the surface, but the creatures stayed hidden. Suddenly, one of them burst out of the water like a rocket, flying straight at Gary's face.
Gary, watch out!
Lancy shouted. It was a sharp worm, the same type of creature Ray had fought the night before. Around 100 of them had surrounded the group. Ready to unleash the assault, Gary gripped his sword tightly and swung it in a perfect arc. The worm split in half with a wet slicing sound.
Nice hit!
Someone called out. Another worm launched itself at Gary, but he was ready. He stepped back and swung his sword sideways, cutting the creature cleanly in two.
Did you see that? He killed it in one hit. He hardly even moved.
Maybe Gary will become a white sash.
One of the knights said, sounding impressed. While Gary was having success, the other students were struggling badly. Many of them were too scared to attack properly. Instead of striking the worms, they just held up their swords to block.
No, don't just block. Attack them.
Lancy yelled, but the students were panicking. When they blocked instead of attacking, the sharp worms clamped their razor teeth onto their weapons. Some swords snapped in half. Others were yanked right out of the students' hands, leaving them defenseless.
Help! My sword is gone!
The girl screamed.
I can't get it off my blade!
Shouted a boy as a worm hung from his weapon. The knights had to jump in whenever a student was about to get hurt. They made sure no one got seriously injured, but they let the students do most of the fighting as a test. Master Wilfred stood in the center of the circle, watching everything carefully. He was judging how well each student performed. Among 50, only 3 students caught his attention right away. The first was Gary. He fought like he was born for battle, hitting the worms in exactly the right spots to kill them quickly. Even though he didn't have special eyes like Ray, Gary's natural fighting talent was obvious.
Gary's incredible,
whispered one student.
He makes it look so easy,
said another. The second student who impressed Wilfred was Slivia Hart. Unlike Gary, she fought very carefully and methodically. She watched how the worms moved and learned their patterns.
Come on, attack me,
Slivia said calmly to a worm that was circling her. When the creature lunged, she stepped aside at the last second and struck it down. She never took unnecessary risks, and she didn't have a single scratch on her. The third student was a big, muscular boy with long red hair. Ray recognized him from their old school but didn't know his name. This red-haired student fought completely differently from the other two. He used pure brute force, sometimes even grabbing the worms with his bare hands and tearing them apart.
Ian just ripped that thing in half,
A student gasped.
with his bare hands.
But what impressed Wilfred the most was how Ian looked out for the other students. When he saw someone in trouble, he would rush over to help them, even if it meant getting hurt himself.
Behind you.
Ian shouted to a struggling student, then threw himself between them and an attacking worm. The worm's teeth bit into Ian's arm, but he didn't even flinch. His skin seemed as tough as iron.
Are you okay?
The student asked.
I'm fine. Just focus on your technique.
Ian replied, brushing off the injury like it was nothing. Wilfred kept looking at these 3 fighters, then glancing over at Ray, who responded with nothing but another yawn. Wilfred shook his head in disappointment. Ray didn't care what anyone thought. He wasn't at Avrian Academy to impress people. He was there to get stronger and learn the secrets of the world. Other people's opinions didn't matter to him. After 30 minutes of fighting, all the sharp worms were dead. The students climbed back into the carriages, most of them with small cuts and bruises. Some of them shot angry looks at Ray as they passed by.
Didn't feel like helping us?
Gary asked as he sat down next to Ray.
I was too tired.
Ray said, stretching out on the wooden bench.
Besides, you had the knights there to protect you if anything went really wrong.
As the carriages started moving again, the other students couldn't stop talking about what they had just witnessed.
Did you see Gary? He was amazing. And Slivia was so strategic about everything.
Ian was like a human shield protecting everyone.
Someone started calling them the Big Three, and the nickname stuck immediately.
I bet all three of them will become White Sash Squires.
One student said excitedly.
Definitely. They're in a completely different league from the rest of us.
Gary turned bright red when he heard them talking about him. He wasn't used to being the center of attention, but Ray was confused by something he kept hearing.
Wait, what the hell is a White Sash Squire?
The students would not stop talking about the colored sashes after witnessing Gary, Slivia, and Ian's impressive skills during the swampland fight. Every conversation turned into endless guessing about who would get which color. Ray felt his patience wearing thin. He had no clue what they were babbling about, and their constant chatter was driving him insane. Their long journey had brought them to a completely different landscape. Gone were the dark swamps and thick forests. Now they traveled through wide-open fields covered in tall grass that swayed in the wind like waves on the ocean. They made camp that evening next to what looked like a wheat field, building their fire. As darkness fell, like always, everyone gathered around the flickering flames, and, like always, the conversation immediately turned to the Big Three, Gary, Slivia, and Ian, and what colored sashes they might earn. Ray was ready to scream from frustration when, thankfully, another student spoke up with the question that had been burning in Ray's mind.
Okay, I have to ask,
the student said, raising his hand.
What are these sashes everyone keeps talking about? I feel like I missed something important.
One of the knights escorting their group saw this as a teaching moment and stepped forward.
Good question,
the knight said, pulling something from under his armor.
The sashes show the rank of knights. You all know that squires are the lowest level of knights, right? But even squires have different ranks.
He held up a white cloth sash for everyone to see.
I'm a white sash squire, just like all the other knights protecting you on this trip. We're considered the top level of squires. Red sash squires are at the very bottom.
As he spoke, the knight's eyes drifted toward Ray. Several other students also turned to look at him, their faces showing a mix of emotions. Some still seemed angry about Ray not helping during the swamp battle. Now, Ray understood why they had been whispering that he would end up with a red sash.
But how do you decide who gets which rank?
Asked another curious student.
When you arrive at Avrian Academy, you'll take a test that measures your fighting ability and potential,
the knight explained. Excited murmurs rippled through the group. Everyone was eager to prove how strong they were. Gary leaned forward with interest.
What's the real difference between a red squire and a white squire, though? I mean, aren't they both knights?
The knight nodded slowly.
Yes, they're both knights, technically, but the treatment they get is like night and day. White squires receive personal training from experienced mentors, extra rewards, and special opportunities to advance. Red squires?
He shook his head sadly.
Red squires are considered hopeless cases. They get basic training with no personal guidance. Most other students ignore them or look down on them. The academy basically gives up on them.
Sometime later, the students headed to their tents for the night. Ray decided to skip hunting for the night and get some real sleep for once. His body was exhausted and needed time to recover from all the late-night adventures. The group then traveled for 3 more days, which passed uneventfully. As they got closer to the kingdom's center, magical beasts became much harder to find. This made hunting nearly impossible for Ray. By the time they reached their destination, his total strength points had only grown to 75. He hadn't reached his goal of 100 points, but he wasn't too disappointed. He would get there soon enough. Finally, after what felt like forever, they arrived at Avrian Academy. The students pressed their faces against the carriage windows, staring in complete amazement. Massive stone walls surrounded the entire city, reaching twice as high as the walls around Rennietown. The city itself was at least 3 times bigger than anywhere Ray had ever been. In the very center of the city stood an enormous palace that could be seen from miles away. A giant banner hung down the front of the building, showing the Avrian Academy symbol, a white background with 2 wings and a sword in the middle. The entrance gate was the most impressive thing Ray had ever seen. Thick iron bars, each as wide as 2 grown men standing together, blocked the way. It took 4 knights working together to turn a massive wheel that slowly lifted the gate. The opening was so huge that Ray's old dragon form could have flown through it easily. Even as a dragon, Ray wasn't sure he could have destroyed a fortress this strong. Humans had become much more powerful and organized in the 100 years since he had last walked the earth. As the gate slowly rose to let them enter, the students climbed out of their carriages. Knights wearing red sashes took charge of their luggage and supplies. Master Wilfred said goodbye to the group, explaining that he had important meetings to attend.
Good luck on your assessment test,
Wilfred told them before walking away quickly. That left Squire Master Lancy to give them a tour of the incredible city. Ray couldn't believe what he was seeing. Unlike the small villages he knew, which used torches and fires for light, this entire city glowed with magical crystals. Every building looked perfect, as if it had been built yesterday. It felt like stepping into a completely different world. The difference between his poor hometown and this magnificent city was shocking.
How much farther until we reach Avrian Academy?
One student asked, looking around at all the buildings. Lancy grinned at the question.
We're already here. This entire city is Avrian Academy. Every single person you see is a knight. There are no ordinary citizens living here.
Ray looked around with new eyes. Now that Lancy mentioned it, he realized he hadn't seen a single child anywhere in the city.
Of course, not everyone here is a student like you,
Lancy continued as they walked.
After you graduate, you must serve as a knight for 2 years. It's mandatory. After that, you're free to go wherever you want, but most people choose to stay because being a knight comes with excellent benefits and rewards.
They continued walking as Lancy pointed out important locations, the weapons storage building, the massive library, and other places they would need to know about. Ray made mental notes of everything, especially the library. He was desperate to learn more about his past and the mysterious shadow plague. As the tour went on, Lancy led them into a quieter part of the city. The atmosphere suddenly became much more serious and heavy. Students began whispering nervously to each other as they realized where they were going. They had entered a vast cemetery. Thousands and thousands of gravestones stretched out in every direction, creating a sea of stone markers that seemed to go on forever. Lancy walked silently through the field of graves until they reached the center, where 5 enormous statues stood like silent guardians.
I brought you here today for an important reason,
Lancy said, his voice now completely serious.
I want you to remember that we are at war. War isn't glorious or exciting like in the stories. War is brutal and terrible. People die. Lives get devastated. You lose friends and family. And we fight to protect those who are still alive.
He gestured toward the 5 massive statues.
These statues honor the founders of Avrian Academy. They are known as the legendary Dragon Knights.
Ray's blood turned cold as an unsettling feeling birthed in his heart.
Dragon Knights? What exactly does that mean?
Lancy waved off the question.
During your time here, you'll learn all about the history of our kingdom and this academy. There's no need to rush. Now, come along.
The other students obediently followed Lancy, but Ray stayed behind, staring up at the statues with growing unease. Something was terribly wrong with these statues. The carved figures showed knights wearing armor and carrying weapons that looked like they were made from dragon parts. One knight held a sword that looked exactly like a dragon's tail. Another had a shield decorated with what appeared to be dragon teeth and scales. At first, Ray tried to tell himself it was just artistic decoration, but deep in his heart, he knew better. The idea that his own kind, dragons, had been killed and turned into weapons made his blood boil with rage. As he continued staring at the statues, a strange feeling crept over him. Something felt very, very wrong with this place. Ray activated his dragon eyes, letting the special vision show him what normal sight couldn't see. What he saw made his breath catch in his throat. Deep beneath one of the statues, far underground in what must be a hidden tomb, he could see the unmistakable signs of life. A warm, pulsing presence glowed red and yellow in his enhanced vision. Something was alive down there. Something was trapped beneath the statue of the Dragon Knights. But what? Ray's legs felt like jelly. They had been walking around the massive academy for what seemed like forever, and even his usually strong legs were starting to protest. Looking around at the other students, he could see they were all feeling the same way. Everyone was dragging their feet, and more than one person was secretly rubbing their sore calves. Are we done yet? Asked Marcus, one of the students from their group. His voice sounded like a tired child asking if they were there yet on a long ride. Lancey turned around with the biggest grin Ray had ever seen. The knight was clearly having way too much fun with this. Done? Oh no, we're nowhere near done. You could spend years here and still not see everything Avrian Academy has to offer. A collective groan rose from the group. So, where exactly are we going next? Another student asked, probably hoping the answer would be somewhere they could sit down. Your dorms, Lancey announced. It was like someone had just told them they'd won the lottery. Suddenly, everyone's tiredness disappeared. The thought of finally seeing where they'd be living for the next few years increased everyone's pace. Even Ray found himself walking a little faster. When they turned the corner and saw their destination, every single person stopped dead in their tracks. Holy, Gary whispered, his jaw hanging open. The building in front of them wasn't just big, it was enormous. It was the same grand palace they had seen from outside the academy walls, but up close, it was even more impressive. The palace's spires pierced the clouds, and its marble facade was decorated with battle scenes and mystical symbols. The stained glass windows were even larger than Ray's entire house. They glowed with inner light, creating a play of colors. Lancey walked up to the massive entrance doors and turned to face them. His playful expression suddenly became serious, like a teacher who was about to give an important announcement. Listen up, he said, his voice carrying easily across the group. We're meeting in the dining hall at exactly 2 p.m., not 2:01, not 2:05, 2 sharp. After lunch, we're heading to the training grounds through the north exit behind this building. That's when your assessment begins, so you better be ready. One of the students looked around nervously. Where is everyone? This place seems kind of empty. It was true. Compared to the busy city they had just toured, the school grounds were surprisingly quiet. The only people Ray could see were 2 guards wearing white sashes standing by the gate, and they looked pretty bored. Ray had expected some kind of big welcome party or ceremony, but apparently that wasn't happening. The elders are having some important meeting today, Lancey explained. Most of the knights are out on missions. The other new students are already training for the assessment. Wait, other students? The group exchanged confused looks. Lancey let out a laugh. Oh, did you seriously think you were the only ones eager to be knights? Avrian Academy recruits from tons of different towns. Rennie Town is just one small piece of the puzzle. If we only brought in 50 new knights each year, we would have been defeated by our enemies ages ago. The students started talking among themselves, processing this new information. Ray wasn't sure if this made him feel better or worse about his chances. Seeing that people were getting distracted, Lancey started walking toward the entrance. When they reached the huge doors, he waved at the 2 white-sashed guards. The men looked like they were about to lift weights as they struggled to pull open the massive gates. Let me give you some small advice, Lancey said as they passed by. You want an easy life? Become a guard. Simple job, safe from danger, and all you have to do is open doors all day. The guards didn't look amused and instantly looked away. Ignoring them, Lancey led the group through the large doors. Inside the palace, Ray's eyes went wide. The place was even more incredible than the outside. The walls were covered with amazing paintings of famous knights fighting dragons and other mythical creatures. There were weapons displayed everywhere. Some of them were so huge that Ray couldn't imagine how anyone could actually use them in a real fight. They walked through hallway after hallway until they came to a door that was definitely different from the others. This one was bright red and stood at least 10 feet tall. 2 knights in sleek black armor stood guard in front of it. Their armor looked expensive and dangerous. Lancey pointed at the door with a serious expression. See that red door? Red means danger around here. Nothing good has ever come from that color in these lands, so stay away from it. As he spoke, his eyes seemed to focus on Ray specifically, although there were 4 more red-haired students present. Ray felt his hands clench into fists. Part of him wanted to challenge Lancey right then and there. He was pretty confident he could take the guy in a fight, but those 2 black-armored knights were a different story. He had no idea how strong they were, and starting a fight here would probably just get him kicked out before he even had a chance to prove himself.
What's behind the door?
Asked one of the braver students.
That's Avrian's prison, Lancy said matter-of-factly. It holds the most dangerous criminals in the entire kingdom. Trust me, you don't want to get curious and peek inside. As Lancy spoke, Ray noticed a chill emanating from the door, like winter breath. While other students stepped back instinctively, Ray remained rooted to his place, wondering about what lay beyond those red doors. Slivia frowned.
Isn't it kind of risky to keep dangerous criminals right here on campus with students?
Avrian Academy is the most heavily guarded place in the entire land. We have the strongest knights stationed here. Where else would be safer to keep them? If you think our security isn't good enough, feel free to try breaking in someday. See how far you get. Lancy smirked boastfully. Slivia looked like she wanted to say something back, but she bit her tongue instead. They continued walking until they finally reached a door labeled Student Accommodation New. Your names are on your room doors, Lancy announced. No room changes. No matter how much you complain or how much you hate your roommates. This is the army, not a hotel. Deal with it. Your uniforms are waiting on your beds. Good luck, and I'll see you at the training field. And with that, he was gone. The students entered the accommodation building. It was split into 6 different sections, with each area for students from different towns. All the kids from Rennie Town were housed in the same area. Ray and Gary walked down the hallway, checking door after door for their names. When they finally found their room, they got quite a surprise. There were 8 names on the door.
Looks like we're bunking with 6 other people,
Gary said, scratching his head. What was even more surprising was that they recognized 2 of the names. They pushed open the door to find a pretty basic room with 4 bunk beds. It wasn't fancy, but it had everything they needed. 2 students were already inside, unpacking their stuff. One was Ian, the big redhead who had helped them fight the sharp worms. The other was a short guy dressed completely in black, with long hair covering his eyes. He acted like Ray and Gary were invisible. Gary, being Gary, immediately went over to introduce himself to their new roommates, while Ray just started unpacking his things.
No way! This is impossible! How could they do this to me?
Everyone in the room turned to stare at Slivia, who had dropped all her bags and was standing in the doorway looking absolutely horrified. Her face was bright red.
I have to share a room with boys?
She shrieked. The entire room went dead silent. Gary, completely missing the obvious tension, stepped forward with his biggest, friendliest smile.
Hi there. My name's Gary. I'm really looking forward to...
One of Slivia's bags hit him square in the face, cutting off his introduction mid-sentence.
Shut up! I am not staying in here!
She yelled, spinning around and storming out of the room. Gary stood there, rubbing his nose, looking completely confused.
Ouch! Was it something I said?
Ray couldn't help but smirk. This was going to be interesting. About 10 minutes later, Slivia came back. But instead of looking angry, she looked completely defeated. Her shoulders were slumped, and she had the expression of someone who had just been told that Christmas was canceled. It seemed like Lancy hadn't been lying about the no room change policy after all. She walked over to one of the bottom bunks, threw her bags down with more force than necessary, and muttered,
If any of you so much as breathe too loudly while I'm trying to sleep, I will make your lives miserable.
And that's how Ray learned that living at Avrian Academy was going to be even more complicated than he had thought. The students finished shoving their belongings into the small lockers and started changing into their new uniforms. The Academy's standard outfit was a black and gray jumpsuit that looked pretty basic, but it felt surprisingly comfortable. It was light and stretchy, perfect for moving around without feeling like you were wearing a potato sack. Ray had learned that everyone had to use the same standard equipment, weapons, armor, the works. You could bring your own personal stuff, but you could only use it on actual missions or special tasks. The Academy wanted to make sure nobody had an unfair advantage just because their parents could afford better gear.
Okay, everyone out!
Slivia announced dramatically, waving her arms around like she was shooing away chickens.
I need privacy to change, and I mean it!
The boys shuffled out of the room like they were being kicked out of a store. Ray stood in the hallway, looking at the names written on their door again.
Wait a minute,
he said, counting on his fingers.
There are only 5 of us here.
Gary nodded, scratching his head.
Yeah, we're missing 2 people. I know one of the names from town, but who the heck is Martha?
Just then, a tall, skinny kid with messy black hair walked up to them. He had a wooden staff strapped to his back, which made him look like some kind of wizard from a fairy tale.
Hey guys,
Why are you all just standing around in the hallway like lost puppies? The newcomer asked with a casual wave.
You must be Dan, right?
Gary said, his eyes lighting up with recognition. That's me. Looks like we're going to be roommates. So, seriously, why are we all hanging out in the hallway? Let's go inside already. Ray could practically see the gears turning in Gary's head. His friend got this particular look on his face whenever he was about to do something mischievous, the same look he'd had right before he put salt in the teacher's coffee back in Rennie's school. Gary grinned and leaned closer to Ray, whispering,
This is going to be hilarious.
Then he turned to Dan with the most serious expression he could manage.
Oh, man, Dan, we've got a huge problem in there,
Gary said, shaking his head gravely.
There's this massive cockroach. I'm talking absolutely enormous, and we're all too scared to go in and deal with it. You wouldn't mind taking care of it for us, would you? You know, since you're going to be a knight and all.
Dan puffed out his chest like a rooster showing off. Are you kidding me? A future knight afraid of some bug? That's ridiculous. Watch and learn, people. He strutted toward the door with all the confidence in the world, like he was about to slay a dragon instead of dealing with a cockroach that probably didn't even exist. The boys waited outside, trying hard not to laugh. Ray had to bite his lip to keep from smiling. About 30 seconds later, they heard Slivia scream, Get out! Get out! Right now! Dan came flying out of the room backward, sporting a fresh black eye and what looked like several new lumps on his head. His hair was all messed up, and he had a dazed expression like he'd just been hit by a truck. Gary, Ray, Ian, and even the quiet kid in black all burst out laughing. Gary was laughing so hard he had to lean against the wall to keep from falling over. What? What just happened? Dan asked weakly, touching his black eye gingerly.
Let's just say the cockroach was bigger and scarier than we thought,
Gary managed to say between fits of laughter. A few minutes later, Slivia opened the door, now fully dressed in her uniform.
You can come in now,
she said, though her face was still red with embarrassment.
Slivia,
Ray said carefully.
Dan didn't know you were changing. Gary kind of played a prank.
Slivia's eyes narrowed as she looked at Gary, who was still grinning like an idiot.
Gary, you are absolutely terrible. Poor Dan.
But even she seemed to be fighting back a smile. Dan rubbed his head and muttered, Next time, just tell me there's a girl changing. Would have saved me a black eye. Once everyone was back in the room, they decided to properly introduce themselves. It felt weird knowing they'd be living together for who knows how long without really knowing each other. Gary went first, of course.
I'm Gary, as most of you know. I like pranks, food, and making friends. My dream is to become the best knight ever, even though I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing most of the time, but I want to do it anyway for my family.
Everyone laughed at his honesty. Ian, the big redhead, spoke up next.
I'm Ian. I like working out and fighting. Not much else to say, really.
He flexed his muscles a little, which made Gary whistle in admiration. The quiet kid in black finally looked up from his bed, his pale face half hidden behind a curtain of dark hair.
I'm Monk,
he said in a voice barely above a whisper.
I don't talk much.
Then he went back to staring at his hands.
Well, that was brief,
Dan said with a chuckle.
I'm Dan Riverside. I've been studying magic and combat for years. I'm hoping to become a master knight someday.
He gestured to his wooden staff.
This belonged to my grandfather. He was a pretty famous mage back in his day.
Ray went next.
I'm Ray Talon. I've been training to be a knight since I was little. It's basically all I've ever wanted to do. And yes, I do have red hair, even darker than Ian's.
Finally, all eyes turned to Slivia. She sat up straighter, like she was giving a presentation to the whole class.
I'm Slivia Hart,
she said proudly.
I come from a family of knights and scholars. I've studied everything there is to know about knight training, academy history, and combat theory. I fully intend to receive a white sash and become one of the academy's top students.
Speaking of sashes,
Dan said,
what are you all hoping to get? I'm aiming for at least a blue sash, maybe white if I'm lucky.
Gary raised his hand like he was in school.
Okay, I have to ask, what are all these different sashes everyone keeps talking about?
Everyone looked around at each other with blank expressions. Then they all turned to Slivia. She sighed dramatically, like she was dealing with a bunch of kids.
You guys seriously didn't study any of this before coming here? Fine, I'll explain.
She stood up and started pacing around the room like a teacher.
First of all, the sashes aren't exactly a power ranking system. They're more about potential and what kind of training you'll get.
If you receive a red sash, it means the academy doesn't see much potential in you, at least not right away. You'll be put in basic training with no extra classes, which gives you free time to figure out what you're good at on your own.
Well, that doesn't sound so bad.
Gary said thoughtfully.
More free time means more time for fun, right?
Dan shook his head vigorously.
Are you crazy? Red sashes get treated terribly. The other students pick on them because everyone knows they can't fight back effectively. Trust me, you don't want a red sash.
Thanks for the pep talk,
Gary said sarcastically. Slivia continued.
On the complete opposite end, we have the white sash. That means you have incredible potential, and you'll get personal lessons from the Master Knights themselves. It's basically the best thing you can get.
What about the ones in between?
Ian asked, genuinely curious.
After red, which marks the lowest tier, yellow follows as the intermediate rank, then blue for advanced students, with white crowning the standard hierarchy. These 4 colors represent the traditional squire progression,
Sylvia explained. Gary opened his mouth to comment, but Slivia continued, not allowing him to utter a single word.
However, 2 exceptional categories exist outside this structure. Green sashes designate those with extraordinary archery talents, and
She lowered her voice slightly, her expression becoming more guarded.
as for black sashes, people usually avoid discussing them. Whenever the topic arises, instructors change the subject, and even the academy records have minimal information about them. The only thing I know for sure about them is that they are rare, rarer than the white sashes.
Monk finally looked up again.
So is black better than white?
Sylvia paused, looking thoughtful.
I honestly don't think so. If I had to guess, I'd say black is more like green. It's specialized for something specific rather than being a general ranking, but I have no idea what that something is.
Gary grinned mischievously.
Well, I never thought I'd live to see the day when Slivia Hart didn't know something. This is historic.
Slivia's face turned red again, and she raised her fist toward Gary's face.
Oh, you think you're funny, don't you?
Just as her fist was about to connect with Gary's nose, the door suddenly swung open. Lancey stood in the doorway, looking all business.
Students, you have exactly 5 minutes to get ready. We're meeting in the dining hall for lunch and a quick briefing. After that, we head straight to the training fields to begin your assessment.
Before anyone could ask questions, he was already walking away to deliver the same message to the other rooms. The mood in the room instantly changed. Gary practically jumped 3 feet in the air with excitement, grabbing Ray by the shoulders.
This is it. We're finally going to become knights. Hey, want to make a pact? Let's both aim for white sashes.
Ray didn't say anything, but he let Gary bounce around with enthusiasm. Looking around the room, he could see that everyone was reacting differently. Some, like Gary, were buzzing with excitement. Others seemed calm and collected, like this was just another day. But a few students looked genuinely nervous, like their entire future depended on what happened in the next few hours. And honestly, Ray thought to himself, maybe it does. With everyone ready to go, the group left their room together, heading toward whatever challenges awaited them at the training grounds. Ray walked into the dining hall with Gary right beside him, and their whole group from the dorm trailing behind. The second they stepped through the doors, everyone just stopped and stared.
Holy cow.
Gary whispered, his mouth hanging open.
This place is huge.
The dining hall was absolutely massive. It looked like it could fit every single person at the academy and still have room left over. The ceiling stretched up so high that Ray had to crane his neck just to see it properly. I feel like an ant in here, Dan muttered, adjusting his wooden staff nervously. The hall was split into 6 different sections, just like their dorms. Each section had a big colorful flag hanging above it with a school name written on it. Ray spotted theirs pretty quickly.
There!
Slivia pointed toward a flag that read Rennietown in bold letters.
That's us!
They walked over to their section, and Ray was surprised to see that the tables were organized really specifically. Each table had little name cards on it, showing exactly where everyone was supposed to sit.
Well, at least we don't have to figure out where to sit.
Gary said cheerfully, finding his spot and plopping down immediately. A knight in shiny armor had guided them to their seats, then disappeared just as quickly. Now they were sitting in this enormous hall, and it was weirdly quiet. Ray could hear his own heartbeat. Is anyone else nervous? Dan asked, fidgeting with his staff.
Terrified,
Monk said quietly. It was probably the most emotion Ray had heard from him yet.
I'm excited.
Gary announced, way too loudly. A few students from other tables turned to look at them. That's when Ray noticed something uncomfortable happening. As the other schools started filing into the dining hall, students kept staring at their table. More specifically,
They were staring at the 5 redheads sitting in the section of Rennie's school.
Look at all of them.
A voice whispered from a nearby table.
5 redheads in one school? That's weird.
Another student said, not even trying to keep quiet.
I'm glad they're not from our town. Redheads always bring bad luck.
Someone else added. Ray watched Ian's face change. His friend was trying to look down at his plate, but Ray could see how much the comments were hurting him. Ian's hands were clenched into fists on the table.
Hey,
Ray said, putting his hand on Ian's back.
don't listen to those idiots. If anyone messes with you, I'll beat them up so badly they'll wish they were never born.
Instead of looking grateful, Ian looked even more worried.
Thanks, Ray, but maybe don't threaten people on our first day.
Gary shook his head and sighed.
Ray, you really need to work on your pep talks.
What?
I was being supportive.
Ray protested.
Threatening violence isn't exactly supportive.
Slivia said, rolling her eyes. Before Ray could argue back, the big doors at the front of the hall opened up. Staff members in perfectly white uniforms came streaming in, pushing carts full of food. They moved like they'd done this 1,000 times before, quickly placing plates in front of each student. Ray looked down at his plate and grinned. The food looked amazing. Roasted chicken, fresh bread, vegetables that actually looked tasty, and some kind of dessert that smelled incredible. Most of the other students were just picking at their food nervously, taking tiny bites and glancing around anxiously.
How can you guys eat like that when we have an assessment coming up?
Slivia asked in disbelief, watching Ray and Gary demolish their meals. Gary paused mid-bite, a piece of chicken hanging out of his mouth.
It's free food,
He said, though it was hard to understand him.
And it's really good free food.
Ray added, already working on his second helping of bread.
But aren't you nervous?
Dan asked. Ray shrugged.
Being hungry won't help me fight better. Might as well eat while I can.
That's actually pretty smart.
Ian said, finally taking a real bite of his food. After everyone finished eating, the staff came back and cleared away all the dishes super quickly. Now they were just sitting there, waiting. The silence in the huge hall was kind of creepy. Suddenly, the doors at the front opened again, but this time, 3 different people walked in. Ray recognized them immediately.
It's them,
Gary exclaimed.
the 3 knights from our town.
Wilfred, Bernardo, and Delbert walked onto the stage at the front of the hall. They looked even more impressive here than they had back in Rennietown. The whole room started buzzing with excited whispers.
Those are master knights.
Someone said from across the hall.
I heard Delbert once fought off a whole army by himself.
Another student whispered.
I want to be just like them someday.
A girl's voice said dreamily. Wilfred stepped forward and raised his hand for silence. The room went quiet immediately.
Welcome, new students of Avrian Academy.
His voice carried easily across the entire hall.
Today, you will take the Squire Assessment. This test has been used to rank new knights since our academy was first built.
Ray leaned forward in his seat, listening carefully.
There will be 5 different trials.
Wilfred continued.
The Gem of Strength, the Hell of Fire, the Silent Knight, the Eye of Accuracy, and the Will of Truth. Each trial will be watched over by a Master Knight like myself and my companions here.
Gary grabbed Ray's arm excitedly.
5 trials. This is going to be awesome. Shh.
Slivia hissed.
Don't be discouraged by whatever rank you receive today.
Wilfred said, his voice becoming more encouraging.
Remember, even a red sash squire can one day stand where we are now. Each of you has already proven you have potential by passing the trial in your hometown. I wish you all the best of luck.
The room exploded into cheers. Students were clapping, shouting, and pumping their fists in the air. Ray felt the excitement spreading through him, too.
We can do this.
Gary yelled over the noise.
Bring it on!
Dan shouted, waving his staff in the air. Even Monk looked pumped up, which was saying something. The Master Knights quickly got everyone to calm down. Once the room was quiet again, Wilfred walked over to a door at the side of the stage. When he opened it, he bowed really deeply to whoever was coming in. 6 old people walked into the hall, and each one had a knight in black armor walking right beside them. The old people looked like they were probably in their 60s, but there was something about them that made Ray's skin crawl.
Who are they?
Gary whispered. Ray activated his dragon eyes without thinking about it, just to get a better look. What he saw made his blood run cold. Bright white light was radiating from all 6 of them, the same kind of light he remembered from his past life, right before the witch had defeated him when he was still a dragon. For the first time in a long time, Ray felt a chill running down his spine.
Ray?
Gary asked, noticing his friend had gone pale.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Ray managed to say, though his voice sounded shaky even to himself. The 6 old people, elders apparently, took their seats in fancy chairs on the stage. Their black armored guards stood perfectly still behind them, just like statues. Delbert stepped forward again.
Students, allow me to introduce the 6 elders of Avrion Academy.
He went on with the introductions for several minutes, listing all their amazing accomplishments. Ray tried to listen, but he kept getting distracted by that peculiar white light around them.
They sound incredible,
Sylvia whispered, looking impressed.
Yeah, incredible,
Ray repeated, though he wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Finally, Delbert finished his introductions. The elders remained still in their seats without uttering a word or even offering a smile or a nod of acknowledgement. But their sharp eyes were studying every face present before them.
All right, everyone.
Bernardo announced.
It's time to head to the training grounds. We'll call you by groups.
Ray's heart started beating faster. This was it. Time to show the world what he was really made of. The walk to the training grounds felt like it took forever. The tunnel they had to go through seemed to stretch on for miles, and with every step, Ray could feel the nervousness building in everyone's chest as he noticed trembling hands and shallow breaths around him. Gary was walking beside him, but even his usually cheerful friend had gone quiet.
This is really happening.
Dan whispered from behind them.
I can't believe we're actually here.
My stomach feels like it's doing backflips,
Slivia admitted, which was surprising since she usually acted so confident. Finally, they reached the end of the tunnel and stepped out into the most incredible training area Ray had ever seen. It was magnificent, like a giant stadium. The field was packed with all sorts of training equipment, wooden practice dummies, archery targets, obstacle courses, and things Ray couldn't even identify. But what really caught his attention were the stands surrounding the entire field. They were filled with knights who had come to watch the new students. Hundreds of them, all staring down at Ray and his classmates.
So many people are watching,
Monk said quietly, and for once he looked genuinely scared.
Don't think about them.
Gary said, trying to sound brave.
Just focus on doing your best.
At the far end of the field, Ray could see the 6 elders sitting at a long table, with their black armored guards standing behind them like statues. The sight of them still made his skin crawl. The training field was split into 5 different sections, each one run by a different master knight. Ray recognized Wilfred, Bernardo, and Delbert, but the other 2 were strangers. All 300 students huddled together near the entrance, and Ray could feel the tension in the air. Everyone was whispering nervously, shifting from foot to foot, and glancing around at their competition. A worker came over with some kind of strange machine that had a glowing crystal in it. After pressing a few buttons, a hologram appeared above it, showing a bird's-eye view of the entire training field. The same machine was set up in front of the elders' table.
Attention, students.
A loud voice announced.
The first test is the Gem of Strength. You will be called to the stage one by one.
Lancy stepped onto the first stage, standing next to what looked like a massive black boulder. The thing was almost as big as he was.
Your task is simple,
Lancy called out.
Push this boulder from one side of the stage to the other. If you can't move it on your own, you can use these magic gauntlets.
He pointed to a pair of thick gloves sitting on a small table.
You get 2 tries, once without the gauntlets, and once with them if you need to.
To demonstrate, Lancy put his shoulder against the boulder and pushed with all his strength. Sweat started dripping down his face immediately, and Ray could see the muscles in his neck bulging with effort. Finally, after what felt like forever, the boulder started to roll across the stage. The students clapped politely, but Ray could see the worry in everyone's faces. If Lancy, who was already a knight, struggled that much, how were they supposed to do it?
Now then,
Lancy said, catching his breath and looking out over the crowd of students.
Who wants to go first?
His eyes scanned the group before landing directly on Ray. A nasty smile spread across his face.
You there. What's your name?
Ray felt everyone's eyes turn to him. He kept his voice steady.
Ray.
Lancy's smile turned into a sneer.
How rude. You should show proper respect to those who outrank you, boy.
I only respect people who deserve it.
Ray replied without thinking. The words came out before he could stop them. Around him, he heard several students gasp. Gary grabbed his arm.
Ray, what are you doing?
He whispered urgently. Lancey's face turned red with anger.
Using my authority as the administrator of this test, I am refusing Squire Ray the right to participate. Let this be a lesson to all of you. Always respect your superiors.
Ray clenched his fists, feeling anger burn in his chest. Part of him wanted to march up there and show Lancey exactly what he thought of his authority, but he forced himself to stay calm. Getting kicked out on the first day wouldn't help anyone. This might work in my favor, Ray thought. Being barred from the test aligned perfectly with his strategy.
Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. With a red sash ranking, I'll gain the freedom to train independently. Had I participated in all these tests, I might have performed too well and drawn unwanted eyes. Sometimes staying in the shadow serves one better than standing in the light.
After what happened with Ray, the other students became overly polite when talking to Lancey.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
They would say, bowing deeply. Ray rolled his eyes at how fake they all sounded, but he couldn't blame them for being scared. He watched as student after student struggled with the boulder. Most of them couldn't move it at all without the magic gauntlets, and even with the gloves, they barely managed to push it a few inches. Gary went up and managed to push the boulder all the way across, but he collapsed afterward, completely exhausted.
Good job, Gary.
Ray called out, and his friend gave him a weak thumbs up from where he was lying on the ground. Dan did a little better, probably because he was used to carrying that heavy staff around all the time. Slivia surprised everyone by pushing the boulder about halfway before she needed the gauntlets to finish. But the real shock was Ian. When his turn came, he didn't just push the boulder. He picked the whole thing up and carried it across the stage like it weighed nothing. The entire crowd erupted in cheers and applause.
Wow,
Gary said, having recovered enough to stand up.
Ian's incredibly strong.
Monk, on the other hand, could barely budge the boulder, even with the magic gauntlets helping him. He looked completely defeated when he walked off the stage. After the strength test was over, they moved to the second stage, where Wilfred was standing next to a figure in a dark robe. The person's face was completely hidden by a hood, which made Ray feel uneasy.
The second test is called the Hell of Fire,
Wilfred announced.
This will test your mental strength and willpower. The mage beside me is from Roland Academy, one of our partner schools. Some monsters can cast powerful illusions to confuse their enemies. To see your potential at tackling such a situation, this mage will cast a spell that makes you feel like you're being burned alive. Every minute you survive in the real world equals 1 hour in the illusion. We'll judge your results based on how long you can endure it.
The crowd went completely silent. Ray could feel the fear radiating from the students around him.
Burned alive?
Someone whispered behind him.
That sounds horrible.
Another student said. This time, students were called up based on their scores from the first test. Since Ray had been banned from participating, his score was 0, which meant he would go last. One by one, his roommates took the test. Most students lasted only a few seconds before they started screaming and had to be pulled out of the illusion. The really good ones managed about a minute. Slivia, however, was the star performer, surprising everyone again with her endurance. She lasted a full 5 minutes, which was longer than almost anyone else. When she came off the stage, she was pale and shaking, but she held her head high.
That was the worst thing I've ever experienced,
She told them quietly.
It really felt like I was on fire.
Finally, it was Ray's turn. He walked up to the stage, planning to last about 20 seconds. Not too good, not too bad. Just average enough to avoid attention. The hooded mage stepped forward and raised his hands over Ray's head. Ray could hear him chanting something in a language he didn't recognize. Suddenly, Ray's vision went black. When it cleared, he wasn't standing on the stage anymore. His breath caught in his throat, and his heart nearly stopped as he stared at a massive red dragon. The dragon was enormous, with scales that gleamed like blood and eyes that burned like fire. But the worst part was that Ray recognized it immediately. It was him, his former self, from when he had been the legendary Red Dragon Sen. The vision lasted only a second before everything went black again. When Ray opened his eyes, he was back on the stage, but something was very wrong. The mage had collapsed to the ground and was shaking violently, like he was having some kind of seizure.
He's cursed!
The mage screamed, his voice full of terror.
He's cursed by the Red Dragon Sen!
The entire training ground went dead silent. Ray could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. Wilfred quickly gestured to some nearby knights.
Get him out of here,
He ordered, and they rushed forward to carry the trembling mage away. Then, the whispers started.
I knew something was wrong with him,
Only bad things happen around redheads.
but the other redheads were fine. It was just him.
Does this mean he failed the test?
Ray walked off the stage in a daze, completely confused about what had just happened. He found Gary in the crowd.
What just happened up there?
Ray asked desperately. Gary shook his head, looking just as confused as Ray felt.
I don't know, Ray. The mage put his hands over your head, started the spell, and then, after like 1 second, he was on the ground, freaking out and screaming about curses.
Ray's mind was racing. The only thing he could think of was that somehow the mage had seen the same vision Ray had, the image of his past self as the red dragon Sen. But how was that possible? And what did it mean for his future at the academy? After the strange incident with the mage, the whole assessment came to a complete stop while Wilfred went over to talk with the elders about what had just happened. All around Ray, students were whispering and pointing. This was exactly what he had been trying to avoid. Instead of staying under the radar, he had somehow become the most talked about person in the entire group.
You know what, Ray?
Gary said, throwing his arm around Ray's shoulders with a big grin.
You just can't help but steal my thunder, can you?
This is definitely not what I was going for.
Ray muttered, rubbing his forehead.
First, you get in trouble with Lancy. Now this crazy thing with the mage.
Gary continued.
You really can't help yourself, can you?
Ray didn't know whether to laugh or be annoyed. Gary was trying to make him feel better, but it wasn't really working. After what seemed an eternity, Wilfred returned from his meeting with the elders. Standing center stage, he raised his voice for all to hear.
Students, after discussing the situation with the elders, we've decided that the mage suffered from mana sickness. The student, who was being tested when this happened, will still receive a score based on how long he lasted under the illusion. However, since the test was interrupted, his score will be adjusted downward. Sometimes luck plays a role in these things, and that's just part of life.
Ray felt a mix of relief and frustration. At least they weren't calling him cursed anymore, but getting a lower score wasn't exactly great news either. The students around him started talking again.
So did he get a score, just not a good one?
That red hair really is unlucky. Maybe the curse thing is real after all.
Looks like he's destined for a red sash.
Ray tried to ignore the comments as the group started moving toward the next test area, but he had to ask Gary something that was bothering him.
Hey, Gary, what exactly is this mana sickness?
Ray asked. Gary shrugged.
I have no idea, but I know someone who probably does.
He started jumping up and down, waving his arms over the crowd.
Slivia, over here, we need you.
Slivia pushed through the crowd to reach them, looking slightly irritated.
Why is it that every single time you guys don't know something, you come running to me?
She asked, putting her hands on her hips. Gary looked a little embarrassed.
Well, we don't really know anybody else here. Ray and I kind of kept to ourselves back in Rennytown, but I do know that you were always the smartest kid in our class.
Ray knew there was more to the story than that. The truth was, Gary had plenty of chances to make friends back home. Kids would invite him to parties or hangouts all the time, but Gary would always ask if Ray could come too. When they said no, Gary would turn them down. Eventually, people stopped asking, which left both of them as outsiders.
Fine,
Slivia sighed.
Ask what you want to know.
We're intrigued by this mana sickness. What is it about?
I guess you wouldn't know this anyway, since it's more about magic.
Slivia spoke.
Mana sickness happens when a mage uses up all their magical energy. If they try to keep using magic after they're empty, the mana bounces back inside their body and makes them really sick.
Oh, well, now it makes a lot of sense. Why the convenient excuse they've concocted about the mage. He just performed illusion spells on nearly 300 students in succession. Anyone would believe he simply depleted his magical energy, and that episode had happened a few minutes ago.
While Ray was busy with his thoughts, Slivia suddenly turned to Gary and pointed her finger right at his chest.
Just so you know, I'm not going to lose to you.
Before Gary could even respond, she spun around and marched off toward the next test area.
Looks like somebody's got themselves a rival.
Ray said with a smirk. Gary chuckled.
Actually, I only have one real rival.
Ray raised an eyebrow.
Oh yeah? Who's that?
Gary looked at him with a serious expression.
You.
They arrived at the third test area, which was surprisingly empty compared to the others. There was just one person standing on the platform.
a master knight dressed completely in black. He wore light armor and had 4 daggers hanging from his belt. A black scarf covered the bottom half of his face, so only his sharp, intense eyes were visible.
This test is called the Silent Night,
he announced in a voice that somehow seemed quiet, even though everyone could hear it perfectly.
I want you to watch me very carefully. I will only demonstrate this once. Your job is to copy my movements exactly.
The knight started moving, and Ray's jaw dropped. Even though the platform was completely flat, the knight's footwork was almost impossible to follow. He seemed to glide from one spot to another like he was floating. His movements were so smooth and fluid that it looked more like dancing than walking. All the students watched in stunned silence. Most of them could barely keep track of where he was going, let alone figure out how to copy it. One by one, students tried to mimic what the knight had done, but nobody even came close to getting it right. Gary tried his best, moving around the platform with determination, but he looked clumsy compared to the knight. Slivia gave it a good shot too, but even she couldn't figure out the secret. Ray stepped up for his turn and tried to control his body the way the knight had, but it felt impossible. His movements felt heavy and awkward, no matter how hard he tried. By the end of the test, the knight looked disappointed with almost everyone, but 2 students caught his attention. One of them was Monk. Even though the introvert guy had struggled with the other tests, it looked like he had finally found something he was good at. His movements weren't perfect, but they were way better than anyone else's. The 4th test area was much easier to understand. In front of them was a small fake village with archery targets scattered everywhere. Some targets were on rooftops, others were hidden in windows, behind piles of debris, or attached to moving platforms. A female knight stepped forward to explain the test. She was tall and graceful, with long silver hair that caught the light beautifully. Some of the male students started cheering and whistling when they saw her. She immediately grabbed an arrow from her quiver, pulled back her bowstring, and shot it so close to one boy's cheek that it cut a few strands of his hair. The cheering stopped instantly.
This test is called the Eye of Accuracy,
she said calmly, like she hadn't just nearly shot someone.
Your goal is to hit as many targets as possible, as quickly as possible. The closer your shot gets to the center of each target, the more points you'll earn. You'll need to decide what's more important, speed or accuracy.
Ray felt excited about this test. With his Dragon Eyes ability, he would be able to spot all the hidden targets easily. Sure, he had never used a bow before in his life, but how hard could it be? The test began, and as expected, Ian performed really well, thanks to his incredible eyesight and steady hands. Slivia and Gary both did pretty good too, hitting most of their targets, even if they didn't always hit the center. But they were all completely outmatched by one student, Martha Woodlock. Something about her name sounded familiar to Ray, and when he looked at her, she seemed familiar too. She was dressed in all green and had long brown hair. Ray felt like he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Martha moved through the test like a professional archer. She hit target after target with perfect accuracy and incredible speed. It was like watching a master at work. Finally, it was Ray's turn. He walked up to the table and picked up a bow. It felt heavier than he had expected, but not too bad. He stepped onto the platform and stood on the big X marked on the floor. Before the Master Knight could even tell him to start, Ray activated his Dragon Eyes and scanned the entire fake village. Within seconds, he had spotted every single target, including the ones that were really well hidden. He mapped out the perfect order to hit them all for maximum points.
Go!
The knight shouted. Ray reached back and grabbed an arrow from the quiver. He placed it against the bowstring and pulled back with all his strength, aiming at the first target. A sharp cracking sound echoed across the entire test area. Ray looked down in complete shock. The bowstring had broken in half, and his arrow had fallen to the ground with a sad little thump. He turned to look at the Master Knight, not sure what he was supposed to do now. She looked at him with what might have been sympathy, though it was hard to tell.
Sometimes luck is part of the test too,
she said simply. Ray stepped off the platform, having hit exactly 0 targets. He walked back to where Gary was waiting, feeling completely defeated.
Well,
Gary said, trying to sound cheerful,
at least you're consistent. You're definitely going to get that red sash you wanted.
Ray wasn't sure if that made him feel better or worse. Gary was trying his best to lift his friend's spirit, although he too was concerned and as confused as Ray about every mishap happening with Ray during the competition. But he was not the only one pondering over this topic with great interest. Slivia couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened with Ray. She had really expected him to do well on these tests. There was something about him that seemed special, maybe even powerful. After all, anyone who could go out and hunt magical beasts every day had to be pretty skilled, right? Unless he was lying about it, but Ray didn't seem like the type of person who would make stuff up. And he had even claimed he fought an intermediate-level beast before. The more she thought about it, the more curious she became. She decided to find Gary and ask him some questions.
Hey, Gary,
She called out, walking over to where he was standing.
how strong would you say Ray actually is?
Dan, Ian, and Monk had been hanging out together, and when they saw Slivia approaching Gary, they followed along, curious to hear what she was going to ask.
Ray? Oh, he's really strong.
Gary answered immediately, without even having to think about it. Dan, who had been listening, burst out laughing.
Ray? Are you serious? Did you see how he did on all the tests? I know he's your friend and everything, but you need to look with your eyes, not your heart, Gary.
Slivia turned and gave Dan such a sharp, angry look that he immediately shut up. He remembered how she had reacted back in the dorm room and didn't want to get on her bad side again.
That's exactly why I wanted to ask you, Gary.
Slivia continued, ignoring Dan's comment.
I really thought Ray would do well today, but clearly he didn't. So what makes you think he's so strong?
Gary scratched his head, looking like he was trying to figure out how to explain something complicated.
It's kind of hard to put into words. I haven't actually fought him in a really long time.
Okay, let me ask this differently to make it easier.
Slivia said.
If you and Ray had to fight right now, who do you think would win?
Gary thought about it for a moment.
Well, the last time we fought, I won pretty easily.
But you still say he's strong?
Dan interrupted again, sounding confused.
Yeah, that's the weird thing.
Gary said, nodding.
There's something different about him now. I think if we fought today, I would probably lose 9 times out of 10.
And what makes you think that?
Ian asked, speaking up for the first time. Gary's expression became more serious.
When we were kids, I took my friends and younger sister into the forest, and we got attacked by an intermediate black wolf. I really thought I was going to die that day. Then Ray showed up and saved our lives.
A shiver ran down Gary's spine at the memory of that day and what followed after that, which made Ray a villain instead of a hero. Dan snorted with laughter.
Gary, you need to make your stories more believable, okay? There aren't even many squires who have been training for a whole year, who could take down an intermediate beast by themselves.
He had a point. Most people would find it really hard to believe that someone their age could defeat an intermediate-level beast. The idea that Ray had done it when he was even younger seemed completely ridiculous. Most of the group just dismissed what Gary was saying, assuming Ray had probably exaggerated the story when he told it. Maybe it had just been a big regular wolf, not actually an intermediate beast. But Slivia thought differently. She remembered the night she had caught Ray sneaking out of the castle. He had told her then that he had defeated an intermediate beast before, and he had seemed totally serious about it. However, she kept these thoughts to herself, but something else about the tests was bothering her too. A mage from Roland Academy would definitely know their own limits during an important exam like this. It was hard to believe that they would make such a basic mistake and get mana sickness. And with that bow, if a normal person tried to break a bowstring using just their strength, it would be nearly impossible to do. She couldn't shake the feeling that Ray had just been incredibly unlucky. Meanwhile, Ray was leaning against a wall by himself, lost in his own thoughts.
I must have the worst luck in the world, or heavens must be enjoying my humiliation. Yes, I am disappointed, but I should also not forget that the rank I would get after these tests doesn't really matter in the long run. It's just a shame that I didn't get to show off my skills even in one of the trials.
The truth was, the amount of strength he had gained after absorbing those beast crystals had surprised even him. When he was trying to shoot the arrow quickly, he had pulled way too hard and snapped the bowstring without meaning to.
Everyone, follow me to the final testing area. Hurry up.
A voice broke Ray's chain of thoughts. He again joined the crowd, following their guide silently. Knight Delbert ran the final testing area. His stage looked almost empty compared to the others, just him standing there with a sword. But Ray noticed that it wasn't his usual sword. This one had a different design, and there was a bright red gemstone embedded in the handle.
This is the final test,
Delbert announced to all the students.
It's called the Will of Truth. This test is all about ki,
Most of you probably haven't learned how to control your ki yet, but it exists inside all of you. This test is really about willpower and mental strength.
He held up the sword for everyone to see.
This sword was made using a super tier beast crystal from a creature called the Firebird.
As soon as he had said that, bright flames suddenly erupted all along the blade. Several students gasped and took a step back.
When this sword touches you, it will react to the ki inside your body and draw power from it,
Delbert explained.
Your job is to use your willpower to control the flames and make them go away.
To demonstrate, Delbert touched the sword to his arm several times. Each time, flames would flare up along the blade, and then he would concentrate and make them fade away. Most of the students did pretty well on this test. The exceptionally talented ones managed to make the flames disappear completely, while others at least managed to make them smaller and dimmer. Compared to all the previous tests, this one seemed relatively easy. Then it was Ray's turn. He stepped forward, once again going last since he had failed to show anything impressive in any of the previous tests. He reached out and grasped the handle of the sword with both hands. Then something very strange happened. A message appeared in Ray's mind, like text floating in front of his eyes that only he could see.
You have obtained a super tier beast crystal. Would you like to absorb? Yes, no?
Ray's eyes widened in shock. The system was telling him he had somehow gotten the crystal from the sword. He quickly dismissed the message, realizing there was a much bigger problem at hand. Nothing was happening with the sword. Ray held it with both hands, concentrating as hard as he could, but no flames appeared anywhere on the blade. It just sat there, completely normal and boring. He turned toward Delbert, feeling confused.
I think it might be broken.
Delbert's face turned dark with anger.
Don't be ridiculous. This is a super tier beast weapon. It reacts to even the tiniest amount of ki. Give it back to me right now.
Ray handed the sword over. The moment Delbert grabbed it, his eyes went wide with shock and disbelief. He tried concentrating and channeling his ki into it, but no flames came out at all.
What did you do?
Delbert roared, his voice echoing across the entire training ground.
This is a priceless treasure of the Allure Kingdom.
You were watching me the whole time,
Ray said calmly, even though his heart was beating fast.
I didn't do anything except hold it.
Secretly, though, Ray was actually pretty pleased. He didn't understand why the system had let him absorb the super crystal, but he had just gotten an incredibly valuable treasure for free. Delbert looked like he was about to completely lose it. For a moment, it seemed like he might actually try to hit Ray with the very sword he was holding. His face was red with fury, and the veins in his neck were bulging. But before he could do anything, Wilfred, who had been watching all the tests from a viewing platform, quickly walked over to where they were standing. The two Master Knights whispered to each other urgently for a few seconds, and then they decided to end the test without any more drama. Wilfred stepped forward and addressed all the students in a loud, clear voice.
You have all done excellent work in today's tests. I am very proud that you will be becoming Knights of Avrian Academy. Please return to your rooms now and wait until you are called to the dining hall. You will receive your official ranks before dinner, and then you'll be sent to your appropriate training locations.
As the students started walking back toward the dormitories, Ray couldn't help but smile a little bit. Sure, he had probably failed every single test, but he had also just gotten his hands on a super tier beast crystal. Maybe his luck wasn't so bad after all. As the group walked back toward their rooms after the tests, Gary suddenly grabbed Ray's arm and pulled him to the side. The others kept walking, not noticing they had stopped.
Ray, I need you to do something for me.
Gary whispered, his voice serious.
Meet me on the roof of our building. Don't go to your room first. Just come straight up.
Ray looked at his friend with surprise. Gary wasn't the type to ask for random favors. If he was asking for this, it had to be important.
Sure, Gary, but what's this about? Just trust me, okay? I'll explain everything when I see you up there.
Gary patted Ray's shoulder and then ran ahead to catch up with the others. Ray watched his friend disappear into the building, wondering what was going on. Instead of following everyone else to his room, Ray found the stairs that led to the roof. He pushed open the heavy door after climbing the tall building and stepped out onto the flat rooftop. The night air was cool and refreshing after the long day. Ray looked around, expecting to see Gary waiting for him, but the roof was empty.
That's strange. Gary had run ahead of me, so he should be here by now. Where could he be?
Ray walked to the edge of the roof and looked out at the view. The city spread out below him like a blanket of tiny lights. It was beautiful.
The streets were lit up with bright crystal-powered lamps that made the whole place glow. Ray remembered when cities used torches and candles for light, but this progress was much better. To his right, he could see the main tower of Avrian Academy rising high above everything else. It was at least 100 meters taller than where he stood now. Maybe someday he would climb up there and see what the view was like from the very top. Looking at the sky made Ray feel a little sad. He used to be able to fly back in his past life as a dragon. He practically dominated the sky, an advantage that humans could never achieve. Flying had been one of his favorite things. Up in the air, he could see everything and go anywhere. Now, he was stuck on the ground like everyone else. But even from here, the night was still beautiful. Behind him, Ray heard someone approaching. He turned around and saw Gary walking toward him. Gary was carrying 2 wooden swords in his hands.
Hey, Gary, what are those for?
Ray asked, walking closer to his friend. Gary's face looked more serious than Ray had seen in a long time. Usually, Gary was relaxed and cheerful, but right now, he looked like he was thinking about something important.
Ray, today, Slivia asked me a question that I can't stop thinking about.
Gary said slowly.
She wanted to know who was stronger, you or me. Do you know what I told her?
Ray shook his head. He and Gary hadn't fought each other in years. Not since they were kids.
I told her it was you. But honestly, I was just guessing. Since we came to this academy, everyone keeps calling me a genius. They say I'm amazing with a sword and that I learn faster than anyone else.
Gary paused and looked directly at Ray.
But if I'm supposed to be a genius, then what does that make you? You've always been able to do things that seem impossible.
Gary tossed one of the wooden swords toward Ray. Ray caught it easily, though he still wasn't sure what Gary was planning.
I'm not stupid, Ray. I know that tonight, when they give out the rankings, I'll probably get a white sash, and you'll probably get red. That means we'll be in different classes and different training groups. We might never get another chance like this.
Gary raised his sword and pointed it at Ray.
So, I'm asking you, fight me. I need to know how strong you really are.
Ray could see that Gary was completely serious about this. Even if Ray had wanted to say no, he could tell that Gary wasn't going to accept that answer. And to be honest, Ray wanted to fight Gary too. He wanted to see how much stronger he had become since their first confrontation on the hill near their village when they were kids.
All right then, if Gary wants a fight, then he'll get one.
Ray thought, tightening his fingers around the wooden sword's hilt. Ray decided to attack first. He rushed forward and swung his sword down toward Gary's head. Gary blocked the strike, but the force of it made him stumble backward several steps. Instead of looking worried, Gary smiled widely.
Incredible! You're so strong, Ray. You would have passed that test of Gem of Strength easily.
Gary fought back with a series of quick strikes. His attacks weren't as fast or as powerful as Ray's, but they were smart. Gary aimed for awkward angles that forced Ray to move in uncomfortable ways to block them. The two friends moved around the rooftop, attacking and defending. Gary's skill with a sword was impressive, even though Ray was faster and stronger. Gary could still block his attacks and dodge out of the way.
Come on, Ray,
Gary called out between strikes.
Show me how you beat that giant wolf in the Black Forest. I know you're not using all your strength yet.
Gary was right. Ray was holding back because he didn't want to hurt his friend. But he could see that Gary was getting tired. If the fight kept going like this, Ray would win just because he had more energy. And that didn't seem fair. Gary was a natural swordsman. He had trained hard and become incredibly skilled. If Ray was going to beat him, he wanted Gary to know that he had lost to Ray's full power, not just because he got tired first. Ray made a decision. He put the wooden sword between his teeth and dropped down onto his hands and knees. His body position looked like a wild animal getting ready to pounce. Most people would have laughed at someone fighting like this, but Gary was an exception. He watched carefully, trying to figure out what Ray was planning. Ray jumped forward like a beast attacking its prey. Gary swung his sword down to block, but Ray moved to the side at the last second. He grabbed Gary's ankle and used it to spin himself around behind Gary. Before Gary could turn around, Ray struck him in the back with the sword. The hit sent Gary falling to his knees. He stayed there for a moment, breathing hard, then turned to look at Ray with a big grin on his face.
I knew it,
Gary said, still smiling even though he had lost.
You're still the only person who can match me, Ray. You're still my greatest rival and my best friend.
Ray dropped his sword and helped Gary stand up.
Together, they walked back toward the roof door.
Thanks for the fight, Gary. I needed that too.
I had to know.
Gary said.
I had to know if you were still the same Ray who could do impossible things, and you are.
When they opened the door to their room, they found their roommates sitting around the table talking. But there was someone new with them, a girl Ray didn't recognize.
Oh, here they are. Where were you two, huh? Look, we have a new addition to our little group.
Dan beckoned Ray and Gary to come closer with his fingers. The new girl saw them come in and stood up to introduce herself.
Hi there, I'm Martha, your new roommate.
Ray remembered her from the archery test. She had done very well, but there was something familiar about her face, like he had seen her somewhere before.
Martha, hello. I'm Gary. But I don't remember you from Rennie School.
Yes, because I wasn't there. My mother is one of the leaders of an adventurers guild. She got special permission for me to take the test, and they put me in your room since you had space.
Suddenly, Ray understood why Martha looked familiar. She reminded him of a woman they had met 8 years ago on their way to Rennietown. That woman had been an adventurer too. Before Ray could ask about it, a loud voice filled the room through the Academy's magic communication system.
All students must now come to the dining hall. The ceremony to award ranks and sashes will begin immediately.
The moment of truth had arrived. After dinner ended, all the students were asked to sit in different groups based on the colored sashes they would soon receive. Ray noticed that some groups were much smaller than others. The areas marked for black sash and white sash students had only a few chairs set up. Ray found his way to his assigned table, where Monk, Gary, and Kyle were already sitting. Even though the testing was over, the dining hall still felt tense. Some students were sweating and whispering prayers under their breath, while others looked excited and could barely sit still. The dining hall looked different now that it was nighttime. A big fireplace in the center of the room cast dancing orange light across the walls. The paintings hanging around the room seemed more colorful and detailed in the flickering light. The whole place felt warmer and more mysterious. One by one, the crystal lights around the hall began to glow with a soft orange glow. As they lit up, the Master Knights walked onto the stage at the front of the room, including Wilford, Delbert, and Bernardo from the tests. The other two Master Knights were there too, the one wearing the black mask and the woman who had run the archery test. Each knight was holding a box filled with different colored sashes. Wilfred stepped forward with his box and spoke to the crowd.
We will now announce the results of today's test. When we call your name, please come to the stage. One of the Master Knights will give you your sash.
The ceremony began. Students were called up one by one to receive their sashes. Each sash was a solid color that was easy to tell apart from the others. Ray watched as students had very different reactions. Some jumped up and shouted with joy when they got a white sash. Others looked heartbroken and couldn't hide their disappointment. One boy even started crying when he was given a red sash. The process continued table by table until it was time for Ray's group to be called. Ian and Slivia both received white sashes, which didn't surprise anyone. They had done amazingly well during all the tests. Dan got a blue sash and looked a little disappointed, probably hoping for white. Martha smiled widely when she was given a green sash. When Monk's name was called, Ray could see how nervous his friend was. Monk walked to the stage stiffly, like his legs didn't want to work properly. Ray understood why Monk was scared. Just like Ray, Monk had struggled with most parts of the test. He had only done well in one area. Everyone expected him to get a red sash, which was for the lowest performers. But when Monk reached the stage, something unexpected happened. Instead of a red sash, he was given a black one. Monk's face lit up with excitement. He quickly bowed to the Master Knight and hurried off the stage. A buzz of confused whispers spread through the dining hall. Monk was the first student anyone had seen receive a black sash. No one knew what it meant. When Gary's name was called, he walked confidently to the stage. There wasn't a single person in the room who doubted that Gary deserved a white sash. He had been perfect in every test. But when Gary reached the Master Knights, he was also handed a black sash. Gary stared at it like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He stood there for several seconds, not moving, before he seemed to wake up from his shock. He took the sash, bowed, and left the stage looking confused.
Ray Talon.
Ray walked to the stage expecting to receive a red sash. He had planned for this from the beginning. A red sash would mean lower classes and less attention from the teachers. That was exactly what he wanted. But when Ray reached the stage, Bernardo, who had been giving out red sashes all evening, didn't move. Instead, the mysterious Master Knight wearing the black mask stepped forward. Without saying a word, he handed Ray a black sash. Ray took it without showing any emotion and quickly left the stage. But inside his mind, he was anything but calm.
What does this mean? This wasn't part of my plan at all. What kind of sick game does fate have planned for me now?
Ray had wanted to stay invisible to blend in with the average students. He had deliberately held back during most of the tests, only showing his real abilities when he absolutely had to. The goal was to get a low ranking that would keep the Master Knights from paying attention to him, but now he had received the same mysterious black sash as Gary, who had been the best student in the entire group. How did that make any sense?
This has to be the rarest sash color, which means it's probably the most important. And important means attention. Lots of attention. Great.
When all the sashes had been given out, the real feast began. The food was incredible. Better than anything Ray had ever eaten. There were perfectly cooked meats, fresh vegetables, and desserts that looked like works of art. But Ray found it hard to enjoy the meal. He kept thinking about the black sash and what it might mean for his future at the academy. Most of his friends at the table were talking and laughing, but Gary was quiet. Finally, he spoke up when his thoughts became overwhelming.
Why did we get black sashes? What does this mean?
The whole table went silent. Everyone could see that Gary was troubled by what had happened. He had expected a white sash, and now he didn't know what to think. Ray understood exactly how Gary felt. Gary had been the star student, while Ray and Monk had been among the worst performers. Yet somehow all three of them had received the same sash, and it didn't make sense at all. Slivia was the first person to try to answer Gary's question.
I asked a second-year student who was wearing a black sash, but he wouldn't tell me anything about it. He was happy to talk about other things, but when I mentioned the sash, he completely avoided the topic. Maybe we're special.
Monk suggested. Since getting his black sash, Monk seemed more confident and was talking more than usual.
I heard that knights can change their ranks later, so I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Slivia added, trying to make Gary feel better. Gary looked at Ray and let out a small laugh.
Well, at least it looks like we'll be training together after all.
Ray smiled slightly but didn't say anything. Inside, he was just as worried as Gary, maybe even more so. Ray had spent years planning how to stay off the radar at this academy. He wanted to learn what he needed to learn and then leave without anyone discovering his secrets. But now he had been marked with the rarest sash color, something that clearly meant he was special in some way.
What do the Master Knights know about me? After my pathetic performance today, I even expected Wilfred to openly scold me. But this is so confusing, and nobody is able to answer my questions. 4 black sashes out of 300 students.
Ray thought.
30 green sashes, 10 white sashes. The rest were spread among other colors. Now what does this signify?
It was clear now. Black was not just rare, it was the rarest of all, and no one seemed to understand what it meant, not even the students who had received it. As Ray sat there eating the fancy food and listening to his friends talk, one thought kept running through his mind.
Whatever this black sash means, it's going to change everything.
The mystery was just beginning. After dinner and the sash awarding ceremony ended, all the students were separated into groups based on their sash colors. Ray noticed that the black sash and white sash groups were much smaller than the others. Ray walked over to where Monk and Gary were standing. There was another student with him who was also wearing a black sash. Ray had seen him before. He was from Rennietown too, but he had never learned his name.
Hi there,
The boy said with a big smile.
I'm Kyle. I guess we're all in the same group now.
Kyle was full of energy and had a bald head. But what really stood out were his bright red eyebrows. Ray could see stubble on Kyle's scalp, which meant he chose to shave his hair instead of being naturally bald.
Nice to meet you, Kyle.
Ray said.
I'm Ray. And this is Gary and Monk. I know who you guys are,
Kyle said excitedly.
Everyone's been talking about how well you did in the tests, Gary. And Ray, you are the mystery people can't stop discussing.
Seems like my friend is on his way to building a cult of his worshippers, Gary joked, slinging his arm around Ray's shoulders.
More like a band of hunters ready to put me down the first chance they get,
Ray retorted dryly, rolling his eyes. Before anyone could respond, the Master Knight in black armor approached their group. He stood silently for a moment, looking at each of them.
Follow me,
he said simply. The knight turned and started walking without another word. The 4 students followed behind him through the academy halls. Ray noticed that while other groups were being led to different areas inside the building, their knight was taking them toward the exit. Kyle kept fidgeting as they walked, clearly wanting to say something. He opened his mouth several times but stopped himself. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke up.
Sir, Master Knight, what should we call you?
The knight stopped walking immediately. A long, uncomfortable silence filled the hallway. Ray could see sweat forming on Monk's forehead, and Gary tensed up like Kyle had just made a terrible mistake.
You can call me Kay,
the knight said after what felt like forever. Without any more explanation, Kay started walking again. The students hurried to keep up with him. They left the academy building and stepped out into the night. The moon was full and bright overhead, casting long shadows across the ground. In the distance, Ray could hear strange howling sounds that made Monk and Kyle jump.
What was that?
Monk whispered, his voice shaking.
Magical beasts,
Kay said without turning around.
They live in caves near the city. On nights when the moon is full, their powers grow stronger. Sometimes they even come into the city, so you should always be careful.
Kyle swallowed hard.
They come into the city?
Not often,
Kay replied,
but it has happened before.
Ray found himself interested. There had been only a couple of moments where something piqued his interest since he had left Rennytown.
Where exactly are these caves?
Kay glanced back at him.
Why do you want to know?
Just curious, Ray said, though he was actually thinking they might be good places to hunt for beast crystals and train independently to advance in his system.
You're free to leave the city during your free time,
Kay said,
but I wouldn't recommend going to hunt magical beasts unless you have a death wish.
Ray felt a chill run down his spine. Kay had somehow known exactly what he was thinking. There was something strange about this knight. Ray was usually good at reading people and understanding what they were thinking, but Kay was different. Even the other master knights had been easier to figure out. Kay was like a blank wall. Ray couldn't sense anything from him at all. Up ahead, Ray could see a large building that looked like an old mansion. It appeared to have been abandoned for years. The walls were cracked and covered with vines, and some of the windows were broken.
Are we going in there?
Gary asked. Before Kay could answer, a tall figure stepped out of the shadows near the mansion. In the dim moonlight, it was hard to see who it was. Monk and Kyle immediately stepped backward, clearly frightened. Gary put his hand on his sword, ready to defend himself if needed.
Good evening, Sir Kay,
the figure said.
Good evening, Sir Delbert,
Kay replied. As the person moved into better light, Ray could see it was Master Knight Delbert. Delbert nodded respectfully to Kay, but when he looked at Ray, his expression changed completely. His face twisted into an angry scowl.
Well, well,
Delbert said, his voice full of hatred.
Look who thinks he's special.
Ray was shocked by the sudden hostility. Delbert had never been friendly, but he had never been this openly mean either. Especially not in front of another knight and other students.
Sir Delbert?
Gary said, confused by what was happening. Delbert stepped closer to Ray, his eyes burning with anger.
I know you did something to that sword during the test. You cheated somehow, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about,
Ray said calmly.
Don't lie to me,
Delbert snapped.
If it were up to me, your kind would never be allowed in this academy.
Delbert's eyes flicked over to Kyle for a moment before returning to Ray. Ray noticed this and realized what Delbert meant by your kind. Delbert moved even closer until his face was almost touching Ray's.
You don't belong here, and soon everyone will know it.
Suddenly, a sword blade appeared between Delbert and Ray. Kay had drawn his weapon so fast that Ray had barely seen him move.
I need to remind you of something, Delbert,
Kay said in a cold, calm voice.
Ray is now a Black Sash Squire, which means he is under my protection.
Delbert looked at Kay's sword, then at Kay's masked face, remained expressionless.
You're making a mistake, Kay. Avrian Academy will realize soon enough that the prophecy is wrong, and when that day comes, we'll see who was right all along.
Kay didn't respond or change his expression at all. The two knights stared at each other for several tense seconds. Finally, Delbert stepped back.
This isn't over,
Delbert said, then turned and walked away toward the academy. Kyle let out a breath he had been holding.
What a jerk! I had no idea Delbert was like that.
Monk nodded.
He seemed really angry at you two specifically, but what did you do to upset him so much?
He asked, looking at Ray and Kyle. Ray and Kyle exchanged a quick glance. They both understood why Delbert had targeted them. It was because of their red hair. Gary moved closer to Ray and spoke quietly.
What was that about a prophecy? Do you know what he was talking about?
Ray shook his head.
I have no idea.
But that wasn't entirely true. Ray had heard something about a prophecy before, 8 years ago when the Knights first came to town. He had overheard Delbert talking to Wilfred about finding certain people. Later, in Rennietown, 5 students, including Ray, had been given special treatment, personal guards, private tutors, and extra attention. All 5 of them had red hair. It wasn't hard to figure out that the Knights had been looking for people with red hair because of some prophecy. But there was something different about Ray compared to the others. The other red-haired students had been born that way. Ray, however, had been born with black hair. His hair had only turned red later, a result of his previous life. If the prophecy was really looking for someone who was born with red hair, then the Knights had made a mistake. Ray wasn't the person they were looking for. Kay sheathed his sword and looked at the 4 students.
That was an unfortunate encounter, but don't let it worry you.
Sir Kay, Kyle said nervously, why does Sir Delbert hate people with red hair so much? Kay was quiet for a long moment.
Some people fear what they don't understand, and fear often turns into hatred.
But what's so special about red hair?
Monk asked. Kay turned toward the old mansion.
That's a question for another time. Right now we have more important things to discuss.
He started walking toward the building's entrance. The 4 students looked at each other nervously as they followed Kay to the mansion door.
Welcome,
Kay said as he pushed open the heavy wooden door,
to your real training.
After Sir Kay pulled the large metal ring and the heavy wooden doors opened with a deep thundering sound, a strong gust of wind blew out, stirring up dust and dirt from inside. Ray quickly closed his eyes to protect them from the flying dust. When he opened them again a few seconds later, Sir Kay had completely disappeared.
Where did he go?
Monk asked, looking around in confusion. My eyes were closed too, Kyle said. I didn't see where he went. The 4 students looked at each other, all equally puzzled by Sir Kay's sudden vanishing act.
Well, I guess we should go inside,
Gary said with a shrug. He stepped through the doorway first, not seeming too worried about their mysterious guide disappearing. Inside the mansion, Ray was surprised by how different it was from the rest of Avrian Academy. While the academy buildings were bright and modern with crystal-powered lights, this place felt old and forgotten. The only light came from flickering candles placed along the walls, creating dancing shadows everywhere. It was clear that no one had taken good care of this building for a long time. Ray quietly activated his dragon eyes to scan the area. His special vision let him sense that there were several people somewhere inside the mansion, but strangely, he couldn't detect Sir Kay anywhere. What should we do now? Monk asked nervously.
I think we should wait right here,
Gary suggested.
The worst thing we could do is wander around and get lost in this place.
The others agreed that this made sense. Sir Kay wouldn't just abandon them, so he would probably come back soon. After a few minutes, a knight wearing a red sash entered the room through one of the side doors. He looked friendly enough and smiled when he saw them.
Hey there! Are you guys first-year students?
He asked.
Black sashes, I see. Well, you're definitely in the right place. Don't worry about anything.
Gary saw this as a chance to get some answers.
I thought only black sash knights were allowed in this building.
That's mostly true,
the red sash knight explained.
but sometimes we red sash knights work as messengers between different departments. We help carry information back and forth.
Monk leaned over and whispered to Ray.
Sounds like we got lucky. I guess it's true that they don't treat the Red Knights very well.
Gary had more questions for the knight.
Do you know anything about what the Black Knights actually do?
The red sash knight paused for a moment, like he was deciding whether he should answer.
Well, normally I wouldn't share this kind of information with students, but since you're going to be black sashes anyway, I suppose it won't hurt.
There are whispers throughout the academy that Black Knights operate as the kingdom's shadow warriors.
Shadow warriors?
Monk repeated in confusion. The knight nodded his head before he continued. They undertake covert missions where traditional knighthood fails, infiltrate enemy territories as spies, and when necessary, eliminate threats deemed too dangerous for conventional approaches. Their work remains confidential and nobody celebrates them, yet their efforts are vital to the kingdom's security. Gary's face immediately turned red with anger.
That can't be true. A real knight would never do something as dishonorable as assassination. Knights are supposed to fight their enemies face to face, with honor.
The red sash knight gave Gary a patient look like he'd heard this reaction before. I understand how you feel, but even if some people think it's a dirty job, someone has to do it. The kingdom needs skilled warriors for more than just open battles. With dangerous groups like the Dark Guilds and threats like the Black Plague spreading across the land, we need knights who can handle these special missions. Gary didn't respond, but Ray could see his hands were clenched into tight fists. Anyway, just stay here and wait, the Red Sash Knight said. A Squire Master should come down to get you soon. With that, he left the mansion. As soon as the door closed behind him, Gary spun around to face the others. His face was full of frustration and disbelief.
Do you guys believe what he just said? How could a real knight do those kinds of things? It goes against everything knights are supposed to stand for.
While Gary was clearly upset by the news, Monk and Kyle looked excited. They seemed relieved that they hadn't been given red sashes and were eager to prove they could handle whatever came next.
Humans have always been like this,
Ray said quietly.
It's nothing new.
Ray wasn't surprised by the revelation. He had lived long enough to know that people often had to do difficult things to protect what they cared about. Honor was important, but sometimes survival mattered more. A few minutes later, another knight entered the room. This one had short blonde hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He looked like he was a few years older than the students. He wore a blue sash with a single golden ribbon attached to it.
Hello there,
the knight said with a friendly smile.
I'm Joseph, but everyone just calls me Joe. I'm the Black Squire Master, which means I'll be helping you with your training. Right now, I need to take you to your rooms for tonight. Training starts very early tomorrow morning. Normally, you would sleep in your regular dorm rooms, but tonight you'll be staying here in the mansion.
Joe led them up the mansion's old wooden stairs. As they climbed, Gary couldn't help but ask the question that was bothering him.
Is it really true that black sashes work as assassins?
Joe's expression didn't change at all.
It's not exactly a job that people are proud of, but yes, it's true. Usually we only get one new black sash recruit each year. It's very unusual that we've accepted 4 students this time. Sir Kay will explain more about everything when he thinks you're ready.
Gary became quiet and thoughtful after hearing this confirmation. They reached a door with a sign that read Blue Squire Knights. Joe opened it and showed them inside. The room was even emptier than Ray had expected. There were 8 simple beds lined up against the walls, but that was it. No desks, no chairs, no decorations, just beds with plain blankets.
I know it's not much, Joe said apologetically, but it's only for one night.
After Joe left and closed the door behind him, Sir Kay suddenly appeared in the middle of the room without any warning. Kyle, who had just been climbing into one of the beds, let out a startled yell and fell onto the floor. Monk instinctively pulled his blanket over his head to hide.
Sorry for scaring you,
Sir Kay said calmly.
I had to take care of something urgent.
Gary didn't waste any time. He walked straight up to Sir Kay with determination in his eyes.
Is it true that black sashes are trained to be assassins?
Gary demanded.
You don't seem very happy about the answer,
Sir Kay observed.
But yes, it's completely true. Each of you was chosen because we saw something special in you, something that would make you an excellent assassin. Right now, Avrian Academy desperately needs knights who can handle these kinds of missions.
Gary's voice rose with frustration.
But I had the best scores. I should have gotten a white sash and become a regular knight.
Sir Kay looked directly into Gary's eyes.
You certainly impressed all of the Master Knights with your abilities. You easily could have been given a white sash, but we believed your skills would be much better used as a black sash knight.
Gary let out a heavy sigh, and his shoulders slumped in defeat. He walked back to his bed without saying another word. Sir Kay turned to address all 4 students.
Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, everyone in the academy will begin training based on their sash colors. After that, there will be basic group training with all the students together.
Then Sir Kay's eyes focused specifically on Ray.
Ray, you'll need to stay behind after the color training for additional personal instruction.
Before Ray could ask what kind of additional training he meant, Sir Kay vanished into thin air once again, leaving the 4 students alone with even more questions than before. Ray lay down on his bed, staring at the ceiling. He wondered what Sir Kay had planned for him and why he needed special training that the others didn't. Whatever it was, he had a feeling his time at the academy was about to become much more complicated. Since they were the founders of Avrian Academy, there were plenty of books written about them. Ray pulled several volumes from the shelves and began reading through them. Most of the books told the same basic story. 50 years ago, something called the Shadow Plague had come from a distant continent. When it reached the southern kingdoms, it spread quickly and caused terrible destruction. The different kingdoms had to stop fighting each other and work together to survive. The 5 Dragon Knights had led the fight against the Shadow Plague and eventually managed to stop it.
Interesting. But this doesn't tell me what I really want to know.
Ray thought as he closed another book. The histories were full of stories about battles and heroic deeds, but they didn't mention anything about the Dragon Knights' weapons or armor. Then he spotted a book with an interesting title, The Truth About the Dragon Knights. Unlike the other books, this one didn't seem to focus on making the Dragon Knights sound like perfect heroes. Instead, it talked about who they really were as people, their personalities, their equipment, and their fighting techniques.
This looks more promising,
Ray thought as he took the book to a nearby table. As he read through it, one section caught his attention. The book claimed that the Dragon Knights had abilities that weren't like normal human magic. Instead of using regular spells, they had special powers that were similar to abilities that dragons were supposed to have had in ancient times. The author wrote that most people thought they were called Dragon Knights because their armor and weapons were decorated with dragon designs, but the book suggested they earned the name because they actually fought using dragon-like techniques.
Dragon techniques? Could these humans have somehow stolen dragon powers? Or worse, had they harvested them from actual dragons?
Ray's heart raced. Unfortunately, the book didn't go into detail about what these techniques actually were. Ray flipped to the back cover to see who had written the book. The author's name was Lenny Steele.
Lenny Steele, an author who's famous for making up wild stories about the past,
a voice said from beside him. Ray jumped in surprise, the book in his hand hitting the table. He turned to see Slivia sitting at the table next to him. He had been so focused on reading that he hadn't noticed her at all.
How long have you been sitting there?
Ray asked.
Just a few minutes,
Slivia said with a smile.
You were really concentrating on that book.
What do you mean by him making up stories? Ray asked, holding up the book.
Lenny Steele used to be a knight here at Avrian Academy many years ago,
Sylvia explained.
But he quit being a knight and became an author instead because he could make more money writing books.
That's interesting. A former knight might actually know more than regular historians,
Ray thought.
Is he still alive?
Ray asked.
If I could find him, maybe he could tell me more about the Dragon Knights. I'm not sure,
Slivia said.
He stopped writing books a long time ago, but Master Knight Wilfred might know more about him, since they both worked here.
Ray nodded, making a mental note to ask Wilfred about Lenny Steele later.
Do you know if he ever wrote anything about the Divine Being?
Books about the Divine Being are hard to find. Most people think it's wrong to write about it too much,
Ray thought.
Even if he did write about the Divine Being, I wouldn't trust it,
Slivia said.
His books are fun to read, but most scholars think he just made up most of his stories. If you want real information about the Divine Being, you can just ask me. I know quite a bit about it.
Ray leaned forward with interest.
Okay, then tell me, why is the Divine Being so important here? People in Avrian City seem much more religious than anywhere else I've been.
Ray had noticed this during his walks around the city. Almost everyone ended their conversations by saying, "Bless the Divine Being." There were churches and small shrines dedicated to it on nearly every street.
That's because the Divine Being is said to have given the Dragon Knights their special powers,
Sylvia explained.
It also guided them to build Avrian Academy here, and it warned them about the Shadow Plague before it arrived.
So the Divine Being might actually be connected to the dragon powers. But how is that possible? Why am I not aware of transferring dragon powers to humans? What exactly did this Divine Being do?
These thoughts evoked a storm inside Ray's mind. His desperation for answers increased even more than before.
Is there any way for someone to actually see the Divine Being?
Ray asked.
I mean, can people visit it or talk to it?
If I could meet this Divine Being, maybe it could tell me why I was turned into a human. Or better yet, how to reverse this curse and reclaim my true form.
Ray thought hopefully.
The Divine Being is said to live in the Allure capital, near Roland Academy,
Slivia said.
But they don't just let anyone visit it. You have to be very important or have a special reason.
Of course, it wouldn't be that easy.
Have you ever seen it yourself?
Ray asked.
No, I've never been to the capital,
Slivia replied.
But my family has connections there, so maybe someday I'll get the chance.
Ray had hoped that coming to the library would give him clear answers, but instead, he just had more questions than before. Still, he had learned some useful things. There was a former knight named Lenny Steele who might know more, and the Divine Being was supposedly in the capital.
Do you know anything else about the Dragon Knight's abilities?
Ray asked.
Like what made them so different from regular knights? Not really,
Slivia admitted.
The church teaches that they were blessed with divine power, but they don't explain what that actually means. Most of the details have been kept secret for 50 years. They continued talking for another hour, with Ray asking more questions about everything Slivia knew. Unfortunately, her knowledge was limited to the same stories most people had heard. Eventually, they decided to leave the library together and head back to the dormitories. Ray's research hadn't given him all the answers he wanted, but at least he had some new leads to follow.
Tomorrow, I'll try to talk to Master Knight Wilfred about Lenny Steele, and maybe I can find a way to get to the capital eventually.
Thanks for helping me today, Slivia,
Ray said as they reached the dorms.
No problem,
She replied.
If you find out anything interesting about the Dragon Knights, let me know. I'm curious about them too.
I will, but probably not everything I discover.
The training at Avrian Academy was incredibly tough for everyone. Every morning, they were woken up by the loud clanging of metal pots as soon as the sun came up. After eating a quick breakfast, the real training began. Basic training sessions were held outside, and every new student had to attend. The morning routine focused on building their stamina. They had to run several laps around a huge field, then do strength training with lifting, pushing, and leg exercises that pushed them to their absolute limits. Bernardo's massive frame loomed over the struggling students as he shouted,
Come on, move those legs. If you can't handle this, you'll never survive a real battle.
Once they finished the basic physical training, they moved on to weapon practice. Every student learned how to use multiple weapons so they could adapt to any situation on the battlefield. The curriculum included archery, sword and shield fighting, axe combat, and spear techniques. Bernardo watched over all the training, constantly giving advice and corrections on their fighting techniques.
Slivia, excellent form with that bow.
He called out,
Ian, keep your shield higher. Gary, perfect sword work as always.
Slivia, Ian, and Gary were clearly the best students and picked up everything quickly. Monk and Kyle, on the other hand, had a much harder time keeping up with everyone else.
I can barely hold this sword anymore,
Monk panted during a break. At least you're better than me with the bow, Kyle replied, wiping sweat from his forehead. I can't hit anything. Ray, on the other hand, found the strength training incredibly boring. He had to deliberately hold back his real abilities to match the other students. He decided to perform at about the same level as Dan, to avoid drawing attention to himself. However, the weapon training was actually useful. He was able to learn how to use different weapons properly, and his coordination improved a lot.
Not bad, Ray.
Bernardo commented during sword practice.
You're improving steadily.
After the physical training and weapon practice, all students were required to spar against each other. Each student had been given a ranking based on how well they did during the entrance tests. Ray had been ranked dead last at position 300, while Gary had earned the top spot at number 1.
At least the ranking proves I deserve better than a black sash,
Gary said to Ray after seeing the rankings posted.
Being number 1 has to count for something, right?
Students had to fight against the person who was ranked directly above them. This meant Ray was paired with the student ranked 299th. Everyone wore special enchanted chainmail that provided extra protection but was much heavier than normal armor. For sparring, they used wooden weapons to make sure no one got seriously injured. The ranking system worked simply. If you beat the person above you, you took their ranking number. Each student wore a special watch powered by beast crystals that showed their current rank and automatically updated whenever someone won or lost a fight.
This system is pretty clever,
Kyle said, looking at his watch.
It encourages us to keep fighting each other to move up. Yeah, and we can challenge people anytime, as long as we use the training weapons.
Monk added. The system meant that students were sparring constantly, even outside of official training times, since everyone wanted to improve their ranking. By the end of the first day, everyone's bodies were aching from exhaustion. Bernardo gathered all the new students together for some final words.
I know you all feel like you've reached your breaking point,
he said,
but don't worry. Tomorrow is a rest day. Rest is just as important as training. Even if you think you can push yourselves further, doing too much will actually hurt you in the long run.
Thank goodness, Kyle muttered. I don't think I can move another muscle.
I'm going to sleep for 12 hours straight,
Monk groaned. This pattern of intense training followed by rest days continued for 3 whole months. Despite all their hard work, the Black Sash students still hadn't received any of the special training they had been promised. Many of them, including Ray, were getting impatient.
When are we going to learn the real black sash techniques?
Gary asked Joe one day.
Soon, Joe replied. You're not ready yet.
Ray had also asked several times whether they were allowed to leave the academy grounds to explore the area, but the answer was always the same.
Not until you have completed your basic training.
Ray was especially eager to hunt magical beasts so he could raise his points to 100, but he had to wait. Finally, after 3 long months, they began their special black sash training. After completing their usual training routine one day, Bernardo addressed them with an announcement.
Starting today, you will begin your specialized training based on your sash color,
he said.
Now that you have developed a good foundation of fitness, you are ready for advanced lessons. These will take place immediately after your basic training.
It's about time,
Gary said excitedly.
I was wondering when this would happen.
Ray added. Now it made sense why they hadn't started the special training earlier. Ray could see the newer students who had just arrived. They could barely move after basic training. They definitely wouldn't have been able to handle additional lessons. But by now, everyone had adapted to the tough demands placed on their bodies. After their basic training ended that day, Joe called the Black Sash Squires to meet him at the old mansion. They gathered in a small, dimly lit training room that was just big enough for all of them to fit. As their eyes got used to the low light, the room suddenly went completely black.
What happened to the lights?
Kyle asked nervously. Joe's voice seemed to come from different directions around the room, making it impossible to figure out where he actually was.
This is where your Black Squire training begins,
Joe said from somewhere in the darkness.
In this room, you will learn stealth.
Suddenly, Ray felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Joe's. This was shocking, because Ray had clearly seen Joe standing in front of them before the lights went out. No one had heard him move at all.
How did you do that?
Monk whispered.
That's what you're going to learn,
Joe replied, his voice now coming from a completely different part of the room. Ray quickly activated his Dragon Eye skill to track Joe's movements in the darkness. Unlike Sir Kay, Joe wasn't completely invisible to his special vision. Ray could see Joe creeping around the room quietly, moving his voice from place to place as he spoke.
You will learn how to pick locks, hide from enemies, and climb walls that seem impossible to scale,
Joe explained as he moved around them like a ghost. Joe provided them with special armor. It was lightweight but strong, designed specifically for stealth missions. The dark color made it much harder to be seen in low-light situations.
This armor is amazing,
Kyle said, examining the material.
It's so light, and it doesn't make any noise when you move,
Monk added, impressed. Their first lesson was about moving silently. Monk turned out to be natural at this. He picked it up quickly and could walk across the room without making a sound.
Excellent work, Monk,
Joe praised.
You have real talent for this.
Ray had some difficulty with silent movement at first. He was used to moving with power and speed, not carefully and quietly.
Ray, you're putting too much weight on your heels,
Joe instructed.
Try to step with the balls of your feet first.
Gary, however, couldn't understand the concept at all. No matter how hard he tried, his footsteps were always loud and clumsy.
I don't get it,
Gary said in frustration after his 10th attempt.
How are you supposed to walk without making noise?
It takes practice, Joe said patiently.
Some people learn faster than others.
Next, Joe taught them lockpicking, showing them different types of locks with varying levels of difficulty. Ray resisted the urge to use his dragon eyes for this. He wanted to learn the skill properly with his normal senses.
The key is to feel for the pins inside the lock,
Joe explained as he demonstrated.
Each one needs to be positioned just right.
This is really hard, Kyle said, struggling with a simple practice lock.
I think I'm getting it,
Monk said, managing to open his first lock. Finally, Joe trained them in wall climbing, something Ray found very easy because of his superior strength. He could climb straight up surfaces that the others found impossible.
Show off,
Gary muttered as Ray easily scaled a practice wall.
Ray, that's impressive, but try to do it more quietly,
Joe suggested.
Stealth climbing is about more than just strength.
Despite some initial challenges, most of them grew to enjoy the Black Knight training. The techniques were fascinating and completely different from regular knight training. Ray was determined to master all of these new skills. Everyone improved over the following weeks, except for Gary. Each day, his frustration became more obvious as he struggled with techniques that came naturally to the others.
I don't understand why I'm so bad at this,
Gary confided to Ray after another difficult training session.
I was the best regular knight, but I'm the worst at being an assassin.
6 months of training had passed, and yet, when it came to the rankings, nothing much had changed. Gary still held the #1 spot, as if the position was glued to his name. Second place was occupied by a student from another school. Ray didn't care about any of this. Rankings had never mattered to him. The only reason he even knew about them was because Kyle wouldn't stop talking about it. Kyle had turned himself into their personal notice board, always rushing in with the latest updates after their special Black Knight training sessions. That evening was no different. They had just finished a long day of training and were now resting in the mansion's large accommodation hall. It had become their small tradition. Stretch out on the beds, lie back, and talk before heading off to their dorms. Kyle, as usual, broke the silence. His voice carried the same excitement as always when rankings were involved. "Did you hear the news?" Kyle asked, leaning up on his elbows. "Slivia just beat Peter. She's now sitting at #3, and people are saying, listen to this, she might even be a challenge for Gary. How about that, huh? The king might be dethroned by a queen." Gary smirked, resting his hands behind his head.
I'm not worried. There's only one person here who could beat me anyway.
Gary's eyes flickered in Ray's direction, though no one else seemed to notice. Even if they had, they would have laughed at the possibility of Ray beating Gary. Ray's rank had only shifted slightly over these months, from 300 to 280. He had tried out the Black Knight skills during some of the ranking matches. His opponents had found them hard to deal with. But Ray knew the techniques weren't made for open duels. They were stealth-driven, designed for quick and clean eliminations. After some experiments, Ray had stopped relying on them in battles. Instead, he focused on his own power, teaching himself to control it. During sparring, he deliberately matched his strength with his opponent's, winning or losing by the smallest margin possible. It was exhausting, but his control grew sharper every day. Kyle, however, was still caught up in comparisons. "Man, I wish I were in your dorm. You guys have nearly the entire top 10 students there. Gary obviously ranked 1. Now Slivia at 3. Ian at 5. Even Dan and Martha are pulling decent numbers without being white knights. And Monk," he pointed across the room, "he's cracked the top 50. Monk's face turned pink at the sudden attention. "It's all because of the special training we've been doing," he said softly. Gary snorted.
That useless garbage? I haven't touched it once, and I'm still on top.
That one sentence stung Monk. He straightened up, eyes flashing with rare anger. "It's not useless, Gary. Just because you can't handle it doesn't make it worthless." Ray blinked. He had never seen Monk react like this before. The quiet boy who usually kept to himself had changed over these 6 months. He had become more serious, more disciplined, almost like a completely different person. Kyle, sensing trouble, jumped up. He placed himself between Gary and Monk. Hey, calm down, both of you. We're all black sashes now, right? We're supposed to stick together." Gary reached for the black sash tied loosely around his neck. With a scoff, he yanked it off and tossed it to the floor.
This useless rag? I don't even need it.
Monk's jaw tightened. "Pick it up," he demanded, voice low and heavy. Gary smirked.
Make me.
He stepped forward, pushing against Kyle's hand as if daring Monk to move closer. Kyle's face twisted with panic. He turned desperately to Ray. "Ray, can you help me here? I don't think I can hold them apart much longer." Ray didn't move. He sat on his bed, eyes half-lidded, uninterested. To him, this was their problem. Still, their shouting was beginning to irritate him. So to put a stop to this annoyance, he blurted out the first solution that crossed his mind. "Why don't you two just settle this in a ranking battle?" Kyle's head snapped around, eyes wide in shock as if Ray had just proposed a crime. "Ray, are you serious? That's the worst idea." But Gary's grin widened.
Fine. Tomorrow after basic training, we will face each other, Monk. Let's see if those so-called Black Knight skills are really worth anything.
Monk's fists tightened, but he nodded. "Done." Without another word, both Gary and Monk stormed out toward their dorms, leaving a thick silence behind. Kyle whirled on Ray. "Why would you say that? Do you even realize what you've just done, Ray? You all live in the same dorm. What happens when they keep butting heads inside your room?" Ray stood and stretched lazily.
If they keep fighting, I'll step in and deal with them both.
Kyle barked a laugh, shaking his head. "You? Come on, Ray. Don't kid yourself. Sure, we're both Black Knights, but we're not even close to them. I'm at rank 160, and you're even lower than me. How in the world are you supposed to stop Gary or Monk?" Ray didn't bother replying. Words wouldn't change Kyle's mind. Instead, he walked off, heading toward the dorms. When Ray entered his room later, the tension hit him like a wall. Gary sat on one side, arms crossed and jaw clenched. Monk was on the opposite side, staring at the floor, silent but visibly fuming. Neither spoke a word. Slivia, sitting at her desk, looked up the moment Ray entered.
What happened? They've been like this ever since they came back.
They argued, Ray said simply. He didn't feel like going into details. It wasn't his story to tell. Before Slivia could ask more, the door banged open. Dan rushed in, eyes sparkling with excitement.
Tell me it's true. Are Gary and Monk really going to fight tomorrow?
The room went dead quiet. For a moment, no one answered. It wasn't common for a top-ranked student to challenge someone lower, unless there was a serious grudge. The fact that Gary, number 1, had agreed to fight Monk, who wasn't even close to his level, was shocking. Slivia leaned back, arms crossed.
From the look of things, Dan, you've guessed right.
Dan's grin widened.
Unbelievable! This is going to be huge!
It didn't take long. Within minutes, whispers spread like wildfire through the school. Everyone was suddenly talking about the match. Students in the hallways, the dining room. Even during practice, they were buzzing with anticipation. A fight between two people everyone knew personally was rare. And to make things more interesting, this wasn't just a fight, it was Gary versus Monk. Ray could already guess who had spread the news so quickly. Kyle. That night, back in the dorm, the arguments resumed in smaller bursts. Gary sat polishing his blade, muttering under his breath about showing Monk his place. Monk, meanwhile, paced back and forth like a soldier preparing for battle. Slivia broke the silence.
You two realize everyone's going to be watching tomorrow, right?
Monk stopped pacing.
Good. Let them see that the Black Knight's skills aren't worthless.
Gary smirked without looking up.
Or they'll see how pathetic you are.
Slivia sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose.
Honestly, you're both acting like children.
She glanced at Ray, hoping for him to step in.
Ray, say something.
Ray leaned back on his bed, hands behind his head.
What's the point? They've already made up their minds. Words won't change anything now.
Monk shot him a look.
You're the one who suggested the ranking battle in the first place.
Gary chuckled.
Exactly. Guess Ray wanted some entertainment.
Ray didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes. Tomorrow would sort everything out, but deep down, he knew one thing. If the fight got out of hand, he might be forced to step in after all. By the next morning, the buzz had reached fever pitch. Students gathered in groups, whispering excitedly. Gary versus Monk was on everyone's lips. Some placed quiet bets. Others debated who stood a chance. Kyle, running up to Ray, was practically bursting.
Do you hear them? It's everywhere. Everyone's saying Gary will crush Monk in minutes, but some think Monk might surprise us.
Ray gave him a sideways glance.
And what do you think?
Kyle hesitated.
Honestly? I don't know. Monk's gotten stronger, but Gary is still Gary. Either way, this is going to be wild.
Ray didn't reply. He simply walked ahead, keeping his thoughts to himself. The stage was set, and not long after, everything would be decided. Training felt empty that morning. Students went through the motions, but nobody's heart was in it. Everyone was thinking about one thing, the fight between Monk and Gary.
This is insane. A simple ranking match has turned into a circus.
Ray thought, watching his classmates whisper excitedly. Kyle had made it worse. He turned it into a big event, complete with betting and everything. Gary was everyone's favorite to win, but Kyle made sure there were good odds on Monk too. The teachers knew about the match, but had no idea about the gambling happening right under their noses. This wasn't just any ranking match. This was personal. Gary was the top student, and Monk was climbing fast through the ranks. Sure, Monk was officially ranked 50th, but everyone knew he was really top 10 material. The outdoor training area was packed. Students formed a huge circle around the two fighters, who stood 10 feet apart, staring each other down. Ray stood with his roommates, Ian, Sylvia, Dan, and Martha, while Kyle strutted over with his betting tray.
So, anyone want to place a bet?
Kyle grinned, showing off his list of names and the money hanging around his neck.
How can you even ask that?
Sylvia crossed her arms.
We're friends with both of them. We're roommates. What if they find out we were betting on them?
Dan immediately pulled out a 10 Seppi note and dropped it on Kyle's tray.
10 on Gary. Easy money.
Dan!
Sylvia yelled. Martha shrugged.
5 for Monk. I always root for the underdog. I can't believe you two. Right, Ian?
Sylvia turned to the big guy hopefully. Ian looked away, fidgeting with his hands.
Don't tell me.
The big guy already bet on Gary.
Kyle laughed.
Of course they did. Everyone thinks this is just entertainment.
Humans have always been sadists, seeking pleasure in others' sufferings.
Ray thought bitterly. Kyle headed back into the crowd, shouting,
Betting's closed! Fight starts now!
Slivia sighed heavily.
Well, at least I know you didn't bet anything, Ray. But I have to ask, do you think Monk has a chance?
Oh,
So you also think Gary's going to win?
Ray said quietly. She didn't answer, but the worry on her face said everything. Ray watched the two fighters.
Monk has worked harder than any of us in our special training. He beats us in almost everything. Gary might be naturally talented and can defeat nearly everyone, but Monk is the worst type of opponent for him right now.
Dan overheard the conversation between Ray and Slivia.
Well, I fought Gary and lost in under a minute. Honestly, Monk doesn't stand a chance. Dan doesn't understand. This isn't about natural talent anymore. Monk has something Gary doesn't. Desperation.
Ray thought. All eyes turned to the fighters. Kyle stood between them, playing referee.
You ready for this?
Gary asked casually, twirling his wooden sword. Monk's grip tightened on his weapon.
As ready as I can ever be.
Don't embarrass yourself.
Gary smirked.
The only one getting embarrassed today is you.
Monk shot back. Kyle raised his hand high.
3, 2, 1, fight!
His hand dropped, and he quickly jumped back into the crowd. Monk exploded forward instantly. No hesitation. No testing. Only pure aggression from the first second. He attacked Gary from every angle. Left, right, above and below. His small frame became his weapon as he shifted stances rapidly, moving like lightning.
Incredible! Monk is not holding anything back.
Ray was impressed. The crowd gasped at Monk's speed and intensity, but Gary was just as impressive, blocking nearly every strike that came his way.
Whoa! Did you see that combination?
Someone shouted.
Gary's defense is insane!
Another student yelled.
Phew! Monk had me worried there for a second.
Dan admitted, watching Gary deflect another flurry of attacks, but Ray could see what others missed.
Monk's burning through his energy too fast. This pace isn't sustainable for him if he wishes to win this fight. He needs to understand that soon.
After several minutes of relentless attacking, Monk was already breathing hard. Gary noticed too, and finally struck back with force. Monk immediately changed his style. Instead of attacking, he focused on dodging. His footwork became fluid and graceful, just like Sir Kay's during their night test. Every time Gary swung, Monk slipped away at the last possible second.
Go, Monk, don't give up.
Martha cheered from beside Ray.
You're faster than I thought.
Gary admitted, swinging and missing again.
I'm full of surprises.
Monk breathed out. For 10 long minutes, they danced this deadly dance, Gary attacking, Monk evading. The crowd was mesmerized.
This could go on forever.
Slivia said.
No,
Ray said quietly.
it will end soon. Our techniques are designed for quick kills, assassination, not drawn-out fights.
Monk knew that, which is why he pushed so hard early. The moment this went past 10 minutes, Monk lost.
Unless, there's still one way he could win, but Gary's been holding back this whole time. He's just playing with Monk, letting him tire himself out.
Sweat poured down Monk's face while Gary looked barely winded.
Ready to give up?
Gary asked, not even breathing hard. Monk didn't answer. He steadied his breathing, preparing himself. Gary's patience finally ran out.
Fine, let's end this.
He struck with his full strength for the first time. Monk raised his wooden sword to block, but Gary's power was too much. The training sword exploded into pieces.
It's over,
Gary announced, standing over Monk. The crowd started to cheer, thinking the match was finished. But then, something changed. Monk grabbed one of the sharp wooden shards from his broken sword, gripping it like a dagger.
Monk, don't!
Someone shouted. With his last burst of strength, Monk lunged at Gary's neck with the makeshift weapon. The splintered wood was sharp now, deadly. No longer a training tool, but a real weapon. Gary's eyes widened in shock. The sharp point came closer to his throat. It was about to make contact with his skin when something unexpected happened. Gary held his breath, his body rigid, waiting for the pain, but it never came. He dared to shift his gaze, keeping his head still to see the sharp point just an inch away from his throat. Then he noticed a hand holding the wooden shard with force.
That's enough,
Ray said firmly. The crowd fell silent. Everyone stared at the three of them, Monk with his improvised weapon, Gary frozen in shock, and Ray holding them apart.
The match is over,
Ray announced. Monk's hand trembled as reality hit him. The wooden shard fell to the ground. Gary stepped back, his face pale.
Monk, what were you thinking?
Monk looked at his hands, then at Gary, then at Ray.
I'm sorry to both of you.
Without another word, Monk stepped back before he hurried away, cutting through the crowd. Slivia called after him in worry, but to no avail. Ray watched Monk's retreating figure with furrowed brows, his lips thinned into a line.
This is just a display of who we are becoming. Monk just showed everyone what we are really training for, to kill.
Ray watched as Gary smirked victoriously while Monk lay on the ground, shocked and defeated. The fight was over. Ray was about to turn to leave when he noticed something that made him stay rooted in his place. Although Monk seemed defeated, his eyes told another story with a dangerous glint. Ray was using his Dragon Eyes skill to watch Monk's energy during the final moments of the fight. After 10 minutes, Monk's energy had been shrinking, getting weaker and weaker. But now that his sword was broken and the realization began to dawn upon him, something changed. Monk's energy suddenly doubled in size, pure desperation flooding through him. Before Ray could understand anything, Monk grabbed the sharp wooden pieces and lunged at Gary with fierceness. That's when Ray's body moved, without his permission. Ray didn't understand how it happened. Time seemed to slow. One moment, he was standing with his friends, watching the fight like everyone else. The next moment, he was between Monk and Gary, stopping what could have been a deadly attack with his palm against the sharp wooden shard.
When did I move? I was going to let them finish. I wanted them both to learn from this. So why did I interfere?
Ray wondered, confused by his own actions. The three of them stood frozen in the center of the ring. The crowd, which had been cheering loudly just seconds before, fell completely silent that you could hear a pin drop. Monk's hand shook as he loosened his grip on the makeshift weapon. He bowed deeply to both Ray and Gary.
I'm so sorry,
Monk said, his voice barely above a whisper.
I don't know what came over me.
That makes two of us.
Ray thought grimly. Without another word, Monk activated his stealth skill and vanished into the crowd. Gary just stood there, still trying to process how close he'd come to serious injury, or worse. The spectators started talking among themselves, their voices growing louder.
So who actually won the fight?
I'm not sure. That red-haired guy stopped it right when Gary was about to win. What are you talking about? Monk was clearly going to win with that final attack.
Arguments broke out all around the ring. Some students insisted Gary had already won when he broke Monk's sword. Others claimed Monk's desperate final move would have secured his victory. But gradually, their anger began focusing on one person, the one who had stopped the fight.
Why did that red-haired guy have to interfere?
Someone shouted.
Maybe he bet money and didn't want to lose it.
Another voice called out. Kyle noticed the crowd's mood shifting and quickly stepped onto the field, holding up his hands.
Hey, guys, sorry to say this, but because a third party got involved, the match has been voided from the official rankings.
Kyle announced loudly.
Don't worry, though, you'll all get your money back.
Whether Kyle meant to or not, his words made things worse. Now, it really looked like Ray had interfered, just to save his own money. Suddenly, a bottle came flying from somewhere in the crowd. Ray tilted his head slightly, letting it sail past his ear. But once the first person threw something, others joined in. Soon, all kinds of objects were flying at him. Bottles, rocks, pieces of wood, even shoes. Ray couldn't dodge everything. Instead, he just walked toward the exit, letting most of the items hit him. But he made sure to look at every single person who threw something. His yellow eyes tracked each face, memorizing them.
I'll remember all of you,
Ray thought coldly. Meanwhile, Slivia had been watching everything unfold from the sidelines. When she saw Monk grab those sharp wooden pieces, her heart nearly stopped. Gary was in real danger, and she could see he wasn't ready for it. She was about to scream for someone to stop the fight when Ray appeared out of nowhere, his bare hand catching Monk's weapon just inches from Gary's throat.
That's impossible. Ray was standing right next to me a second ago. How did he move so fast? Did you see when Ray got over there?
She asked Dan.
No, I was watching Monk and Gary too closely.
Dan replied, scratching his head.
He must have been moving closer to them during the fight.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Martha agreed.
He probably saw what was coming and got ready to step in.
Most of the students convinced themselves of similar explanations. Nobody wanted to believe that Ray had moved with impossible speed. It was easier to think he'd been slowly getting closer throughout the fight. But Slivia knew better. She'd been standing right next to Ray the entire time. He hadn't moved until that final moment. Now she could see the crowd turning ugly. They didn't understand that Monk's last attack could have killed Gary. Most of them thought it was still just a training match, not realizing how dangerous those wooden shards really were.
Kyle!
Sylvia grabbed his arm tightly.
You need to do something before this becomes a riot. This is your fault. If you hadn't turned this into some stupid betting game...
I know, Kyle said nervously, looking at the angry faces around them.
I'll fix it.
Kyle could feel the crowd's anger starting to include him, too. He knew they might turn on him next if he wasn't careful. That's when he made his announcement about voiding the match and returning everyone's money. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kyle melted back into the crowd, letting Ray take all the blame.
Coward!
Slivia seethed. The first bottle flew at Ray before anyone could stop it. Then came everything else, a rain of objects from dozens of angry students.
Stop it!
Slivia yelled, but nobody listened. She, Ian, Dan, and Martha rushed forward, trying to form a protective circle around Ray. They used their bodies to block what they could, taking hits themselves as objects bounced off them.
Leave him alone,
Martha shouted.
He saved Gary's life.
But the crowd was too angry to listen to reason. They kept throwing things, their voices growing louder and more hostile. When Slivia turned to check on Ray, she felt ice in her veins. His eyes were glowing bright yellow as he walked calmly toward the exit. His hands were clenched into tight fists at his sides. The objects hitting him didn't seem to bother him at all. But there was something terrifying in his expression, cold and calculating. Ray hadn't even noticed his friends trying to protect him. His attention was completely focused on memorizing faces, every person who threw something, every person who yelled insults, every person who joined the mob.
You all made a mistake today. A very big mistake, and one day I will make you all pay for it.
His dragon eyes caught every detail, faces, voices, even the specific objects each person had thrown. He filed it all away in his memory, knowing he'd need it later. As Ray disappeared from view, the crowd finally began to calm down, but the damage was done. Lines had been drawn, sides had been chosen, and Ray now had a very long list of people who owed him payback.
Ray, wait!
Slivia called out, but he was already gone. She looked at Ian, Dan, and Martha, all of them bruised from the objects they'd blocked. None of them spoke, but they were all thinking the same thing. Something had changed today, something that couldn't be undone. And they had a feeling things were about to get much worse. Training had become a nightmare. The Black Squire's sessions were filled with cold silence instead of friendly joke. Kyle avoided Ray like he carried some deadly disease. On the other hand, Monk and Gary were a different story. They hadn't spoken to each other since their fight, not even a single word. But something good came from all the tension. Everyone was working harder than ever before. No more casual chatting after special training. No more hanging around to talk with friends. They attended Sir Kay's lessons in complete silence and went straight back to their rooms afterward. Although Gary kept his top ranking, he now fought differently. After seeing what the Black Knight training could do with his fight with Monk, he put everything he had into their sessions. He even used those techniques in his ranking matches, finishing opponents with just a few moves instead of playing around like before. As for Ray himself, that day had taught him an important lesson. He'd been living among humans for too long, letting his heart grow soft. For some time, he allowed their emotions and kindness to dim the fire of vengeance burning inside his heart. But the way the crowd had turned on him so quickly reminded him what humans were really like: selfish, quick to blame others, easily manipulated.
I cannot let them fool me anymore. I cannot let them weaken my resolve. I can't forget my real purpose here,
Ray told himself. That evening, after their basic and special training ended that day, Wilfred appeared to greet the 4 Black Squires inside the mansion.
Good to all see you again.
Wilfred said, but his usual smile was missing. He looked a bit troubled.
Unfortunately, I don't have time for small talk today. I'm here because the Grand Elders sent me. Kyle, Ray, I need you both to come with me.
Gary stepped forward.
Don't you need us too?
I'm afraid this only concerns them right now.
This is about something specific,
Ray realized. Following Wilfred through the academy grounds, they walked all the way to the central tower, the tallest building on campus. Wilfred led them up countless stairs until they reached one of the highest rooms.
Ray had never been this far up before. The chamber took his breath away. Paintings of legendary dragon knights covered every wall. Ancient weapons and armor were displayed in glass cases. At the center of the room sat a huge meeting table that looked like it belonged in a king's palace. 4 people stood at the far end of the table, all master knights. Ray recognized Delbert, Bernardo, Sir Kay, and Miss Rose, the head of the Green Knights. Their faces were serious, almost grim.
Please, take a seat.
Wilfred gestured to 2 chairs. Ray sat next to Kyle, trying to read the situation. This felt important, maybe even dangerous. A few moments later, the door opened again. 3 more students walked in. Ray recognized Ian immediately, but the other 2 were identical twins he'd never seen before. They looked exactly alike. Impossible to tell apart. As Ray looked around the room, he noticed something that made his stomach drop. Everyone here had red hair. All of them.
This isn't a coincidence,
Ray thought, his muscles tensing. Wilfred took his place at the head of the table. His expression was deadly serious, the kind of look that meant someone's life was about to change forever.
I won't waste time with details.
Wilfred began, his voice echoing in the large room.
The 5 of you are here because of a prophecy made 15 years ago. The divine being told us that our land would be saved by a child with red hair.
The other students gasped and looked at each other in shock. Ray kept his face calm, but inside he was analyzing everything. He'd heard whispers of this before, but never the details. Not everyone talked about it during the evening walks, but what troubled him was the fact that unlike the other 4 red-haired students, his natural hair color was black. Even now, some black strands were still visible if you look closely.
There is no way this prophecy has anything to do with me. Besides, I am here to attain a completely different goal. I'm not interested in saving this land at all.
In search of the prophesied child,
Wilfred continued,
we sent knights across the entire land. They found 10 children, all the same age.
Ray frowned.
10 children? But there are only 5 of us here.
Wilfred noticed their confusion.
The 5 of you have no magical abilities. The other 5 do, and they're currently at Roland Academy.
Kyle practically bounced in his seat.
So one of us is going to save the world?
Ray caught something the others missed. Delbert and Miss Rose exchanged quick glances, and their expressions darkened for just a moment. There was anger there, maybe even fear.
Wilfred isn't telling us everything,
Ray realized.
There's more to this prophecy.
Behind Wilfred, the air began to shimmer. A magical illusion formed, showing 5 legendary warriors in magnificent armor, the original Dragon Knights.
This is why I called you here today,
Wilfred announced.
We want to recreate the legacy of our founders. Just as the Dragon Knight saved our land from the Shadow Plague long ago, now this task falls to you.
Kyle shot out of his chair, unable to contain his excitement.
You mean we're going to be... That's correct,
Wilfred confirmed.
You 5 will become the new Dragon Knights of Avrion Academy. However, this means your training will become much harder. On top of your basic and special sessions, you'll have additional Dragon Knight training.
The other students were thrilled. Ian grinned widely, and the twins whispered excitedly to each other. Kyle looked like he might faint from happiness. Ray played along, nodding and looking impressed, but inside he was calculating.
Wait, if that's the case, I think this whole plot can be of some use to me. Playing along gives me access to Dragon Knight secrets, their techniques, their history, their weaknesses, and perhaps I may unravel the mystery behind the life form hidden under that statue. Perfect!
Wilfred spent the next several minutes explaining their new training schedule, when they'd meet, where they'd train, what they'd learn. The others hung on every word like their lives depended on it. As they all prepared to leave the room, Wilfred's voice stopped Ray cold.
Ray, wait here.
Everyone else filed out, leaving Ray alone with Wilfred. The Master Knight stepped closer, his expression unreadable.
There's someone here to see you,
Wilfred said quietly. Ray's breath hitched. Nobody had come to visit him in the past 8 years since he left home. He had no relatives or friends other than Gary. So who could it be, making efforts to come all the way to Avrion Academy to meet him? A figure stepped out from behind one of the large pillars in the room. Ray's heart nearly stopped.
Mother?
Scarlet looked exactly as he remembered, holy and pure, with kind eyes and gentle hands, the first person to ever hold him, the woman who had raised him before everything went wrong. But tears were streaming down her face. Not tears of joy at seeing her son, these were tears of pure anguish.
Mother?
Ray whispered, his voice barely audible.
What's wrong? How did you find me here?
She slowly lifted her head, and Ray saw something in her eyes that terrified him. It was the look of someone who had lost everything. When she spoke, her voice was broken, barely above a whisper.
It's your father, Ray.
Ray's mother sat in the chair, her whole body shaking like a leaf in the wind. Wilfred took one look at her tear-stained face and practically ran out of the room, leaving Ray alone with the woman who had raised him.
She's falling apart. This isn't like her at all. Why does it pain my heart to see the woman who once was full of life and fire become a helpless and dejected mess?
Scarlet Talon had always been the strongest person he knew. She never backed down from a fight. She never let anyone push her around. Even when the worst things happened, she would stand tall and face them head on. But now she looked completely broken. When her tears finally stopped, Ray forced himself to ask the question that was burning in his chest.
What happened to Dad? What's wrong with him?
His mother took a shaky breath like she was preparing to deliver the worst news in the world.
Your father. He's gone, Ray.
Ray felt his stomach drop to the floor.
Gone?
His voice came out as a whisper.
Do you mean, is he dead?
Part of him had been expecting this. The shadow plague never let anyone live for long. Most infected people had maybe a year before the madness took over completely. His father had already survived much longer than anyone thought possible, but his mother shook her head, fresh tears rolling down her cheeks.
No, he was taken. The shadow plague took him over completely.
Ray's eyes went wide. This was so much worse than death. When someone got infected by the shadow plague, two things could happen. The first, and most common, was that they'd go insane and die within a year. Painful, but at least it ended. The second option was a nightmare. Sometimes, very rarely, the plague would take complete control of the person's body. They'd become something inhuman, a monster wearing the face of someone you love. Ray had seen it happen before. The Drop Bear King in the Black Forest had been one of those poor souls, but his father had shown no signs of transformation. They'd all thought he was just fighting off the infection like a champion.
How could we have been so wrong?
His mother's voice cracked as she continued.
Your father fought it for so long, Ray. Every single day he battled against that thing inside him. And then, one morning, he gained control for just a few minutes, just long enough to warn me.
Ray leaned forward, hanging on every word.
He told me to evacuate the village because he couldn't hold the plague back anymore. I did what he asked, but I couldn't leave him alone. I stayed by his side until the very end.
Ray's heart nearly stopped.
Are you hurt?
He grabbed her arms, checking for wounds, for any sign that the plague had infected her too.
Did he attack you? Did you get scratched or bitten?
She shook her head.
No, I'm fine. When he transformed, I tried everything I could think of to help him, but there was nothing I could do without hurting him.
Her voice broke completely.
He begged me to kill him, Ray. He said it would be the kindest thing, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill your father. I couldn't kill the man I love, Ray.
She buried her face in her hands and sobbed like her heart was being ripped in half. Ray sat there, his hands slowly clenching into fists. A burning rage was building in his chest, hotter than any fire he'd ever felt. He was angry at the shadow plague for stealing his father. He was angry at the humans for doing nothing to stop it. But most of all, he was furious with himself.
15 years. 15 years I've been trying to unlock my dragon powers. I always thought I had more time. I thought one day, when my dragon abilities finally returned, I could heal him, but I was an ignorant fool.
Ray thought bitterly. But while he'd been playing student at this academy, his mother had been facing this nightmare alone. His father had been fighting a losing battle against a plague that was slowly eating him alive. And Ray had done absolutely nothing to help. They talked for what felt like hours. His mother told him about the village, how empty it was now, how the other families had fled when they learned about the infection. She talked about the long nights she'd spent watching over his father, hoping for a miracle that never came. When she finally got up to leave, Ray asked what she planned to do next.
I'll work at an adventurers guild,
she said, trying to sound strong again.
Help other people who are dealing with situations like ours. But don't worry, I'll stay away from the dangerous jobs.
Before she walked out the door, she reached into her bag and pulled out a folded piece of paper.
Your father wrote this before he got infected,
Scarlet explained, her voice gentle.
He wanted to give it to you after you passed the entrance exam for Avrian, but everything happened so fast after that, I forgot about it until now.
Ray took the letter with shaking hands and watched his mother disappear down the hallway. He went straight to his room, staring at the sealed paper like it might bite him. His father's handwriting was on the front, just his name in careful letters.
What could he have wanted to tell me?
Finally, Ray broke the seal and unfolded the letter.
Dear Ray, I always knew you were special. You have my stubborn blood and your mother's fighting spirit. I know you struggled when you were younger, but from the moment we first saw you, I could tell you were meant for great things. When you came back from the forest that day carrying Gary on your back, I went to investigate what had happened. I saw that intermediate tier beast lying dead in the clearing. I know you were the one who killed it. For some reason, you're hiding your real abilities. And that's fine by me. You'll show the world what you can do when you're ready. But listen to me carefully, my son. Never let anyone push you around. Not because of your hair color, not because of your strength, not for any reason. You have what it takes to become Avrian's #1 knight. I know it in my bones, and I can't wait to be there on graduation day, watching you prove everyone wrong. I'm proud of you, son. Your father.
Ray crumpled the letter in his fist and threw it across the room into the trash bin.
Stupid old man,
he muttered, his voice thick with emotion.
How are you supposed to see me graduate now?
The anger and grief in his chest felt like it was going to explode. He couldn't breathe in this tiny room. He needed air. Ray climbed up to the roof of the dormitory and stared out at the night sky. The full moon hung overhead, like a giant eye, casting silver light over the academy grounds. His hands clenched into fists.
The world just keeps adding to my list of enemies.
Meanwhile, back in the dorm room, Ian and Slivia had just returned from their white sash training. They immediately noticed something was off.
Where's Ray?
Slivia asked, looking around the empty room. Ian shrugged and grabbed the trash bin. It was his turn to take out the garbage. But as he lifted the bin, something caught his eye, a crumpled piece of paper.
A letter? That's weird. Students aren't supposed to get mail at the Avrian Academy.
Curiosity got the better of him. He smoothed out the paper and started reading the first few lines.
What's that?
Dan asked, appearing beside him. Ian quickly tried to fold the letter back up.
Nothing. It's just nothing.
Come on, is it a love letter or something?
Dan grinned and made a grab for the paper. Before Ian could stop him, Monk appeared out of nowhere and snatched the letter right out of Ian's hands.
Hey!
Ian protested, but it was too late. The whole group gathered around as Monk read the letter out loud. Gary, Dan, Martha, and Slivia all listened in stunned silence. When Monk finished reading, Slivia's eyes were soft with sympathy.
That's actually really sweet.
Dan scratched his head, looking confused.
Wait, how did Ray even get a letter? I thought we weren't allowed to receive mail here.
Gary let out a heavy sigh and sat down on his bed. His face was grim.
It's not as sweet as you think.
His voice was quiet and serious.
That letter was written before his father got infected with the shadow plague.
The room went dead silent. Everyone knew what that meant. They'd all heard the horror stories about what the shadow plague did to people, how it drove them insane, how it turned them into monsters. Dan swallowed hard.
So his father is...
Slivia nodded slowly.
He's gone.
A heavy sadness settled over the entire group like a thick blanket. Suddenly, Ray's behavior made perfect sense, the way he always kept to himself, the way he never joined their conversations, the way he seemed to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Now everything makes perfect sense,
Martha whispered in realization.
The way Ray always keeps to himself and acts indifferent. The way he never joins our conversations. The way he seems to carry the world's weight on his shoulders.
We never thought he might be going through so much.
Monk agreed.
I've known Ray longer than any of you. Heck, we even come from the same village, and yet, now I think I barely knew anything about his life. I used to ask him about his father's condition, and told him that one day everything would be all right, but that was all. I never tried to unravel his pent-up emotions, his pain. I feel like a shit right now.
Monk gripped the letter tightly in his hands, his jaw set with determination. In that moment, silently, the entire group made the same decision. They were going to try harder. They were going to find a way to bring Ray into their circle, to get him to open up, even if it was just a little bit. Whether Ray wanted to admit it or not, he wasn't alone anymore. He had people who cared about him, and they weren't going to let him face his grief by himself.
Wilfred had heard about Ray's situation and gave him a few days off from training. Ray's roommates didn't know the full story, but they could tell something was wrong. Ray tried to act normal, but it wasn't working. His friends had started being extra nice to him. Gary said, "Good morning," every day now. Dan asked how he was feeling. Martha always saved him a seat during lessons. He'd even found his bed made perfectly when he came back from classes.
They know something's up, but they're trying to help in their own way.
The next morning, Slivia stood blocking the door, her hands crossed against her chest. "No, you're coming to breakfast with us, Ray," she said firmly. "No arguments." Ray usually skipped breakfast, preferring to fast until lunch, but Slivia had that determined look in her eyes, the same look his mother used to get when she'd made up her mind about something. "Fine, let me put on my shoes," he said quietly. The dining hall buzzed with morning conversation. But Ray noticed how some students went quiet when their group walked in. It had been days since the fight between Gary and Monk, but while his friends had moved on, the rest of the school clearly hadn't.
They're still angry about me stopping the match. Idiots.
He sat between Slivia and Gary, picking at his food in silence. His friends tried to make conversation, talking about classes, complaining about training, and sharing gossip about other students. Ray responded when they asked him direct questions, but his heart wasn't in it. But before he could force himself to join the conversation properly, disaster struck. A student walking past their table with a tray full of food suddenly tripped. The entire tray flipped through the air, dumping slimy porridge, stewed meat, and sticky juice all over Ray's head and shoulders. The food was disgusting. Cold, lumpy, and it smelled like it had been sitting out for hours. It dripped down his face and into his clothes. The boy who dropped it looked down at Ray with a nasty smirk. "Oops, sorry about that. Total accident." But his eyes said otherwise. This had been planned. Slivia jumped to her feet, her face red with anger. "That was not an accident. What is wrong with you? How dare you?" Something inside Ray snapped. He'd been holding back his grief and rage for days. He'd been trying to be normal, trying to fit in, trying to be the person his friends wanted him to be. But seeing that smirk, that cruel, satisfied expression on the boy's face, broke the last of his control.
These filthy humans think they can do whatever they want to me.
Ray stood up slowly, food still dripping from his hair. The entire dining hall had gone quiet, everyone watching to see what would happen next. Without a word, Ray grabbed the student's head with both hands and slammed it down onto the wooden table. The impact was so violent that the thick wooden planks cracked and splintered. A deep dent appeared where the boy's face had hit. But Ray wasn't finished. He placed his foot on the unconscious student's back to hold him down, then grabbed his arm and pulled hard. The sickening sound of a shoulder separating from its socket echoed through the silent hall. The boy would have screamed if he'd been awake. Ray stared down at the broken figure beneath his foot, breathing heavily. Every person in the dining hall was frozen in shock and fear.
My father was right. I should never let anyone bully me. Never.
Ray walked out without saying a word, leaving his friends and a room full of terrified students behind him. An hour later, Ray received a message on his communicator. Wilfred wanted to see him immediately.
Here we go. I know what this is about,
Ray thought, as he made his way to the meeting room. Wilfred was waiting alone, his expression unreadable. "Sit down, Ray," he said calmly. "I heard what happened in the dining hall." Ray met his eyes without flinching. "I won't apologize for what I did." Wilfred sighed deeply. "I wouldn't expect you to. Your roommates came to me and explained what really happened. But there were also witnesses who sided with the other student, claiming you attacked him unprovoked." He paused. "It took some convincing, but I managed to keep you from being expelled. Because I'm going to be a dragon knight? Partly, yes. But also because I know how red-haired students are treated in this school. The other master knights might turn a blind eye to it, but I don't." Wilfred's expression darkened slightly. "There are disagreements among the upper ranks about how to handle these situations." Ray understood perfectly. Even among the teachers, there were those who looked down on students like him. Leaning forward, Wilfred looked straight into Ray's eyes. "I'm not saying these people don't deserve to be punished," Wilfred continued with a slight smile, "but next time, handle it through official channels. If a student gets hurt during a ranking match, well, accidents happen. The Master Knights don't need to get involved in legitimate competitions." He gave Ray a knowing wink. Ray smirked back. "Understood." There was still too much Ray needed to learn at this academy. He couldn't afford to get kicked out over some petty revenge. As Ray left the meeting and headed back toward his dorm, a voice called out behind him.
You! Stop right there!
Ray turned to see a boy with blonde, curly hair strutting toward him, chest puffed out like a peacock. Several other students followed behind him. They were clearly his followers, who had no minds of their own and acted on Eric's whims.
My name is Eric Sunshield of the Sunshield family,
The boy announced loudly.
How dare a filthy commoner like you attack one of my people?
Especially a disgusting red-haired rat like you.
Ray barely glanced at him. He'd just gotten out of trouble with Wilfred. Starting another fight immediately would be stupid. So Ray kept walking. Eric's face turned bright red with rage.
How dare you ignore me? Did your worthless parents never teach you any manners? Oh, wait, I forgot. You were probably raised by pigs.
Ray stopped dead in his tracks. Your parents. Worthless parents. The words hit him like a physical blow. His father, who had fought the shadow plague for years just to stay alive long enough to see his son succeed. His mother, who had watched the man she loved slowly lose himself to a monster and still couldn't bring herself to end his suffering. Worthless? Ray's hand moved to his communicator without conscious thought. He sent Eric a ranking match request. Eric looked at his own device and burst out laughing.
Rank 280? You actually think you can beat me? This is hilarious.
He accepted the match immediately.
Fine, it's time someone taught you what a real top ranker looks like.
They arrived at an empty training ground for their official match. Eric drew his sword with a flourish, showing off for the few students who had followed to watch.
I'm ranked 9th in the entire school,
Eric bragged.
You're not even worth my time, but I'll make this quick.
The match began. Ray didn't move. He stood perfectly still, hands at his sides. As Eric charged toward him with his sword raised, Ray stepped left at the last moment, letting Eric's blade cut through empty air. Ray then leaned right when Eric charged at him again. Another miss. Ray simply stepped backward. Eric's sword hit nothing but ground. Ray made no attempt to counterattack. He just avoided every single strike with minimal movement, his face completely calm.
Stop running away and fight me!
Eric shouted, his attacks becoming wilder and more desperate. But Ray wasn't running. He was studying, learning Eric's patterns, watching his footwork deteriorate as frustration took over. After several minutes of this, Eric was breathing heavily, his sword arm shaking with exhaustion. His perfect blonde hair was soaked with sweat.
Why won't you just fight?
Eric asked. Ray tilted his head slightly, his eyes glowing yellow in the afternoon light.
I was being merciful,
Ray said quietly.
but since you insulted my parents...
In the next instant, Ray vanished. He reappeared directly in front of Eric before the blonde boy could even blink. Eric's eyes went wide with terror as he realized he couldn't see Ray's movements at all. Ray raised his fist and brought it down like a hammer. One punch. It took Ray only one punch to end the fight. It landed straight on the top of Eric's skull. Eric crumpled to the ground like a broken doll, completely unconscious before he even hit the dirt. Ray stood over him for a moment, breathing slowly.
That's what happens when you cross the line.
The next morning, the entire school was in chaos. Students everywhere were checking their communicators, shocked to see that their rankings had all dropped by one position overnight. Ray glanced down at his own device and smiled coldly. Rank 9.
Just like Father always said I could be.
Ray had no idea how big a splash his fight with Eric had made. Eric was ranked 9th among all first-year students. A top fighter, Ray had been way down at rank 280, practically invisible. When students won ranking matches, they usually just swapped places with whoever they beat. But Ray's victory was different. By beating the 9th-ranked student, he'd jumped straight to 9th place himself. That pushed everyone below him down one spot.
Over 270 students dropped a rank because of me. So much for hiding the true strength.
Ray shook his head, looking at his communicator. In the top 10, things usually moved slowly. Students would challenge the person right above them, maybe gain 1 or 2 spots over weeks of fighting. Nobody had ever jumped from outside the top 100 straight into the top 10 overnight. The rankings weren't public. Only students could see their own rank on their communicators. But word was spreading fast. Everyone wanted to know who had beaten Eric so badly, but the blonde boy refused to tell anyone. Maybe he was too embarrassed to confess. Ray spent his days off from training in the library, searching for information about dragon knights and the divine being, but the books told him nothing new, just the same stories he'd heard before.
There has to be more to it,
he thought, closing another useless history book. On his way back to the dorm, Ray couldn't help but think about the divine being.
How is it possible that nobody dared to write anything about the divine being? There are always rebels, especially humans who don't like to listen. There must be one of those rebels who might have broken the taboo and...
Ray's chain of thoughts broke when he saw something that stopped him cold. Gary and Kyle were struggling to carry someone between them, the person's arms draped over their shoulders. Bandages covered most of the injured student's body. They carefully brought the person into their room and laid him on one of the beds. Only then could Ray see who it was. Monk? Ray's blood turned to ice. Monk's face was purple and swollen. His arms and legs were wrapped in thick bandages. Some parts of his body looked twisted, clearly broken bones that hadn't been set properly. What happened? Ray demanded, rushing to Monk's bedside. Monk was unconscious, breathing shallow and painful. Kyle's hands were shaking with rage. Sebastian did this! That bastard Sebastian! His voice cracked with emotion. He challenged Monk to a ranking match after training, and then he destroyed him. How is this even possible? Ray asked, staring at Monk's broken body. Ranking matches have safety measures. They're supposed to stop before anyone gets seriously hurt. Gary sat heavily in a chair next to Monk's bed, his face darker than Ray had ever seen it. It's my fault, Gary said quietly, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white. Sebastian is ranked second in the school. He's been trying to beat me in practice fights, but never could. After he saw our match, he decided to take it out on Monk instead. Kyle slammed his fist against the wall. Tell him the rest, Gary. Gary's jaw tightened. Sebastian let Monk wear himself out first, just like I did. But when the match was clearly over, when Monk couldn't even stand up anymore, Sebastian kept attacking. The system should have stopped it, but Sebastian found ways around the safety measures. We tried to help, Kyle added, his voice breaking. Gary and I both tried to stop the fight, but Sebastian's followers held us back. By the time we got to Monk, he was already like this. Ray felt something burning in his chest, a rage hotter than anything he'd felt since learning about his father. A weak groan came from the bed. Monk's eyes fluttered open, so swollen he could barely see through the tiny slits. Ray? Monk's voice was barely a whisper. Is that you? Despite his pain, Monk tried to smile. How are you doing? Sorry, but I don't think I can make your bed today. Ray went completely still. That was you? He asked softly. For days, Ray had been coming back to find his bed perfectly made. He'd wondered who was doing it, but had never asked. But now he knew. Even beaten half to death, Monk was still thinking about taking care of others. Why? Ray asked, his voice thick with emotion he didn't understand. Monk chuckled weakly, then winced from the pain. What do you mean, Ray? Black sashes look out for each other. We're family, aren't we? Family. The word hit Ray like a physical blow. As a dragon, he'd barely understood the concept, and as a human, he'd lost the only family he'd ever known. But here was Monk, a stranger who met him only a few months ago, now lying on the bed, broken and bleeding, and yet calling him family. Monk turned his swollen face toward Gary. I'm sorry about our fight, he whispered. I know you weren't taking me seriously. I just wanted to prove I could do something. I didn't mean to go that far with the wooden shard. Gary grabbed Monk's hand gently. It's okay, Monk. I'm not mad at you anymore, he said, his voice strained. Just rest for now. Wilfred is bringing a healing mage. Monk nodded slightly and drifted back into unconsciousness. Kyle punched the wall again. Harder this time. We have to do something. We can't let Sebastian get away with this. Gary, you have to fight him. Gary shook his head slowly. I can't. Why not? Kyle shouted. A quiet voice answered from the doorway. Because Sebastian is a Delbert. Everyone turned to see Slivia standing there, her face grim. Kyle's eyes went wide. You mean the Delbert family? Ray's fists clenched. I don't care what family he's from. Look what he did to Monk. Slivia stepped into the room and crossed her arms. You don't understand, Ray. Sebastian gets away with things like this because his father is none other than Master Knight Delbert himself, one of the most powerful people in the academy. Delbert, Ray thought, remembering the knight who had looked at him with such disgust during the Dragon Knight meeting. That man already hated Ray. Now his son was torturing Ray's friends. Ray, Gary said, recognizing the look in Ray's eyes.
I know what you're thinking, but don't do it. If you fight Sebastian outside the ranking system, you'll be expelled.
Ray looked down at his communicator, then smiled coldly.
Who said anything about fighting outside the rankings?
Ray stood up and headed for the door.
As long as I challenge him to an official match, there's nothing wrong with that.
Slivia grabbed his sleeve as he passed.
Where are you going?
Ray turned to look back at Monk's broken form on the bed, then at Gary and Kyle's worried faces, then at Slivia's frightened expression. These people cared about each other. They'd risked themselves trying to protect Monk. Kyle was ready to fight even though he knew he'd lose. Gary was blaming himself for what happened. Slivia was trying to keep everyone safe. This is what family means, Ray realized. His voice was calm, but underneath it was a promise of violence that made everyone in the room shiver.
I'm going to do the same thing to Sebastian that he did to Monk.
Ray's eyes seemed to glow in the dim light.
Nobody hurts my family.
He pulled free from Slivia's grip and walked toward the door.
Ray, wait!
Gary called out.
Sebastian is ranked second for a reason. He's incredibly strong.
Ray paused at the doorway without turning around.
I'm ranked 9th now,
he said quietly.
That means I can challenge anyone in the top 10.
But Ray!
Kyle started.
Monk made my bed every day.
Ray interrupted.
Even when he was dealing with his own problems, even when he was exhausted from training. He took care of me because he thought we were family.
Ray's hands clenched into fists.
Well, he was right. We are family. And Sebastian just made the biggest mistake of his life by hurting one of mine.
As Ray walked out of the room, his friends could only watch in stunned silence. Gary looked down at Monk's unconscious form.
What have we started?
Slivia shook her head.
I don't think we started anything. I think we just found out what Ray is really capable of when someone hurts the people he cares about.
Kyle grinned despite his worry.
Sebastian has no idea what's coming for him.
In the hallway, Ray was already composing his challenge message. His fingers moved quickly over his communicator as he typed.
Sebastian Delbert, ranking match, tomorrow at dawn. Accept if you're not a coward.
He sent the message and smiled.
Time to show him what happens when you mess with family.
Ray walked through the dormitory halls, stopping students to ask where Sebastian's room was. Most people didn't like Sebastian any more than they liked Ray, so it didn't take long to get directions. As he walked, Ray's mind raced.
How do I get him to accept a ranking match? I need something he can't say no to.
Most students still thought Ray was a nobody, some low-ranked fighter they'd never heard of. Sebastian had no reason to waste time on someone like that, but Ray couldn't reveal his true rank either. If Sebastian knew Ray was in 9th place, he might refuse the fight out of fear. Sebastian lived in the Silvertown section of the dormitory, where all the wealthy students from influential families stayed. As Ray approached the building, he was surprised to find 5 people waiting outside. At the front stood a tall young man with silver hair and perfect features. Everything about him screamed noble, from his expensive clothes to the way he carried himself like he owned the world.
I heard someone was looking for me,
Sebastian said, stepping forward with a confident smile.
I assume that's you.
Ray had to tilt his head back to look at Sebastian's face. The guy was at least 2 heads taller than him. But size had never intimidated Ray. He'd faced monsters much bigger and scarier than this spoiled rich kid.
How did you know I was looking for you?
Ray asked. Sebastian's smile grew wider.
Word travels fast around here. The moment I heard someone was asking about me, then saw that black sash of yours, I knew exactly why.
His voice dripped with amusement.
You want revenge for your pathetic little friend, don't you?
Ray's hands clenched into fists. Every fiber of his being wanted to tear Sebastian's head off right here, right now. But he forced himself to stay calm. Attacking Sebastian outside the ranking system would get him expelled, and he'd never get justice for Monk.
Let's have a ranking match,
Ray said simply.
You and me.
Sebastian threw back his head and laughed. A cruel, mocking sound that made Ray's blood boil.
And what exactly would I gain from fighting you?
Sebastian sneered.
I already destroyed the strongest of your black sash weaklings. Gary might be special, but you?
He looked Ray up and down with disgust.
You're nothing but a curse. Everything you touch gets ruined, even your so-called friends.
Stay calm. Don't give him the satisfaction of cracking your patience,
Ray told himself, even as rage burned in his chest. Ray reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 glowing crystals, holding them in his open palm.
If you win, you can have these.
Sebastian's eyes went wide with shock.
How the hell does someone like you have intermediate beast crystals?
Ray had expected this reaction. Intermediate crystals were incredibly valuable, especially for students about to enter their second year. Once basic training ended, students would be allowed to hunt outside the academy. Having intermediate crystals meant better weapons, better armor, and a massive advantage over everyone else.
My father was an adventurer.
Ray lied smoothly.
He gave them to me before he left on his last mission. I haven't had the money to find a good smithy to craft anything from them yet.
Ray held the crystals higher, letting them catch the light.
If you beat me, they're both yours.
It was perfect bait. Ray just had to hope Sebastian's arrogance would make him think losing was impossible. Sebastian's eyes locked onto the crystals with pure greed. Ray could practically see him calculating how much they were worth.
Deal,
Sebastian said, that cruel smile returning to his face.
But the match has to be public. At the main training grounds in front of everyone. I don't want anyone thinking I forced some weak nobody into this.
Fine by me,
Ray said. They went their separate ways. Ray had barely made it halfway back to his dorm when Kyle appeared, running toward him with panic written all over his face.
Ray, are you completely insane?
Kyle shouted, grabbing Ray's arm.
You're actually going to fight Sebastian? He'll kill you. You didn't see what he did to Monk. There was blood everywhere.
Word really does travel fast here.
Kyle, just trust me, Ray said calmly. I need you to do something for me. Start up that betting ring again, just like you did for Gary and Monk's last fight.
Kyle stared at him in disbelief.
Yeah, sure, I can do that. But if you're planning to bet against yourself just to make money, that's a pretty stupid way to commit suicide.
Ray didn't answer. Instead, he placed both hands on Kyle's shoulders and looked him straight in the eyes. There was something in Ray's expression that made Kyle's complaints die in his throat.
Fine, I can't stop you anyway. Just do me a favor and try to land at least one hit before he knocks you out, okay?
They parted ways, each preparing for tomorrow's fight in their own way. The next morning arrived with an electric tension in the air. Students were supposed to be doing their regular training, but everyone's attention was focused on one thing, the upcoming duel between the second-ranked student in the entire school and some unknown Black Sash fighter. That's how Kyle had advertised it. Mystery Black Sash versus the Silver Prince. Interest in Black Sash students had exploded ever since Monk's impressive showing against Gary. People were curious to see how another Black Sash fighter would perform, but almost everyone believed the outcome was already decided. Kyle had spent the morning collecting bets, and just as Ray had predicted, nearly everyone put their money on Sebastian. The odds were heavily stacked against Ray.
Almost everyone,
Ray noted, watching the crowd gather. Only 2 people had bet on Ray to win, Gary and Eric, the only 2 students who had actually fought Ray seriously. Ray's roommates stood at the edge of the crowd, looking nervous.
So, how long do you think he'll last?
Dan asked, shifting uncomfortably.
I just hope he doesn't get seriously hurt.
Ian muttered, remembering Monk's broken body. Martha nodded.
Maybe 10 seconds? Sebastian's really strong.
But Gary and Slivia had different expressions on their faces.
I don't think this fight will go the way people expect,
Slivia said quietly. Dan rolled his eyes.
Oh, please. Love really does make people blind, doesn't it?
Gary's jaw tightened.
If you can't see how strong Ray really is by now, then maybe you're the one who's blind.
Dan opened his mouth to argue, but before he could say anything, the crowd started cheering. The fighters were taking their positions. Ray and Sebastian stood in the center of the training ground, facing each other across 10 feet of packed dirt. The late morning sun cast long shadows between them. Sebastian was grinning like a predator about to catch easy prey.
I hope you said goodbye to your crystals, Red Hair.
Ray said nothing. He simply pulled out his communicator and sent Sebastian an official duel request. Sebastian accepted immediately, confident in his victory, but the moment he looked at his screen to confirm the match details, his expression changed completely. His pupils shrank to pinpricks. The color drained from his face.
No wonder you were so confident,
Sebastian whispered, his voice filled with shock.
So you were the one to beat Eric.
The crowd fell dead silent. Then, like a wave breaking on shore, excited whispers and gasps spread through the hundreds of watching students. Everyone had assumed Ray was still ranked somewhere in the 200s. a nobody trying to punch above his weight. But this changed everything. Ray wasn't just some random black sash fighter. He was ranked 9th in the entire first year. Suddenly, the impossible fight had become very, very interesting. Sebastian's confident smirk faltered as he realized what he'd gotten himself into. And Ray just smiled.
Ray sent the duel request and couldn't help but smile. Sebastian was trapped now. With hundreds of students watching, there was no way he could refuse without looking like a coward.
You think beating Eric makes you special?
Sebastian sneered.
There's a huge difference between rank 9 and rank 2, and I'm about to teach you that lesson.
Ray said nothing. He just stood there, waiting calmly. One of Sebastian's friends started the countdown.
3, 2...
Before he could say 1, Sebastian was already charging forward.
As I expected, charging early. I'm not surprised Sebastian is playing dirty from the beginning.
Sebastian's attack was fast enough that most students wouldn't have been able to dodge. But Ray simply spun to the side, letting the wooden sword pass harmlessly by. In the same smooth motion, he countered, the tip of his blade barely grazing Sebastian's cheek. A thin line of red appeared. Ray jumped back, resetting his stance.
Lucky hit.
Sebastian scoffed, touching his face and looking at the blood on his fingers.
But too shallow. You'll never win with scratches like that.
He attacked again, putting more force behind his strike. But it was the same result. Ray dodged at the last possible second, his sword leaving another shallow cut, this time on Sebastian's other cheek.
You'll never beat me with weak attacks like this,
Sebastian shouted, his irritation growing. With an angry growl, he launched into a furious assault. His wooden sword became a blur of motion, striking from every angle. But each attack missed by inches, and each miss was punished by another small, stinging cut. To the watching students, it looked like Ray was barely surviving, dodging desperately, and only landing lucky counters whenever he got the chance.
He's doing well to avoid getting hit,
Kyle said nervously,
but he's going to get caught eventually. Why doesn't he go for a real attack?
Slivia shook her head.
I think you're seeing this wrong.
What do you mean?
Just watch.
The fight continued for 10 minutes straight, Sebastian attacking without rest. Then suddenly, he stopped. Blood dripped from his forehead into his eye, forcing him to blink rapidly. He wiped at his face with his sleeve. The crowd gasped. Sebastian's expensive clothes were stained dark red. His face was covered in dozens of thin cuts, crisscrossing lines that made him look like he'd been mauled by a wild animal. Each cut was shallow, but together they created a horrifying picture.
This was the plan all along. If I beat Sebastian too quickly, the ranking system will declare me the winner and end the match. That will be too merciful. Sebastian needs to feel pain. The same pain Monk felt when Sebastian kept attacking after the fight was already over.
The shallow wounds Ray inflicted stung and burned with every movement. The ranking system simulated real combat, meaning if Ray landed a fatal blow, the match would end automatically. But light wounds, those would linger. Those would hurt. Ray stepped forward, his voice eerily calm.
My turn now.
Sebastian, exhausted and bleeding, raised his sword defensively. Ray swung upward toward his face. Sebastian lifted his own blade to block. Then something impossible happened. Ray's sword seemed to disappear, phasing through Sebastian's weapon like it wasn't even there. It reappeared behind the block and slashed across Sebastian's mouth. His lips split open in a jagged line, tearing from corner to corner.
You bastard!
Sebastian tried to speak, but his ruined mouth made the words come out mangled and wet.
Just wait until my dad hears about this.
Ray didn't need to understand the threat clearly. He knew exactly what Sebastian was saying. In the crowd, Monk had just arrived. He'd woken up, still covered in bandages, and rushed to the training field as fast as his broken body would allow. He'd arrived just in time to see Ray's last attack.
That's impossible,
Monk whispered in shock.
How did he learn that?
The Phantom Strike. The other Black Sash students were equally stunned. Sir Kay had demonstrated this technique once during their first lesson, showing them a glimpse of what a true Black Knight could do, but he'd never actually taught them how to perform it. Yet Ray had figured it out on his own.
He's even gotten stronger in such a short time.
Gary murmured, watching with mixed emotions.
Part of him was proud of his friend. Part of him was frustrated that Ray kept leaving him behind. The winner was obvious to everyone now. The match should have been over. But Ray didn't stop. He kept attacking, again and again. The wooden sword struck Sebastian, quick jabs with the tip that left more stinging wounds. Sebastian wanted to surrender. He tried to open his mouth to say the words. Ray's sword struck his face again, cutting off the attempt. Every time Sebastian tried to speak, Ray hit him, like he could read minds, like he knew exactly when to silence him. The crowd's energy shifted. This wasn't a fight anymore. This was something else entirely, something dark. Students stared in horrified silence. The excitement of the match had died, replaced by a creeping fear. Ray is a monster, they thought, a monster wearing human skin. On the other hand, Ray's mind was somewhere else entirely. Each strike he aimed at Sebastian brought flashes of memory. His father slowly being consumed by the shadow plague. His mother crying as she told him what happened. The crowd throwing trash at him after he'd saved Gary's life. Eric insulting his parents. Sebastian's smug face as he bragged about destroying Monk. But that's not all. The snippets of memories from his past life began to cloud his judgment. The screams, the loss, the fear, the violence, and the struggle to survive. Everything rushed forward with great force. Every injustice, every cruelty, every moment of pain. More. Something dark whispered in his mind. Make him suffer more. Sebastian's bloody face looked up at him with terror, but Ray felt nothing. No sympathy, no hesitation, no mercy.
This is justice. This is what they all deserve. The humans deserve.
His grip tightened on the sword. He raised it again.
That's enough, Ray.
The voice cut through the fog of rage like a knife. Ray recognized that voice instantly.
Please, stop.
Monk stood at the edge of the training ground, tears streaming down his bruised and swollen face. His body was still covered in bandages, and he could barely stand. Ray froze. The sword he raised remained stationary in the air over his head. Why was Monk crying? Wasn't this what he wanted? Wasn't this revenge for what Sebastian had done to him?
Who cares what happens to this waste of space?
The dark voice insisted. But Ray's hands were trembling now. Monk's tears didn't make sense. This was supposed to be justice. This was supposed to make things right. In that moment of hesitation, Sebastian gasped out the words through his ruined mouth.
I give up. Please. No more. No more.
The match ended. Ray's communicator blinked, updating his rank to number 2. Sebastian couldn't stand it anymore. Blood covered every part of his body. His face was unrecognizable. Lips split open, one ear torn, his once white sash now completely soaked red. The fight was over. Ray's darkened gaze pierced through Sebastian's beaten form. He didn't stay to see the aftermath. Using his Black Knight skills, Ray slipped into the crowd and disappeared before anyone could follow him. His roommates stood frozen in shock. Even Slivia and Ian, who'd always believed Ray was strong, hadn't expected this. He'd fought like he was on a completely different level, like a master knight toying with a child.
The Black Knight skills are seriously overpowered,
Dan muttered.
How is anyone supposed to defend against an attack like that?
Monk kept replaying the phantom strike Ray had just performed in his mind, analyzing every movement.
No,
Monk said quietly.
none of us can do what he just did. Not yet.
Kyle crossed his arms.
Has he been hiding his real strength from us this whole time?
Dan's face suddenly lit up with excitement.
Wait, does this mean Ray and Gary are going to fight for the #1 spot?
Several students nearby heard Dan's comment and moved closer, eager to hear more. Gary sighed and waved them off.
Ray has already beaten me before. There's no need for a second fight. I know I don't stand a chance against him.
The crowd went silent. When had they fought? It must have been before the ranking matches even started. Gary's statement wasn't just admitting defeat, it was a confirmation of something bigger. Everyone had just watched Ray destroy Sebastian with ease. While nobody would say Gary was weaker than Sebastian, there was no way Gary could have dominated him like Ray just had. Word spread through the academy like wildfire. Meanwhile, in one of the top floors of the central building, the Master Knights had gathered for an emergency meeting. Delbert slammed his fist on the table so hard it shook.
He should be executed,
He shouted, his face red with rage. The room cracked with heavy tension, but Sir Kay's calm but firm voice sliced through it like a sharp knife.
You're letting family loyalty cloud your judgment, Delbert. Think like a knight, not a father. The boy broke no academy rules.
Delbert's eyes blazed with fury.
Did you see what he did to my son? Sebastian's face will be scarred for weeks. No normal child could torture someone like that. He's as evil as Sen himself.
Miss Rose nodded slowly.
I agree with Delbert. This boy could become the destroyer of the kingdom, just as the prophecy warned.
Bernardo leaned back in his chair, looking thoughtful.
Let me remind everyone,
He said carefully.
the same prophecy states that a red-haired boy will be our savior, and Ray Talon fits that description perfectly. Trying to kill or expel him might doom us all.
But
Wilfred sighed heavily, cutting Delbert mid-sentence.
Enough of the argument. There is only one way to resolve this matter. We'll put it to a vote. Those in favor of expelling the boy, raise your hand.
Delbert and Rose raised their hands immediately, but Bernardo and Sir Kay kept theirs down. Wilfred looked around the table.
Then I have the deciding vote.
His gaze settled on Delbert. After an anticipatory moment, Wilfred finally revealed his verdict.
The boy stays at Avrian Academy. There will be no punishment for Ray Talon.
Delbert's fists clenched, and he slammed the table again, but he said nothing more. Even he couldn't overturn the Academy's rules, no matter how much he wanted to. He stormed out of the chamber without another glance at others, but as he left, a cold smile briefly crossed his face. There were always alternatives. That night, Ray was exhausted. The moment he returned to his room, Ian and Dan bombarded him with questions.
Have you always been this strong? How did you do that phantom strike thing?
Ray shrugged off their curiosity with a dry reply.
I don't like being in the spotlight. I prefer staying low. When people notice you, they start bothering you, and that's the last thing on my bucket list.
As for the phantom strike, that was a Black Sash secret. He couldn't explain it even if he wanted to. Later, Monk approached him quietly.
Thanks.
He said simply before retiring to his bed. Ray stared at him, confused. Thanks for what? For getting revenge, or for stopping when Monk asked him to? He didn't know, and that uncertainty bothered him. Ray lay on his bed and closed his eyes with hope of sleep granting him some relief tonight. Unfortunately, it did not happen. His mind kept mulling over his fight with Sebastian. He glanced around to see his roommates fast asleep after an eventful day. Getting out of bed, Ray climbed to the roof. His special place to think, to be alone with his thoughts. The cool night air greeted him as soon as he stepped outside. Ray found his usual spot and sat there, gazing out at the dark sky studded with twinkling stars and the crescent-shaped moon. After a few minutes, his shoulders relaxed a bit, and his mind felt lighter than before. Then he heard the door creak open behind him. Turning, he was surprised to see Slivia standing there, the moonlight catching her silver hair.
I thought I'd find you up here,
she said softly. Ray turned back to face the sky.
I think better up here.
Slivia walked over and leaned on the ledge beside him. The wind played with her hair, making it shimmer like liquid silver under the moon. Ray had never found humans beautiful before. They were just humans. But in this moment, looking at her, something felt different.
You're thinking about Monk, aren't you?
She asked.
About why he asked you to stop?
Ray frowned, pushing the thought about Slivia's beauty aside as fast as it arrived.
How did you know?
Slivia smiled sadly.
Ray, you're strange. You've never been good with people. It's like you don't understand emotions at all.
Ray looked away, uncomfortable. He was indeed not good with people, emotions, or being vocal about it.
You don't understand why people feel sad or happy.
She continued gently.
When I look at you, I see someone who's angry and confused all the time.
She turned to face him directly.
When I see you like that, I just want to help you.
Ray met her eyes. Her dewy orbs tried to reach the deepest part of him, but Ray knew better than letting them succeed. Yet, a question he never thought he would ask someone slipped before he could stop it.
Are you scared of me, Slivia?
She hesitated, and for a moment, Ray expected her to lie.
Sometimes,
she admitted quietly.
But I don't think you're a bad person, Ray. I think you're just lost.
Ray activated his dragon eyes without thinking about it. He needed to see if she was telling the truth. Slivia gasped and stepped back.
Ray, your eyes!
At night, his dragon eyes couldn't stay hidden. They glowed bright yellow, cutting through the darkness like twin flames. Ray had expected this reaction.
Humans always feared anything different from themselves. This was the moment she would run away, just like anyone else would have. But then Slivia did something he never expected. She stepped forward, closer than before, and looked directly into his glowing eyes without flinching.
They're beautiful, Ray,
She whispered.
they suit you.
Ray felt something crack inside his chest. A wall he didn't even know was there. Nobody had ever called any part of him beautiful except his parents, Jack and Scarlet. Especially not the parts that made him different. Slivia turned toward the exit, but paused at the door. She looked back at him one last time, her expression gentle and kind.
You're not a monster, Ray. I hope you figure that out someday.
Then she was gone, the door closing softly behind her. Ray now stood alone on the roof, staring at the spot where Slivia had been standing. His hand moved to his chest, pressing against where that strange feeling had bloomed. Humans were so difficult to understand. Just when he thought he'd figured them out, they surprised him completely. Gary had saved him when they were children. Monk saw him as family. And Slivia? She'd looked into his dragon eyes and called them beautiful. Maybe he'd been wrong about humans. Maybe some of them were different. Or... The door suddenly burst open with a loud crash. Ray spun around, expecting Slivia to have returned. But the person who stepped onto the roof was someone he'd never seen before. A tall man with silver hair and cold, calculating eyes walked toward him. He moved with the confidence of a trained fighter, each step measured and precise. His expensive clothes marked him as nobility, and there was something dangerous in the way he smiled.
You are Ray, correct?
The man said. His voice was ice. Ray's body tensed automatically, every instinct screaming danger.
Who are you?
The man's smile widened, but it never reached his eyes.
My name doesn't matter. I'm here to teach you a lesson about crossing your line.
Ray stared at the man standing before him. He was certain they'd never met. Yet something about him felt strangely familiar. The man gave a slight, mocking bow.
Seems like you are adamant that I introduce myself first. All right then. My name is Harry Delbert, first and eldest son of the Delbert family. The person you defeated today, Sebastian, was my younger brother.
Now that he mentioned it, the resemblance was obvious. The silver hair, the sharp features, the way he carried himself. He was definitely related to Sebastian and Master Knight Delbert.
So you're here for revenge?
Ray asked, his body already tensing for a fight. Harry laughed, a cold, amused sound.
Revenge? No, nothing as petty as that. In fact, I should probably thank you. My little brother was arrogant. He never took his training seriously because he was always at the top of his class. Someone needed to humble him eventually.
Then why are you here?
Ray demanded. Harry's words were calm and polite, but the pressure radiating from him told a completely different story. The air around him felt heavy, dangerous. Without answering, Harry drew his training sword with a smooth, practiced motion. Ray immediately drew his own weapon.
As I said,
Harry continued, his smile never reaching his eyes,
I'm here to teach you a lesson. This year's first years are the weakest batch we've ever had at Avrian. I can't let you get ahead of yourselves, now can I? At the same time, I might as well defend my family's honor.
Ray's eyes caught something on Harry's blue sash. A single gold ribbon. Second year. At Avrian Academy, ranking matches were separated by year. First years couldn't challenge upperclassmen through the official system, which meant if they fought now, this wouldn't be a sanctioned match.
If I get hurt, there's no protection, no safety measures, no automatic stop.
Ray's fingers tightened around the sword. Harry gestured casually with his sword.
Come on, show me what you've got.
Ray normally preferred to wait and counter, but he wanted to end this quickly, before anyone discovered them, before this could get worse. He charged forward, putting everything into his first attack. Swinging from above, he brought his sword down with all his strength, the same devastating blow that had broken through countless defenses. Harry raised his sword to block, looking almost bored.
This should break right through. The force behind this strike is massive,
Ray thought confidently. Their swords collided and stopped dead in midair. Ray's eyes went wide. His attack, which should have shattered Harry's weapon, had been completely neutralized. Worse, he could feel his own sword beginning to crack from the impact.
What is this? What kind of power does this man hold?
Ray immediately jumped back, creating distance between them. Harry tilted his head curiously.
Oh, I'm surprised you made the right decision. I'm guessing this is your first time fighting someone who uses ki?
Ki. That word explained the strange force Ray had felt in Harry's blade. It was something the Academy hadn't taught first years yet, an advanced technique for second years and above.
In that case, my raw power won't work. Harry will always have a counter to my every attempt. I need to rely on my skills instead.
Ray switched to black sash footwork, moving in an unpredictable zigzag pattern toward his opponent. The technique was designed to be unreadable, making it nearly impossible for enemies to predict where the next attack would come from. Ray struck from the left, but got blocked instantly. He spun and attacked from the right, yet was blocked again. From above, blocked. From behind, blocked. From below, blocked.
Damn it, it's not working. This man has an answer to my every attack.
Harry wasn't even following Ray's movements with his eyes. It was as if he could sense exactly where and when each attack would land. Ray stopped, breathing hard. This wasn't working at all.
Is that everything you've got?
Harry asked, sounding almost disappointed. Ray clenched his fists. He hadn't felt this helpless in a long time, not since training with his father years ago. As much as he hated to admit it, Harry was completely out of his league. Even if Ray transformed into his beast form, he doubted it would make much difference against this level of skill. There was one last technique he could try. Ray loosened his grip on the sword hilt and leaped forward again. This time, he swung upward from below, the same setup he'd used against Sebastian. Harry raised his sword to block, just as Ray expected. At the last possible moment, Ray's blade seemed to vanish, phasing through Harry's weapon like it wasn't even there. It reappeared behind the block, aimed directly at Harry's throat. Phantom strike. Just as the blade was about to cut his throat, Harry suddenly moved backward, dodging the strike by less than an inch. Ray's heart sank. Even his best technique hadn't been enough. A single drop of sweat rolled down Harry's forehead.
Phew, that was close,
Harry said, exhaling slowly.
You actually made me move.
The words hit Ray like a hammer. That's when he fully understood the gap between them. Throughout this entire fight, Ray had been attacking constantly, using every technique he knew. And until that very last moment, Harry hadn't moved his feet even once. Not once. He'd defended against everything while standing perfectly still.
I'm guessing that was everything you had?
Harry said, shifting his grip on his sword. He raised it above his right shoulder, holding it like a spear. Then, without any warning, he threw it. The sword shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. Ray's instincts screamed danger. He tried to dodge, but the blade was too fast. He barely managed to raise his own sword to block. The force behind Harry's throw was incredible. Ray's wooden sword shattered into pieces, and the momentum drove Harry's blade straight into Ray's stomach. Pain exploded through his body. Blood dripped from Ray's lips. He wanted to move, wanted to fight back, but his body wouldn't respond. His legs trembled, then gave out completely. Ray collapsed to the ground. Harry walked over calmly, picked up his sword from where it had fallen, and turned to leave.
Wait!
Ray shouted, struggling to speak through the pain. Harry stopped, but didn't turn around.
Just tell me one thing,
Ray gasped.
You're ranked 1 among the second years, right?
There was a long pause. Then Harry raised his arm and activated his communicator. The screen glowed in the darkness, displaying a single number, 50. Almost a year has passed since Ray first walked through the gates of Avrian Academy. The nervous first year who'd barely survived the entrance exam was gone. Now, in his place, stood someone stronger, harder, more dangerous. Basic night training of the first-year students was nearly finished. Soon, they'd become second years, which meant they would need to face new challenges, new enemies, and hopefully Ray would get new answers to his old questions. But the Dragon Knight training had been a massive disappointment, contrary to Ray's hopes of it becoming of some use to him. Unlike the basic knight training, the Dragon Knight training had no structured curriculum. Everything the Avrian Academy tried was based on a trial-and-error approach. The Academy had brought in a mage from Roland Academy to teach them magic, but that experiment had failed spectacularly, since none of the 5 red-haired students could cast even the simplest spell. After that disaster, the instructors had resorted to pushing their bodies to extreme limits, hoping something magical and phenomenal would awaken inside them. Every day brought a different test, a different torture. One day, they'd be forced to meditate for hours in freezing water. Next, they'd be running until they collapsed from exhaustion. It didn't feel like training at all.
This is frustrating. It is nothing I imagined it to be. They're treating us like lab rats, running experiments after experiments on us when they don't know what exactly they're looking for.
Winter had arrived in full force. Snow piled high against buildings, and massive icicles hung from every rooftop like crystal daggers. The cold had driven away the weaker students. Some quit because the training was too hard. Others were expelled for breaking rules. Ray learned most of what happened in the academy from Kyle, who had basically become their 8th roommate. He spent more time in their dorm than his own, always bringing fresh gossip from around the city. Lately, the rumors that reached the Avrian Academy had taken a darker turn. Students whispered that the Dark Guild had infiltrated Avrian Academy. Some students claimed that the knights were secretly working for the enemy. Others said knights were dying in massive numbers on the battlefield and that the Shadow Plague was spreading past the kingdom's borders toward the capital. However, none of these claims were confirmed, but were just rumors, spreading like wildfire. And yet some things were impossible to deny. The Master Knights held emergency meetings almost daily now. The number of knights patrolling the city had visibly decreased. And at night, if you listened carefully, you could hear the distant howls of magical beasts getting closer to the walls.
Something's happening. The teachers are trying their best to hide it. It might be for our safety. Or it might be because the danger is nearing faster than they anticipated. Either way, one thing I am certain of is that the peace is under a great threat,
Ray thought. After his defeat at Harry Delbert's hand, Ray had changed his attitude considerably. He had focused all his strength and efforts on improving himself. He had grown stronger over the past year. His body had filled out with muscle. Another impressive improvement Ray had achieved was his swordsmanship. In pure technique, he could now match Gary blow for blow. And yet, he'd hit a wall. Despite his immense efforts, if Ray fought Harry again right now, he knew the result would be exactly the same. Total defeat. That thought gnawed at him every single day. Ray realized the need to get stronger and saw 3 possible paths to attain that goal. First, learn to use Ki, the energy that second years channeled through their bodies and weapons. But that required either finding a teacher or waiting for the Academy's official lessons. The second path was to unlock more of his dragon abilities granted by his system, but he still had no idea how to do that. His powers remained frustratingly dormant as Ray struggled to decipher the workings of the system. The third, and easiest among all, was to gather more beast crystals to increase his raw power. Soon, he'd have the perfect opportunity to do that, since second years were required to hunt magical beasts in the lands surrounding the kingdom.
Just a few more months, and then I can hunt again properly.
After training each night, Ray had developed a routine. While his roommates talked and joked in their dorm, he'd climb to the roof to think in solitude, and after all this time, the others had gotten used to his absence. Tonight started like any other night. Ray sat on the edge of the roof out below him. Everything looked peaceful, as most of the knights had retired to sleep after a tiring day. The light breeze that brushed past him invited a yawn. Ray stretched his arms, feeling the slight ache. He considered going back to his room and was about to turn when something unusual caught his eye. With furrowed brows, Ray leaned forward a little to get a better look. He saw an old man walking alone through the streets far below. Retired knights were allowed to live in the city, so an elderly person wasn't an unusual sight. The city was supposed to be safe, since only knights lived here, and crime was practically non-existent. But Ray's instincts were screaming that something was wrong. 4 figures moved through the shadows behind the old man, keeping their distance, but clearly following him too deliberately, too carefully. Ray watched closely, hoping he was just being paranoid, but after several minutes, the pattern became obvious. They were hunting the old man, waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Who are these people, and why are they following that man? Isn't that old man aware of it, since he must be a knight? It seems that the city isn't as safe as everyone thinks. Humans are still humans. They do terrible things to each other, even here.
Ray had no intention of getting involved. This wasn't his problem. He had enough enemies already without adding more. But curiosity got the better of him. He had a few more minutes in his hand before he needed to return to his room. So checking out the scene wouldn't hurt as long as he stayed away from the attention. Activating his dragon eyes, Ray scanned the 4 pursuers. His enhanced vision cut through the darkness, revealing their auras. And what he found turned his blood to ice. Each of the 4 figures had a twisted aura of yellow mixed with sickly purple, swirling together like oil in water. Ray had only seen a purple aura twice before in his life. His father, Jack Talon, after the Shadow Plague took him over, and the Drop Bear King in the Black Forest while he was on his way to Rennie School. The presence of a purple aura meant only one thing. These 4 people were infected by the Shadow Plague. Ray's hands clenched into fists so tight his nails drew blood. After what had happened to his father, the Shadow Plague had become his most hated enemy.
I have questions, and these people are going to answer them.
Moving with practiced silence, Ray climbed down from the roof. He used tiny ledges and cracks in the stone walls to descend like a spider. Once he reached a lower level, he began traveling across rooftops, using the high ground to track his targets. The old man continued walking, seemingly oblivious to the danger. The 4 infected people maintained their distance, waiting for their opportunity. Then the old man did something that made Ray's stomach drop. He turned sharply into the narrow alley between 2 buildings, which was a dead-end passage with no people, no witnesses, and no escape routes.
Does he have a death wish, or is this a trap?
The 4 figures didn't hesitate. They followed immediately, moving with predatory confidence. Ray positioned himself on a rooftop directly above the alley, lying flat to avoid being seen. His yellow eyes tracked every movement below. Just as Ray expected, once the old man was deep enough into the alley, 2 figures stepped out from their hiding spots and blocked his path forward. The old man turned to retreat, but 2 more figures appeared behind him, cutting off his escape. Now, the old man was trapped and surrounded.
I'm afraid you'll be coming with us, old man,
one of the mysterious figures said, his voice dripping with cruel amusement. The old man glanced calmly at his attackers, showing no fear.
I guess the rumors were true after all. The Dark Guild really has infiltrated Avrion.
Ray's breath caught in his throat.
The Dark Guild?
These people were clearly infected by the Shadow Plague. He could see the purple corruption in their auras with his own eyes. But the old man called them Dark Guild members?
Is the Dark Guild connected to the Shadow Plague somehow? Or does this old man just not know what he's really facing?
One of the attackers laughed, a harsh mocking sound that echoed off the alley walls.
You people are so clueless.
The man sneered.
The Dark Guild will soon take over Avrion, and none of you pathetic knights will be able to stop it. The kingdom is already dying. You just don't know it yet.
The old man looked unfazed.
1 against 4. The odds aren't great, but I won't go down without a fight.
His voice was confident, but Ray could see the truth with his dragon eyes. The 4 attackers' auras were strong, much stronger than normal knights. At best, the old man might defeat 2 of them before being overwhelmed. And he wasn't even carrying a weapon. Ray wasn't confident he could defeat all 4 infected people himself either. But he was confident in his Black Sash skills. If things went badly, he could escape. The most important thing was hiding his identity. If any of these Dark Guild members survived this confrontation, they couldn't know who he was or where to find him, or else it would create a lot of trouble for Ray. Moving quickly, Ray untied his black sash and tore it in half. He wrapped one piece around his face, covering his nose and mouth like a mask. His black sash hood was already up, completely hiding his distinctive red hair.
Good enough,
Ray thought, checking his disguise one last time. He took a deep breath, then leaped from the rooftop. Ray landed beside the old man in a crouch, the impact sending up a small cloud of dust. He rose smoothly to his feet, adjusting the cloth covering his face. The 4 attackers tensed immediately, their hands moving to hidden weapons. Ray met their eyes one by one, letting them see the cold calculation in his gaze. Then he smirked beneath his mask and spoke, his voice deliberately lower than normal.
Why don't we make this a fair fight? 2 against 4 sounds much more interesting, doesn't it?
Ray stood back to back with the old man. facing two opponents while the old man faced the other two. The situation was terrible. The old man had no weapon at all, and Ray only held a wooden training sword. On the other hand, their enemies carried real steel. The old man glanced at Ray's wooden blade and actually smirked.
Judging by that weapon, you must be from Avrian Academy. Sorry for dragging you into this mess, kid. Just keep them busy as long as you can. I'll handle the rest.
Before Ray could respond, the old man launched himself at his two attackers with surprising speed. Ray had no time to watch. His own opponents were already moving, closing the distance fast.
At least I have one advantage. There are shadows everywhere,
Ray thought, scanning the dark alley. This was perfect for black sash techniques. The whole style was built around fighting in darkness, using stealth and misdirection. Ray melted into the shadows, his movements silent and smooth. He reappeared behind one of the men, his wooden blade aimed at the man's exposed neck, only an inch away from piercing through his skin when he noticed something. A blade flashed toward Ray's head from the left. Ray threw himself backward, the steel passing so close he felt the wind of its passage. If he'd been 1 second slower, his head would be rolling across the cobblestones.
This is going to be much harder than I thought.
One-on-one, Ray might have had a chance, but facing two trained fighters together, that was a completely different challenge. The men charged at him in perfect coordination, their real swords gleaming even in the dim light. Ray couldn't block their attack, or his wooden blade would shatter on impact. He needed speed and unpredictability. Without thinking, Ray clenched the wooden sword in his teeth, dropped to all fours, and let his beast instincts take over. Using the alley walls, he launched himself from side to side like a wild animal. His clawed fingers dug into the stone, giving him impossible angles of attack. Then he pounced. Ray swung his blade at one man's stomach with all his strength, but instead of contacting the man's body, the sword stuck midair, inches away. Ray clenched his jaw, forcing it forward, but it stopped cold, as if he'd struck invisible solid rock. Ray pushed harder, throwing his entire body weight behind the strike. The wooden sword trembled before a loud crack echoed throughout the alley. It shattered into useless pieces.
What? That's impossible.
Ray jumped back onto the opposite wall, hanging upside down to get a better look. The man stood there completely unharmed, not even breathing hard. There wasn't even a scratch on his clothes.
The kid doesn't know how to use ki,
the man said to his partner, sounding almost amused.
We worried for nothing, it seems. He can't hurt us at all.
Ray's mind raced. The situation had just gone from bad to catastrophic. He was now completely unarmed, and his attacks were useless against their ki-enhanced defenses.
I need to retreat. There's no way I can fight them without any weapon now that I know they are all ki users. I have to leave before it's too late.
Ray's chain of thoughts broke when one of the men lunged forward with his sword. Ray twisted in midair, barely dodging. He landed on the ground in a crouch. The second man thrust his blade forward in a perfect killing strike aimed at Ray's heart. No weapon, no defense, no time to dodge.
I have to run, now!
Ray prepared to vanish into the shadows when a commanding and calm voice fell on his ears.
Grab his arm and pull him toward you.
Ray's head snapped around as he paused. It was the same old man giving Ray instructions, and if he had time for that, then it meant he'd already dealt with his two opponents.
Maybe we can still win this. I must give it a try.
Without hesitation, Ray grabbed the attacking man's wrist and yanked hard, pulling him off balance. The man stumbled forward, completely unprepared for the sudden reversal.
Now use your hip and throw him.
Ray spun, planted his hip against the man's center of gravity, and heaved with all his strength. The dark-illed member flew through the air, his arms windmilling helplessly. Before Ray could even turn around, the old man was already airborne, his fist pulled back and glowing with some kind of internal energy. The moment the enemy crashed to the ground, the old man's punch connected with his stomach. The impact was so powerful that it sent the man flying backward like he'd been hit by a charging bull. He slammed into the stone wall with such force that the bricks cracked, creating a small crater. The man slumped to the ground. Completely unconscious, Ray stood frozen in shock.
Who is this mysterious old man? He defeated 3 armed fighters without any weapon at all. That last punch definitely used ki. Power behind it was just incredible.
Ray spun to face the last remaining enemy, but the man was already gone, disappeared into the night like smoke. Then, without warning, something appeared in Ray's vision. text only he could see glowing faintly.
Task completed. Skill unlocked. 2 of 1,000. New skill, mana drain.
Ray's breath caught in his throat.
Now? It happens now after such a long time. But how?
He still didn't understand how his dragon skills unlocked. The system seemed to activate randomly, without any clear pattern. Why did it choose this moment? What had triggered it? Before he could think about it further, the sound of boots on stone echoed through the alley. City knights arrived in force, drawn by the noise of combat. They quickly moved to secure the 3 unconscious Dark Guild members, checking them for weapons and binding their hands. But then something strange happened. The moment the knights saw the old man's face, they all stopped. Every single one of them bowed deeply, showing the kind of respect usually reserved for master knights or nobility.
Who is this man?
Ray wondered, studying the old man with new eyes. The old man, with a long white beard, watery blue eyes, and fair skin that had turned tan with the years, turned toward Ray and smiled warmly.
Thank you for your help. You're quite talented for your age.
Ray folded his arms, not ready to leave yet.
Why were they after you?
His original plan had been to capture one of the Dark Guild members and interrogate him, get answers about the Shadow Plague, about his father, about what was really happening. But now they were in the knight's custody, and the 4th man had escaped. The old man studied Ray carefully, his eyes sharp despite his age.
You don't know how to use ki yet, which means you're a first year, correct?
Ray nodded.
Then make sure you join the martial arts club when you become a second year. I'll make it worth your while.
The old man's smile widened.
Consider it payment for tonight.
With that cryptic promise, the old man turned and walked away, the city knights parting respectfully to let him pass. Ray didn't stick around for questions. Using his black sash stealth techniques, he slipped away before any of the knights could stop him for interrogation. Since he'd hidden his identity with the mask and hood, neither the knights nor the Dark Guild would know who had interfered tonight. That was exactly how Ray wanted it. When he finally made it back to his dorm room, Ray collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. His muscles ached, and his mind was racing with too many thoughts. His roommates noticed his exhausted state, but, showing surprising sensitivity, didn't ask questions. Ray lay there in the darkness, staring at the ceiling. One thought dominated his mind, pushing everything else aside.
How did I unlock another skill? So far, I have only unlocked 2 dragon skills. The first time was when I defeated the intermediate level wolf in the Black Forest while saving Amy and Gary, and the second was just now, after fighting the Dark Guild members in the alley.
Originally, Ray had assumed it was connected to defeating magical beasts, but that theory didn't hold up. When he killed the intermediate fang boar during the entrance exam, nothing had happened. No notification, no new skill, and tonight's event had nothing to do with magical beasts at all. The message had said, task completed.
Was it because I defeated a Dark Guild member? But that doesn't make sense either. I didn't deliver the final blow. The old man did. I barely did anything except distract them. There has to be a connection between these 2 unlocking events. Some common thread I'm missing.
If Ray could figure out the pattern, if he could understand what triggered the system, then maybe, just maybe, he could unlock all of his powers systematically instead of waiting for random chance.
The system shows 1,000 skills total, and I've only unlocked 2. I have a very, very long way to go, but at least now I have a clue. 2 data points. It isn't much, I know, but it is better than nothing, definitely.
Ray closed his eyes, already planning his next moves. He needed to find more of these tasks the system wanted him to complete, and he needed to do it without getting killed in the process.
The Martial Arts Club,
he thought, remembering the old man's words.
I'll start there when I become a second-year student.
Sleep finally claimed him, but his dreams were filled with shadows, purple auras, and the desperate search for power he needed to protect what remained of his family. After his fight with the Dark Guild members, Ray became more vigilant. He observed his surroundings closely and always kept his ears open for any unusual happening. He tried to find out what the knights had done with the captured assassins and who that old man was. Yet, like every other question he tried to solve, he hit a dead end soon. Days passed in a blur as Ray focused more on his training. Today marked the first day of their second year at Avrian Academy. There was no grand ceremony, no celebration, no special event. They were trained knights now, and their routine simply shifted to the next phase. The transition felt almost anticlimactic after everything they'd been through. All students had been instructed to gather in the dining hall. Every lesson was canceled for the day so they could be briefed on their new training schedules and responsibilities. As Ray walked through the hallway, his mind was elsewhere. He pulled up his skill window, examining the notification that had appeared the night before.
Skill, mana drain.
Of all the possible dragon skills he could have unlocked, why did it have to be this one? Mana Drain allowed him to steal mana from humans or magical beasts and add it permanently to his own reserves. When he'd been a full dragon, the skill had functioned within a 100-meter radius, letting him passively absorb ambient mana from the environment. Powerful creatures or skilled mages could block it, of course, but it had been incredibly useful. But now, the skill had been drastically weakened. It only worked through direct physical contact. He had to physically touch his target and maintain contact long enough to drain their mana. No opponent would simply stand still and let him grab them during combat.
This power is practically useless in a real fight. If the system planned to grant me this power, then it should have been as effective as it was in my dragon form.
Ray thought bitterly. There was another problem. His status screen still showed his mana pool at exactly 0. This was likely the reason he couldn't become a mage, despite the Academy's attempts to teach him magic. While draining magical beasts might eventually increase his mana reserves, only high-tier beasts possessed significant magical abilities. And right now, Ray wasn't strong enough to take down a high-tier beast, not even close. Even if he did manage to increase his mana pool, he didn't have any skills that actually used mana. No spells, no magical attacks, nothing. That meant mana drain was currently a completely pointless ability. By the time Ray reached the dining hall, the 5 Master Knights were already standing on the elevated stage, prepared to address the second-year students. He spotted his usual table and took a seat next to Gary. Gary looked terrible. Dark bags hung under his eyes like bruises, and his skin had a grayish tint from lack of sleep. He'd been having nightmares for the past few days, and his sleep-talking was getting progressively worse. Since Ray and Gary shared a bunk bed, Ray on the bottom, Gary on the top, the constant noise and movement kept Ray awake half the night.
If this continues much longer, I'm going to lose my mind,
Ray thought, eyeing Gary's exhausted face with concern. Before anyone could start a conversation, Wilfred stepped forward to the front of the stage. The dining hall fell silent immediately.
Welcome, everyone.
Wilfred's voice carried across the room with practiced authority.
I congratulate each and every one of you for lasting 1 full year at Havrian Academy. You've proven yourselves capable and dedicated.
He paused, letting the brief moment of pride sink in.
Unfortunately for you,
Wilfred continued with a slight smile,
the second year is where the real training begins. What you experienced in your first year was merely preparation.
A collective groan rippled through the assembled students. Behind Wilfred, a massive holographic screen flickered to life, displaying a long list of clubs and organizations. The projection was so large that even students in the back could read every option clearly.
Here is the complete list of clubs available to you.
Wilfred gestured to the screen.
You must choose one to join. This will become your primary focus, effectively replacing your basic training sessions. Choose wisely. Your decision will shape your development as a knight.
Ray leaned forward, scanning the extensive list. Dual Swordsmanship Club, Sword and Shield Club, Heavy Weapons Club, Mace Club, Spear Club, Medical Support Club, Beast Taming Club. There was a club for virtually every combat style and support role imaginable. The variety was actually overwhelming. Wilfred continued his explanation.
The Master Knights strongly advise you to train in something different from your special sash skills. This creates versatility and makes you more valuable in varied combat situations.
That made sense. An archer with a green sash didn't need to join the archery club. They were already expert archers. Instead, they would benefit more from learning something completely different to complement their existing abilities. As Ray continued reading through the options, one name jumped out at him, Martial Arts Club. The old man from that night had specifically told him to join this club once he became a second-year student. The skills the old man had demonstrated had been impressive. He had defeated armed opponents with nothing but his bare hands and key-enhanced strikes, plus his tactical advice during the fight had been invaluable. Ray examined the other options, but nothing else captured his interest the same way. He'd been using swords his entire life. He already knew the basics of most weapons, but hand-to-hand combat enhanced with ki, that was something entirely new. His decision was made. Using their wrist communicators, students began selecting their clubs for enrollment. The device would process their choices and assign them to the appropriate training sessions.
What are you guys thinking of joining?
Monk asked, breaking the thoughtful silence at their table. Slivia answered first, her expression serious and determined.
I'm joining the medical club. On the battlefield, you never know when someone might need immediate medical attention. I want to be able to help.
Spear club for me, definitely,
Dan declared enthusiastically.
I'm so sick of holding a sword. I need something with more reach. What about you, big guy?
Ian looked overwhelmed by the choices.
There are too many options. I honestly can't decide between several of them.
Martha had clearly made up her mind before even looking at the list.
Archery for me. That's all I know, and all I've ever done. I know they advised against doubling up on our specialties, but I can't imagine using anything else. I want to master it completely.
Gary's eyes were fixed on one option near the top.
Swordsmanship club, without question. I haven't received proper formal sword training since becoming a Black Sash. This is my chance to really refine my technique.
It was a smart choice for Gary. While Black Sash training focused on stealth and assassination, it didn't emphasize traditional swordsmanship fundamentals.
Ray, what about you?
Gary asked. Turning to face him, Ray didn't hesitate.
I'm thinking about the martial arts club.
Complete silence fell over their table. Then, most of them burst out laughing.
You can't be serious,
Dan said, wiping his eyes.
Nobody joins the martial arts club.
Why not?
Ray asked calmly.
It sounds interesting to me.
Slivia sighed and leaned forward, her expression sympathetic.
Ray, let me explain something. When humans first learned to use keys centuries ago, we could only channel it inside our bodies. Martial arts became the standard fighting style for adventurers and knights because it was our best and only way to enhance our combat abilities against magical beasts. So, what changed?
Ray asked, genuinely curious.
Over time, we learned to infuse ki into objects and weapons.
Slivia continued.
This made us exponentially stronger than relying on our bodies alone. That's when martial arts started declining in popularity.
But why did people stop using it entirely? Ray pressed.
The old techniques must still have value.
Slivia shrugged.
Think about it logically. If a regular sword clashes with a regular fist, the sword cuts the fist. If the fist is infused with ki, but the sword isn't, then yes, the ki-enhanced fist can break the sword. But if the sword and the fist are infused with equal amounts of ki,
she made a slicing motion.
The sword still wins. It's just basic physics. A blade concentrates force into a sharp edge.
Dan nodded in agreement.
That's why almost nobody trains in pure martial arts anymore. It's just not practical when everyone else has weapons.
What they said made logical sense. The arguments were sound, but Ray wasn't convinced. He'd seen the old man fight with his own eyes. That elderly, unarmed man had defeated two skilled opponents who were wielding real steel weapons. Not just defeated them, but dominated them completely. There was something his friends didn't understand about martial arts, some deeper principle they were missing. Ray made his selection on his communicator, pressing the confirm button.
Enrolled. Martial Arts Club. I've made my decision,
Ray said quietly.
I'm joining the martial arts club.
His friends exchanged worried glances, clearly thinking he was making a terrible mistake. But Ray didn't care. He had a feeling this choice was going to change everything.
Second-year schedules were completely different from the first year. Instead of starting with basic training, students now attend their club sessions in the morning. After lunch, they'd move to their special night training based on their sash color. Ray was currently ranked number 10. After destroying Sebastian in that brutal fight, he'd deliberately thrown several matches to drop from second place. The attention had been too much. Too dangerous. Ray had learned a great lesson after his defeat at Harry Delbert's hand. Stay out of the radar and work relentlessly with no limit.
Better to stay invisible and work in silence until I achieve what I aim.
The ranking system had changed too. Students no longer fought daily matches against each other. Instead, they were preparing for a massive school-wide tournament that included both second and third years. The winners would represent Avrian Academy at the AKT, the All-Kingdom Tournament, where the best knights from every kingdom competed. But what excited Ray most were the weekly hunting trips. Once a week, the second-year students would be sent out in groups to hunt magical beasts. Finally, he'd have the chance to gather more beast crystals and grow stronger. On the first day of club training, students received directions through their communicators. A map appeared on Ray's screen with a red dot and an arrow showing him where to go. Most clubs were based inside the academy grounds. Slivia, for example, had been sent to a hospital in the city for medical training, but Ray's destination appeared to be outside the academy entirely.
After 10 minutes of walking through the city streets, he arrived at what should have been the martial arts hall. Something struck Ray as he observed his surroundings, and then he realized something. The location was close to where he'd encountered the mysterious old man and the Dark Guild members a few days ago. Ray turned to see that the entrance consisted of an open gate between two large red pillars. A wooden sign hung crookedly from the top, its paint so faded and weathered that Ray could barely read the characters carved into it.
Am I even at the right place? Or did I misread the instruction? This can't be right.
Ray thought, checking his communicator again. But the red dot pulsed right where he was standing. He stepped through the gate into a small garden that might have been beautiful once. A pond sat to the left, its water murky and covered with dead leaves. A bronze statue of a meditating figure stood in the center, green with age and neglect. At the end of the garden stood a single wide building, only 1 story tall. The roof tiles were cracked, and weeds grew from the gutters. Ray approached slowly, looking for any sign of other students. The place was completely silent.
Where is everyone? Even if this club is unpopular, there should be at least some third years here.
Hello?
Ray called out.
Is anyone here?
Nothing. Just the whisper of wind through the overgrown garden. Ray walked around the building's perimeter. The poor maintenance and the sorry state were not the only features of this place, but Ray noticed there were no windows, just solid walls on all sides. No voices, no sounds of training, nothing.
Did they send me to the wrong location?
Ray checked his communicator for the 3rd time. The red dot insisted this was correct. With no other option, he approached the front entrance and slid open the wooden door panel. Ray stepped in to see the interior was just as abandoned as the exterior suggested. The main room was a large open space with soft training mats covering the floor. A smaller room off to the side was probably a bathroom based on the faint smell that made Ray scrunch up his nose in disgust. The place looked like it hadn't been used in years. While Ray took in every corner of the place, counting its flaws, he noticed someone in the center of the room. An old man lay flat on his back on the training mats, completely still. For a moment, Ray thought he might be dead.
Hello?
Ray said cautiously, approaching.
I'm here for the martial arts club?
No response. The old man didn't even twitch. Ray took another step closer.
Excuse me.
Still nothing.
Is he actually dead?
Ray wondered, a hint of concern creeping in.
Or just a really deep sleeper?
Growing frustrated, Ray knelt beside the old man and reached out to shake his shoulder. The old man's eyes snapped open. Everything happened in a blur. Before Ray could even pull his hand back, the old man grabbed him by the head and arm, twisted, and slammed him into the training mat with shocking force. The impact knocked the wind out of Ray's lungs. He barely had time to register what happened before the old man raised a fist, pulling it back for a devastating strike aimed straight at Ray's face. Surprisingly, the punch stopped an inch from Ray's nose.
Who are you?
The old man demanded, his eyes sharp and dangerous.
This man is completely insane.
Ray thought, staring at the fist hovering over his face.
Who attacked someone like this?
But considering how powerful the old man clearly was, and remembering how he'd defeated 2 armed fighters with his bare hands, Ray decided to keep his complaints to himself.
I'm here to join the martial arts club,
Ray said carefully.
My communicator said this was the location.
The old man's expression changed instantly.
Oh, a new student, I see.
He extended a hand and helped Ray off the ground with surprising gentleness, as if he hadn't just violently thrown him down seconds ago.
Sorry about that,
the old man said cheerfully.
I was attacked recently by some Dark Guild members, so I've been a bit jumpy since then. Old habits from my fighting days, you know. Besides, we don't get many students here anymore.
Where is everyone else?
Ray asked, glancing around the empty hall. He half expected students to emerge from hidden rooms. The old man chuckled, a warm, genuine sound.
What do you mean, everyone else? You're the first student I've had in years. That means you'll get all my attention. One-on-one training with a master. Isn't that the dream of every student? Most students would kill for this opportunity. What? No other students? For years?
Before we start, I'm curious to know one thing, young man. What made you choose the martial arts club? Everyone says it's a dying art, useless compared to weapon techniques.
Ray raised an eyebrow.
Do you really not remember? You're the one who told me to come here.
The old man's face scrunched in thought, his eyebrows drawing together. Then his eyes suddenly widened in realization.
Wait, you mean you're that student from that night?
The one who helped me in the alley?
Ray nodded. The old man burst into laughter, a deep belly laugh that echoed through the empty hall. He laughed so hard he started coughing violently, doubling over and slapping his knee.
I'm glad. You actually listened to me.
He wheezed between coughs.
I thought you'd take one look at this place and run away. Most students do.
He straightened up, wiping tears from his eyes.
I've been looking for someone to pass down my skills to for years, but nobody ever comes. When I told you to join, I was only planning to teach you a little bit as a reward for saving this old man. But now?
His grin widened.
Now I'll teach you everything I know.
Ray crossed his arms.
Then answer my question first. Why was the Dark Guild after you?
The old man's smile faded slightly. He hesitated, clearly debating how much to reveal. Finally, he sighed.
It's supposed to be a secret, but I suppose I owe you the truth.
He paused dramatically.
I am currently one of the 6 elders of Avrian Academy.
Ray felt like he'd been punched in the stomach.
What?
The word came out as barely a whisper. Ray had seen the elders once during his first year. They were the shadowy figures standing behind the master knights during important ceremonies. They were the true power at the academy, ranked even above people like Wilfred and Delbert. Unlike the master knights, they didn't earn their positions through combat prowess alone. They were strategists, politicians, the people who operated behind the scenes and made the real decisions. And this disheveled old man sleeping on the floor of an abandoned building was one of them?
But
Ray struggled to find words.
You were walking alone at night. You have no security. Nobody recognizes you. And this place, it's falling apart.
The old man smirked.
Hiding in plain sight is the best kind of hiding. Without my ceremonial robes, I look like any other retired knight, don't I? The only people who would recognize me are high-ranking officials and other elders.
His expression suddenly darkened, a shadow passing over his features as if remembering something painful. But just as quickly, he shook it off.
Why don't you have any students?
Ray pressed.
If you're an elder, you could make this club mandatory. You could have your pick of the best fighters in the academy.
The old man's smile turned sad.
Because I choose not to. Martial arts should be learned by those who want to learn it, not those forced into it.
He gestured around the empty hall.
This place may look abandoned, but that's because true masters are rare. You found me because fate brought us together, and that means something.
Ray still had doubts. This entire situation seemed wrong, but the old man had proven his skill in combat, and he was offering to teach everything he knew.
Anyway,
the old man said, his grin returning.
Enough questions. It's time for your first lesson.
He cracked his knuckles and gestured for Ray to sit on the training mat.
Let me teach you about ki.
Learning about ki wasn't just important, it was essential for Ray's survival. Every person he'd fought who could use ki had completely destroyed him. Harry, the Dark Guild members, Master Knight Delbert. If Ray couldn't unlock his dragon skills quickly, then mastering ki was his only path forward. The old man positioned Ray about a meter away from him before beginning the lesson.
Before we practice using ki, you need to understand what it actually is and how it works,
the old man said, his voice taking on a teacher's tone.
Ki is very similar to how mages use mana, but there's one crucial difference. Can you tell me what mana is?
Ray thought for a moment.
Mana is the energy mages borrow from the world around them.
Correct.
The old man nodded approvingly.
A mage's mana pool determines how much of the world's energy they can control, which affects how many spells they can cast and how powerful those spells are. So if mana comes from an external source...
He paused, looking at Ray expectantly.
What do you think ki is?
Ki is the power that comes from inside our own bodies,
Ray answered. They'd covered the basics in their first-year classes, so he assumed the old man was testing his knowledge.
Exactly. Now here's the important question. If a mage's mana pool determines how much external force they can borrow, what determines how much ki we can use?
Ray hesitated. He didn't want to guess wrong, so he remained silent, waiting for the old man to continue.
The physical strength of our bodies,
the old man explained, tapping his chest.
The stronger your body is, the more ki you can hold and channel inside it. This is why it's absolutely forbidden for children to practice ki. Their bodies simply can't handle the strain. Using too much internal force in a weak, undeveloped body would cause it to tear itself apart from the inside. So my beast crystal absorption has been preparing me for this without me even knowing,
Ray realized.
My body is already much stronger than a normal second-year student.
Without warning, the old man started removing his shirt. Ray blinked in surprise. Beneath the loose clothing, the old man's body looked like it had been carved from granite. Every muscle was defined and hard, his physique resembling ancient statues of warriors.
He doesn't look anything like an old man.
I want you to hit me in the stomach as hard as you can,
The old man said casually.
Are you sure about this?
Ray asked, uncertain.
Remember the Dark Guild member you fought in the alley? He was using a specific type of key technique, which I'm about to demonstrate. Now don't hold back. I need you to hit me with your full strength.
Ray clenched his fist and stepped forward, putting all his power into a straight punch aimed at the old man's stomach. The impact felt like striking a solid wall of metal. The old man barely moved, sliding back less than an inch. The old man's eyes suddenly went wide with excitement.
Were you using key just now?
He asked eagerly.
No, that was just my normal strength.
Ray replied honestly. The man's grin widened further, reaching his eyes.
Boy, you have the strength of an ox, much stronger than most second years. Come on, let's sit down for the next part of the lesson.
The old man sat cross-legged on the training mat, and Ray mirrored his position.
Maybe I should have held back. I know absorbing beast crystals has made me stronger than others my age, but I wanted to test how my raw strength compares to someone using ki.
The ki in our body is like a flowing river of energy.
The old man continued, his expression becoming serious.
That flow can be used to enhance our own cells and body structure. What I just did was channel ki throughout my torso, making my muscles and skin as hard as stone. Masters who truly understand ki can even slow down their aging process. Some can even reverse it partially.
Well, that explains why his body looks so young.
You said ki is inside our body,
Ray said.
But how does sword ki work? How do we extend it into weapons? Excellent question.
The old man's eyes lit up.
The flow of energy can be extended beyond our physical bodies to any object we're touching, almost as if that object becomes part of us. Everything in this world has its own flow of energy, and we can use our ki to either strengthen that flow or disrupt it. When you see someone's sword glowing with power, they're channeling their ki into the weapon, making it far stronger than normal steel. Can mages also use ki?
Ray asked, already suspecting the answer. The old man shook his head firmly.
No, and there's a reason mages are so highly valued by all the kingdoms. Unlike us knights, mages can permanently increase their mana pool by absorbing magical beast crystals. The stronger the crystal, the more mana capacity it grants them permanently. Knights, on the other hand, are limited by their physical bodies. The only use we have for beast crystals is forging weapons and armor.
He paused, his expression becoming thoughtful.
So, no. Mages cannot use ki at all. Just as we cannot borrow mana from the world like they do, they cannot tap into the internal force within their bodies. Perhaps this is the divine being's way of maintaining balance in the world.
Something about that explanation made Ray's heart race.
If what he's saying is true, then I'm an exception to both rules.
If Ray eventually unlocked his dragon skills, he'd be able to use magic, which relied on mana. He didn't have any mana now, but with his new mana drain skill, it was only a matter of time before he could build up a mana pool. That would mean he could potentially wield both ki and mana. He had to ask, even if it revealed something about himself.
Are there any exceptions to these rules?
The old man's eyes gleamed with interest.
I'm starting to like you more and more, boy. You asked the right questions.
He leaned forward.
Yes, there is one well-known exception. The shadow plague. When the shadow infects a person or a creature, it grants them access to mana, despite them not being mages. That's why infected creatures and humans become far more powerful than their normal counterparts. No one has ever figured out how the shadow does this without completely destroying the host body in the process.
So the shadow plague can break the rules,
Ray thought.
and so can I, potentially. What does that make me?
The old man stood up and moved behind Ray. A moment later, Ray felt a warm hand press firmly against his back between his shoulder blades.
The best way to learn ki is to experience it firsthand.
The old man said, his voice becoming gentle.
In a moment, you're going to feel a warm sensation spreading through your entire body. Don't be frightened by it. Your cells will feel like they're heating up, strengthening and reinforcing your body from within. I want you to memorize this feeling, burn it into your memory.
Just as the old man described, his hand began to grow warmer against Ray's back. A strange tingling energy started pushing its way into Ray's body, flowing through him like warm water. Then, suddenly, a notification sound rang inside Ray's head.
Skill
Mana drain activated.
What? No, not now.
Ray's eyes went wide. Something shifted dramatically. The warm energy that had been flowing into Ray's body suddenly reversed direction. Instead of the old man channeling ki into him, Ray felt himself pulling something out, draining energy from the old man against both their wills. "Old man, are you okay?" Ray asked, his voice filled with genuine concern. "Something's wrong." The old man let out a pained grunt behind him. Ray could feel the old man's body tensing, his muscles straining, as if he was struggling against an invisible force trying to drag him underwater. Ray didn't hesitate. He threw himself forward, breaking physical contact. The old man immediately collapsed onto the training mat, his body hitting the floor with a heavy thud. He lay completely motionless, not even breathing visibly. "Old man!" Ray scrambled forward on his hands and knees, reaching for the old man's wrist to check for a pulse. The notification sounded again, cold and mechanical in his mind.
Mana drain successful. Mana pool +1.
Ray froze, his hand hovering over the old man's still body.
What have I done?
Ray was stunned by what had just happened. One moment, the old man was trying to teach him ki, and the next, he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Ray stared at the notification floating in his vision, then quickly opened his status screen. The display confirmed what he'd feared. His mana pool had increased. Where it once showed 0 of 0, it now displayed 1 of 1.
The old man was right. Mana and ki are the same thing. At least that's how the system treats them.
Ray's attention snapped back to the old man, who was still lying face down on the training mat. Moving carefully, Ray rolled him onto his back and leaned close to listen for a heartbeat. Relief washed over him. The old man was still alive. His chest rose and fell with steady breaths, and his pulse was strong.
Thank goodness,
Ray thought, sitting back on his heels.
I would have hated to accidentally kill my teacher on the very first day of my training, and if an elder of the academy died with me as the only witness, the entire kingdom would hunt me down.
As he waited for the old man to wake up, Ray replayed the incident in his mind, trying to understand what had triggered his skill. The old man had touched him before without anything happening, but the moment he started transferring his ki, the system had intervened and activated mana drain. That's when the notification appeared.
Was the system trying to help me, or does it just activate automatically when certain conditions are met?
The thought unsettled Ray. If the system had a will of its own, that meant it wasn't fully under his control. What else might it do without his permission? He glanced back at the old man. The pained expression had completely vanished from his face, replaced by relaxed features and the soft sound of snoring. Ray watched him for several minutes, expecting him to wake up. But as time dragged on, it became clear that it wouldn't happen anytime soon.
I don't want to waste time just sitting here, but I also can't bring myself to wake him up. I took something from him. His ki, his energy. Letting him rest is the least I can do.
Ray decided to practice ki flow on his own. He sat cross-legged on the floor and activated his dragon eyes. Immediately, he could see faint glowing energy moving through his body like tiny rivers of light. Closing his eyes, Ray focused inward. He tried to sense the energy, gathering it toward his center. Slowly, small green particles began forming around his body. Drawn together like iron filings to a magnet, they converged at his stomach until they formed a pea-sized ball of concentrated energy.
This must be what he meant by ki flow.
Ray attempted to move the energy, guiding it to different parts of his body like the old man had demonstrated. But the moment his concentration slipped even slightly, the flow scattered and dissipated. He tried again, and again. Each time, the instant he lost focus, the energy vanished like smoke in the wind. After dozens of attempts, Ray finally managed to move the ki freely without it falling apart. He quickly realized that smaller amounts of ki were easier to control. At first, he could only manage the pea-sized sphere. But that was not enough. He aspired for more. So he continued practicing until he expanded it to the size of his fist. However, he couldn't figure out how to use the ki flow to strengthen his cells like the old man had done. Without proper instruction, there was no way to discover the technique on his own.
I'll ask the old man about it when he wakes up.
Ray tested his limits. How much ki could his body actually hold? Ray focused on expanding the energy sphere inside him. The pea-sized ball grew to a fist, then to the size of a small ball. As it expanded, His body began to shake. His muscles twitched involuntarily. His organs felt like they were burning from the inside. Sweat dripped down his face and soaked through his training clothes. The energy felt unstable, like a storm barely contained within his skin, threatening to tear him apart from within. A dull pain spread through his entire body, but it was still manageable, still bearable. Then a notification appeared.
Internal force capacity reached. Would you like to increase your internal force capacity? Yes, no?
Ray's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Internal force? Does that mean the amount of ki I can hold? The system had never harmed Ray before. In every situation so far, it had only helped him survive and grow stronger. That history was enough for him to trust it. Ray selected yes. Suddenly, an external force began surging into his body from nowhere. Raw energy pouring in like water through a broken dam. The football-sized ki sphere expanded rapidly, growing larger and larger. This time, the dull pain intensified into something agonizing. His muscles felt like they were being ripped apart, fiber by fiber. His bones creaked under impossible pressure. His body trembled so violently that he could barely stay sitting upright. More sweat poured down his face. Mixing with tears, he didn't realize he was crying. He wanted desperately to stop the ki flow, to release the energy before it killed him. But he didn't know how.
If it doesn't leave my body, I'm going to explode.
Ray realized with growing panic.
I'm going to die here alone because I was too stupid to ask for help first.
Just as true terror began to set in, a thunderous shout filled the hall.
What are you doing, you fool?
Ray barely had time to register the words before the old man appeared beside him, slamming a hand against his back with tremendous force. The sensation changed immediately. It felt like the ki was being violently drained from Ray's body, pulled out through the old man's hand like water through a siphon. The crushing pressure decreased rapidly, the suffocating energy finally finding an escape route. The old man gritted his teeth so hard that Ray heard them grinding together. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His hand suddenly jerked away from Ray's back as if burned. Ray didn't understand what the old man had done, but in the next instant, a massive explosion shook the entire building. The sound was deafening, like a cannon had been fired inside the martial arts hall. The walls trembled. Dust rained from the ceiling. Ray's head whipped toward the source of the noise, his ear still ringing. The old man stood with his fist extended forward, his entire body radiating waves of heat. Steam rose from his skin like he'd just stepped out of boiling water. Ray followed the old man's line of sight and felt his stomach drop to the floor. A perfectly circular hole had been blasted clean through the thick stone wall of the building. Sunlight streamed through the opening, illuminating the destruction. Ray could see straight through to the street outside, where shocked pedestrians had stopped to stare. The edges of the hole were still smoking.
You stupid boy!
The old man bellowed, his voice hoarse and raw.
You could have killed yourself. Do you have any idea what you almost did?
Ray tried to respond, tried to apologize, but before any words could form, his vision blurred violently. The world tilted sideways. The old man's angry face stretched and distorted like a reflection in rippling water. Ray's body swayed once. Then everything faded into absolute darkness. The last thing he heard before consciousness left him completely was the old man's panicked voice shouting his name, growing more distant with each syllable until it disappeared entirely into the void.
Ray's eyelids felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. When he finally managed to lift them, harsh white light flooded his vision. Everything was blurry at first, just shapes and colors bleeding together. Slowly, the details sharpened. White-textured walls, bar-like lights running across the ceiling, and the medical equipment.
Where am I?
As his vision cleared, Ray noticed a large, round, shiny object directly in front of his face. It was reflective enough that he could see his own exhausted features in it. When the object moved, Ray realized with a jolt that it wasn't an object at all. It was Kyle's bald head. "Hey man, you're finally awake," Kyle said with a grin. Ray's head felt like someone had split it open with an axe.
Why am I in the hospital?
He squinted at Kyle. "Wait, why are you in a hospital?" Kyle placed a gentle hand on Ray's shoulder, pushing him back down toward the bed. "Hey, don't try to sit up yet. Some crazy old guy came running in here with you on his back, screaming for us to call a healing mage immediately. We ran tests, but you were completely fine. No injuries at all." "What do you mean by we?" Ray asked, confused.
The door swung open, and Slivia walked in carrying a stack of papers.
You're awake, thank goodness.
She shot Kyle a disapproving look.
I hope Kyle didn't bother you too much. He's been annoying every female patient since he started working here.
Ray blinked in surprise.
You joined the medical club?
Kyle's face turned slightly red.
You know, I've always been really interested in the medical field,
He said defensively, then gave Ray an exaggerated wink and thumbs up as if they were sharing some secret code.
Right, very interested in medicine, sure.
Ray thought with sarcasm. Glancing around the hospital ward, Kyle was literally the only male student among dozens of female medical trainees. Slivia approached with a clipboard.
The doctor said we could look after you during your recovery since we already know you.
Oh, am I okay? Ray asked. His skull still felt like it was being crushed in a vice. Slivia consulted her notes.
When you first arrived, you showed all the symptoms of mana sickness, which should have been completely impossible for someone without a mana pool. We called for a specialized healing mage, but before they even arrived, your condition had spontaneously healed.
She looked up at him curiously.
We ran a second test, and everything came back normal. The first test result is most likely just a false reading from the equipment. Anyway, you need to rest for a few hours, then you're free to go.
Ray was relieved that he was indeed discharged after several hours of rest. When he returned to his dorm room, his roommates were excitedly discussing their first day at their respective clubs. Apparently, everyone's first day had focused on learning the theoretical basics of ki. Kyle and Sylvia had learned how to use ki to activate cells in a person's body for accelerated healing. Martha had been taught the principles of infusing ki into arrows. Gary had studied how to channel it through his sword, but nobody had actually practiced using ki yet. They'd only covered the theory. After hearing about Ray ending up hospitalized, none of them seemed eager to rush into practical experiments. The next morning, Ray arrived at the martial arts hall to find the old man already waiting at the front gate. The moment he spotted Ray, the old man grabbed him and practically dragged him inside.
You could have died, you silly boy!
The old man shouted, his face red with anger and concern. What followed was the longest, most painful lecture Ray had ever endured. The old man ranted and raved, his voice rising and falling dramatically. Ray's ears felt like they were bleeding by the time it was over. The only positive was that the old man seemed to have completely forgotten about the mana drain incident. Ray had prepared several explanations, but thankfully he never needed them. When the old man finally ran out of steam, they both sat down on the training mats.
I don't want to praise you for your recklessness,
the old man said, his voice calmer now.
But it's actually incredible that you managed to gather that much ki on your very first attempt. Most students take weeks to achieve what you did in minutes.
He held up a warning finger.
However, you must learn the limits of your body. If I hadn't been there, you might have permanently damaged your ability to use ki, or killed yourself.
The old man clapped his hands together.
Now, gather your ki like you did yesterday, but this time keep it exactly the size of your fist. No bigger, no smaller. Come on now, show me.
Ray closed his eyes and focused inward. The green particles began forming around his body, slowly converging at his center.
Good,
the old man said.
Now maintain that size. Feel the energy stabilize.
For the next several days, Ray's training focused entirely on control. He practiced the same exercises over and over, adjusting the ki's size with precision, moving it smoothly through different parts of his body.
Again,
the old man would say,
too big, shrink it down. Now move it to your left arm. Slower, control matters more than speed. You're losing focus. I can see it dispersing. Gather it again.
The repetition was exhausting, but Ray could feel himself improving with each attempt. On the fifth day, something clicked.
Old man, I think I'm ready to try hardening my cells,
Ray said. The old man studied him carefully.
Show me your ki control first.
Ray gathered the energy and moved it fluidly through his body. Arm to leg to chest to arm again, maintaining perfect consistency. The old man nodded approvingly.
All right, now, instead of just moving the ki, I want you to push it into your cells. Imagine it soaking into your muscles like water into a sponge.
Ray focused on his right fist, gathering ki there and then pushing it deeper, forcing it into the tissue itself. His fist suddenly felt rock solid, the skin hardening like armor.
I did it!
Ray exclaimed.
Hit that wooden post!
The old man instructed, pointing to a training dummy. Ray punched it with his hardened fist. The impact felt completely different. No pain, no shock traveling up his arm. The wood cracked under the blow.
Excellent!
the old man said. But here's the problem. You can only control a fist-sized amount of ki right now. If you spread it across your entire body, the hardening effect would be too weak to matter.
So what do I do?
Ray asked. You learn to move ki instantly to wherever you need it, the old man explained. If you're about to punch, you only harden your fist. If an enemy swings a sword at your shoulder, you move ki there and harden just that spot. He grinned. It's all about prediction and speed, Ray. To practice this, the old man started attacking Ray randomly. The strikes were light and aimed at Ray's different body parts. Ray's job was to harden the targeted area before impact. At first, he failed miserably. A hit to his ribs. Too slow. A strike to his shoulder. Wrong spot. A blow to his stomach that made Ray double over, coughing. You're not even trying to predict where I'll hit. The old man shook his head in disapproval. But gradually, Ray began to improve. He started reading the old man's body language, the subtle shifts in weight, the direction of his gaze, the tension in his muscles.
He's looking at my left side. Key to the ribs.
The old man's fist connected with Ray's hardened ribs with a dull thud. No pain.
Better,
the old man said. After 5 days of brutal training, the old man finally called a halt.
Your basic ki training is complete, he announced. All you need to do now is gradually increase the amount of ki you can control. If your muscles start burning, you've gathered too much too quickly. Listen to your body, Ray. It will always tell you the right thing to do.
Ray felt a surge of pride and anticipation.
I can actually use ki now. I'm not helpless anymore. In fact, I'm just another step closer to my goal.
Thank you, old man,
Ray said sincerely,
for everything.
The old man waved dismissively, but Ray could see the pleased expression on his face. What Ray wanted most now was a chance to test his new abilities in real combat, and the perfect opportunity was coming tomorrow. The students were finally going hunting for magical beasts.
Time to see what I can really do.
With the hunt scheduled for tomorrow, Ray decided it was time to visit a blacksmith. There were several scattered throughout the city, but Avrian Academy had one specifically reserved for its students. He not only offered discounts, but also guaranteed quality work. As a second year, Ray was now allowed to bring his own equipment on hunting expeditions. He had 2 intermediate-tier crystals in his possession. One had come directly from the system after defeating the intermediate wolf. That one he wanted to save for something special. The other he'd carved from the fanged boar during his entrance exam.
That one I can use,
Ray thought as he approached the blacksmith's workshop. He pushed through a pair of heavy double doors and stepped into a surprisingly spacious workshop. The interior was much larger than he'd expected. One entire wall displayed rows of weapons, swords, spears, axes, all neatly arranged by type and quality. The opposite wall showcased various sets of armor on wooden stands. Ray walked toward the counter at the far end of the room. Behind it stood a skinny man wearing large, round glasses that magnified his eyes. He didn't match the stereotypical image of a muscular, soot-covered blacksmith, but Ray had learned not to judge people by appearances. On the counter sat a display case filled with beast crystals of various sizes and colors. Most were basic tier, though a few intermediate ones glinted among them.
How can I help you today?
The blacksmith asked in a pleasant voice. Ray pulled out the fanged boar crystal and placed it carefully on the counter.
I was hoping you could craft something from this.
The blacksmith's eyebrows rose slightly. He nodded and reached beneath the counter, pulling out a strange device. It had a flat circular base with a hollow circular top that reminded Ray of an oil lamp. The blacksmith placed the crystal on the bottom platform. The top section immediately began to glow, projecting floating text into the air above it.
Interesting,
the blacksmith muttered, adjusting his glasses.
I didn't expect this to be an intermediate tier crystal. It's from a fanged boar, specifically.
He studied the projection.
Best option would be crafting it into a chess piece. It should provide excellent protection for your level.
Ray was impressed. He'd known crystals varied in shape, size, and color, but he hadn't realized there were devices that could instantly analyze and identify them with such precision. He felt a twinge of disappointment that a weapon wasn't the recommended option. But chest armor was definitely better than nothing. Protection could save his life in trouble.
How much will it cost?
Ray asked. The blacksmith adjusted his glasses again, a gesture that Ray was beginning to realize meant expensive news.
With your student discount applied, 1,000 should be fair.
Ray's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
1,000? You don't mean 100? I'm afraid not,
the blacksmith said with an apologetic but firm smile.
If you don't have the funds currently, you can always trade crystals. A basic tier crystal is worth 100, and an intermediate tier is worth 1,000. The cost to process them into weapons or armor is equal to their value.
Ray's mind raced. If this were some random shop in a back alley, he might have suspected he was being scammed. But this was Avrian Academy's official blacksmith. They wouldn't tolerate price gouging.
I need to hunt more beasts, a lot more.
I'm sorry, I don't have the money right now.
Ray admitted, picking up his crystal.
I'll have to come back later.
No problem at all.
The blacksmith said kindly.
The crystal will keep. Good luck on your hunt tomorrow.
Ray left the workshop already planning how many beasts he'd need to hunt to afford the armor. The next morning arrived quickly. Students woke early, excitement and nervousness mixing in equal measure. They'd been instructed to meet at the South City Gate by 9 o'clock sharp. As Ray and his roommates walked through the streets, he noticed Gary still had dark, purple bags under his eyes. If anything, they looked worse than before.
Did you sleep at all last night?
Ray asked quietly. Gary shook his head.
Nightmares. Can't seem to shake them.
Ray made a mental note to ask Slivia about its solution later. This was getting serious. When they arrived at the South Gate, roughly 200 second-year students had already gathered. At the front of the crowd stood someone Ray hadn't seen in months, Squire Master Lancy.
Of course, just my luck.
2 other Squire Masters stood beside Lancy, one woman with short brown hair, and one man with a scarred face. The instructors quickly divided the students into 3 groups of roughly equal size. Unfortunately, Lancy was assigned to Ray's group. Each group began heading in different directions, as their respective instructors gave preliminary briefings.
Listen carefully, Lancy announced to his group. There are 3 hunting grounds deemed safe enough for second-year students. The forest, the foothills, and the swamp. There are other areas where magical beasts breed and hunt, but unless you have a death wish, I strongly advise staying away from those zones.
He paused to make sure everyone was paying attention.
Today, our group will hunt in the forest region. Over the coming weeks, we'll rotate through all 3 locations, giving you experience with different types of magical beasts and terrain.
As they walked, Ray observed his fellow students' equipment. The differences were stark. Some wore full sets of intermediate-tier armor with matching weapons that gleamed in the morning light. Others carried basic-tier gear that looked worn but functional. Many, like Ray, still relied on the standard-issue equipment provided by the Academy. Even within Ray's friend group, the inequality was obvious. Slivia had an intermediate-tier shield strapped across her back, probably a gift from her family. Dan wielded a basic-tier spear he'd purchased himself. Martha wore intermediate-tier boots that gave her enhanced mobility. Ray, Gary, Monk, Ian, and Kyle only had standard Academy weapons and armor. Lancy suddenly stopped at the forest's edge, where the city's cleared land met the wild tree line.
You will form groups of 8 students each, he announced loudly. I know some of you think you're skilled enough to hunt alone, but let me enlighten you. You're wrong.
His tone became deadly serious.
Every single year, students die on these hunting grounds. Every rule we give you exists because someone died when it didn't exist. Once you form your group, select a leader and report that person's name to me immediately.
Forming groups happened quickly. Most students naturally teamed up with their roommates and friends. Ray's group did the same, adding Kyle to bring their number to 8. Now, they just needed to choose a leader. They gathered in a tight circle to discuss.
So, who should lead us?
Monk asked. Looking around at everyone's faces, Dan spoke up immediately.
I think it should be whoever's strongest. That means Gary, right?
Gary shook his head quickly.
If you want the strongest person, that's not me anymore.
He glanced meaningfully at Ray. Ray could feel everyone's eyes turning toward him. He raised his hands defensively.
I think our leader should be smart, caring, and able to make good decisions under pressure.
Ray said, turning deliberately to look at Slivia.
That sounds like Slivia to me.
Slivia's face immediately flushed, bright red.
What, me? You can't be serious.
Martha bounced excitedly on her toes.
Actually, I think Slivia would make a perfect leader.
Ian nodded his agreement.
She's always the one who thinks things through.
Monk grinned widely.
All those in favor of Slivia being our leader, raise your hand.
One by one, every hand went up, including Ray's and even Gary's. Slivia looked around at the raised hands in disbelief.
Wait, are you guys actually serious about this? Completely serious,
Monk said with a warm smile. Slivia took a deep breath and lightly slapped her own cheeks twice as if to wake herself up.
All right,
she said, her voice becoming stronger and more confident.
I promise I'll do my absolute best for all of you.
With their leader chosen and reported to Lancy, it was finally time to enter the forest. The hunt was about to begin. After the leaders were chosen, Lancy called them forward one by one. He handed each a small wooden object about the size of a pen. with a tiny crystal embedded at the top that caught the morning light. "Keep this on your person at all times," Lancy instructed, his voice serious. "If your group encounters danger you cannot handle, blow into this whistle. It's magically linked to a device I carry. The moment I hear it, I'll come to assist as quickly as possible." There were 8 groups total, each with 8 members. Everyone did final equipment checks, tightening straps, testing weapon grips, adjusting packs before stepping toward the forest's edge. They had 5 hours to hunt before returning to meet Lancy at the entrance. As Ray's group prepared to enter the dense woodland, Lancy's gaze lingered on him. "Remember," Lancy said, his voice carrying across the clearing, "anything can get you in the forest." Just before turning away, Ray caught the slight curl of a smile on Lancy's lips.
That wasn't a warning. That was a threat.
Ray realized, his jaw tightening. The forest swallowed them whole within minutes. Thick canopy blocked most of the sunlight, creating a dim greenish twilight, even though it was midday. The air smelled of damp earth, rotting leaves, and something sweet, probably flowers they couldn't see. Every sound seemed amplified in the creepy silence of the place. The group moved carefully, leaving marks on trees to track their path. First-year training had covered navigation extensively. Each group carved unique symbols into bark to avoid getting lost or accidentally following another team's trail. "I hate that Lancy guy," Monk muttered, slashing a mark into a tree trunk with perhaps more force than necessary. Martha reached out and ruffled his hair affectionately. "Don't waste your energy thinking about him, Monk. We need to focus on our mission." She glanced around at the shadowy trees. "By the way, do you know what they call this place?" Monk shook his head. "Insect forest." Kyle immediately started scratching at his arms as if something was already crawling on him. "I hate bugs. I really, really hate bugs." Dan laughed. Oh, please. As if any insect could actually hurt." Before Dan could finish his sentence, a giant ladybug emerged from behind a nearby tree, taking everyone by surprise. It was the size of a football, its red shell gleaming unnaturally bright in the dim light. Black spots dotted its back like numerous eyes. Slivia was the quickest one to react, drawing her sword out in an instant. "Everyone battle ready. Remember, a lone insect might be weak, but they always attack in swarms." As if her words had summoned them, 20 more ladybugs crawled out from behind trees, under bushes, and from overhead branches. Their shells clicked together as they moved, creating an eerie chittering sound. Martha reacted first. She knocked an arrow with practiced speed and released it in one fluid motion. The projectile punched straight through a ladybug shell, pinning the creature to a tree trunk where its legs twitched weakly. The rest of the swarm surged forward in a wave of red and black. Ian, who'd finally chosen to join the Axe Club, proved it was the right decision. He wielded a battle axe in each massive hand. When a ladybug launched itself at his face, he swung both weapons in a crossing X pattern. The creature split cleanly in half, its body parts tumbling to the forest floor. Dan thrust his spear at another ladybug, but the insect took flight, easily dodging. "Stand still, you little..." Frustrated, he hurled the spear like a javelin, skewering the flying creature midair. "Ha! Gotcha!" Monk had vanished entirely. Even Ray, with his enhanced vision, struggled to track his movements. The black sash student had perfected his stealth footwork. Shadows seemed to wrap around him. Dead ladybugs simply appeared on the ground, sliced open with surgical precision, but no one saw Monk deliver the strikes. Kyle attacked like a man possessed, cursing at the insects as if they could understand him. "I can't believe your disgusting mother gave birth to something as creepy as you." He swung his sword wildly. "Die! Just die already!" Slivia remained the picture of calm efficiency. She blocked each attack with her shield, then countered with precise sword strikes that never wasted movement. Between her own fights, she constantly glanced around, checking on everyone's safety. Surprisingly, amongst everyone, Gary was struggling. His movements were sluggish and mistimed, his strikes missed by inches. When he finally managed to kill a ladybug, he was gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face despite the cool forest air.
"Gary? What is he doing? Is he not feeling well?" "Something's seriously wrong with him, and if he doesn't get his act together soon, things can go against him eventually,"
Ray thought, concerned. Within minutes, everyone had finished their opponents, everyone except Ray. 3 ladybugs had surrounded him in a triangle formation, one on each side, while his sword remained sheathed. "Ray, what are you doing?" Slivia shouted. "Draw your weapon!" Ray ignored her. He recognized the danger, but he also knew what he was doing. He wanted to test his new ki abilities in real combat. He gathered energy to his fingertips, feeling his cells harden until they felt like iron wrapped around his bones. The sensation was exhilarating. One ladybug lunged at his throat. Ray's hand shot out instantly in a claw shape. His ki-enhanced fingers sliced through the creature's shell like it was paper, cutting it into 5 neat pieces that scattered across the ground. The other 2 hesitated, their antennae twitching frantically. As if sensing death, they tried to flee, but Ray didn't let them. In 2 swift motions, he clawed through both, killing them instantly. No sword needed. Monk suddenly reappeared from behind a tree, holding a dead ladybug by one leg.
Wow, Ray, was that he? You're already using it so well.
Ray smirked. Looks like I wasn't the only one practicing. Monk's face flushed slightly, but he grinned. The group quickly extracted beast crystals from their kills. They agreed beforehand. Whoever landed the final blow claimed that creature's crystal. This rule prevented arguments over spoils. Ray was fortunate. The system had automatically awarded him 2 crystals, meaning he only needed to physically extract 1 from the ladybugs to avoid suspicion. He deliberately carved through all 3 of his kills anyway, better to look thorough than raise questions. As they pushed deeper into the forest, the air grew thicker, more humid. The group encountered more oversized insects, beetles with shells like armor plating, butterflies with wingspans wider than a person's arms, centipedes as long as spears. Everything was wrong here. Everything was too big, too aggressive, and they always attacked in swarms. But the group handled themselves well, growing more confident with each encounter. Then they met a challenge that was different than the others they had already encountered, the red velvet ants. These were different. Larger, faster. Their midnight black bodies had crimson velvet patterns that seemed to pulse. Their mandibles were the size of daggers, but that was not the only thing that made them difficult enemies. It was their shells that didn't crack easily under normal strikes. Ray had just killed his 3rd ant when a blood-curdling scream tore through the forest. He spun around, heart pounding. Gary was on his knees. A red velvet ant had clamped its massive mandibles around his forearm. Blood poured from deep puncture wounds, soaking through Gary's sleeve and dripping onto the forest floor. But that wasn't the worst part. Gary's eyes had rolled back in his head, showing only whites, and his body was convulsing violently, foam beginning to form at his lips. "It's venomous!" Slivia screamed. "The ant is venomous!"
Gary's scream cut through the forest air. Blood dripped down his arm where the red velvet ant had sunk its teeth deep into his flesh. Everyone froze for a moment, shocked. Gary was one of their best fighters. How could a basic tier beast have gotten to him? Ian reacted first. He lunged forward and grabbed the ant with both hands, his muscles straining as he pulled with all his strength. The creature's sharp teeth tore free from Gary's skin, sending droplets of blood flying through the air. "Hold it still!" Ray was instantly by Ian's side. Ian squeezed the ant between his hands, keeping a firm grip on its sides. The creature thrashed wildly, its legs kicking in every direction, but Ian refused to let go. Ray gripped his sword and brought it down in one clean stroke, splitting the ant in 2. Slivia and Kyle rushed over immediately. They examined Gary's arm, their faces tense with concern. 2 deep puncture wounds, each about the size of a ping-pong ball, marked where the ant had bitten him. At least the wounds weren't too deep. "Can you fix this?" Kyle asked, glancing at Slivia. She leaned closer, studying the injury carefully. "I think so," she said. "But I'm not a mage, so there's only so much I can do." "I'll handle the first aid," Kyle said. "You do your part after." Kyle worked quickly, cleaning the wound with disinfectant and wrapping it in clean bandages. Slivia sat down beside them and closed her eyes, entering a meditative state. Once Kyle stepped back, she placed both hands gently over the bandages covering Gary's wound. "What is she doing?" Dan whispered. Ian glanced over.
She's using her ki to help him heal. I haven't learned that technique yet. But Sylvia picks things up fast. She's channeling her ki into Gary's body to activate his cells and speed up the healing. It's not as powerful as a mage's magic, but it helps.
While Slivia worked, Monk tugged at Ray's sleeve and motioned for him to step away from the group. They walked a short distance into the trees where no one could hear them.
"Don't you think Gary's been acting weird lately?"
Monk asked quietly, his eyes drifting back toward their injured friend. Ray shrugged. "What do you mean?"
"He's off, Ray. Gary would never let a basic tier beast hurt him, not in a million years. And during training, he's been sloppy, distracted. Something's definitely wrong. I can feel it."
Monk turned to face Ray directly.
I think you should talk to him. Me?
Ray blinked.
Why me? I'm terrible at that kind of stuff, Monk. And you know it very well. Yes, I know. Yet you must do it. Because he respects you.
Monk said.
If something's bothering him, he won't listen to the rest of us. But you, he might actually open up. You don't have to fix anything. Just ask if he's okay. And offer to help.
Ray looked back at Gary. Now that Monk mentioned it, the signs were there. Dark circles hung beneath Gary's eyes like bruises. His sleep-talking had gotten worse too, keeping Ray awake some nights. Maybe Monk was right. Gary had looked out for Ray for years. Maybe it was time to return the favor. After Slivia finished healing Gary's wound, the group resumed their hunt. They moved through the forest, collecting basic tier crystals from the beasts they defeated. Their time in the forest was running short, and soon they began making their way back toward the entrance. Ray checked his count. He had 10 crystals in total. 5 were stored safely in his system inventory, and 5 more he'd carved out the old-fashioned way. It wouldn't be long before he had enough money to buy better gear. When they emerged from the forest, they found Lancey waiting for them near the entrance. Several other groups had already returned and were gathered nearby. Once the last team arrived, Lancey pulled out a large brown sack and held it up for everyone to see.
Listen up, he barked. You all need to donate 10% of your crystals to the Academy. Think of it as a tax.
Groans and muttered complaints rippled through the crowd. But no one argued. One by one, students lined up and dropped their crystals into the bag. When Ray's turn came, he dropped a single crystal inside. Lancey's eyes narrowed.
Only one, Ray?
Yeah, Ray said casually.
I only collected 5 crystals.
Only 5? Impossible.
Lancey's face twisted with suspicion.
If I find any more hidden on you, boy, you'll be in serious trouble.
Lancey proceeded to pat Ray down, checking every pocket, every pouch, every possible hiding spot. His hands moved roughly, searching for anything Ray might have concealed, but in the end, he found exactly what Ray had claimed. 5 crystals. Lancey stepped back with a disgusted grunt.
I guess you really are that useless after all.
Ray said nothing, but inside, he was grinning. The other 5 crystals were stored safely in his system inventory, invisible to everyone. He had no idea where they physically existed when stored, but they only appeared when he summoned them. It was the perfect hiding spot. As they walked away, Monk leaned closer.
Where did you hide the rest?
Ray smiled.
That's a secret.
Monk and the others had watched Ray kill more than 5 beasts, so they knew he was holding out, but Ray wasn't about to reveal his trump card just yet. After the long day ended, most students headed back to their rooms to rest or visited the blacksmith to sell their crystals and upgrade their weapons, but Ray had something else in mind. He climbed up to the roof of the dormitory building, finding a secluded spot where no one would disturb him. The night air was cool against his skin. As he opened his system inventory,
Basic tier beast crystal 5, intermediate tier beast crystal 1, super tier beast crystal 1.
including the 4 basic tier crystals in his pocket and the intermediate crystal he'd saved, Ray had everything he needed to max out his basic tier points. But he had to be careful. This needed to happen somewhere private. He wasn't sure what would happen once he hit 100 points. Ray remembered when Noir, his pet wolf cub, maxed out its points. It had taken an entire year to complete its evolution. Would the same thing happen to him? Would his body change? Would he transform back into a dragon? He didn't know. But one thing was certain, these crystals would surely make him stronger. A notification appeared.
Basic tier beast crystal 5 detected. Would you like to absorb?
Ray selected yes. One by one, he absorbed the crystals. With each one, another notification flashed before his eyes.
83 points, 88 points, 92 points, 96 points.
And now only 1 crystal remained. The points granted by the system after absorbing the crystals seemed random, somewhere between 1 and 10 per crystal. Ray now needed 4 more points to reach the maximum from the last crystal. Would this last crystal be enough? Ray took a deep breath and absorbed it.
Maximum points achieved 100.
The moment the evolution notification appeared, fire erupted through Ray's veins. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees on the rooftop. The pain was unbearable, like his entire body was being consumed from the inside out. He needed to do something, anything. Ray forced himself into a sitting position and closed his eyes, slipping into the meditation pose he used when gathering his ki. He focused on the pain, trying to convince himself it wasn't real, that it was just an illusion his mind could overcome. The burning sensation shifted.
Now it felt as though thousands of tiny needles were stabbing every pore of his skin simultaneously, sharp, relentless, everywhere at once. He cursed the system silently. This wasn't fair. He hadn't been ready. The system hadn't even asked if he wanted to start the evolution. It had just forced it upon him without warning. 10 agonizing minutes passed before the needle-like sensation finally faded. Ray allowed himself a moment of relief. Then the real torture began. A deep, grinding pain exploded in his bones. It felt as if someone had reached inside his body and was tearing his skeleton apart piece by piece. A sickening crack echoed through his skull, the sound coming from within his own body. His bones were breaking, and then they were rebuilding themselves. The process repeated over and over. Each time a bone shattered and reformed, Ray hoped the pain would dull, that his body would adjust. But it didn't. Each break was just as excruciating as the first. Ray clenched his jaw so hard, his teeth ached. He couldn't scream. If anyone heard him, if anyone saw him like this, they would know something was terribly wrong. He used every ounce of willpower he possessed to remain silent, to endure. Finally, after what felt like hours, the pain stopped. Ray slumped forward, gasping for air. He had lost track of time completely, too consumed by agony to notice how long the evolution had taken. A notification appeared before his eyes.
You have successfully evolved into a dragon knight.
Ray blinked hard and rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? Had the pain driven him delirious? He read it again, but the words remained the same. Dragon Knight. His mind raced. Wasn't that what they called the founders of Avrion? The legendary warriors who had built the academy and defended humanity against the beasts? Or was this just a coincidence? A similar name with no connection. Ray didn't have time to puzzle over it since a more urgent question demanded his attention.
Has the evolution changed how I look?
Ray had no mirror up here on the roof. He quickly activated his Dragon Eyes skill, hoping to get some sense of what had happened to him. The moment the skill was activated, the world transformed. His senses sharpened dramatically. Everything became crystal clear, sharper and more vivid than he'd ever experienced. He could sense every person in the building below, as if he were hovering above them, seeing through walls and floors. Voices drifted up to him from the dormitory rooms. The students were far away. Their words should have been impossible to hear, yet they reached his ears as clearly as if they were standing right beside him. Then he turned his attention inward, focusing on himself. His heart sank. His aura had changed. Where once it had been pure yellow, the color of humanity, it was now yellow mixed with streaks of red. Ray's blood ran cold. He knew what the colors meant. Everyone at the academy learned them early. Yellow was human, red was a magical beast, and purple represented the dreaded shadow plague.
If what I see is accurate, does that mean I am now part beast?
A memory surfaced suddenly, sharp and clear. He had seen this before. On his first day at Avrion Academy, they had visited the cemetery. In the tomb of one of the original Dragon Knights, he had sensed the exact same type of aura, yellow mixed with red. Ray examined the rest of his body carefully. His outward appearance still looked human, which brought some relief. At least he wouldn't have to explain scales or claws to his roommates. But when he checked his status screen, the change was undeniable. Next to race, where it had once read human, it now displayed Dragon Knight. Questions swirled through his mind, but he had no answers. There was no use trying to understand it all right now. Instead, Ray decided to test something else. He opened his system inventory and looked at the intermediate beast crystals still stored inside.
Intermediate beast crystal detected. Would you like to absorb it?
Before his evolution, when he tried to absorb an intermediate crystal, the system had displayed an error message. His body couldn't handle it. But if his hypothesis was correct, the system was now treating him differently. Basic tier beasts could only absorb basic tier crystals. If he'd evolved into something beyond human, something closer to a magical beast, then perhaps the restriction had lifted. And if he kept evolving, would he eventually transform back into a true dragon? There was only one way to find out.
Yes.
Ray selected the option. The crystal began to dissolve slowly, vanishing from his inventory. A tingling sensation spread through his body. Pleasant this time, not painful.
3 points earned.
Ray frowned slightly.
Only 3 points? I was hoping for more. Still, it is progress since I can now absorb intermediate crystals, which means access to a much larger pool of power.
The strength flowing into Ray felt the same as before, just less of it than expected. Before returning to his room, Ray decided he needed one more confirmation. He had to see his reflection properly, just to make absolutely sure nothing dramatic had changed. He made his way down from the roof and headed toward the school toilets. The hallways were mostly empty at this hour. Still, he pulled his sash up like a scarf and lifted his hood over his head. He also activated his black sash skill, which helped him blend into shadows and avoid attention. Inside the restroom, Ray stood before the mirror and studied himself carefully. Relief washed over him. Nothing had changed too drastically. His body had become slightly more muscular, his shoulders were a bit broader, his arms more defined. He'd grown maybe an inch taller, but the changes were subtle enough that most people probably wouldn't notice. Satisfied, Ray made his way back to the dormitory. When he pushed open the door to his room, everyone was already in bed. Slivia stood near the light switch, about to turn it off for the night.
Oh, nice of you to join us,
she said, her hand pausing on the switch. Ray tensed as her eyes traveled over him slowly, studying him in that intense way of hers. Had he missed something? Was there some obvious change he hadn't noticed in the mirror?
You look a little different, Ray,
Slivia muttered, her brow furrowing as she continued to stare. She tilted her head slightly, as if trying to identify exactly what had changed, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Her instincts were sharp. She had always been good at picking up on details others missed.
Stop flirting with Ray and turn on the lights already,
Dan's voice shouted from somewhere in the darkness. Slivia's face immediately turned bright red.
I wasn't.
She started to protest, but gave up. Without another word, she flicked off the lights and hurried to her bed. Ray climbed into his bunk and lay down. Staring up at the ceiling, his mind was racing, spinning with questions that had no answers. Dragon Knight, mixed aura, evolution. What did it all mean? What was he becoming? The room settled into silence, broken only by the occasional sound of someone shifting in their sleep. Then Ray heard it. Gary's voice, low and mumbled at first.
Gary is sleep-talking again. Great.
Ray thought with a mix of worry and annoyance. It had been happening more frequently over the past few days, as if Gary were trapped in some recurring nightmare he couldn't escape. But tonight felt different. The murmuring grew louder, more agitated. Gary's body began to move. He twisted and turned violently, his limbs jerking. The entire bunk bed shook with the force of his movements, creaking and groaning in protest. Ray sat up slightly, concerned now. This wasn't normal sleep-talking anymore. Gary's words became clearer, though still slurred and desperate. He sounded terrified. Then suddenly, he screamed,
No, don't!
The shout tore through the silence like a knife. Everyone in the room jolted awake instantly, their hearts pounding. The darkness felt heavier now, oppressive, as Gary's ragged breathing filled the space between them. Gary's screams tore through the darkness. Monk shot upright in bed, heart pounding. The words Gary was shouting made no sense, just wild, terrified nonsense. But the way he was thrashing around, crying out like that, it looked like someone was attacking him.
Gary, wake up, wake up!
Monk scrambled up to Gary's bed and shook him hard. The others were awake now. One by one, they climbed out of bed and gathered around. Gary twisted and turned violently, his body jerking like he was trying to escape something invisible.
I don't know what's wrong with him.
Monk's voice cracked with worry. Slivia took charge immediately.
Ian, bring him down here, now! You're the only one strong enough to hold him still. I think I can help.
Ian didn't hesitate. He climbed up and grabbed Gary firmly by both sides. Gary fought against him, struggling desperately to break free, but Ian's grip was iron. He carried Gary down and laid him on the floor. Dan rushed over to pin down his feet while Ian held his shoulders. Slivia knelt beside Gary and placed both hands on his forehead. The room went quiet. Everyone held their breath. Slowly, Gary's thrashing weakened. His screams faded to whimpers, then to nothing. His breathing deepened. Within moments, he had slipped back into a deep, peaceful sleep.
What was that?
Dan asked, his voice barely a whisper.
Something they taught us in the medical club,
Slivia said.
It soothes patients who are in pain.
Ian carefully lifted Gary and returned him to bed. The others shuffled back to their own beds, but Monk stayed behind. He looked troubled as he approached Ray.
You need to talk to him.
Monk's eyes were serious.
He's getting worse.
I will, Ray promised. Don't worry. While everyone had been focused on Gary, Ray had done something else. He activated his dragon eyes, fearing that Gary might be infected with the shadow plague. But when he looked at Gary's aura, there was nothing wrong, nothing at all. That made it even more disturbing. Monk nodded before returning to his bed. The rest of the night passed uneventfully before morning light streamed through the windows. Everyone moved slowly, exhausted from the night before. Everyone, except Gary. He stretched his arms above his head and yawned loudly.
Oh, man, I haven't slept like that in ages. That was amazing.
Then he noticed the way everyone was staring at him. They were all frowning.
Huh? What? Did I do something?
Monk caught Ray's eye and mouthed silently.
You need to talk to him now.
Monk was right. Gary seemed fine now, back to his normal self. But what if the nightmares didn't stop? What if next time was worse?
Hey, Gary,
Ray said carefully.
do you mind if we talk?
Gary's eyes went wide with shock.
Wait, did you just ask me to talk? Ray, are you feeling okay?
I think I'm the one who should be asking you that.
While the others headed down to breakfast, Ray and Gary walked outside across the campus grounds. Ray explained everything that had happened the night before. Gary listened in stunned silence. He hadn't known he was talking in his sleep, hadn't known about the screaming, the thrashing. He glanced around nervously, waiting until a couple of passing students disappeared around the corner. Then he leaned in close.
Ray, will you believe me if I tell you something that may not make any sense?
Gary asked nervously. Ray paused, turning to look Gary straight in his eyes.
Gary, we've been together for years now. We've been through a lot of things, and we have seen each other fall and rise. We've always been each other's rock. So why would you think I won't believe you?
Gary was stunned. It was perhaps the longest emotional speech Ray had ever delivered in all those years. Gary smiled, feeling a bit confident.
Ray, you know that big red door they showed us on our first day at Avrian Academy? The one that leads below the school?
Ray nodded slowly.
Yes, but what does it have to do with your nightmares?
Gary looked away for a moment, biting his lower lip before he met Ray's gaze again.
I know it's forbidden, but I think we need to go down there. We need to see what's behind it.
Ray's stomach dropped.
But why? Gary, you know if they catch us, we'll be kicked out of Avrion. Are you sure about this?
I know, but it's important, Ray. I've been having dreams about it.
Gary's voice was barely audible now.
Strange dreams. It's like something behind that door is calling to me.
Why didn't you tell anyone?
Ray demanded.
What about the Master Knights?
I don't need to tell the Knights everything. This is about me.
Gary's jaw tightened.
But I'm afraid. I am afraid something might happen to me down there.
His eyes locked onto Ray's. They were filled with sadness, desperation. Gary was begging.
Even if I told the Knights, they'd never let me go down there anyway. That place is full of criminals.
Ray hesitated. If they got expelled from the Avrion, everything he had ever planned would go to waste. He still had so much to learn at the academy, so much he needed to do. It was a huge risk Ray was hesitant to take. But something about Gary's words gnawed at him. His dragon eyes hadn't been able to see past that red door. He couldn't sense anything beyond it or below the academy. And that had never happened before with his abilities.
Are those criminals truly dangerous enough that they need to be hidden away like that? Or is the Academy keeping a more significant secret? Perhaps Gary is the first one with the ability to sense whatever lies below the Academy. Though I want to help him, I can't jeopardize my future here. I need the Academy's resources to combat the Shadow Plague for my father's sake. What should I do now?
Ray was confused, but after noticing Gary waiting for his response with hope, Ray finally answered.
I'll think about it,
Ray said finally. Gary's face brightened. Just those few words seemed to give him hope.
But remember, do not dare to do something stupid without my knowledge, Gary, or you won't find me beside you saving your thick head,
Ray warned.
I know this is just a hollow threat. You will always have my back in any trouble, Ray, but I promise I won't do anything stupid.
The day dragged on. Ray attended training at the martial arts hall, where they were learning fighting techniques enhanced with ki. But when Ray gathered his ki, something felt different. It wasn't difficult anymore. He could easily gather twice as much as before. It flowed smoothly through his body, gentle, controlled. No pain at all. The evolution he had gone through after absorbing those crystals was working like wonders. It felt like he'd been given a completely new body. If Ray had to guess his current strength, he would probably be equal to the old man now, just below the level of the Master Knights. But Ray kept his ki level the same as always during training. He deliberately held back. If the Knights found out about his impressively enhanced powers, they'd suspect he was the red-haired boy mentioned in the prophecy, and Ray couldn't let that happen.
I am not a savior. I am a punisher, a destructor of humanity. A lesson that they should have learned ages ago to avoid what I have planned for them.
Ray wanted to test his real strength eventually. He knew the perfect opponent too, Harry Delbert. The last time they'd fought, Harry had humiliated him, completely showing off his power of ki. Now it was Ray's turn to return the same humiliation. But third-year students were always being sent on missions. The only chance to face Harry Delbert would be at the yearly school tournament. But for now, there was another pressing matter demanding Ray's attention. By the end of the day, Ray had made up his mind he would give Gary his answer tomorrow. There was too much risk right now, too much at stake. That night, when Ray closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, a bright white light exploded across his vision. A dream. This was a dream. A glowing white orb floated in an endless void of black. He moved toward it slowly, as if something was pulling him forward. Drawing him in, the orb whispered,
I will share my secrets.
Suddenly, his body was ripped backward. The white orb grew smaller and smaller in the distance. Ray reached out desperately, fingers grasping at nothing. Then, a massive red door slammed down in front of him, blocking his path. The same door from Avrion Academy.
The next morning, Ray woke up with absolute clarity. Although the dream he had last night helped him to reach a decision, it had also piled up the unanswered questions that bugged Ray's mind.
Is this the same vision haunting Gary? Is this why Gary is so desperate to go down there? But what I don't understand is why I had that dream only after Gary talked about that red door. Is this some kind of a sign, a clue to move forward? Whatever this mystery is, I need to uncover it, not only for Gary, but also for myself.
Even if it meant risking everything. All the progress he'd made, all the training, everything, Ray had to see what was behind that red door. The next day, Ray asked Gary to meet him alone.
I'll go with you,
Ray said simply. Gary's face lit up. Instantly, he couldn't stop thanking Ray, grabbing his shoulders, calling him the best friend he'd ever had. Ray felt guilt twist in his stomach. He hadn't told Gary about his own dream. This wasn't really for Gary, it was for himself. But Gary didn't need to know that. In Gary's eyes, Ray was doing this out of loyalty, and maybe that was better. Throughout training that day, Ray couldn't focus. His mind kept drifting to the plan. How they could get past that red door and what waited below. The anticipation gnawed at him constantly, making every second feel like an hour. Gary, on the other hand, was more energized than ever. He'd returned to his old self, laughing, joking, fully present. The heavy burden that had been crushing him was finally lifted. Once training ended, Ray headed straight to the old mansion assigned for the Black Sash members instead of going to his dormitory room. As soon as Ray stepped inside, he was surprised to see an unexpected face.
Monk, what are you doing here?
Before Monk answered, Gary moved quickly. He shut all the windows and locked the door, making sure no one could overhear them. Gary then took out a long roll of paper and spread it across the floor like a carpet. It was a detailed plan that was carefully drawn, thoroughly thought out. Monk frowned in confusion. He was asking Gary about what was cooking in his head, but so far he had been either silenced or ignored by Gary. But now, Monk needed answers.
So what's with the emergency meeting?
Monk asked, crossing his arms. Gary walked over and placed a firm hand on Monk's shoulder.
Ray and I are going to see what's behind the red door. We need your help.
Gary did not waste any time beating around the bush and jumped straight to the point. Monk's eyes went wide.
You're going to what? Are you insane? We'll get kicked out of the academy for even attempting such nonsense.
He spun toward Ray, expecting support.
You have to stop him, Ray.
Ray shook his head slowly. Although he did not know what kind of help Gary was expecting from Monk, Ray trusted Gary's decision and supported him.
Monk, you were the one who asked me to look out for Gary. He's been having dreams about the red door.
This isn't just curiosity anymore. If we want to help Gary and stop those dreams from tormenting him, we have to uncover the secret of that red door. That's the only way I see.
Well, I wish I could say you are doing great at looking out for Gary, Ray.
Monk glared at Ray, sarcasm dripping from his tone.
But this is a crime. You two can get yourselves expelled if you want.
Monk snapped.
But I want no part of this.
He moved toward the exit.
Wait,
Gary called after him.
Remember our duel, Monk? If Ray hadn't stopped you, I could have been seriously hurt. You said you owed me one.
Monk's hand froze on the door handle. His jaw clenched tight.
I'm calling in that favor now,
Gary said quietly. Monk stood there, wavering.
Didn't you tell Ray that we're family?
Gary continued.
I see the Black Sashes as my family, and I need your help.
Monk finally released the door handle and turned back.
Fine, but after this we're even, and I want to hear the whole plan first.
Ray glanced around. Hey, if you wanted the whole Black Sash family in on this, why didn't you invite Kyle?
Gary rolled his eyes.
Come on, really? We all know he's got a big mouth. If Kyle knew about this, half of Avrion would have heard about it by now.
Gary knelt down beside the plan spread across the floor.
Now listen carefully. Here's how we do it. Right now, 2 knights in black armor guard the red door at all times. They're said to be as strong as master knights, so there's no way we can take them on directly.
He pointed to a marked date on the paper.
Once a month, the black-armored knights gather for a meeting. They get temporarily replaced by squire masters. And that's our window. One of us creates a distraction, while Monk picks the lock.
Looking at Monk, Gary smiled.
You're the fastest and best at it, Monk.
Monk's cheeks turned slightly red, but he nodded.
What do we tell the others while we're gone?
Monk asked.
We say we're doing special training together.
Gary answered smoothly.
What if they find out about the broken lock?
Ray questioned.
They won't. We've trained for missions like this our entire time here. This is exactly what Black Sashes are meant to do.
Ray stared at the plan for a brief moment before he said,
All right, let's do it.
Suddenly, a startled gasp came from the window. Shadows flickered. They twisted and swirled before forming into a distinct shape. A figure emerged from the darkness itself. Ray's hand went to his weapon instinctively. A young woman stepped forward from the shadows. Her green eyes gleamed in the dim light, sharp and intelligent. Long black hair flowed past her shoulders like a waterfall of ink. A black-gray cloak covered her body, and the unmistakable black sash was tied across her chest.
Jasmine Hart.
Ray recognized her immediately. Everyone in the Black Sashes knew who she was, even if they rarely spoke to her. Jasmine was a third-year student and one of the absolute best among the Black Sashes. She'd built a reputation as a master of stealth and infiltration. Some said she could disappear into shadows so completely that even Master Knights had trouble tracking her. Others whispered that she'd completed impossible missions that would have gotten any other student killed. The third years were usually out on dangerous assignments, so second years rarely crossed paths with them. But the Black Sashes were a small, tight-knit group. Everyone knew each other by name and reputation at least. Jasmine stared at them, eyes wide with shock.
I can't believe what I just heard.
She was basically fuming with anger. Heavy silence crashed down on the room. Sweat trickled down Ray's back. He could hear Gary and Monk's quickened breathing beside him. Gary's eyes narrowed dangerously.
What are you doing here, Jasmine? Were you spying on us?
No, it was an accident.
Jasmine raised her hands defensively.
I came up here to train by myself. I was practicing blending with the shadows, trying to see how long I could maintain the technique.
Isn't that just a fancy way of saying you were spying?
Monk asked flatly.
That's not the point.
Jasmine snapped, her green eyes flashing.
I heard everything. I know what you're planning.
She crossed her arms, her expression hardening.
And you're not going to get away with it. Once I tell the Master Knights what you're up to, you'll all be expelled.
The three of them exchanged nervous glances. Ray's mind raced, desperately searching for a way out of this. Monk looked ready to bolt, but Gary remained eerily calm, the wheels in his mind turning in a different direction. Gary took a slow step forward. His voice dropped low, almost ominous.
Well, now that you know about our plan,
He paused deliberately.
we can't just let you go free, can we?
The temperature in the room suddenly seemed to drop. Jasmine's hand moved subtly toward the blade at her side.
Are you threatening me?
I'm just saying.
Gary continued, his tone measured and careful.
Maybe we should talk about this. There are options here besides running straight to the Knights.
Ray's heart hammered in his chest. This was spinning out of control fast. Jasmine studied them carefully, her sharp eyes moving from face to face. She was evaluating them, calculating whether they were serious or just desperate second years in over their heads. The silence stretched unbearably long.
You three are idiots.
Jasmine finally said.
Do you have any idea what's down there? What kind of criminals do they keep locked beneath this academy?
Do you?
Gary challenged. Jasmine's jaw tightened. She didn't answer.
That's what I thought.
Gary said.
Nobody knows. That's the problem.
That doesn't mean you can break academy rules.
Jasmine's voice echoed in the dimly lit room of the old mansion. She stood facing Gary, Ray, and Monk, 3 second-years who'd just caught her eavesdropping on their forbidden plan.
This is bad.
Ray thought, watching her carefully.
Really bad.
Gary took a step forward, only for Jasmine to take one back. Gary's eyes glinted with confidence as he figured a way out of this situation. He took another step forward, forcing Jasmine to retreat further. Jasmine's eyes reflected pure fear as Gary walked toward her. Her hands trembled at her sides. She forced a nervous smile.
Okay, I understand you guys have made up your mind, and there's nothing I can say to change it.
The determined expressions on the boys' faces confirmed her words.
How about we just forget everything that happened? You can pretend I was never here. No harm done, right?
She proposed. Monk let out a relieved sigh. But Gary kept walking. His expression didn't change. His steps were slow, deliberate, threatening.
Do you really think it's going to be that easy?
Gary's voice was cold.
All we did was talk about breaking rules. We didn't actually do anything yet. I hardly think we'd be punished for this.
He took another step closer.
But you tried to threaten us, the younger students. How would it look to have the most ideal student of the Avrion Academy getting punished for spying and bullying?
Jasmine's gaze shot toward the door. Ray and Monk moved instinctively, blocking her escape route. They stood firm, watching her every move.
Wait, look, I'm sorry.
Jasmine took a cautious step back.
I promise I won't tell anyone.
She's not running. That means she knows she's outmatched.
Ray noted. He activated his dragon eyes discreetly, checking her aura. It wasn't particularly strong, nothing impressive, but her black sash techniques were exceptional. The fact that she'd evaded his detection earlier proved that much. Gary's lips curled into a sly smile.
Why don't you come with us?
Jasmine frowned, confusion mixing with apprehension.
And break school rules? They're criminals down there.
That's what they say.
Gary replied smoothly.
But who knows what's actually down there? Maybe that's just a cover for something else.
He shrugged casually.
If we see any trouble, we turn back. Simple.
She'll never accept. Even under pressure, she doesn't believe we'd actually harm her.
Ray thought.
When should we go?
Ray's head snapped up.
What?
Squaring her shoulders, Jasmine stepped forward and examined the plan sketched on the floor. Her voice was steady now, confident like someone had just flipped a switch in her.
Honestly, ever since I came to this academy, I've been curious about the Red Door. And now that I have an opportunity to explore, why should I waste it? But beware, we can't tell anyone about this, Jasmine continued. Agreed?
What just happened to her? She was apprehensive right till this moment, and then suddenly she agreed to be part of the team. That was easy. Too easy.
They all nodded silently.
Okay.
Gary's excitement was barely contained.
The plan starts tomorrow. We all have the day off because of the meeting, so it's perfect timing.
Actually, I don't have tomorrow off.
Jasmine hesitated.
I have to be...
She stopped mid-sentence.
Never mind, don't worry, I'll make it. I've been training to blend with shadows, and I'm pretty good at it now. This is the perfect opportunity to test my skills.
Gary extended his hand, palm facing downward.
Come on, let's all agree to do this together.
One by one, they placed their hands on top of his. On the count of 3, they lifted them with a quiet cheer. As they parted ways, Ray's mind raced and remained stuck on Jasmine Hart.
She agreed too easily. Something's wrong. She working for Sir Kay? Or maybe another Master Knight? Maybe she will betray us the moment we reach the Red Door. Gary isn't stupid. He has to be thinking the same thing.
Ray glanced at Gary and stopped. Gary was staring at Jasmine as she walked away, his expression almost dazed.
I don't trust her,
Ray muttered.
Maybe it should just be us 3.
Gary blinked, startled out of his world of thoughts.
Don't worry.
Gary's smile was far too confident.
Trust me, Jasmine is good. Really good.
I don't trust her at all.
Monk snapped.
You're clearly thinking with the wrong part of your body, Gary.
Gary's face flushed bright red. He lunged forward to kick Monk, but Monk dodged effortlessly, laughing as he danced away.
Great. Gary's judgment is compromised, and we're walking into a trap.
Ray thought with annoyance. The next day arrived too quickly. After training ended, the 4 of them met outside the academy. A full moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie glow that made everything look ghostly and unreal. The streets were quiet, too quiet. The academy grounds were empty, except for a few distant guards patrolling. They all wore their black sash gear, light armor for mobility, black hooded cloaks to conceal their identities, and soft leather boots to silence their steps. Each of them carried a concealed weapon in case things went wrong. Gary took the lead as they approached the Red Door's location. He peered around the corner, then gestured sharply. The group moved quickly but carefully, every step calculated. They stuck to the shadows, using their training to blend with the darkness. Jasmine was the most skilled among them. Every time she activated her shadow technique, she seemed to vanish completely, as if she'd become part of the darkness herself.
I don't know why, but I don't trust Jasmine one bit. If she's a spy, this is the perfect opportunity to alert someone.
Ray thought, his eyes noting her every movement. But Jasmine seemed just as focused as the rest of them, just as nervous. When they finally reached the Red Door, they all stopped dead in their tracks as a strange sight met them. There was no one guarding it.
What the?
Monk whispered. The door was supposed to lead to the most dangerous criminals, always under heavy guard, always watched. Yet now, it stood alone, unguarded, like a silent warning. Ray activated his dragon eyes, scanning the area carefully. No one, nothing. The hallway was eerily still.
Something is terribly wrong. I can feel it in my gut. This has to be a trap.
It's time for you to do your thing, Monk.
Gary said quietly, breaking Ray's chain of thoughts. Monk moved to the lock, pulling out a keychain of small tools. His hands worked quickly, expertly.
You two watch the staircase,
Gary ordered, motioning to Jasmine and Ray.
in case anyone comes.
Perfect.
Ray thought.
At least I can keep Jasmine in sight.
He positioned himself where he could see both the staircase and her. She stood tense, listening for any sounds from above. There was nothing unusual or suspicious about her.
Maybe I'm paranoid. Maybe she's really just curious. Maybe she isn't as cunning as I think about her.
The lock opened with a click, but even that sound seemed impossibly loud in the silence.
Got it.
Monk breathed. Gary wasted no time. He pushed the door open and signaled them forward. One by one, they stepped through. Gary shut the door behind them with a soft thud, and immediately darkness swallowed them whole. Ray couldn't see anything. His dragon eyes were not working. The air inside was thick, musty, suffocating. The smell of damp stone filled his lungs. Gary pulled out a circular object with a crystal embedded in its center. Holding it neatly, he tapped it once. Orange light flared around them, casting a dim glow that reached only a few meters ahead. Shadows danced along the stone walls, making everything feel more ominous. They turned their gazes forward to see a stone stairway stretch downward into the abyss. It disappeared into complete darkness below.
So,
Monk whispered, his voice tight.
who's going first?
Ray stared down into the depths.
The white orb from my dream. It's down there somewhere, calling me. Does Gary feel anything similar?
I'll go first.
Gary said, his voice steady, despite the fear Ray could hear underneath.
Wait,
Jasmine stepped forward.
I should go first. I'm the best at detecting danger.
No,
Ray said firmly.
Let Gary lead, followed by Monk. You will be right behind him, and I will be at the rear.
The group members exchanged glances.
all right, let's go.
Gary quickly agreed, and others nodded in support.
I can't let you lead, Jasmine. Not when you haven't earned my trust yet. You have to stay near me so I can react fast if you try anything funny.
Ray thought. They formed a tight group and began their descent. Each step echoed in the darkness. The orange light from Gary's crystal barely pushed back the shadows. The stairway seemed endless, spiraling down and down and down. The air grew colder with each step. The smell was a mix of damp earth, old stone, and something else, something metallic. And even that grew unbearable with every advanced step.
How far down does this go?
Monk whispered.
I don't know.
Gary admitted. They descended in tense silence. The only sounds were their careful footsteps and their breathing. Then Jasmine stopped suddenly.
Did you hear that?
She whispered. They all froze. Ray strained his ears to listen carefully, but all he heard was nothing, only silence.
What did you hear?
Gary asked quietly.
I thought.
Jasmine shook her head.
Never mind. Maybe it was nothing.
But Ray saw her hand move to her weapon.
She indeed heard something. She is not lying. And now she's scared.
The darkness was wrong. Black Sash Knights were trained to fight in darkness. Darkness was supposed to be their ally, their weapon, their shield. Yet not one of them could see anything beyond the orange glow from Gary's light crystal.
This isn't natural darkness.
Ray thought, his unease growing with every step. Ray tried using his dragon eyes. Nothing. Just like with the red door, something was blocking his abilities in this part of the Avrian Academy. When he activated them, all he got was a jumbled, chaotic mess, static where there should be clarity. But it was also what pushed him forward.
What can be so powerful to block my abilities, and why? I need to find out any obstacles that I may face in the future, and this seems to be one of them.
We should go back.
Monk's voice shook.
We've made it this far.
Gary said firmly.
We can't go back now.
But we can't even see anything.
Gary ignored him and started down the stairs. As the light source moved away, darkness rushed in behind them like a living thing. It felt hungry, suffocating. Each breath felt harder than the last. The air was thick, pressing against their chests. Ray kept his hand near his weapon, ready to strike any danger that might surprise them. The stairs they took weren't straight. They spiraled downward, curving along a wall that always stayed to their right, down and down and down, in an endless corkscrew. They moved carefully, testing each step before putting their full weight on it. Sometimes Ray felt his boot press against something soft, something that definitely wasn't stone.
Don't look down,
he told himself.
Don't think about what you're stepping on, just keep walking.
10 minutes felt like an hour before they finally reached the bottom. A circular chamber with rough stone walls stared back at them. They searched the area quickly, staying close to Gary's light. Their shadows danced wildly on the walls, making it seem like there were dozens of them instead of just 4. The group's search came to a halt when they found a massive iron door standing before them. That was it, nothing else, just the door.
Well,
Gary said,
I guess this is the only way.
Why is there no one here?
Jasmine's voice was tight with tension.
What do you mean?
Monk asked.
Don't you think there should be more guards down here if they are indeed hiding the criminals behind this door? And what about the guards outside? Where did they go?
The question hung in the air like a noose.
She's right. I assume Jasmine had lured us into a trap. That's why there were no guards. But even she's questioning it.
Ray realized.
Maybe they're waiting on the other side,
Monk suggested weakly. Gary pushed the iron door open without answering. The others had no choice but to follow the light. Ray closed the door behind them, and instantly, orange lights blazed to life along the walls. They all jumped, weapons half drawn. The lights were similar to Gary's crystal, casting the same dim orange glow, but now they could see the space properly. It was enormous, at least as large as Avrian Academy's entire training grounds, and it was filled with remnants of life. Beds, makeshift cots, wooden tables, and discarded clothing were scattered everywhere. Half-eaten plates of food with rusted cutlery and personal belongings were left behind, as if their owners had simply vanished mid-meal. But there was not a single person or even a sign of anyone having recently visited this place.
What do you think happened here?
Gary's voice was barely a whisper.
It looks like a campsite,
Monk observed, walking slowly between the abandoned beds.
Maybe some people were hiding down here,
Jasmine said.
Hiding? But who? And if they were hiding, what were they hiding from?
Ray's brows furrowed slightly as he took in every inch of the room in hope of finding something useful. But the question made his stomach turn. Gary stowed his crystal now that the room was lit.
Okay, everyone, let's split up. Search for anything useful.
They spread out, picking through the debris carefully. Ray examined a table. The food on the plates was old, but not ancient. Jasmine dropped a spoon with a disgusted face. She looked like she would throw up right then and there.
Over here, everyone,
Monk's voice echoed through the vast space.
There's another door.
He kept shouting to mark his position, since even with the lighting, it was hard to see far in this massive room. By the time Ray reached him, Monk had already disappeared behind a cluster of beds and reappeared near the far wall. They all gathered in front of the second door. It was massive, nearly 30 meters tall and 10 meters wide, a towering barrier of dark iron that made them look like insects.
Did you try to open it?
Gary asked.
No way.
Monk shook his head quickly.
Just in case there was something behind it.
Gary stepped forward and pushed against the door with all his strength. Nothing. It didn't even move a millimeter. He took a few steps back and slammed his shoulder into it. Still nothing.
Well,
Gary glared at them, rubbing his shoulder.
Are you guys just going to stand there, or are you going to help?
I thought you had it,
Jasmine said with a slight smirk. Monk covered his mouth before his laughter echoed around. Gary, Monk, and Jasmine worked together, all three pushing with their full strength, while Ray hung back, watching, searching for any details they might have missed.
3 people with key enhancement should move this. The door should at least budge.
But it didn't. Frustrated, Gary stepped back and drew his sword. He coated it in ki, the blade glowing with raw energy, and slashed at the metal with full force. The sound of the impact rang out like a bell, but Gary failed to draw even a scratch. The door stood as formidable as before, taunting them.
What is this thing made of?
Gary muttered, examining his blade for damage. Jasmine stepped forward, running her hand along the surface.
It must be locked. See this?
She pointed to a large circular indentation in the center.
Either it's locked or it weighs a ton. Even if it weighs a ton, our key should have moved it,
Monk said.
And Gary's sword key should have cut through normal iron like butter.
That's the important thing you're missing here, Monk. This isn't normal iron. Nothing about this place is normal,
Ray thought. Monk shuddered.
I really think we should go. Whoever built this door didn't want people getting inside.
He paused.
Or they were keeping something in.
We can't go.
Gary's voice rose desperately.
I can feel it. We're so close. Something inside is calling to me. Please try to understand.
But we can't go any further without opening this door first,
Jasmine pointed out calmly. Gary wasn't the only one who wanted to stay. Ray felt it too, that pull, that compulsion to move ahead.
Ever since we came down here, nothing has made sense. Why do my dragon eyes fail? What is this place really? And what is calling me? And most importantly, why? Why me?
While the others argued about staying or leaving, Ray found himself walking toward the door. His feet moved almost on their own.
What am I doing?
He reached out and ran his hand along the center where the circular marking was. He felt like his body had grown its own mind, which he couldn't control. The metal felt cold under his fingertips, too cold, as if he was touching ice.
Would you like to open the iron gate?
Ray's breath caught in his throat.
What?
He looked around quickly. The others were still arguing, not paying attention to him.
Gary, maybe Monk's right.
Jasmine was saying.
We can come back with better equipment.
No, we're not leaving.
Gary insisted. Ignoring their banter, Ray stared at the words floating in his vision.
This has to be the system. But why now? Why here?
His hand was still pressed against the cold metal. Behind the door, he felt something. Not with his dragon eyes, those still didn't work, but with something deeper, something instinctive. Something was waiting, something that had been waiting for a very long time.
Ray?
Jasmine's voice cut through his thoughts.
What are you doing?
He turned to see all three of them staring at him. Ray hesitated. Gary's eyes were desperate, pleading.
Did you find something?
Monk looked terrified.
Please tell me there's not another way through.
Jasmine watched him carefully, her sharp green eyes missing nothing.
If I open this door, there's no going back. Whatever's inside, we'll have to face it. What should I do?
But then the white orb from his dream flashed through his mind again.
I will share my secrets,
it had said.
Maybe the answers I need are inside. Maybe this is what I came for.
Yes,
Ray said quietly, looking at each of them in turn.
I found a way to open it.
Gary's face lit up. Monk went pale. Jasmine's expression remained unreadable.
Are you sure?
Jasmine asked. Ray looked back at the glowing words only he could see.
Would you like to open the iron gate?
His finger hovered over an invisible button.
No,
He admitted.
I'm not sure at all, but I'm going to do it anyway.
The group stood before a large iron door, trying to find a way to open it. After Gary's sheer strength failed, the group was discussing other ways they could try, but Ray didn't participate. He stood at his place silently staring at the door, but when he touched it, his system activated unannounced, flashing a system message.
Would you like to open the iron gate?
This can't be a coincidence. I can think of only two possibilities. Either the system has some kind of consciousness, it recognizes opportunities to help me, or this entire situation is somehow linked to the system itself. If the second possibility is true, then is this door part of the answers I've been searching for? Where did the system come from? Why did I transform into a human?
There was only one way to find out. Ray made his selection. A deep, mechanical grinding noise thundered through the chamber. The massive iron doors began to shift, ancient gears clanking and screeching as they pulled apart. Inch by inch, they revealed the yawning darkness beyond.
How'd he?
Jasmine's voice was barely a whisper, her eyes wide with shock. Gary grinned and pumped his fist in the air.
I knew it. I knew you were special, Ray.
Jasmine turned to Ray, her expression demanding answers.
What did you do?
Ray hesitated.
I don't know.
He lied.
I just touched it, and it started opening.
The doors groaned to a stop. Before the group lay pure, absolute blackness, darker than anything they'd seen so far. Gary raised his light crystal high and stepped forward. The others followed cautiously into what appeared to be a massive cavern. The crystal's glow barely penetrated the darkness. The ceiling, the walls, everything was completely obscured. They walked in a straight line. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and then 15. Finally, Monk broke the silence.
I think we should turn back.
His voice trembled.
Something feels wrong down here.
Stop being a crybaby.
Gary snapped.
We have to be close to finding something.
No, don't you feel it?
Monk insisted.
The deeper we go, the darker it feels. Like it's pressing against us.
Monk is right. The darkness here is indeed different, heavier than before.
Ray thought. Jasmine nodded quickly.
I agree. We've come far enough. We can always come back with more light crystals. It'll make exploring easier.
Gary let out a frustrated sigh.
Look, you two can go back if you want, but I'm moving forward. Whatever's down here has been calling to me.
He kept walking. The shadows seemed to shift behind Monk and Jasmine, coiling around them like living things. Without the light crystal, they'd be swallowed whole. They had no choice but to follow Gary. The sound was sharp, brittle. Someone had stepped on something. Everyone froze. Monk gulped down nervously before he slowly looked down. Under his boot was a large white object. He leaped back instantly, heart hammering. Is that a skull? His voice shook. The object was massive, easily 3 times the size of a human skull. Age had left it brittle, and cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. I don't think it's human, Jasmine said, kneeling carefully to examine it. It's too large. It must belong to a magical beast. Which means there were magical beasts down here. Monk swallowed hard. And if they were down here, they weren't basic tier ones.
Oh, will you guys relax?
Gary waved dismissively.
That thing looks ancient. Whatever was here is long gone. The knights have likely already cleared the whole area.
Ray stayed silent. Gary's reasoning made sense, but something didn't add up.
If the knights cleared the area, how did they open the iron door? I could do it only because of my system, but nobody else has the system like I do. Unless the door was built later to keep something in, or to keep people out.
Neither option was comforting. The group continued deeper until they reached an open, circular chamber. Ray's breath caught. Looking at the sight before him, numerous large openings tunneled into the rock walls, like a massive ant nest carved into stone. Some tunnels were blocked by thick iron bars, but these bars had been violently torn apart. Twisted metal jutted out at odd angles, as if something impossibly strong had ripped them open from the inside.
Do you see those bars?
Monk's voice was barely a whisper.
It looks like something escaped by destroying them.
Jasmine wiped sweat from her brow despite the cold.
This is too much. We don't even know how deep we've gone. We need to head back now.
Then just go!
Gary's frustration exploded.
I'm not stopping you.
Jasmine whirled on him.
Gary, don't you see? The bars are broken. Criminals could have escaped. Or something even worse.
You think I don't know that?
Gary's fists clenched.
I might never get another chance to explore this place. We're risking everything just being here. If the knights find out, we'll all be expelled from Avrion.
You're insane.
Jasmine thrust out her hand.
Give me the lightstone. I'm leaving. Ray, help us.
Monk pleaded desperately.
Put some sense into him.
Ray stood frozen, torn between 2 choices.
Gary's determination doesn't make sense. We've seen enough. We should come back when we're stronger. But what if we never get another chance? What if the knights seal this place forever? Then I will lose perhaps the only opportunity to find the answers to my questions.
Ray took a step toward Gary. Jasmine and Monk did the same. Gary's eyes widened. He backed away, tightening his grip on the light crystal.
Ray, you too? You don't understand. We just need to go a little further.
He stumbled backward, stepping toward one of the tunnel openings. The crystal's light spilled into the darkness within. And that's when Ray's blood turned to ice. His weapon was in his hand before he could think. Monk and Jasmine drew theirs simultaneously. Gary saw their expressions shift. Confused, he raised his sword toward them defensively.
I didn't think you guys would go this far.
Then he heard it. A deep, guttural snort sent uneasy trembles through his body. As hot breath on the back of his neck made his knees go weak, Gary turned slowly, the light crystal illuminating what stood just feet away. A towering beast, nearly 10 feet tall, stared down at Gary with its red eyes. The creature's razor-sharp white teeth jutted from a massive jaw. 2 curved horns protruding from its skull like twin scythes made its appearance even more terrifying. Its strong hoof legs supported a muscular humanoid body. Its arms were thick as tree trunks, ending in clawed hands that could crush stone.
A minotaur! No, a king tier minotaur! We're all going to die!
Ray's mind screamed in pure shock and horror. Gary spun around, but it was too late. The minotaur's massive fist was already flying toward his face. Gary raised his sword instinctively to block the attack, but it was useless. The impact sent him rocketing backward through the air. He disappeared into the darkness beyond the light, swallowed by shadows. As he flew, Gary managed to throw his light crystal toward the center of the chamber. It clattered across the stone floor, casting wild, spinning shadows.
Gary! How badly is he hurt? Is he even conscious?
Ray's mind screamed. The situation had just gone from bad to catastrophic. Without Gary, their already slim chances of survival had dropped to nearly 0. The Minotaur was a king-tier beast, far beyond what they could handle. Even all 4 of them together would have struggled. The dim lighting was not useful at all. Besides, Ray's Dragon Eye ability did not work in this place. putting him at a great disadvantage. The Minotaur's red eyes locked onto them, and the beast charged. Ray and Monk reacted instantly, activating Shadow Step. They vanished into the darkness, reappearing several meters away to safety. Before he could take a sigh of relief, he turned to see something that turned his blood to ice. Jasmine hadn't moved. She still stood frozen in place, sweat pouring down her face. Her eyes were wide, unseeing. She was paralyzed by pure terror. "Jasmine, move!" Monk screamed in urgency. Jasmine blinked, snapped out of her daze. She saw the Minotaur's massive hand descending toward her like a falling boulder. She tried to move, but it was too late. The beast's hand closed around her body. Its fingers crushed her like a vice. The sound of breaking bones echoed through the chamber like a thundering bolt that struck both Ray and Monk, burning them. Jasmine's scream tore through the air. Raw, agonized, inhuman. Before Ray could think more, a small figure leaped onto the Minotaur's hand in a blur of motion. Monk. Twin daggers flashed. He drove both blades deep into the back of the creature's massive hand, burying them to the hilt. The Minotaur roared. Its grip loosened. Jasmine fell limply to the floor, gasping, barely conscious. Ray stared in shock.
The person who was the most terrified out of all of us was the first to act.
The Minotaur's fury shifted entirely to Monk. It swung at him wildly, its massive fists crashing down like hammers. Monk moved like water, ducking and weaving between the strikes. Each blow missed by inches, pulverizing the stone where he'd been standing moments before.
"He's buying time,"
Ray realized.
"But for what? We still can't hurt this thing."
Ray glanced at Jasmine, who lay on the ground several feet away, broken and barely moving, too injured to fight, maybe too injured to survive. But then he noticed that the Minotaur stopped swinging. It stood completely still.
"What is it doing?"
Ray's eyes narrowed as he took a step forward. Between the beast's two curved horns, tiny bolts of electricity began to sparkle and crackle. The sparks grew larger, brighter, spreading across its horns like lightning caught in a cage. Monk remained at his place, confused and dumbstruck, when a figure stumbled out of the darkness. Gary. His left arm hung at his side limply, twisted at an unnatural angle. It was completely broken, but at least he was alive.
Monk, get out of there.
Gary's voice was hoarse, desperate.
It's an elemental attack.
Monk sprinted toward Ray and Gary immediately as soon as those words fell on his ears. The three of them watched in horror as the Minotaur continued charging its power. The electricity spread from its horns to its entire body. Crackling and hissing, all three of them were thinking the same thing, leaving the place right away when a realization struck them like a physical blow. Jasmine. She was still lying on the ground, helplessly, only a few feet from the Minotaur. She could not survive the beast's attack. Jasmine must have realized it too. She clawed at the ground with her good hand, trying desperately to drag herself away. Her fingers scraped uselessly against stone. Gary's face twisted in panic. He tried to rush forward, but Monk grabbed him, holding him back. "Don't!"
We have to save her.
Gary's voice cracked. "It's too late for that, Gary. Do you want to die too?" Monk shouted in his face. Gary's fists clenched. His jaw trembled. He knew Monk was right, but knowing doesn't make it hurt any less. The Minotaur's entire body now surged with electricity. Blue-white lightning arced across its muscles, making its dark hide glow. The beast then spotted Jasmine still crawling in desperation for survival. It took one deliberate step forward. It raised both massive fists above its head.
"I have no time to think, no time to plan. Jasmine!"
The Minotaur's fists came down with devastating force. The impact shook the entire chamber. A shockwave tore through the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. Dust exploded upward in a massive cloud, obscuring everything. The ground split and cracked to create a nearly 4-meter-wide crater. Stone was pulverized to powder. When the dust began to settle, the Minotaur stood in the center of the destruction.
Where's Jasmine?
Gary's voice shook with barely controlled panic. "She..." Monk's voice wavered. He fought back tears. "She must have been crushed to dust." "No." Ray's voice was calm, certain. "She's fine." Gary and Monk whipped around to stare at him.
What are you?
Then they saw it. A massive black-furred wolf was standing right beside Ray. It was enormous, the size of a fully grown tiger. A single large horn protruded from its forehead, gleaming in the dim light. And on its back lay, unconscious but breathing, Jasmine. Monk's jaw dropped.
How? Why is this magical beast helping us? There's no time to explain, Ray said firmly. Just know that it's on our side. Noir, take Jasmine somewhere safe. Noir sprinted off into the shadows without hesitation. It laid Jasmine down gently, at a safe distance, then returned just as quickly.
Good. One person is safe, 3 left to survive,
Ray thought. The Minotaur's body still crackled with electrical energy. Lightning arced between its horns, across its arms, down its legs. It was a walking storm. Ray took a deep breath. His heart pounded. So hard it hurt. I'm going to grab it, he said quietly. You two need to hide. When the time is right, hit it with everything you've got. Gary stared at him like he'd lost his mind.
Ray, did you see what it did to the ground? You won't be able to handle that kind of power.
Just trust me, okay? Something in Ray's voice, absolute certainty or maybe desperation, made Gary stop arguing. He and Monk exchanged one last look before vanishing into the shadows. Noir disappeared into the darkness as well. Now, the Minotaur's attention was solely on Ray.
just as I wanted. Come now.
Ray gathered ki within his body, more than he'd ever drawn before. He pulled from every cell, every reserve, flooding his system with power.
Still not enough. I know I can't defeat this king-tier beast with this much ki, but at least I have to try if I want us to survive.
Then the system message appeared.
Would you like to use your mana?
Ray's breath caught.
The last time I used mana, it nearly killed me, but right now I have no other choice. I am stronger now, evolved and changed. I think I can handle it.
Yes. Power exploded through his body. His ki expanded dramatically, flooding through his system like a dam breaking. He activated every ki-enhancing cell in his hands, pushing them to their absolute limit. His entire body hardened, preparing for the impact to come.
This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt so much.
The Minotaur lowered its head, horns aimed directly at Ray's chest, and charged. Lightning-infused muscles propelled it forward faster than ever before. The ground cracked beneath its hooves. The air itself seemed to scream. Ray planted his feet firmly, widened his stance, took one last breath at the last possible second. When the Minotaur's horns were only inches from impaling him through the chest, Ray's hands shot forward. He grabbed both its horns with every ounce of force his body could muster. The sheer momentum was like being hit by a boulder. Ray's feet scraped backward instantly, carving furrows into the stone floor. His arms screamed in agony. Every muscle in his body strained to its breaking point. Lightning coursed through him. Searing pain consumed him whole. Every nerve in his body ended in fire. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably. His body demanded he let go.
No, I can't. I can't let go, because if I do, we all die.
The Minotaur kept pushing forward, shoving Ray backward. His feet dug trenches into solid stone, inch by inch, meter by meter.
Hold on, just hold on.
Ray's back slammed into the chamber wall. The impact drove the air from his lungs. Stars exploded across his vision. For a moment, everything went white. The Minotaur came to a halt, still trying to push forward, still trying to drive its horns through Ray and into the wall behind him. Lightning still arced through Ray's body. His hands were locked in a death grip around the horns. He couldn't feel his fingers anymore, couldn't tell if he was still holding on or if his hands had simply frozen in place.
I can't hold much longer.
Through the haze of pain, Ray forced his mouth open. Now! His voice came out as a strangled gasp. Everyone, attack! Ray's hands were locked around the Minotaur's horns. Blood trickled down the side of his mouth. Electric shocks pulsed through his body like a second heartbeat. Relentless, agonizing. Each jolt felt like being struck by lightning over and over again.
I can't let go. If I let go, those horns will pierce straight through me.
The Minotaur dug its arms and legs into the ground, using every ounce of its massive strength to push Ray harder against the wall. Its short arms couldn't reach him, but it didn't need them. The crushing force alone was enough to kill Ray. Attack now! Ray caught shadows that erupted from behind the beast. Gary, Monk, and Noir appeared, leaping onto the Minotaur's back. They climbed desperately towards its neck. Gary reached the top first. His sword blazed with ki as he drove it downward with everything he had, aiming for the thick neck. The blade shattered on impact. Monk followed immediately. His twin daggers flashed as he accelerated, using ki-enhanced legs to build momentum. He struck at the nape of the Minotaur's neck, but unfortunately, even his blades bounced off.
failing to even leave a scratch behind.
It's too strong. Their weapons can't hurt it.
Ray realized, and hoped Noir could help. Noir lunged last. The massive black wolf sank her fangs deep into the Minotaur's flesh, but the beast barely reacted. Its body flared with electricity. The shock hit both Noir and Ray simultaneously. Noir yelped and leaped back, fur smoking. Ray screamed, his vision going white with pain.
We have to run.
Gary shouted, scrambling off the Minotaur's back. We can't even hurt a thing. Monk's voice cracked with disbelief.
They should have run the second our plan failed, but they haven't. Why? We have no chance. If they leave now, I wouldn't blame them. I'd want them to.
Ray thought through the haze of agony.
The second I let go, it'll kill me.
Ray forced the words out.
You two need to leave. Let Noir take you out of here.
No.
Gary's voice was fierce.
We're all getting out of here alive. This is my fault to begin with. I was the one who brought us here. We are not leaving you alone, Ray. We always have each other's back, remember?
Gary reminded Ray of the same words he had said to him yesterday. Gary and Monk ignored their injuries. They gathered their ki and slammed their bodies against the Minotaur, trying to knock it off balance. Felt like trying to move a mountain, but the beast didn't budge. Another surge of electricity exploded from its body. Gary and Monk were flung backward through the air, crashing hard against the stone floor.
They're going to die. They're going to die trying to save me.
Ray watched helplessly, but they got back up, staggered to their feet, bleeding, and tried again. Something twisted inside Ray's chest, an emotion he didn't have words for.
They don't deserve to die here. There are plenty of humans who do, but not them.
A system message flashed across his vision.
Would you like to use the skill Mana Drain?
Yes!
Ray roared. Suddenly, notification screens flooded his vision like a waterfall.
Mana Pool +1, Mana Pool +1, Mana Pool +1, Mana Pool +1.
They kept coming faster and faster. Then another message appeared.
Would you like to use Mana?
Yes!
Ray screamed desperately without wasting any time thinking. Power exploded through his body. Mana surged into his system, supplementing his ki, expanding it beyond its normal limits. He transferred the newfound power into his hands, his grip tightened like iron. The Minotaur's electrical pulses began to weaken.
Yes! I'm winning! I'm actually winning!
Hey, are you seeing this?
Gary's voice was filled with shock.
Yeah.
Monk replied, equally stunned.
It looks like the Minotaur's getting weaker.
I'm draining its mana by using its own power against it.
The Minotaur's physical strength hadn't changed, but without its elemental power, it was losing the struggle. Then, the beast reared its head back. It bucked wildly, and Ray lost his grip. He flew backward through the air, weightless for a split second. But Noir appeared beneath him just in time, catching him mid-flight on her back. She landed gracefully on the ground, bringing Ray back to the others. Ray tried to stand, but his body didn't respond. The repeated electrical shocks had shut down his nervous system, paralyzing him. The only thing that had been keeping him standing was the mana he'd been actively draining. Now, with that connection severed, every nerve in his body screamed in useless agony. The Minotaur was recovering. Sparks flickered across its skin again, crackling with renewed energy.
We have to leave.
Gary grabbed Monk's arm.
Let's take one of the tunnels.
Noir knelt down. Ray felt himself being lifted onto her back, his paralyzed body draped across her fur. They sprinted toward one of the chamber's many tunnel exits, but they didn't make it halfway. The Minotaur moved. Impossibly fast, its speed vastly enhanced by recovered electrical power. It intercepted them with terrifying ease. Then it lowered itself onto all fours before it charged.
Get down!
Monk screamed. They squeezed their eyes shut. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. This was it. Their end. The sound was deafening, like two mountains colliding. The ground shook so violently, they nearly fell over. But they weren't dead. Ray's eyes fluttered open, expecting to see another beast. Maybe something had come to compete for an easy meal. But what he saw instead made no sense. A human figure stood between them and the Minotaur. A black scimitar gripped in one hand. His armor was dark leather, clearly crafted from beast materials. He wore thick fur boots and a chest plate made from a powerful creature's hide.
Sir Kay!
Monk gasped.
Sir Kay? How did he find us? How did he get here so fast?
Sir Kay had moved at inhuman speed, positioning himself directly in the Minotaur's path. With a single fluid motion, He parried the creature's charge with his scimitar, halting its momentum completely. Then, in one elegant strike, he sliced downward. The Minotaur's horn, the one Ray had been clinging to desperately, fell to the ground, severed clean. The beast bellowed in rage. Its massive hand shot out, catching Sir Kay's leg. It yanked him off the ground and slammed him into the stone floor. Blood sprayed from Sir Kay's mouth, yet Sir Kay's expression remained calm. With a calculated strike, he severed one of the Minotaur's fingers. The beast released him with a roar. Sir Kay rolled away, landing gracefully on his feet despite the blood staining his armor. The Minotaur's body crackled with lightning again. Its remaining eye blazed with fury. It lunged forward, aiming to finish Sir Kay in one final devastating charge. But Sir Kay vanished instantly. The Minotaur skidded to a halt, confused. Its head swiveled left and right. Where had its prey gone? A heartbeat later, Sir Kay reappeared, already on the Minotaur's back. Before the beast could react, Sir Kay drove his blade downward. The black scimitar sliced through flesh and bone like they were nothing. The Minotaur's head separated from its body and rolled across the floor, coming to rest against the chamber wall. The massive body collapsed a moment later, legs buckling, hitting the ground with a thunderous impact. Sir Kay didn't even look at the fallen creature. He simply stepped off its back, landing lightly on the stone floor. Now that the beast had been taken care of, his complete attention now shifted to the group. Uh-oh. Monk braced himself for the inevitable, while Ray and Gary did the same.
Ray couldn't believe it. The beast that had nearly killed them all was dead, just like that.
Sir Kay cut through it like it was nothing.
The black scimitar in Sir Kay's hand had to be a high-tier beast crystal weapon. That was the only explanation. Even with Key, their own weapons had been completely useless against the Minotaur's thick hide. As the massive body collapsed, a notification appeared in Ray's vision.
Task 3 of 1000 complete. New skill acquired, Mana Eater.
Mana Eater?
Ray's mind processed the information quickly. This new skill was similar to Mana Drain, but different. While Mana Drain absorbed raw mana from beasts and people, Mana Eater consumed their elemental attributes. The Minotaur had possessed lightning affinity. If Ray touched the corpse now, he could potentially strengthen his own lightning-based abilities.
If I had any lightning abilities, right now this skill is useless.
Still, he filed the information away. There might be ways to use it in the future. But that wasn't the real problem. The real problem was walking toward them. Right now, Sir Kay.
How much did he see? Does he know about Noir? About the system?
The Academy's rules were crystal clear. No student was allowed through the red door without explicit permission. The punishment was immediate expulsion. No exceptions. Sir Kay approached, his chest piece streaked with blood from the fight. His expression was completely unreadable. Ray spoke quickly. As soon as you arrived, the horned wolf ran away, sir.
Please believe it, please.
While Sir Kay had been fighting the Minotaur, Ray had unsummoned Noir. He might be able to explain Gary and Monk somehow, but if a Master Knight discovered Noir, a bonded beast, it would cause far greater problems. Sir Kay didn't acknowledge the statement at all. Instead, he pulled out light crystals and handed one to each of them, without a word. Then he walked over to Jasmine's unconscious form, slung her over his shoulder like she weighed nothing, and commanded simply,
"Follow me."
He turned and started walking back the way they'd come. The silence was suffocating, and after a few minutes, Monk couldn't take it anymore. Are we going to be expelled from the academy? His voice cracked on the last word. Sir Kay stopped walking. He turned slowly to face them. His gaze swept over each of them, taking in their injuries, their exhaustion, their barely controlled fear.
"You should all consider yourselves lucky to be alive,"
he said finally. The words hung in the air.
"Never mind expulsion. If that beast had retained more of its magical power, even I would have struggled greatly."
Monk's face was pale. So does that mean... Sir Kay let out a long sigh.
"In any normal circumstance, yes, you would be expelled on the spot, all of you."
Ray's stomach dropped.
"But,"
Sir Kay continued,
"the truth is, we need knights like you. To have survived against a king-tier beast is no small feat. It would be a waste to cast out students with such potential."
Hope flickered in Gary, Ray, and Monk's eyes.
"We will keep this matter between us."
Relief washed over them like a wave. Ray felt his legs nearly give out.
We're not expelled. We're actually not expelled.
But Gary wasn't satisfied.
How did you even know we were down here?
Ray, too, was wondering the same. His initial suspicion had been Jasmine, that she'd betrayed them. But looking at her now, injured and unconscious on Sir Kay's shoulder, it was hard to believe she'd sent for help. Sir Kay's expression remained unreadable.
The lurker informed me.
Who's the lurker?
Gary asked immediately.
You students have learned enough secrets for one day.
Sir Kay's tone left no room for argument.
Once we pass through the red doors, not a word to anyone. Even with my position, there is only so much I can do.
They continued walking in tense silence. Finally, they reached the giant iron doors. Sir Kay stopped abruptly.
Which one of you opened this door?
Ray spoke without missing a beat.
It was open when we got here.
Monk and Gary caught on immediately. They nodded in agreement, backing up Ray's lie. Sir Kay studied them for a long moment. His eyes moved from face to face, searching for cracks in their story. Then he simply turned away.
Wait on the other side.
They obeyed quickly, stepping through the doorway into the chamber beyond. They couldn't see what Sir Kay was doing behind them, but they heard it, the deep grinding of ancient gears. The massive iron doors began to shift and close. Sir Kay darted through just before they locked into place with a thunderous boom. The doors reset perfectly, looking exactly as they had when they'd first found them. Sir Kay again took the lead, while others followed after him. Ray had taken only a step when he heard it, that luring voice he had heard in his dreams.
Come back when you are stronger.
Ray stopped dead in his tracks. He glanced at the others. Gary was limping ahead. Monk was supporting him. Sir Kay was already several steps away. None of them reacted. None of them had heard it. Ray's heart pounded. He forced himself to keep walking, acting like nothing had happened. After climbing the long spiral stairway, every step agony on their exhausted legs, they finally reached the red door. Just like before, there were no guards. Sir Kay pulled out a new lock and secured the red door, making it look completely untouched. Then he carefully handed Jasmine over to Gary and Monk.
Take her to the hospital,
Sir Kay instructed.
I also suggest the rest of you get checked as well.
He started to turn away.
Wait!
Gary blurted out. Sir Kay paused. Gary hesitated, then pushed forward anyway.
Do you think we could maybe have the Minotaur's beast crystal?
Is he insane?
Ray thought.
He's really asking for that right now?
Sir Kay had extracted the crystal the moment he'd killed the beast. Ray had secretly hoped the system would claim it somehow, but luck hadn't been on his side. Sir Kay actually laughed. It wasn't a pleasant sound.
This is my prize,
he said coldly.
I didn't get injured just for you little twerps.
Before anyone could respond, shadows enveloped his body, and he vanished completely. No trace, no sound, just gone.
Well,
Monk said into the silence.
At least we're not expelled.
Yes,
Gary muttered. They followed Sir Kay's instructions and took Jasmine straight to the hospital. The medical staff rushed her into emergency care immediately. Her injuries were severe. Multiple broken ribs, internal bleeding, crushed bones in her torso. The doctors said she'd need several days to recover, maybe weeks. Gary's fractured arm was set and fitted with a cast. He grimaced through the process, but didn't complain. Monk had minor burns and bruises scattered across his body. The doctors treated them quickly. Then it was Ray's turn. The initial examination was thorough. The doctors insisted he stay in the hospital for at least a few days.
You have no severe external wounds,
one doctor explained, studying the strange medical device readings.
But we're detecting multiple internal injuries, damaged organs, torn muscles. You need monitoring.
Ray nodded and let them admit him. But after only a few hours, everything changed. The doctors ran follow-up tests, then ran them again, then brought in more equipment.
I don't understand,
one doctor muttered, staring at the results.
What's wrong?
Ray asked carefully.
Your internal injuries.
The doctor looked baffled.
They're gone. Gone? Completely healed, as if they were never there.
The doctor shook his head.
The equipment must have been faulty during the initial assessment.
Ray's body was healing at an impossible rate. After another day of observation, during which the doctors found absolutely nothing wrong with him, Ray was free to go. He left the hospital in a daze.
My body is changing, evolving, healing faster than it should. It must be because of the intermediate crystal that I absorbed.
Although Ray felt happy for his enhanced powers, the mysteries were piling up, bugging his mind. His dragon eyes didn't work underground. The system opened impossible doors. A mysterious voice called to him. His rap rapidly healing body, mana drain, mana eater, noir. Everything was so overwhelming and confusing that Ray sometimes felt suffocated.
What am I becoming?
But beneath all the questions, one thought burned brighter than the rest.
I need to get stronger. That voice told me to come back later when I am stronger, and I am planning to do just that.
The Minotaur had nearly killed them all. Sir Kay had dispatched it effortlessly, and according to Sir Kay, that Minotaur wasn't even the most dangerous thing down there.
There are worse things beneath the Academy, things even Master Knights would struggle against.
And one day, Ray would unravel those mysteries. While Ray was in the hospital, Monk and Gary had stayed with him the entire time, sleeping in uncomfortable hospital chairs. Gary especially seemed restless, his guilt eating at him. "You guys don't need to stay," Ray had said multiple times, but Gary's stubborn replies remained the same.
We're not leaving.
When Ray was discharged earlier than expected, Gary and Monk were surprised to know how fast his wounds had healed. There was no way one could heal at that rate after suffering the kind of gruesome injuries Ray had suffered. 3 days later, news came that brought relief to them. "Jasmine's awake," a nurse informed them. Gary was on his feet immediately.
We need to see her.
They followed the nurse down the hallway. Gary walked faster than the others, his face tight with worry. When they entered Jasmine's room, she was sitting up in bed. No bandages covered her face, but Ray could tell from the way she moved, carefully, stiffly, that she was in pain. "How are you holding up?" Monk asked gently. Jasmine gave them a small smile. "I'm okay, but I don't really remember much. For a moment, I thought I was dead." Gary's face crumpled.
I'm so sorry. This is all my fault.
"Stop," Jasmine interrupted. "What happened?" Ray, Gary, and Monk exchanged glances. Then they told her everything. Almost everything. "The Minotaur had you," Monk explained. "It was about to kill you."
Then, fortunately, Sir Kay showed up. Gary continued. He killed it in seconds and saved all of us.
"Sir Kay? And he's not expelling us?" Jasmine's eyes widened. "How?" "He said we showed potential," Ray answered carefully, "that it would be a waste to lose talent like us." Jasmine processed this slowly. Then her brows furrowed. "Wait, how did Sir Kay even know we were there?" Gary hesitated.
He said someone called the Lurker informed him. Do you know who that is?
Jasmine's expression shifted, surprise mixed with something else, recognition maybe. "The Lurker is a myth," she said slowly. "At least that's what students say. Supposedly, he's someone who hides in the shadows, protects students from danger, or reports those who break the rules." Ray was intrigued. He had never detected any mysterious figure with his dragon eyes. The only person who could hide from his detection was Sir Kay himself.
Maybe Sir Kay just used the myth to protect whoever really informed him. Or he might be the Lurker himself, keeping an eye on the students.
"You should rest," Monk said, noting Jasmine's fatigue. She nodded. "Thank you for not leaving me down there." Gary's jaw tightened.
We'd never do that.
After 5 minutes, they bid Jasmine goodbye and left her to rest. It had been a few days since they were away, getting treatment in the hospital, and none of their roommates knew their whereabouts. It was natural that when they returned to the dorms, chaos erupted.
Where have you three been?
Kyle demanded immediately as soon as they stepped inside the room. The others crowded around, firing questions.
What happened to your arm, Gary?
Why were you gone so long? Was it a mission? Why were none of us informed? You could have at least left a message.
Gary raised his good hand for silence.
Calm down, guys. We were doing special Black Sash training, and there was an accident.
Kyle's eyes narrowed.
What kind of accident?
The dangerous kind, Monk said flatly. Drop it, Kyle. But Kyle wouldn't let it go. He knew something didn't add up. As a fellow Black Sash trainee, he could tell they were hiding something. He kept pestering them for days until Sir Kay himself showed up and confirmed their story. Only then did Kyle finally back off. After returning from that mysterious place, Gary's nightmares stopped. He slept peacefully now. There was no more screaming and no more thrashing in bed. Ray's dreams were quiet too. The red door no longer haunted him at night. The 3 days Ray had spent in the hospital had not only helped heal, but also had given him time to think over the overall experience.
Noir was invaluable in that fight. Her speed saved us multiple times. If I can enhance her with more beast crystals, her power will grow exponentially. But for that, I need intermediate tier crystals, as many as I can get.
That was not the only thing occupying Ray's mind. The other thing weighing on his mind was equipment.
Sir Kay's weapon cut through the Minotaur like paper when our swords barely scratched it.
If I want to slay stronger beasts, I need more powerful weapons. Without them, there is little my skills alone can do. Ray needed a beast crystal weapon. The problem was money and finding the right type of crystal. The next day, Ray returned to the martial arts hall. The old man was waiting, arms crossed. He didn't ask where Ray had been for these days. Instead, he just nodded when he saw him.
Ready to continue?
The old man asked.
Yes, master.
They resumed training immediately, and Ray was relieved that he did not need to spurt lies again.
Show me your first form.
The old man commanded. Ray drew his sword and began practicing standard swordplay, where each strike was enhanced with ki, fast, powerful, efficient. The old man observed keenly, then nodded in approval.
Good. Second form.
Ray dropped to all fours. He was comfortable showcasing his hidden skill to the old man, since the elder did not judge Ray. In fact, he admired Ray for it. Ray's movements became unpredictable and feral. In this form, he moved like an animal, darting left, right, striking from unexpected angles.
Third form.
The old man said after observing for some time. This was Ray's favorite. He took the sword in his mouth and raised his fists. This third form was an impressive blend of blade and martial arts.
Attack me,
the old man ordered. Ray lunged forward, first testing the old man's guard. The old man blocked the attack with ease. Ray's sword flashed from an unexpected angle, and the old man deflected it smoothly. They exchanged blows, fast, precise, neither giving ground. Finally, after a few minutes, the old man stepped back.
Good, very good.
Ray panted, sweat dripping down his face.
You're progressing well, Ray,
the old man said, nodding in approval.
I think you'll soon be ready.
Ready for what?
The old man raised an eyebrow.
The tournament, do you not remember?
Ray's mind went blank.
Tournament?
The tournament between all students,
the old man explained.
To determine who will represent Avrian Academy in the All-Kingdom Tournament.
Oh no, I completely forgot about it in the midst of everything that happened recently.
When is it?
2 months. Second and third years will compete, and the top 5 will move on to the All-Kingdom Tournament.
Ray's stomach tightened. 3rd years. Like Harry.
As my student,
the old man continued with a smirk,
I expect you to make it to the top 10 at the very least.
That's a high expectation.
You can handle it, don't worry.
The old man's eyes swept over Ray's equipment, or lack thereof.
Though you'll need better gear first.
Ray looked down at himself. He was in the standard academy clothing. No beast armor, no enhanced weapons.
3rd years have been hunting beasts for an extra year,
the old man noted.
They'll have powerful equipment. In that case, you'll be at a disadvantage.
I know,
Ray admitted.
I've been thinking about that. But beast crystal weapons are expensive, and I don't have...
I think I have something you might like.
The old man interrupted, grinning. Ray's head snapped up.
What do you mean?
The old man's grin widened.
Follow me.
He turned and started walking toward the back of the hall, where Ray had never been allowed to go. Ray hesitated for just a moment, then followed. What could he possibly have back there? The old man stopped at a heavy wooden door that Ray had never noticed before. It was covered in dust, as if it hadn't been opened in years. The old man pulled out an old brass key from his pocket.
What I'm about to show you will impress you for sure,
he said quietly, turning to look Ray directly in the eyes.
Understood.
Then the old man inserted the key into the lock. The door creaked open slowly, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Until now, Ray had assumed that the room was a restroom. The noxious odor that constantly wafted from beneath the door had convinced him of that. For 10 minutes, Ray waited while the old man disappeared into that darkness. He heard grunting, cursing, the unmistakable sound of something crashing to the floor, followed by more cursing.
Master?
Ray called out.
Do you need help?
No,
came the muffled reply.
Don't you dare come in here.
More crashing. Something shattered. Glass, maybe, or ceramic.
Damn it, where did I... No, not that one. Ah, there you are, you bastard.
Ray couldn't help but smile, hearing the old man curse like a teen boy. What is he doing in there? Finally, the door burst open. The old man emerged triumphantly, holding up a pair of large gauntlets like trophies. His hair was disheveled, his robes covered in dust, and there were what looked like cobwebs on his shoulder.
Ah, here they are,
he announced proudly, Ray's eyes fixed on the gauntlets immediately. They were red, a deep crimson red that seemed to shimmer in the light. Adorned across the surface was a turtle-like pattern, the scales intricately detailed. The fingertips were pointed and black-tipped like small daggers ready to strike.
Finally,
the old man grinned.
I knew I still had these lying around. You can borrow them for now. Heck, you can even keep them if you pay what they're worth.
He thrust the gauntlets toward Ray. Ray took them carefully. They were heavy, much heavier than they looked. The weight alone told him they were substantial.
Wow, I did not expect this. The design suggests they came from a turtle-like beast, an armored one with claws.
The old man tapped his foot impatiently, excitement glinting in his eyes.
Well, are you just going to stare at them all day? Or are you going to put them on?
Sorry, master. Ray slipped his hands inside. They were too large. His fingers didn't quite reach the tips, and they felt loose around his forearms. Then something strange happened. The material began to move. Not much, just subtle shifts. The gauntlets tightened around his forearms and fingers, shrinking to fit perfectly. Within seconds, they felt custom-made.
Magic enchantment,
The old man explained, seeing Ray's shocked expression.
basic stuff makes them adjustable to different wearers.
Ray flexed his fingers. The gauntlets moved perfectly with his hands, like a second skin. He swung his arms through the air. No resistance, no awkwardness.
These are incredible.
The old man grinned wider.
They look good on you, boy. Unfortunately, they're only intermediate-tier crystal items. If I let you borrow anything higher, it wouldn't be fair to the others.
Master, this is more than enough.
Ray bowed slightly.
Thank you. I promise to repay you for this in the future.
Intermediate tier is perfect. Anything higher would draw too much attention.
The old man waved dismissively.
Fair is fair. The nobles will have expensive equipment from their families anyway. I'm just evening the odds. Well, he's right about that.
Ray thought.
Nobles can throw money at any problem. This is barely comparable. Come on,
The old man said, taking a fighting stance.
let's see how you handle them.
They sparred for the next hour. Ray tested the gauntlets, cautiously at first, getting a feel for their weight and balance. Then gradually, he pushed harder. The gauntlets enhanced his strength significantly, bringing his normal strikes up to the level of his ki-empowered blows. When he actually infused them with ki, they became devastating.
These could punch through stone.
Ray realized after one particularly powerful strike. The sharp fingertips functioned like claws, perfect for slashing attacks. But the reinforced plating also made them excellent shields. Ray could block the old man's strikes with minimal effort. But the best discovery came during a defensive sequence. Ray blocked a strike with the gauntlets and felt something strange. The impact didn't fully transfer to his arms. Instead, the gauntlets seemed to absorb a portion of the energy.
You noticed it.
The old man said, stepping back with a knowing smile.
They absorb impact?
Partially, not completely, but enough.
The old man demonstrated on his own arm.
Means you can defend without wasting all your ki. Offense and defense simultaneously. That changes everything.
Before, Ray had to choose. Focus ki on offense or defense. Now he could do both at once. The gauntlets handled defense, while he channeled ki into speed and striking power. Ray continued training, adjusting his martial form to accommodate the gauntlets. His movements became smoother, more confident. The extra weight actually helped. It forced him to be more deliberate with each strike.
Good.
The old man finally said, wiping sweat from his brow.
You're adapting quickly. That's enough for today.
Ray bowed.
Thank you, Master.
Now all I need is chest armor from the fanged boar crystal. Then I'll have a proper set.
Night fell over Avrian Academy. Instead of going to his room, Ray climbed to his favorite spot, the roof of the dormitory. He wore his hooded cloak and tied the black sash around his neck, feeling the familiar weight settle against his chest. Tonight, he had a plan. Tomorrow was the Academy's designated rest day. After 4 days of training, the students had one rest day, then Saturday's hunting expedition, followed by another rest day. Most students would sleep in, relax, and recover on these rest days.
But I'm not most students.
Weekend hunts were limited to basic-tier beasts. They were useful for selling cores, but Ray needed something more challenging now, something that would give him intermediate-tier crystals.
I need to hunt outside the Academy's controlled zones.
After absorbing the Minotaur's mana, Ray had 10 points allocated to his ki. He'd been considering different ways to use them, and one option kept returning to his mind.
My shadow skills. If I enhance them, I can expand my concealment abilities by covering not just me, but another entity as well, like Noir.
Ray had tested the theory a few times, walking through the city while maintaining his shadow cloak. No one had noticed. The black sash techniques were rare enough that few people knew how to detect them.
And even fewer know how to counter them.
Ray thought back to when he'd first joined the Black Sash Knights. He'd been disappointed, expecting something more prestigious, more powerful.
Now I'm grateful. These skills are exactly what I need.
Noir, Ray whispered into the darkness. Shadows coalesced beside him. The massive black-horned wolf materialized, her single horn gleaming in the moonlight. Ray mounted her back, settling into the familiar position. Then he activated his shadow skill. Dark tendrils of energy curled around them. They spread like ink in water, merging with the night until Ray and Noir blended seamlessly into the darkness.
Perfect.
Go, Ray whispered. Noir bolted forward. She leaped from rooftop to rooftop, her movements silent, despite her size. Within moments, they reached the city wall, a massive barrier that separated Avrion from the wilderness beyond. Noir didn't slow down. She launched herself over the wall in one powerful leap. For a moment, they were airborne, suspended between the city and the wild. Then, Noir landed gracefully on the other side, absorbing the impact with her powerful legs. Ray activated his dragon eyes, immediately looking back at the wall.
Did anyone see us?
His ability had grown significantly since evolving into a dragon knight. He could see much farther now, with greater detail. He focused on the guards atop the wall. They were talking casually. One yawned, another adjusted his helmet.
They felt nothing. Maybe a gust of wind at most.
Ray's suspicions were confirmed. The shadow skill wasn't perfect. It caused slight distortions in the surrounding area that could be detected in bright daylight. But at night, combined with Noir's incredible speed, they were practically invisible. Ray leaned forward, excitement building in his chest. "All right," he whispered to Noir. "Let's see what we can find out here." Ray crouched on Noir's back as they raced through the darkness.
There are 3 hunting grounds near the city. Forest, swamp, or foothills. Which one should I take for tonight?
The forest was full of insects, weak individually, but they traveled in massive swarms. Ray had no area attacks that could handle multiple enemies at once. Fighting a swarm of intermediate-tier insects would be suicide.
Not the forest, then.
The swamp housed more diverse creatures, but the terrain was terrible. Thick mud, standing water, and unstable ground would completely neutralize Noir's greatest advantage.
Her speed is everything. I can't risk losing that.
That left the foothills, a series of rolling hills leading up to a mountain range. They were rumored to host the strongest creatures among the 3 locations, but also the most rewarding.
After what happened with the Minotaur, I should play it safe. Not Master Wilfred nor Sir Kay will help me if I get myself into another big trouble. But I need those intermediate crystals.
Ray was conflicted. Then he made his decision.
"The foothills, Noir. Let's go."
Noir barked once and changed direction. Her speed was incredible. What would take an hour on foot, they covered in just 10 minutes.
This is amazing. Evolving Noir in this direction was the right choice. But how much stronger can she get?
As if sensing his thoughts, Noir let out a small bark. Ray smiled.
She always knows what I'm thinking.
Ray had never needed to give Noir actual commands. She acted like she could read his mind, responding to his intentions without hesitation. It was convenient, but also made him feel guilty.
Noir is intelligent, more than just a beast, and I barely get to summon her.
But then he smiled and leaned forward.
"In the future,"
Ray said quietly, patting her neck,
"when I don't need to hide things anymore, I promise I'll let you out more."
Noir barked again, her tail swishing happily. Soon, the mountain came into view. It was massive, towering high enough to pierce through the clouds. The summit was covered in white snow that gleamed faintly in the moonlight. The lower hills were dotted with trees and dark cave openings.
These are the perfect hunting grounds, but also dangerous.
Ray dismounted when they reached the first hill.
"We go on foot from here, slow and careful."
He didn't pull out a light crystal. It would attract every beast in the area like a beacon.
Noir can see in the dark, and I have my dragon eyes.
Ray activated his ability. The world shifted into shades of red and blue. Life forces appeared throughout the hills, small ones, medium ones, some quite large. Then he saw it. At the very peak of the mountain, beyond the clouds, a massive red aura pulsed. It was enormous, far stronger than anything else he'd sensed before.
What the hell is that?
The power radiating from it made Ray's skin crawl. It felt even stronger than the Minotaur.
But it's staying at the summit. Students hunt these foothills all the time, so it probably doesn't care about humans. As long as I stay away from the peak, I should be safe.
The foothills were covered in snow. Each step crunched loudly, making stealth difficult.
Great. Snow means bad footing. Half my black sash techniques rely on precise footwork. Now I have to rely on brute force, which already puts me at a little disadvantage.
Ray headed toward a cave entrance at the top of a nearby hill. As they climbed, movement caught his eye. Small creatures scurried across the snow, about the size of large dogs. They were grotesque, with furless bodies except for tufts of fur on their ears and snouts. Their skin was pale and wrinkled.
Kekrin,
Ray muttered.
I've read about these. They are basic tier magical beasts, but exceptionally agile.
3 of them spotted Ray and Noir. They charged immediately, snarling, "Noir!" She moved before Ray finished speaking. One moment, she was beside him. Next, she was on top of the first Kikrin, her jaws clamped around its neck. A single shake, and it went limp. The other 2 tried to scatter, but were too slow. Noir caught them both within seconds. Ray carved out the beast crystals from the corpses, but the system didn't notify him. It seemed like the basic tier crystals didn't trigger alerts anymore.
I must have maxed out my basic tier points. Still, I can sell these later.
They continued climbing. Finally reaching the summit of one hill, Ray spotted the cave entrance ahead and the guardian standing in front of it. A white bear. Massive, slightly larger than Noir, with thick fur and powerful limbs. The moment it saw them, it charged. "Noir, stand down!" Ray stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. The gauntlets gleamed red in the moonlight. "I want to test my strength." The bear closed the distance fast, kicking up snow with each powerful stride. 10 feet away, it reared up on its hind legs and lunged, claws extended. Ray planted his feet. "If you hadn't attacked me first, I would have given you a painless death. Since I'm the intruder here." The bear came down like an avalanche. Ray's hands shot up. He caught both massive paws midair, halting the bear's momentum completely. The bear's eyes widened in realization. It misjudged his opponent. It tried to pull back. Ray's gauntlets held firm. The black fingertips dug into the bear's flesh, drawing blood. Too late. Ray released one paw, cocked his free fist back, and drove it straight into the bear's stomach. The impact was devastating. Ray's fist punched clean through, tearing a hole straight through the bear's torso. Blood and internal organs sprayed out the back. The bear collapsed instantly, dead before it hit the ground. Ray stared at his bloodied gauntlet, grinning.
Immediate tier beasts used to be a challenge. Now I just killed one without taking a single hit.
Intermediate beast crystal obtained. 1.
The system notification appeared.
First intermediate crystal of the night. My luck's improving.
Come on, Noir, let's keep hunting. They moved through the foothills systematically, checking cave after cave. 2 more white bears brought an opportunity to gain more crystals. Ray killed the first one himself. Another clean victory. But the second one, he let Noir handle alone. "Go ahead," Ray told her. "Show me what you can do." Noir lunged at the bear. It swiped at her with massive claws. She dodged easily, her speed far superior. But when she bit down on its leg, the bear barely flinched. When she clawed at its side, she couldn't penetrate deep enough to cause serious damage.
She's fast, but she lacks power. Noir can't land a killing blow,
Ray realized. For 10 minutes, they fought. Noir darted in and out, inflicting dozens of shallow wounds. The bear grew weaker, slower, and was bleeding heavily, but it wasn't dying.
This is taking too long.
"Noir, back!" Ray stepped in and finished the bear with a single punch to the skull. Noir looked disappointed, her ears drooping. Ray knelt down and scratched behind her ears. "Hey, don't feel bad, Noir. You're only intermediate here, and you haven't absorbed any crystals yet. You did great for what you are right now." Noir licked his hand, accepting the explanation. By the time they finished, the sky was beginning to lighten in the east.
I think this much is enough for today. I need to head back before it gets too late. I can't risk anyone finding out my absence.
Ray counted their haul. 16 basic tier crystals and 3 intermediate tier crystals. 2 had been automatically collected by the system. The third he carved out manually. "Here." Ray held out one of the intermediate crystals to Noir. "This one's yours." Noir sniffed it, then swallowed it whole. Ray felt the bond strengthen slightly.
Now that brings her total to 8 points, while mine's at 6 now. It's a good progress, but not enough. It will never be enough.
Let's go home, Noir.
Noir knelt down, letting Ray climb onto her back. They raced back toward Avrion City, the wind whipping past Ray's face. The sun was rising now, painting the sky orange and pink. They reached the city wall just as the first morning bells rang. Noir launched herself over in one powerful leap. Ray kept the shadow cloak active until they reached the dormitory roof. Then he unsummoned Noir, watching her fade back into the shadows.
Thank you for tonight, Noir. We'll do this again soon.
He felt a pulse of acknowledgement through the bond he had established with Noir. Ray climbed down from the roof and slipped back into the dormitory through a window he'd left unlocked. He changed quickly, hiding his bloodied clothes at the bottom of his trunk. As soon as Ray lay on the bed, a shock of pain shot through his body. His arms were sore from the fights.
I have got 3 intermediate crystals tonight. If I can do that every rest day, I'll accumulate power faster than anyone expects.
Ray looked at his hands. They were trembling slightly, partly from exhaustion, partly from excitement.
The tournament is in 2 months. Third years will have better equipment, more experience, and stronger techniques, but I have something they don't.
Ray clenched his fists, feeling the soreness in his muscles.
I have the hunger to win.
Ray barely got a couple of hours of sleep. His roommates did not disturb him, noticing his exhausted face. They woke him up before heading for breakfast and left him to freshen up while they went ahead. By the time Ray reached the dining hall, he found it packed with students. Ray grabbed a tray of food and found his roommates at their usual table.
Well, look who finally decided to wake up.
Kyle announced loudly. Gary grinned.
We thought you were dead. You were completely out.
Just tired from yesterday's training,
Ray said, sitting down.
And from killing bears all night, but I can't tell you that.
Monk squinted at him.
You look exhausted. Are you feeling okay? I'm fine.
Ray started eating quickly.
Just need food.
As he ate, Gary's eyes fixed on something behind Ray.
Wait, are those new?
Gary pointed at the gauntlets Ray had set on the bench beside him.
Damn, I forgot they'd notice.
Where did you get those?
Gary leaned forward, examining them.
Those are beast gear.
The others crowded around, suddenly very interested.
The old man gave them to me.
Ray explained.
Since I'm his only student, he wants me to do well in the upcoming tournament.
Gary sat back, muttering under his breath.
Maybe I joined the wrong club.
Ray saw it immediately, the flash of disappointment in Gary's eyes. And not just Gary. Monk and Ian looked the same way.
I can't blame them for feeling that way. They don't have wealthy families supporting them like Slivia, Martha, and Dan. They can't just buy such equipment.
It made Ray uncomfortable. He'd gotten lucky with the old man, but his friends had to struggle for every advantage.
Hey,
Ray said, trying to lift their spirits.
Tomorrow's the hunt, right? Maybe you guys will get something good. I can help guide us to better areas.
That seemed to work. Their expressions brightened.
You think so?
Monk asked.
I know so.
Ray tapped the side of his head.
I've got good instincts.
And dragon eyes, but they don't need to know that part.
After breakfast, Ray excused himself while the others went off to play games and visit restaurants around the city.
Where are you going?
Kyle asked.
Just need to take care of something. I'll catch up with you later.
Ray headed straight for the blacksmith area within the academy grounds. He had one goal today. Get the fanged boar crystal crafted into a chess piece. He had more than enough crystals to cover the cost now. The blacksmith shop was a squat building with smoke constantly pouring from the chimney. The heat hit Ray the moment he opened the door. Behind the counter stood the same scrawny man with glasses he'd dealt with before. The blacksmith looked up from his work and frowned.
Oh, you again.
Hi there.
Ray approached the counter and pulled out the Voli bear crystal.
Would you be able to tell me what this can be used for?
The blacksmith sighed dramatically, as if Ray had just asked him to climb a mountain. He pulled out a circular device that looked like a lamp and held the crystal up to it. Light filtered through the crystal, revealing patterns inside.
Volley bear crystal,
the blacksmith said after a moment.
Intermediate class. These bears are known for their tough defense.
He glanced at Ray over his glasses.
This would be ideal for forging into a shield. A shield? But that will be just useless.
Ray frowned. He preferred swords or his own fists. A shield would just slow him down. Maybe he could trade it as payment for work on the fanged boar crystal instead.
Are you actually going to buy something?
The blacksmith's voice dripped with impatience.
Or are you just here to waste my time with free appraisals?
Ray pulled out 10 basic tier crystals and placed them on the counter along with the fanged boar crystal.
Would you be able to turn this into a chess piece? You said you could last time.
The blacksmith counted the crystals slowly, his lips moving. Then he shook his head.
Not enough. You need another 10.
Ray's brows furrowed.
What? You told me last time that a basic crystal is worth 100 credits, and the cost of crafting is 1,000 total. This should be exactly right.
The blacksmith shrugged.
Well, price has changed. Take it or leave it.
Ray's frustration flared. The Academy's pricing structure for students was supposed to be fixed. It ensured the blacksmith didn't profit unfairly from student work, yet now he was charging as much as an external shop would. Ray felt his blood boiling. For a moment, he had the strong urge to punch this man in the face and shove a crystal down his throat.
Can I ask why the price has suddenly changed?
Ray's voice was cold.
Or should I just report you to the Master Knights?
The blacksmith's smirk widened.
Go ahead and report me, boy. But let me ask you something first. How exactly did a second-year student collect this many crystals, especially intermediate-tier ones?
Ray's muscles tensed.
Someone like you couldn't collect these honestly.
The blacksmith continued.
They're stolen, aren't they? The extra charge is for my silence.
This was bad. If the blacksmith reported him to the Master Knights, they'd interrogate him. How would he explain his abilities, the system, Noir? His secret hunts outside the Academy, then? Even though the crystals weren't stolen, he had no legitimate explanation. The blacksmith leaned back, clearly enjoying Ray's discomfort.
So, what's it gonna be?
Ray clenched his jaw. He reached into his pouch and pulled out another 10 basic tier crystals. He slammed them on the counter harder than necessary.
Fine.
The blacksmith's eyes widened slightly, clearly surprised Ray actually had more.
Here.
Ray tossed the fanged boar crystal toward him.
Just do a good job and make it fast.
The blacksmith scrambled to gather all the crystals before they could roll off the counter. His smug expression had faltered, replaced with something closer to nervousness.
Right, of course. I'll get started immediately.
He hurried into the back forge room, and soon the sound of hammering and the intense heat of the furnace filled the air. Ray stood at the counter, seething.
20 crystals instead of 10. That bastard just extorted me. If only I could teach him a good lesson.
The shop's doorbell chimed.
Oh, hi, Ray. What are you doing here?
Ray turned to see Slivia entering the shop, her face bright and friendly.
Just getting some work done,
Ray said, forcing a smile. Slivia walked up to the counter, looking at the various weapons displayed on the walls.
I came to look for new equipment before tomorrow's hunt. Want to help me pick something out? Sure.
They talked for a few minutes about different weapon types and armor styles. Eventually, the conversation shifted.
So, what are you getting made?
Slivia asked. Ray hesitated, then told her everything about the crystals, the original price, and how the blacksmith had just extorted him for double. Slivia's expression darkened immediately.
He did what? It's fine. No, it's not fine.
Slivia's voice rose with anger.
We're all students at this academy. He can't just...
Before Ray could stop her, Slivia stormed behind the counter and into the forge.
Wait, you can't just... Hey!
Slivia's voice echoed from the back room.
What do you think you're doing, charging students extra?
The blacksmith's voice was muffled, defensive.
I don't care about your excuses,
Slivia shouted.
I am Slivia Hart. My family donates a significant amount to this academy every year. Do you really want me to tell them how you're treating students?
More muffled arguing. The sound of something metal clattering.
I don't think so. You're giving those crystals back right now!
Ray stood awkwardly by the counter, not sure whether to be grateful or embarrassed. After a few more minutes of heated argument, Slivia emerged from the forge. Her face was flushed, but she wore a triumphant smile. In her hand were 10 basic tier crystals.
Here.
She placed them in Ray's hand.
I got them back for you.
Ray stared at the crystals, then at her.
Thank you. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything.
Slivia brushed a strand of her silver hair from her face.
That man is a bully. Someone needed to stand up to him.
A thought crossed Ray's mind. He reached into his pouch and pulled out the Voli Bear crystal.
Here.
He held it out to her.
Take this. I don't need it anyway. Think of it as my way of saying thanks.
Slivia's cheek turned pink.
Ray, I can't take this. This is worth way more than just 10 crystals. Please, I really have no use for it, but consider it a gift, Slivia.
Ray insisted. Slivia hesitated, clearly torn. Finally, she took the crystal carefully.
Thank you, Ray. I'll make good use of it, I promise.
They waited together in the shop, making small talk, while the sounds of the forge continued in the back. Finally, the blacksmith emerged. He looked decidedly less confident now, almost sheepish. In his hands was a chest piece, dark brown armor plated with black metal. Tufts of fur lined the gaps between the plates.
Here,
the blacksmith said quietly.
1 fanged boar chest piece, as requested.
Ray took the armor and examined it. The craftsmanship was actually quite good. The plates were properly aligned, and the weight felt balanced. The blacksmith bowed his head slightly.
I apologize for everything earlier, sir. I didn't realize you were friends with the Hart family.
Ray glanced at Slivia, who simply smiled back at him innocently. After taking the armor, Ray and Slivia left the shop together. The moment they were outside, Ray let out a long breath.
Thank you. Again, you really didn't have to do that. Yes, I did.
Slivia's expression was serious now.
People like him think they can take advantage of students who don't have connections. Someone has to push back. Tomorrow's hunt,
Ray said, changing the subject.
Want to team up? I have a feeling it'll be a good one.
Slivia's face brightened instantly.
Really? I'd like that.
While Slivia talked about the techniques they could use in their next hunt, Ray's mind was busy with the calculations.
Gauntlets, check. Chest armor, check. I'm actually starting to look like a real knight now, and now I'm ready for any challenge. Let's see what comes next.
The routine was the same as last time. All the students gathered at the city gate, where they were split into 3 separate groups. Each group was assigned to a different hunting area. They'd hunt in the same region for a month, before rotating to the next location. Thus, Ray's group was heading back to the forest. When everyone met up, Ray immediately noticed the improvements. Gary, Monk, Kyle, and Ian had all upgraded to basic tier beast equipment. Their old standard issue gear was gone, replaced with proper armor and weapons that actually looked dangerous. Slivia stood out the most among them. She carried her own intermediate tier shield, a beautiful piece with intricate designs. It was not the Volibear crystal shield Ray had given her. Ray didn't mind, though. He'd given it to her as a thank you for helping him with the blacksmith. What she did with it was her choice. As they walked toward the forest, Ray's roommates kept approaching him.
Ray, I can't believe what you did.
Monk grabbed his shoulder.
Thank you, seriously.
You're the best.
Kyle added, grinning ear to ear. Gary slapped Ray on the back hard enough to make him stumble forward.
I knew you had a caring side under that cold exterior.
Big Ian nodded solemnly.
When I can, I'll pay you back, I promise.
Ray was completely baffled.
What are they talking about? What did I do?
He looked over and saw Martha and Slivia giggling together, clearly in on some secret.
They know something.
Martha saw him coming and laughed.
Look at the big softy coming over.
She teased before walking ahead, leaving Ray alone with Slivia.
So,
Ray said carefully.
I'm guessing this has something to do with you?
Slivia smiled warmly.
Remember that Voli crystal you gave me? The bear crystal?
Yeah?
I decided to sell it. I already had a good shield, so I didn't need another one.
She gestured at the equipment their teammates were wearing.
I used the money to help out the whole group. Everyone needed better gear, you know.
That's actually really smart and generous.
Ray was taken by surprise.
Okay,
Ray said slowly.
but why are they thanking me? Because it was your crystal, duh.
Slivia's smile widened.
It was Martha's idea to tell them it was a gift from you, and that you were too shy to say anything yourself.
Ray fell silent. Processing this, he wasn't annoyed. Slivia was free to do whatever she wanted with the crystal, but receiving gratitude for something he hadn't actually intended felt strange and awkward. Still, this wasn't necessarily bad.
Maybe I can use this favor in the future. They all think they owe me now.
Slivia misread his silence. Her smile faded.
Ray, you're not mad, are you? I probably should have asked first.
Ray shook his head quickly.
No, you're the leader, and you're looking out for your group. It was the right decision to make you a leader. I would have never thought to do something like that.
I would have just kept the crystal or used it myself, but Slivia, she thought of everyone.
Slivia's face turned bright red.
Oh, well, good. I'm glad you're not upset.
She hurried ahead to join Martha, leaving Ray standing there. For a moment, Ray just watched her go.
She sold something valuable to help people who needed it. She was not selfish like many and didn't keep anything for herself.
Something uncomfortable twisted in his chest, a feeling he couldn't quite name. He'd spent so long believing humans were selfish, greedy, that they'd hurt others without hesitation to get what they wanted. That's what he'd experienced before coming to Avrion. That's what made him keep his distance. But Slivia hadn't been selfish. Neither had the old man who'd given him the gauntlets. Gary and Monk had risked their lives to help him fight the Minotaur instead of running.
Maybe not all humans are the same.
The thought unsettled him. It was easier to hate them all equally, simpler, safer.
But if some of them are worth protecting, what does that mean for me?
Gary bumped into Ray's shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts.
Hey,
Gary said with a knowing smirk.
tell me, there isn't something going on between you and Slivia, is there?
Ray blinked.
What do you mean by going on?
Gary sighed dramatically.
Forget it, man. You're denser than a plank of wood.
He paused, then added more seriously.
Just don't forget about my sister, okay?
Amy. Gary's sister had been the first person who hadn't treated Ray like a monster, who'd seen him as just a person. She was studying at Roland Academy now.
Slivia reminds me of her. They both are kind and have the same way of looking at people.
How's she doing? Ray asked.
Good, I think. She writes sometimes. Says Roland is tough but exciting.
Gary grinned.
She asks about you, you know.
Before Ray could respond, Slivia called out from ahead.
Come on, you two. We're almost there.
After an hour of walking, they reached the forest entrance.
I wish I could summon Noir to scout ahead, but too risky with everyone around.
The process was much smoother than last time. Everyone already knew their groups. There was no need for a long speech. Lancey simply announced the return time and dismissed them. But just like last time, Lancey gave Ray a sinister stare as he paused.
What's his problem with me?
Ray filed it away as a concern for later. The group entered the forest and immediately got to work. Bugs attacked almost instantly. Dragonflies, beetles, centipedes. But this time, it was much easier. Everyone had better equipment and more experience. Gary was in peak condition, his new sword cutting through insects effortlessly. After an hour, they'd collected around 10 basic crystals each.
This is too easy, man.
Gary shouted, slashing another dragonfly out of the air.
I'm barely breaking a sweat.
Kyle laughed.
Yeah, I thought this was supposed to be dangerous.
Slivia looked around at the group.
Well, what do you guys want to do? Keep hunting here, or?
Ray had activated his dragon eyes the moment they'd entered the forest. He'd been scanning continuously, mapping out the area in his mind. He'd spotted several locations where intermediate-tier beasts gathered. Last time, he'd hesitated to engage them, unsure if the group was strong enough. But after fighting the Voli Bear alone, he felt confident.
We can handle this, especially as a team.
Ray stepped forward.
If I can make a suggestion, last time I spotted a group of intermediate-tier beasts while scouting. I didn't say anything then because I wasn't sure if we were strong enough.
He paused, meeting Slivia's eyes.
But I think we can handle it now. I can lead the way if you want.
Slivia frowned thoughtfully.
It might be risky.
Oh, come on, Slivia.
Gary grinned.
If there's any trouble, we can just run back. Plus, you have the whistle, remember? One blow and the knights come running.
Slivia considered this.
Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Every single hand shot up immediately. Slivia laughed.
Well, I guess that's a yes then.
Ray took the lead, with Martha covering the rear. They navigated through the dense forest carefully. Ray followed the red auras he'd detected with his dragon eyes, adjusting their path to avoid basic tier swarms. After about 15 minutes, Ray felt it. They were close. He raised his fist, signaling everyone to stop immediately. Ray crouched behind thick foliage. The others followed his example, moving silently. Then they heard it. An ominous humming sound, like a low-pitched droning that vibrated through the air. Peering through the undergrowth, Ray spotted them. 10 giant Hercules beetles. They were massive, each one the size of a large dog. Unlike the ladybugs they'd encountered before, these beetles had 2 powerful pincers protruding from their mouths. The pincers looked strong enough to snap a person's arm like a twig. Despite their enormous size, they moved through the air with remarkable agility and speed, weaving between trees effortlessly. Dan's voice was barely a whisper.
Are you sure these are only intermediate here? Their auras confirm it,
Ray thought.
but I understand why he's uncertain. They looked terrifying.
Slivia noticed Ray's calm expression and immediately spoke up.
Don't underestimate your enemy, Ray, especially bugs. They might be smaller than other creatures, but they make up for it in strength, speed, or even poison.
They crouched there for a moment, watching the beetles' patterns.
We'll split into pairs.
Sylvia decided.
Each pair takes on 2 beetles. Gary and I can handle 4.
Ray offered. Gary grinned.
Hell yeah, together we can.
Slivia assigned the pairs quickly. Dan and her, Martha and Monk, Ian and Kyle, with Ray and Gary taking the biggest challenge. They waited, still hidden. Slivia studied the beetles' movement patterns carefully, her eyes tracking each one. The beetles shifted in the air, their formation opening up slightly. Slivia's eyes narrowed.
Now!
She shouted.
Everyone charged at once. Ray and Gary went straight for their 4 targets. The moment they engaged, Ray realized something immediately.
These are too easy. Way too easy.
The Hercules beetles were formidable because of their hard outer shells, rapid movements, and powerful pincers that could crush bones in seconds. For most of the group, they were a real challenge, but not for Ray.
I need to hold back. I can't let them see how strong I really am.
With the basic and intermediate crystals he'd absorbed, plus the Minotaur's mana, Ray's physical power had far surpassed the average fighter. He could crush these beetles instantly if he wanted.
But this is good training. I need to practice with the gauntlets anyway.
Ray blocked a beetle's pincer with one hand, the impact barely registering. With his other hand, he slashed at its exoskeleton using the jagged black claws on his gauntlet.
Ray, watch out!
Gary shouted. Another beetle lunged from the side. Ray caught its pincers mid-strike, holding it in place effortlessly.
Make it look harder, Ray. Struggle a bit.
Ray grunted, pretending to strain. He pushed back slowly, as if the beetle's strength matched his own. The others probably thought he was fighting for his life. After enough time passed, Ray channeled ki into his gauntlets and shattered the beetle's exoskeletons like glass. 2 down, he called to Gary. Glancing in his way, unlike Ray, Gary was struggling more. 2 beetles attacked him from both sides, coordinating their strikes. But Gary wasn't just defending, he was adapting.
Come on, you ugly bastards!
Gary taunted. When one beetle thrust its pincers at him, Gary parried it sideways, directly into the second beetle's attack. Their forceps crashed into each other with a sickening crunch.
That's it. Keep hitting yourselves.
But frustration showed on Gary's face. His ki-infused sword was powerful, but not powerful enough. The beetle's armor was too thick.
He needs a different strategy,
Ray thought, prepared to intervene if needed. Gary waited patiently until both beetles lined up, preparing to attack simultaneously. The moment they lunged, Gary sidestepped. Their pincers impaled each other. Both beetles screeched and collapsed.
Yes!
Gary pumped his fist.
How's that for strategy?
Across the clearing, Monk and Martha worked together perfectly. "Keep them distracted, Monk," Martha called out. Monk moved like water, his lax sash footwork making the beetles' attacks look clumsy. He weaved between lunges, ducked under swipes, keeping their attention locked on him. "Anytime now, Martha. Hold still. Them, not you." Martha's upgraded intermediate tier bow hummed. She released 2 arrows in quick succession. Both sank into beetle shells, but not deep enough to kill. "Damn it," she muttered. "They're too tough inside." "I've got it." Monk darted in, slamming his fist into the protruding arrow shaft. It drove deeper into the beetle's body. The creature shuddered and fell. "One more." Martha fired again. Monk repeated the process. Soon, both beetles lay motionless. Ian, however, was in trouble. The beetle had caught him in its pincers. It was trying to crush his ribs while dragging him closer to its snapping mandibles.
Gah!
Ian roared, muscles bulging as he resisted. It was a play of pure brute strength against brute strength. Kyle danced around his own beetle uselessly. "Why won't you die?" His sword bounced off the armor repeatedly. He wasn't even scratching it. "This is useless," Kyle panted. "Completely useless." With a final roar, Ian tore the beetle's pincers clean off. The creature screeched and collapsed. Ian stared at the severed pincers in his hands. They were sharp, strong. "Kyle!" Ian charged toward Kyle's beetle, wielding the pincers like twin axes. "Move!" Kyle dove aside. Ian tore through the beetle's defenses in seconds. "Thanks," Kyle gasped.
Don't mention it.
Dan fought differently. He'd abandoned his spear entirely. Using the massive stick they'd all struggled to lift when they first met, he swung it like a club. The impact left a massive dent in the beetle's shell. "Just need to hit harder." More cracks spread across the exoskeleton until yellow liquid oozed out, and finally the beetle collapsed. "Finally!" Dan wiped his brow. Slivia's defense was perfect. Her shield blocked every attack. The beetle couldn't land a single hit, but her sword wasn't strong enough to pierce the armor either. "Come on," she muttered, striking again and again. "Break!"
The beetles seemed to realize neither of them could hurt the other. That realization lost the creature's interest, and it turned, scuttling away, looking for easier prey. "Oh, no, you don't!" Martha knocked an arrow and fired. The arrow pinned the beetle's pincer to a nearby tree. "Everyone, finish it!" They surrounded the trap beetle and made quick work of it.
That's all 10.
Gary shouted triumphantly. Everyone cheered, exhausted but victorious. Ray was proud of his friends. A corner of his lips lifted slightly, but before it could stretch further, he heard it. "Move!" Ray shoved Gary hard. A massive tree crashed down, separating them from the rest of the group. They stumbled back. Then the tree erupted into flames.
What the hell?
Gary shouted. A wall of fire surrounded them, cutting them off completely. Through the flames, Ray could see the others trying to get through, but being driven back by the heat. "Ray! Gary!" Slivia's voice was distant, panicked. While Gary tried to wrap his head around what had just happened, Ray was sharp enough to instantly notice 3 figures stepping out of the forest. They wore high-level beast equipment, armor that gleamed with quality far beyond anything students could afford. One carried a sword. Another spun a chain with a weighted tip. The third wielded dual daggers. All 3 of them wore red masks. These masks were simple, featureless except for 2 eye slits. Ray activated his dragon eyes immediately, scanning them. "They don't show signs of the Shadow Plague," Ray said under his breath.
Do you think they're from the Dark Guild?
Gary's hand tightened on his sword.
Whoever they are, they're strong.
The swordsman stepped forward. No words, no warning. He lunged, blade aimed at Ray's throat. Ray raised his left gauntlet to block, his right fist cocked back to counter. The blade met his gauntlet. Ray was about to raise his right fist when something happened that Ray hadn't thought of, even in his dreams. The attacker's blade sliced right through his gauntlet.
What?
Ray twisted his body at the last second. The blade cut across his forearm instead of his throat. He used his shoulder to knock the swordsman off balance and leaped backward. Blood dripped from his arm. Not deep, but enough to hurt.
Higher tier weapon.
Gary was stunned.
Shit.
Ray's eyes darted to Gary. Gary was locked in combat with the dual sword wielder. Their blades clashed repeatedly, sparks flying, metal screaming. Gary blocked, parried, countered, but he had no time to breathe, no moment to recover. Small cuts were appearing on his arms, his shoulder, and his cheek.
Those small wounds will eventually add up. If this fight drags on, Gary will bleed out.
But the fact that Gary could block the attacks at all meant something important.
That dual sword wielder is not as strong as the swordsman who attacked me, which means the swordsman is the leader.
And right now, he was staring directly at Ray. The chain wielder moved to flank him. They attacked simultaneously, trapping Ray. Ray channeled ki into his gauntlets, the one that wasn't damaged at least, and braced himself. The chain wielder swung his weapon overhead several times, building momentum. Then he hurled it forward like a whip. Ray pivoted on his left foot, letting the chain whistle past. Ray's hand shot out and grabbed it midair. But the swordsman was already moving. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, blade raised. Ray released the chain and rolled backward. A horizontal slash cut through empty air where his torso had been.
I can't go on like this for long. Fighting with 2 skilled warriors is an insane idea. I must take out the weaker one first.
Ray dashed toward the chain wielder, making him his foremost priority, but the swordsman intercepted him instantly, cutting off his path. The chain wielder took advantage of the situation and retreated, gaining distance for another ranged attack.
No matter who I target, the other interferes. I need a different approach.
Ray took a few steps back, trying to reassess. Then, the swordsman's blade began to glow. Deep red, hot enough that Ray could feel the heat from meters away. Oh no! The swordsman swung wildly, once, twice, 3 times, with each slash a Blazing arc of fire shot out. Ray ducked under the first, dove right to avoid the second, rolled left as the third passed overhead. Then came the fourth arc straight for his face. Ray dropped flat. The flames singed the air above him. Before he could take a sigh of relief, something heavy slammed into his chest. The impact launched Ray backward. He hit the ground hard, sliding several feet before stopping. Pain exploded in his ribs. Blood filled his mouth. He coughed, spitting red onto the dirt. Looking down, he saw his chest piece was cracked straight through the middle.
The chain. He hid it in the flames. I couldn't see it. Damn it.
Ray!
Gary's voice, distant and strained. Ray turned his head just in time to see Gary take a deep slash across his left shoulder. Blood sprayed. Gary staggered.
This arm just got fixed, damn you!
Gary shouted at his opponent. Ray tried to stand. Watching Gary stained in blood and barely holding up made him push himself. But with his every attempt, his ribs screamed in protest.
Get up, or we both die.
The chain came at Ray again while he struggled to his feet. He had no time to dodge the attack properly. Ray rolled sideways and grabbed the chain with both hands. The chain wielder was surprised. He yanked hard, trying to pull it free, but to no avail. Ray channeled every ounce of remaining ki into his gauntlets. His grip became iron. Seeing his ally struggling, the flame swordsman charged, his blade blazing red.
3 seconds until he reaches me. Think!
Ray noticed him. Ray pressed his free hand against the ground and said,
Summon Noir!
Shadow erupted beside him. The massive black-furred wolf materialized instantly. Ray leaped onto Noir's back, still gripping the chain.
Run! Circles!
Noir bolted forward at incredible speed. Ray held the chain tight as they sprinted in a wide circle around both enemies. The chain wrapped around them like a rope.
What the?
The chain wielder stumbled, but the flame swordsman was sharper and reacted instantly. With just one swing of his blade, he severed the chain completely. The metal links clattered to the ground, useless.
The boy is a mage?
The chain wielder's voice was shocked.
No one told us about this.
Doesn't matter.
The flame swordsman's voice was cold, mechanical.
The mission stays the same.
Ray narrowed his eyes. Noir, take the one on the left. The flame swordsman is mine. Ray glanced at Gary again and almost couldn't believe what he saw. Gary was still standing. More than that, he was winning. At first, Gary had been completely defensive, dodging, blocking, taking small counter opportunities when they appeared. But something had shifted. Gary's attacks were becoming unpredictable. Each strike landed exactly where his opponent didn't expect. The dual sword wielder was being forced backward, step by step.
He's reading his opponent's movements, predicting them. That's impressive, Gary. Just buy some more time and I will finish this for good.
Damn it!
The dual swordsman yelled.
Aren't they just students? Why are they so strong?
Gary grinned through the blood, covering his face.
You're right. We are students.
He struck high, a powerful slash aimed at the head. The swordsman crossed both blades to block the attack, but then something unexpected happened. He peeked to see Gary had vanished completely from his sight. The swordsman's eyes went wide in surprise. Gary reappeared low and kicked the man's both legs swiftly. The swordsman crashed to the ground. Gary's blade was at his throat instantly.
But we're the best damn students at Avrian Academy.
Gary's voice was steady despite his injuries.
Now, why did you attack us?
The man hesitated. His eyes darted towards something behind Gary.
Gary, watch out!
Ray screamed. Gary jumped back at the last moment while a blast of fire streaked across the battlefield. But it wasn't aimed at Gary. It hit the fallen swordsman directly. His scream lasted only seconds. The flames consumed him completely, turning his body to black and ash.
What a heartless man. He killed his own ally to keep him from talking. They're professionals. This is a job to them.
Ray's eyes snapped to the flame swordsman. The man had launched the attack mid-fight, sacrificing his companion without hesitation. Gary staggered to his feet, swaying.
Don't worry, Ray. I'll come help you now.
He took one step forward, but his knees buckled. Gary collapsed face first onto the ground.
Gary!
Ray started toward him.
Stay there.
Gary's voice was weak but firm.
Lost too much blood. Can't move.
Ray was worried for his best friend, but he couldn't show his vulnerability when his most formidable enemy was watching him closely. He forced confidence into his voice.
Don't worry. I've got this.
Do I, though? This guy just killed his own ally to keep secrets. He's the strongest one I have ever faced, and now I'm fighting him alone.
The flame swordsman turned his full attention to Ray. His sword still glowed with that deep red heat. Behind them, Noir and the chain wielder were locked in combat. Noir's speed was overwhelming. She dodged every chain strike and countered with slashing claws and snapping jaws. But Ray couldn't focus on that fight. The flame swordsman walked forward slowly, deliberately.
You're stronger than expected,
The mechanical voice said.
for a student. Who sent you?
Ray demanded.
Why are you after Gary? Does it matter? You'll be dead soon.
The swordsman raised his blade. Ray's cracked gauntlet sparked. His ribs throbbed with every breath. His chest piece was barely holding together.
I'm hurt while my opponent is fresh. His weapon is also higher tier. This situation is bad. I am at odds here.
But Ray took his fighting stance anyway.
But I can't give up just yet. I am Sen, the great dragon Sen, who fought the entire humanity till his last breath. I won't embarrass my kind, my legacy. I won't let down my father. I didn't survive the Minotaur just to die here.
The flame swordsman charged. Ray barely blocked the first strike. The impact sent shockwaves up his arms. Second strike. Ray deflected it sideways. Third strike, too fast. Ray took it on his damaged gauntlet. The blade cut deeper into the already broken metal.
I don't think I can block his attacks much longer.
Fourth strike. Ray ducked under it. Fifth strike. Ray caught it with both gauntlets crossed. The flames licked at his arms. The heat was unbearable.
You're persistent,
The swordsman said.
but inadequate.
Gary had beaten someone stronger than him. Now, it was Ray's turn. Ray's opponent wasn't as good with a sword as Gary's had been, but his armor was incredibly thick, reinforced, like a fortress. Every punch Ray landed did nothing. It was like hitting solid iron. The man swung his sword hard. Ray blocked with his gauntlet and punched forward, aiming for the chest. Nothing. Not even a grunt escaped his opponent's lips. The man brought his sword down overhead. Ray crossed his arms. Metal screamed against metal. The impact rattled through Ray's bones. He stumbled back and looked at his gauntlets. Fresh dents decorated them, and they were deep ones.
These won't last much longer.
Ray muttered. On the other side, the chain wielder dropped his broken weapon and pulled out a sickle.
You're just an intermediate beast.
He said, staring at Noir.
I've killed hundreds like you.
Noir circled him slowly, her eyes locked on his every move. Speed was her only advantage, and she had every intention to use it. She lunged, horn aimed at his torso. The opponent blocked the attack and swung back. Sensing the danger, Noir instantly jumped away. She kept attacking him from different angles, but her every attack was met with fierce resistance. Noir was not merely a wolf, but a magical beast with great intelligence. She realized that her opponent was reading the pattern of her movements, so she changed her tactics. She began circling the man, faster and faster. Only a blur of black fur and silver horn was visible to the keen eyes. The man bent down and grabbed a piece of broken chain. He threw the chain, and it wrapped around Noir's hind leg mid-leap. She crashed hard into the dirt. A sharp yelp, blood pooled beneath her leg. No! Gary's mind screamed. He was flat on the ground, trying to meditate, trying to heal himself with ki like he'd seen Slivia do once. It was barely working, but it was something. The man walked toward Noir like a predator, eager to kill. He raised his sickle high, ready to strike, when a sword came cutting the air directly toward him. It hit the sickle, knocked it from the man's hand. Furious, the man's head snapped to his left to see Gary staggering on his feet before he collapsed again. The movement of throwing the sword reopened his wounds, spilling the blood everywhere.
You idiot!
The man snarled.
Why risk your life for a beast?
As the man reached for his sickle, Gary threw his sword again, but this time toward Noir.
Fight!
Gary thought desperately.
Fight like your master.
Noir leaped, caught the sword in her teeth, and dashed forward. The man looked up, shocked. His head hit the ground before his body did. Noir had finished her opponent by severing his head with one swift motion of the sword. The flaming swordsman saw his ally fall. He shot a wave of fire at Ray's head. Ray was out of options. Nothing worked against his opponent's armor, but Ray had one more idea. It was perhaps desperate, even stupid, but that was all he had got for now. Ray didn't dodge. Instead, he ran forward straight into the flames.
Only the man's mask is not made up of the same material as the rest of his armor. I may not penetrate his armor, but I can definitely take advantage of his one weak point, his mask.
Ray reached through the fire and grabbed the man's mask. His skin burned, but he didn't care. The man tried to pull away, but Ray squeezed harder. The mask shattered in his hand. The man stumbled back, uninjured but exposed. When Ray's gaze fell on the man's face, he froze, as if struck by lightning.
No way!
Gary, who was still holding on to witness everything happening around him, gasped from the ground. The face staring back at them was familiar, too familiar.
Master Lancy?
Ray whispered. Squire Master Lancy, the knight who'd warned them about the forest, who was supposed to protect them, was now standing before them like an incarnation of death.
It doesn't matter that you've seen my face,
Lancy said calmly.
You'll all die here anyway.
You're a knight!
Gary shouted, his voice breaking.
How could you? Shut up!
Lancy shot another blast of fire. Instead of targeting Ray or Noir, his attack was aimed at Gary. Gary's eyes widened with horror as he embraced himself for the unimaginable pain. He couldn't move, and there was no escape, not even miraculous. The flames rushed toward him. He clenched his eyes, his jaw clenched tight. A cry rang out, but it did not belong to Gary. He slowly cracked his eyes in slits before his vision cleared, and what he saw made his blood boil in pure rage. Noir had jumped in front of him, using her body as a shield to protect Gary from the impact. The fire engulfed her. Her howl split the air.
No, you bastard!
Gary screamed. Ray immediately summoned Noir back into the system. He wasn't sure if it would save her, but it was her only chance. Ray stood there, fists clenched, shaking.
Humans, they always drag others down, always cause pain for no reason.
He looked up at Lancy.
Why?
Ray's voice was cold.
Why do this? What did we do to you?
Does it matter?
Lancy said.
You're about to die. Unfortunately, your friends too.
The flames from the burning forest began moving, swirling, gathering around Lancy's sword. The fire that had consumed dozens of trees now coiled around his blade like a living thing. The heat became unbearable. The air itself seemed to burn.
This is the end, Ray Talon.
Lancy charged forward.
Once you're dead, I'll kill every last one of your friends.
The flaming sword came down, but Ray didn't move. At the last second, his hands shot up. He caught the blade between his palms with every ounce of force remaining in his body. The flames exploded around him. His skin sizzled. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Gary watched in horror.
Ray, no!
Then, something appeared in Ray's vision, words only he could see.
Skill, Mana Eater, would you like to activate?
Ray's lips moved.
Activate!
Everything changed. The flames stopped spreading. Instead, they began pulling backward, flowing into Ray's hands like water down a drain. Lancy's eyes went wide.
What are you doing?
He tried to pull his sword away, but it wouldn't budge. Ray's grip was iron. The fire on the sword slowly dimmed before it vanished completely. The flames in the forest around them began moving, streaming toward Ray, being absorbed into his body.
Impossible!
Lancy screamed.
What kind of monster are you?
Ray looked up. His eyes had changed. They glowed with an inner light. Flames reflected in them, but not from outside, from within.
Let me show you,
Ray said quietly.
what happens when you threaten my friends.
Lancy was furious, to say the least. He had already wasted much of his time and effort on Ray. He had also lost 2 of his companions, but now he was determined to end this trouble for once and all. Despite Ray's cold warning, he was confident enough to defeat him. He lunged at Ray with his blade ready for a final strike, but Ray surprised him.
He held the blade tight between his palms. His palms burned, but he wouldn't let go. Sweat poured down Lancey's face. He had clearly underestimated Ray. He pushed harder, trying to drive the sword through Ray's hands, but it wouldn't move.
What are you doing?
Lancey shouted. Ray had focused all his ki into his palms, every bit of it. That meant the rest of his body had no protection at all. The flames crawled up his arms, reached his face. His skin began to blister. His face began to melt, beginning with his lips. The pain was unbearable, something Ray had never suffered in his lifetime before. Dark patches began dancing before his eyes as his vision blurred. Everything became fire and agony. Then the notification started.
Fire attribute +1. Fire attribute +1. Fire attribute +1.
Each one pulsed through his body. His ki was absorbing the fire, stealing it, making it his own. The flames on Lancey's sword began to gradually dim.
What is going on?
Lancey screamed in confusion. He yanked at his sword, but Ray's grip was like iron. Lancey started kicking hard. His boot slammed into Ray's ribs again and again, with all his might. Ray felt something break inside as white pain shot through him, but at this point, there was hardly an inch on his body that didn't hurt, so it was hard to tell which part of his body now received the damage. Lancey was relentless. His frustration and anger pushed him further as he kept landing kick after kick.
You dog, why won't you just die?
Ray's body screamed at him to let go. His ribs were breaking. His face was melting, but he held on. With more notifications, the fire grew weaker before it finally stopped. The notifications stopped too. Ray released the sword, and Lancey stumbled backward, gasping. He looked at his blade and noticed that the flames were gone, completely gone. Ray stood there, swaying. His gauntlets were crushed and dented. He could feel warm liquid inside them, blood. Probably pieces of bone, too. His face felt wrong, half of it burned beyond recognition. His ribs sent sharp pains through his chest with every breath, but he was still standing. Now came the real test. Ray clenched his fists and focused. The gauntlets began to glow, first orange, then red. Then flames erupted, covering his arms from his shoulders down to his fingertips. His entire arms were on fire.
It worked. I can use fire ki.
Ray realized. Lancey's face went pale. He couldn't believe that the tables had turned.
You really are a demon. We were right to try to get rid of you.
He raised his hands, trying to control the flames on Ray's gauntlets. He tried to take them back, but nothing happened.
No,
Lancey whispered. Ray didn't waste a minute and moved fast. He knocked the sword from Lancey's hands. He grabbed Lancey by the face and lifted him into the air.
No, no, no!
Lancey screamed, his legs kicking wildly. Ray's flaming hand burned through Lancey's face, skin melting. Then his body caught the heat, charred to ashes. The screams stopped quickly. When it was done, Ray dropped the charred corpse. The flames on his arms vanished. His legs gave out and he collapsed.
Ray!
Gary limped toward him, clutching his side.
Ray, your arms and face, they look terrible. We need to get you to a hospital.
Ray tried to speak, but his lips wouldn't move right. They'd melted together. Gary's eyes welled up with tears. His heart twisted in pain, looking at his friend's miserable state. His hands trembled as he feared touching Ray. Gary didn't understand how he should help his friend when he was also severely injured and when he noticed something strange. Shadows appeared in waves, weaved together before a figure stepped out from them. Sir Kay.
Gary, where are the attackers?
Sir Kay demanded in urgency, his eyes scanning the area.
They're all gone,
Gary said.
but Ray needs help now.
Sir Kay looked around at the scorch marks everywhere. A circle of darkened trees. The attackers' equipment was scattered on the ground. Something among the mess caught his eye. He picked it up. A piece of red mask. His expression darkened.
So it's them. I need to inform Wilfred.
4 black sash knights appeared, third-year students. They moved quickly, lifting Ray and Gary. Ray's eyes felt heavy. Everything hurt. He felt too much pain. He couldn't hold on anymore. And finally surrendered to the darkness. White ceiling and white sheets greeted Ray. It was a familiar sight. He slowly tried opening his eyes, but his eyelids felt heavy. Something heavy was on his leg. Ray lifted his head and craned it to look down. Slivia was fast asleep, her head resting on his thigh. Ray's brows pulled together in confusion when a voice came from his left.
She's been there all night.
Gary was in the bed next.
to Ray, wrapped in bandages. Again? We're in the hospital again? Slivia's eyes opened. She blinked sleepily. Ray? She mumbled. A bit of drool escaped her mouth. Her face turned bright red. She quickly wiped it away. Ray, you're finally awake. Ray did not understand the look on her face. It was perhaps relief, or was there something more that Ray did not understand? How long was I asleep? Ray asked. Ray noticed something unusual. His voice was supposed to be groggy, and his words an incoherent jumble since his lips had melted during his fight with Lancey. Yet his voice sounded normal. That was strange. 3 days, Slivia answered quietly. Ray reached up to touch his face. He remembered the burns, the melted skin, but now his face felt normal, smooth, healed. He looked at his hands. They had no scars, no damage. Don't worry, you're all healed up, Slivia said. How? Ray stared at his hands. How is this possible? That's the thing, Ray. We don't know. Your body just healed itself. Everything. The burns, your broken ribs, all the internal damage. The doctors couldn't believe it. She paused. Your body is strange, Ray. The readings they got, it's almost like you're a... Like what? Your body heals like a beast's would. As long as you rest, your ki repairs everything automatically. Slivia moved closer, her face serious. Ray, we saw what you looked like when they brought you in. We thought you'd look like that forever. What happened to you two? Ray and Gary took turns explaining the 3 masked attackers. The fight, Lancey being one of them. Slivia didn't look surprised. When the fire started, one of the masked men attacked me, she said. He went straight for the whistle. We tried to find Lancey after, but he was gone. We had no choice. We had to return to the city and get help. The 3 of them sat in silence for a moment. Ray looked up, surprised. Their roommates walked in through the door, followed by Kyle. Then the 2 red-headed twins from Dragon Knight training entered. The room was getting crowded. Finally, Sir Kay stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Everyone went quiet, but the tension was palpable. Sir Kay's expression was grave. Something serious was about to happen. Ray had a feeling that whatever came next would change everything. Ray watched them file in one by one. Slivia, Gary, Ian, Dan, Monk, Kyle, Martha, the red-headed twins, Sloth and Badger. They lined up against the wall on Gary's side, straight, silent, like soldiers. Ray's stomach tightened. Everyone he'd interacted with at the academy was here. That couldn't be a coincidence, could it? What's going on? Ray asked. No one answered. The door opened again. Sir Kay stepped inside, his face unreadable. He closed the door and pulled something from his pocket, a small stone object shaped like a spider. He flicked his wrist. The spider scuttled onto the door and embedded itself in the wood. A soft glow spread outward, forming a magical ring around the entrance. Don't worry, Sir Kay said. This device ensures no one is eavesdropping on us. He let the words hang in the air. I understand your confusion. You must be wondering why you were all summoned here. So now listen to me very carefully and don't overreact. Sir Kay took a moment to observe every face before he continued. What I'm about to tell you is top secret, but Wilfred and I decided it's best to inform you students of the current situation. The room felt smaller suddenly, and the air became denser, so much so that half of the crowd wished to jump out of the window, desperate for fresh air. As you all know, 2 of our students were seriously injured. Sir Kay glanced at Ray and Gary. In truth, they were lucky to make it out alive. He turned to Slivia. Could you describe the attackers, Slivia? Slivia stood from her seat beside Ray's bed. Her usual confidence was shaken, but she kept her composure. There were 3 intruders, she said carefully. We only caught glimpses of them, but they all wore red masks. Sir Kay's eyes moved to Gary and Ray. You both saw the face of one of them, didn't you? Gary swallowed hard. It was the Squire Master, Lancey. The room exploded with gasps, hushed whispers, and disbelief. Lancey?
No way!
That can't be right.
Sir Kay clapped his hands once, and silence instantly fell. Slivia raised her hand hesitantly. Were they members of the Dark Guild?
No.
Sir Kay shook his head.
If they were, this would be simpler. The truth is far more complicated. That's why I gathered all of you here today.
He paused.
The red-masked men belong to a faction known as Pureblood.
The name sent a chill through the room.
11 years ago,
Sir Kay continued,
a prophecy spread throughout the lands. It came directly from the divine being. It foretold that our savior would come in the form of a boy with red hair.
Ray felt everyone's eyes flicker toward him, Ian, Kyle, and the twins.
The prophecy led to a great search across the continent. Our best knights sought out red-haired children, believing one of them to be the chosen one. That search led us to the students before you. Badger, Sloth, Kyle, Ian, and Ray. Ray's chest tightened, but this same prophecy also gave birth to the purebloods. Their goal? Sir Kay's voice hardened to eliminate every red-haired child. Monk frowned.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would they want to kill the saviors?
Because there was a second prophecy given at the same time, one that stated the red-haired boy would also bring about the destruction of the world. No one spoke, no one moved. This was the first time two prophecies had ever been given simultaneously, Sir Kay said, and they contradicted each other. It caused a great divide within the Allure Kingdom, leading to the formation of the Pureblood faction. Many knights at Avrian Academy, he paused, are also part of the Purebloods. Dan scoffed. And why does this concern us? We have nothing to do with them. He jabbed a finger toward Sloth and Badger.
How could you say that?
Slivia snapped.
Ian, Kyle, and Ray are our friends. It's not only about Sloth and Badger. Of course this involves us.
Martha gently pulled Slivia back.
Easy.
Sir Kay waited for the tension to settle. Whether you like it or not, you are involved now. For this, I am truly sorry. We never expected the purebloods to act so aggressively. Until now, their protests were limited to demonstrations against the red-haired students attending the academy. This is the first attack. He glanced at the twins. The lurker has been secretly protecting Badger and Sloth all this time, but Ray, Ian, and Kyle, we had no one guarding them. Fortunately, Ray surrounded himself with powerful allies. With Slivia by his side, I'd hoped the purebloods wouldn't dare to strike. Sir Kay's eyes locked onto Ray's. Ray, at this moment, you are the most likely candidate for the Child of Prophecy. Ray's breath caught.
What? What makes you think that?
Your body, Sir Kay said simply. 3 times you've been placed in near-death situations, and each time your body has healed at an unnatural rate. People will see this as a blessing from the divine being. Student medical records are accessible by high-ranking knights. The purebloods already know this, and now they know about everyone close to you. Ray's fists clenched, his nails dug into his palms. He wanted to tell them the truth, that his body didn't heal because of some divine gift. It was because he wasn't human. He could feel the red aura within him, something different from normal magic. He was healing faster because he wasn't ordinary. They didn't know his hair had once been black. It only turned red later. Ray wanted to scream the truth. Tell them he was a dragon, but if he did, they'd think he was insane.
I can't be,
he muttered.
I'm sure I'm not.
It doesn't matter if you believe it, Sir Kay said firmly. What matters is that the purebloods do. And now everyone around you is in danger. We cannot protect you every second of the day. That's why I'm warning you all. Look out for each other. Be careful. Sir Kay removed the device from the door and stepped aside.
Wait!
Dan shouted.
That's it? You're not even going to protect us?
There isn't much we can do, Sir Kay admitted. Our duties as knights must continue as usual. If we assign guards to you, it will only make it obvious that we suspect something. And right now, we don't know who among us belongs to the purebloods. We could send someone to protect you, only for them to turn around and kill you. The words hit like a punch to the gut. This academy was supposed to be a place of unity, a place where knights trained to fight a common enemy. But now they realized the enemy was already inside. One by one, everyone filed out. Ray and Gary were left alone. Days passed. Ray stayed with Gary as he recovered. Guilt ate at him constantly. 2 weeks crawled by, and today, finally, they were released from the hospital. They returned to their dormitory in silence. The familiar room felt different now. Ray noticed it first. A sealed envelope sat on the table. Gary picked it up, turning it over in his hands to examine. It was addressed to him. Gary opened the envelope, pulled out the letter inside. He started reading, his lips moving. But then suddenly they froze. Gary stopped moving. He went completely still, like a statue. Ray watched him from across the room while the conversation between their roommates slowly died. A minute passed, then another. But Gary's eyes didn't leave the paper. His fingers trembled slightly, gripping the letter so tight the edges crumpled. Something was very wrong. The room felt quiet. Even the usual background noise of the academy seemed to fade. No one spoke, no one moved. They all just watched Gary, waiting. More time passed. Gary still didn't move. Hey, man, Dan, unable to hold back, finally said, Are you okay? His voice seemed to shake Gary from his trance. He dropped the letter and bolted out of the room without wasting another moment. The letter floated through the air, drifting down slowly before landing near Dan's feet. "Should we go after him?" Martha asked quietly. They were all confused by Gary's reaction and were still trying to comprehend the situation. "It's probably just his girlfriend breaking up with him or something," someone muttered in a poor attempt to lighten the mood. But no one laughed. They all knew it was serious. Curiosity gnawed at them, but they wanted to respect Gary's privacy. Everyone except Dan. Dan bent down and picked up the letter. "No," Monk shouted. "Do you remember what happened last time when we read?" "What happened last time?" Ray frowned, oblivious to the little secret his roommates shared. Everyone avoided his eyes. How could they tell him that they had read a letter he received from his mother and found out about his father's condition? Dan ignored Monk. He unfolded the letter and started reading. But as his eyes glided over sentence after sentence, his playful expression changed into a serious one. The carefree smile on his lips was gone, and now his lips were pressed tight in a thin line. Dan was a big talker, almost as much as Kyle. Seeing him speechless meant something was seriously wrong. His throat worked as he swallowed hard. "Well?" Martha asked. "What is it?" Dan folded the letter carefully, placed it on the table. "I don't think this is for us to see. Someone should go check on Gary." That was unusual. Dan showing concern for someone else? Whatever was in that letter had to be bad. Very bad. They were instantly on their feet. The group split up to search for Gary. Ray checked several common areas around the academy, the training grounds, the library. The dining hall, nothing. He even made an effort to interact with fellow students and asked them if they had seen Gary anywhere, only to receive disappointment. Nobody knew where Gary was.
Where are you, Gary? What happened that you acted that way? I've looked for him everywhere, and if he is not there, then there is only one place I can think of.
Ray instantly rushed and headed to the rooftop. He opened the door and stepped out. A blond boy stood at the edge, looking out over the city. Ray approached slowly, planning how he should approach Gary. He wasn't the best at comforting. Slivia would have been better, or Martha, or even Dan, probably. But he was here now. The sound of his footsteps made Gary turn around. Ray stopped. Gary's eyes were red, bloodshot. They were swollen and puffy, making it obvious that he'd been crying. Ray had never seen Gary cry before. Gary was always the strong one, always joking, always in control. Seeing him like this felt wrong. Ray walked up and patted him on the back. Then he turned to face the cityscape. If Gary wanted to talk, he'd let Gary start. They stood in silence, staring into the distance. The wind rustled through their hair. The city sprawled out below them, quiet and distant. Finally, Gary spoke.
You want to know about the letter, don't you?
Ray didn't answer, but Gary didn't need it anyway. He had learned to read his longtime friend a little bit over all these years.
Well, you deserve to know.
Gary's voice was rough, raw.
The letter, it was about Amy.
Ray's ears perked up instantly at Amy's mention. Gary made sure to fill Ray in on important details of her life. And although Ray didn't really react to them, he was glad to see Amy's growth at the Roland Academy. He secretly hoped to meet her after they all returned home and show her how stronger he had become during this time.
But why did Gary get so disturbed after reading a letter about Amy? Is she okay?
An unpleasant feeling settled in Ray's heart as he held his breath to hear Gary explain further.
Ray, Amy, my sister, she's dead.
The words hit Ray like a punch. Amy, her shiny blonde hair, sweet toothless smile, and angelic voice resurfaced in Ray's mind.
Do you really train every day, even when it's raining? Yeah. Doesn't it get boring? Sometimes. Then why do you do it?
Ray had paused, not sure how to answer. Amy had just smiled.
I think it's because you want to get stronger. Gary's like that, too. You two are similar.
She watched him train after that, sometimes for hours. She ever complained when Ray lost track of time or just ignored her, engrossed in his training. She just sat there, occasionally offering encouragement or asking questions.
Amy was kind, genuinely kind. She was the first person other than my parents who did not see me as a monster. And now she's gone.
Ray's chest felt heavy. His heart sank. The weight of loss settled into his bones, familiar and unmistakable.
But that's not all.
Gary's voice cracked. His fists clenched so tight, his nails dug into his palms. Blood dripped between his fingers.
They say she died inside Roland Academy during a duel with some noble. And what do? They offer my family money, as if that will make everything better.
Ray's jaw clenched.
Money. That is how the powerful settle their problems. A handful of gold, a few empty words. Then they move on while the victims are left to suffer.
I bet he wasn't even punished.
Gary spat.
After all, he only killed a common girl from a poor village. I swear I will kill the person who did this to my sister.
Anyone else might have tried to calm Gary down, told him revenge wouldn't help and that he needed to let it go. But not Ray. Ray knew exactly what Gary was feeling. He was aware of the hatred that burned for someone he hadn't even met. It was the same hatred Ray carried, the same anger that lived in his chest every single day. This wasn't fair. It was never fair. Ray? Gary grabbed his shoulders. He didn't even notice his bleeding hands staining Ray's uniform.
You have to help me. You're actually a mage, right? You can summon a beast, use fire powers. I saw it all with my own eyes. Please demonstrate your abilities in front of the Master Knights. Get a transfer to Roland Academy. I know you want to find this person too, right?
Ray did want to go to Roland Academy. It was rumored to be where the divine being resided. Helping Gary would align with his own goals. But there was still so much he had to do here in the Avrion Academy. The Red Door, the Dragon Knight's tomb. Were they beings like him? He needed answers before he could leave. Ray thought about telling Gary the truth. Gary had been good to him. Without Gary, Ray might have died the other day. If there was anyone who could keep his secret, it was him.
I can't do that, Gary.
Ray's voice was quiet.
My powers, they're not normal.
Gary turned away before Ray could finish.
I understand.
His voice was flat, empty.
You don't need to say anything else.
He started walking toward the door. Ray felt uneasy. He genuinely wanted to help Gary and bring Amy's murderer to justice, but he also couldn't sacrifice his own goal and the plans he had prepared for his future. Then an idea struck Ray.
The tournament.
Gary stopped.
At the All-Kingdom tournament,
Ray continued,
people from all different kingdoms and academies will be there. Roland Academy will be too. Maybe we can find some information there.
A brief moment passed before Gary turned back, his eyes locked with Ray's. For the first time since reading that letter, a small smile crossed his face.
Thank you, Ray.
Ray nodded. They stood there for a moment longer. The wind picked up, carrying with it the sounds of the city below. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang. Gary wiped his eyes with his sleeve, took a deep breath.
I should go clean up,
he said quietly.
Yeah.
Gary walked toward the door. He paused with his hand on the handle.
Ray?
Yeah?
When we find him,
Gary's voice hardened.
Don't try to stop me.
Ray met his eyes and saw the determination there. The rage was barely held in check.
I won't,
Ray said. Gary nodded, then he left. Ray stayed on the rooftop staring out at the city. The sun was starting to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. He thought about Amy again. She didn't deserve to die. Ray's fists clenched. The familiar anger rose in his chest, mixing with the grief. This world was broken. The strong preyed on the weak. The nobles did whatever they wanted, and people like Amy paid the price. Ray looked down at his hands, at the faint scars that had already healed, at the power hidden beneath his skin. Maybe that's what this power was for, not to save the world, but to make sure people like Amy got justice, even if he had to tear the world apart to do it. The day Gary received the news of his sister's death changed him completely. He stopped showing up, isolated himself by detaching himself from his friends and fellow students. His happy aura was gone, replaced by intense seriousness. He'd come back to the dorm late at night, covered in sweat, and leave before anyone woke up. Ray would sometimes spot him at the training grounds, attacking the practice dummies with a ferocity that made even the instructors keep their distance. "Should we say something?" Martha asked one evening. Dan shook his head. "I told everyone what was in the letter, only because you guys didn't stop pestering me. But please, don't make the mistake of approaching Gary just yet. He needs time to heal. Give him space." Ray understood. Gary was drowning in grief and rage. Words wouldn't help him, only time would. But Ray had other things to worry about. The Avrion Academy tournament was a month away. Only the top 5 could advance to the All-Kingdom tournament, and Ray had every intention to be one of them.
You nervous?
Monk asked during breakfast.
No,
Ray said. He wasn't lying. Before, he'd planned to make the top 10 just to keep the old man happy. But now he had a promise to keep. Gary needed to reach the top 5, and Ray would be there to support him. Monk offered a comforting smile.
Expected. Typical Ray. I trust you, though. I know you will do good.
"Listen up," Sir Kay called out. During their Black Knight training session, the 4 of them, Ray, Gary, Monk, and Kyle, stood at attention. Sir Kay gestured to a table behind him. Its surface was covered in various weapons and armor. They were all intermediate class.
This is the equipment from the pureblood members.
Sir Kay explained.
A lot of it was ruined, but these pieces survived. Gary and Ray, you pick first.
Ray approached the table slowly. His eyes scanned each piece.
Where's Lancey's sword?
He asked.
The sword survived,
Sir Kay said.
but it's useless now. Just a basic tier weapon. For some reason, the magical properties of his sword are completely gone. That's strange.
Ray's hand went to his side, remembering.
Mana Eater.
He'd stripped the fire attribute from Lancey's sword and made it worthless.
Ray, you picking or what?
Kyle called out. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ray said,
Oh, yes.
Ray grabbed a shoulder guard since nothing else interested him. His gauntlets and chest piece were already repaired and back in top shape. Next was Gary. He took the dual blades, which were dark purple, thin with an upward curve. He held them for a moment, testing their weight, then nodded in approval. Monk picked light armor, which consisted of a chest piece and boot.
Need to stay nimble,
He muttered while making his choice. Kyle grabbed the chain weight.
I've never used one of these before, but
He swung it experimentally.
feels right.
Good choices.
Sir Kay said.
Now I suggest you get your armor dyed. The tournament is around the corner. I'm sure you want to stand out, right?
Why?
Gary asked flatly.
Because if you don't want to be a knight after graduation, the tournament is your chance to get scouted by noble families. They're always looking for strong guards.
Besides, it is considered as a fashion statement to have your armor dyed in your favorite color.
Kyle chimed in. Ray thought about it. He didn't care much about fashion, but he did like red,
All right, I'll get mine dyed.
he said. The tournament was not the only thing that had earned buzz. Another interesting thing in the Avrian Academy was Squire Master Lancey's mysterious and sudden disappearance. The hunting sessions were canceled for a week after the incident with Gary and Ray. Students kept asking about Lancey.
I already died on a mission.
Someone said in the dining hall.
Died bravely, they say.
Ray kept his mouth shut. Only their group knew the truth, and it needed to stay that way. Sir Kay had been right. No one seemed to know about the purebloods, and asking questions may result in ruffling unwanted feathers, which would only draw unwanted attention. That evening, Ray slipped out of the academy. He headed to the foothills with Noir by his side. She'd healed completely after being stored in the system. The flames had stopped affecting her the moment Ray had pulled her back. Just like his own body, she recovered fast. Good girl, Ray murmured, scratching behind her ear. Noir huffed, her tail swishing. Ray thought back to the fight with Lancey. Without Noir and Gary, he would have died. That truth sat heavily in his chest.
I can't rely on others to save me every time. I need to get stronger and be able to not only defend myself, but also defeat my opponent.
The easiest way to do that? Gather more crystals. But there was a problem. The tournament didn't allow Ray to use his abilities. The moment he used his powers, the Academy would know his secret. If he wanted to win, or even place high, he'd have to do it with pure strength alone. That meant training, hunting, pushing his body to its limits. There was no other way to achieve the goal. He spotted movement ahead. He was instantly on alert, his senses sharp. He held his breath, waiting patiently. He again heard some sounds coming from not far, but then he saw it. Ice golems. 3 of them lumber through the snow.
Perfect,
Ray said. Noir growled low in her throat. Ray focused, channeling fire ki into his gauntlets. They glowed orange-red, flames wrapping around his fists. The first golem turned upon sensing Ray's presence and raised its massive arm. Ray dashed forward and slammed his burning fist into its chest. The ice cracked, steam hissing as fire met frozen stone. The golem shattered.
Basic tier crystal acquired. Ice attribute +1. 2 more,
Ray said. He moved like a blur. Fire and ice clashed. Steam filled the air. And within minutes, all 3 golems were destroyed. Ray knelt, carving crystals from the remains. His hands worked quickly, efficiently.
Ice golems are weak to fire, and they carry the elemental attribute of ice. This is a gold mine.
Over the next 3 weeks, Ray returned every night. He found more beasts in the area, most carrying ice attributes. He had to keep finding new types, though. The system stopped giving him crystals after he defeated the same beast too many times. Ray's routine became brutal. It began with training with the old man in the morning. In the afternoon, he worked on footwork and sword skills with the Black Sash Knights, then hunted in the evening, every single day.
Ray, you look terrible,
Slivia said one morning. Ray glanced up from his breakfast. His face sported dark circles under his eyes. Bruises decorated his knuckles.
I'm fine. You're training too hard.
I have to. Slivia opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. She knew that look. She'd seen it before.
Just don't push yourself too far, okay?
Ray nodded but didn't mean it, and Slivia knew it. One night, Ray stood in the foothills, breathing hard. 7 ice golems lay destroyed around him. Noir panted beside him, frost coating her fur. Ray checked his stats.
Race, Dragon Knight, Mana Pool, 10, Fire Element, 16, Ice Element, 12, Basic Tier Points, 100, Intermediate Tier Points, 43, Skills, 3 of 1,000, Dragon Eyes, Mana Drain, Mana Eater, Pet Noir, Race, Horned Wolf, Basic Tier Points, 100, Intermediate Tier Points, 58.
That was not all. Ray had also collected 10 intermediate beast crystal items. Those were weapons and armor he didn't need, but he kept them anyway. If he ever found an advanced tier crystal, he'd need money to craft it.
Still, this is not enough. I need more power, more control, and thus more beast crystals.
He'd tried unlocking new skills through many ways, but nothing worked. He still didn't understand the conditions of the system, and he had no time left to figure it out now.
Did you see Gary today?
Ian asked during training.
He's been at the ground since dawn,
Martha said.
He doesn't even take breaks.
Ray glanced over. Gary was there, dual blades flashing in the sunlight. His movements were sharper than before, faster, more lethal. And Gary wasn't the only one preparing for the tournament. Ian had better axes now. Martha had a new bow. Monk wielded upgraded daggers. Everyone had been preparing. The competition was going to be tough. Then there were the third years, students like Harry Delbert and Jasmine Hart, who'd been training for years longer than Ray had.
Are you worried, Ray?
Kyle asked, appearing beside him.
No.
Ray said. Kyle grinned.
Liar.
Maybe he was indeed lying, a little. A month passed in a blur of sweat, blood, and exhaustion. Ray's body ached constantly. His muscles screamed, but he kept going. One morning, he woke to find a notice posted on the dormitory board. Avrian Academy Tournament. Tomorrow, students crowded around it, voices rising in excitement and nervousness.
Finally.
I've been waiting for this.
Do you think I can make it into the top 5?
Ray stood back, watching, his hands clenched into fists. Gary appeared beside him. They stood in silence for a moment.
You ready?
Ray asked.
I have to be.
Gary said quietly. Ray nodded.
We both do.
Gary looked at him. Really looked at him.
Thanks, Ray, for everything.
Don't thank me yet. We haven't won anything.
Still,
Gary's expression softened.
I know what you've been doing. You are training every night. You're pushing yourself, and you're doing it for me.
I'm doing it for both of us.
Gary smiled. A real smile this time. Small, but genuine.
Let's show them what we can do,
he said, patting Ray's back.
Yeah.
Ray agreed.
Let's.
That evening, Ray stood on the rooftop one last time before the tournament. The city sprawled below, lights twinkling in the growing darkness. He thought about everything that had led him here at the Avrian Academy. The old man, Slivia, Gary, Amy, the purebloods, Lancy, and of course, the secrets the Academy guarded for a long time. So much had happened in such a short time. He had learned so much, earned so much, and had lost a lot. He looked down at his hands, at the power hidden beneath his skin. Power he couldn't use in the tournament.
I'll have to win with strength alone. No abilities, no tricks. No, the great dragon Sen. Just me, Ray Talon.
Noir appeared beside him, nuzzling his leg.
Ready, girl?
She huffed. Ray smiled.
Me too.
The wind picked up cool against his skin. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang, echoing through the academy. Tomorrow, the Avrian Academy tournament would begin, and Ray would be ready. Ray woke at 6 a.m. He sat up slowly, staring at the uniform hanging on his chair. He was used to wearing it every day, but not today. Today was different. Today was the beginning of the Avrian Academy night tournament. Today, he wore his beast gear. He pulled on his chest piece first, the fanged boar armor, dyed red with the black outline. He then wore the shoulder guard and his boots. His gauntlets were already red, so he'd left them as they were. Everything fit perfectly. Everything was ready. Ray looked at himself in the mirror. Red and black. Although Ray was not a fan of colors, the colors of his armor felt right somehow. Around him, his roommates were struggling. Dan's hands shook so badly that he couldn't fasten his chest piece. Ian kept dropping his axes. Even Monk, usually so calm, was pale. "Need help?" someone asked.
Yeah, I can't get this strap.
Ray watched them for a moment.
They're all nervous. It's quite natural when you have to prove yourself in front of the whole world.
But Ray, on the other hand, felt nothing. Just certainty.
I know what I have to do.
He left the room while the others were still getting ready. He might as well see the city. His schedule had been so packed lately that he'd barely left the academy grounds. The moment Ray stepped outside, he felt it. The city was alive. Knights who usually stood rigid at their posts were smiling, talking, and laughing. Merchants had set up stalls everywhere, selling food and drinks. Excited children ran through the streets.
Like a festival.
Ray thought he'd heard about this. Once a year, Avrion opened its gates for the tournament. People from surrounding cities poured in. Nobles came to scout talent to recruit them in their own armies or appoint them as their guards. Families came to watch their children compete. Ray walked slowly, taking it all in, when a sight caught his attention. A father was adjusting his son's armor. A mother was kissing her daughter's forehead. Parents were scattered everywhere, surrounding their children with love and encouragement.
You'll do great, sweetie.
Remember your training.
We're proud of you, son.
Ray stopped walking. Something twisted in his chest. Not quite pain, not quite sadness, something else.
My parents. Mother. Father. Where are you?
Fate had played a cruel game with Ray, breaking up his family and parting them apart. Ray had no idea where Jack, his father, was, while his mother Scarlet was somewhere out there helping the victims of the Shadow Plague. Ray watched a mother straighten her son's collar, fussing over every detail. The boy looked embarrassed by her too much affection, but didn't pull away.
Mother would have done that. I'm sure Father and she would have come to watch me, wish me luck, and supported me. But now...
Ray clenched his fists.
It doesn't matter. They're not here. No one is. It's all me. I have to focus and win. For my parents, for Amy, for Gary, for myself. I'll get stronger. Strong enough that I never need to rely on anyone. Strong enough that I can protect the people I choose to protect. I need to be stronger to help my father, reunite my family, and uncover the secrets of my past and current lives.
That was his resolution. That was all that mattered. Clearing his mind of any other thoughts, Ray reached the arena. It was massive. Crowds packed the entrance, voices rising in excitement.
This tournament doesn't start till 9,
someone complained.
I know, but I want good seats, so I came earlier.
Ray headed toward the participant entrance. It was a separate door, away from the crowds. More parents gathered there, offering their last-minute goodbyes and words of encouragement. While Ray walked past them, he heard the whispers.
They really allowed a redhead to enter?
Even his gear is red. Does he want to curse the whole city?
I never heard the Academy let other redheads in, too.
Avrion has fallen greatly. I never expected that. I should have sent my son elsewhere.
Ray kept walking. His face didn't change. Such bitter comments used to bother him when he was younger, but not anymore.
Let them talk. I'll show them what a redhead can do.
He entered through the double doors and followed the signs downward to see the underground stairs. Ray followed them to find another set of large doors. The waiting hall. It was huge. As big as the Academy dining hall, but empty of furniture. It was just open space filled with contestants. Around 350 students were participating in the tournament in total. Some practiced with their weapons. Others checked their equipment obsessively. Groups had formed, friends chatting, trying to ease their nerves. The difference between second years and third years was obvious. The third years had better gear, better weapons, better everything.
They have the advantage,
Ray thought.
No wonder every year a third year wins.
That's how the tournament was designed, to keep second years humble, to show them they still had a long way to go. Ray spotted Harry and Jasmine across the hall. They saw him too, but didn't approach. Ray didn't either. After all, they were not exactly friends, just acquaintances. Ray's gaze swept over the hall before he found an empty corner. He sat down there, cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Time passed. The hall filled up more. Voices grew louder. But the space around Ray stayed empty. People avoided him, gave him a wide berth, like he was contagious. Ray didn't care. "There! Ray's there!" Kyle's voice cut through the noise as the group entered the hall. Ray opened his eyes to see that his entire group was approaching. Kyle, Slivia, Gary, Ian, Dan, Martha, and Monk. They settled around him, forming a circle. "How'd you get a space like this all to yourself?" Kyle asked, looking around. The area was still empty except for them. Everyone else kept their distance. "I think people are just avoiding me," Ray said. "You're like a human repellent, Ray," Kyle said cheerfully. "We should take you to restaurants often. We will then never need to wait in line again." No one laughed, ignoring Kyle's comment. Martha finally broke the awkward silence. "I heard the first round is Battle Royale style." Slivia nodded. "Yeah, they split it into 2 groups. Second years go first, then third years. The last 10 standing candidates then move to the knockout stages. 1-on-1. 10 spots?" Monk's face lit up. "That's great. We can all go through together." Martha's expression fell slightly. "But that means we might fight each other after." "We can deal with that when it happens," Dan said firmly. "We want to prove ourselves, right? Then we have to do this. No personal feelings involved." Silence. They all knew he was right, but that didn't make it easier. Slivia suddenly thrust her hand into the center of their circle. Everyone stared at it. "What are you doing?" Ian asked. "Let's promise," Slivia said, "to get all 10 spots together." Dan placed his hand on top of hers, then Martha, then Monk. One by one, they all joined. Everyone except Ray. "Come on, Ray," Kyle said. "Stop being a sour grape." Ray looked at their hands, at their faces.
This is so childish,
part of him thought. But another part, a smaller, quieter part, wanted this. It wanted to be part of something. Part of them.
Just this once.
He placed his hand on top. "Together," Slivia said. 1, 2, 3.
Hurrah!
They all shouted. People nearby turned to stare. Some rolled their eyes. Others smiled. Ray felt warmth in his chest. Strange, unfamiliar.
Is this what it's like? Having people in life who care for you?
He looked at Gary. Gary met his eyes and nodded slightly.
We'll make it through. Both of us.
Then Ray looked at the others. Slivia, who'd stood by him from the beginning, keeping his secret, sneaking out and late-night hunts, defending him at the forefront from any jab and insult, offering comfort and silent understanding in bad times, and ready to claw anyone who dared to hurt him. Kyle, who never shut up, but somehow always made things lighter. Martha, Monk, Ian, Dan. All of them.
I won't let them down. I'll fight with everything I have. No abilities, no tricks, just strength. And I'll prove that I belong here.
His resolution solidified, became absolute, not for the Academy, not for the nobles watching, not for the divine being or prophecies or any of that, for himself and for the people who'd chosen to stand beside him. Ray's hands clenched into fists at his sides.
Let the tournament begin.
The waiting hall buzzed with nervous energy. Then the doors opened. A group of adult knights entered, each carrying large sacks. They moved through the crowd systematically, handing something to every contestant. "What's this?" someone asked. "Just put it on," a knight replied curtly. Ray caught the bracelet tossed to him. It was clear like glass and large, about the size of an adult's fist. He turned it over in his hands, observing carefully.
It's a strange material. It is not metal, not quite glass either.
Following the others, he slipped it around his wrist. The bracelet shrunk instantly, fitting perfectly against his skin.
Whoa!
Kyle said beside him.
That's pretty cool.
Slivia examined hers closely.
I wonder what it's for.
Guess we'll find out.
Ray said. They waited. With every minute stretched, the tension in the room thickened. Then the doors opened again. This time, everyone went silent. Knightmaster Rose entered. She was the leader of the Green Sash Knights. She wore her special sash proudly, walking with confident strides to the far end of the hall. When she stopped and turned to face them, you could hear a pin drop.
Good morning, everyone.
Her voice carried easily across the massive room.
I'm here to tell you about the rules of this tournament. First order of business, will the ranks 1 through 5 of the third-year students please come forward?
5 students Ray had never seen before stepped out of the crowd.
Those are the top 5 third years. I remember Harry Delbert's rank was only 50 when he defeated me months ago. It means these 5 are even stronger than Harry. They must be the strongest in the academy.
Next,
Rose continued.
will ranks 1 through 5 of the second-year students please come forward?
Gary moved first, then Slivia, Ian, Monk, Dan. Ray watched them line up beside the third years. Ray's roommates had dominated the rankings. They'd agreed long ago not to fight each other for position and create any tensions between their friendship. What was the point? They were a team after all, and the rankings didn't really matter. But now, things were different. Now they had an audience to impress.
The 10 students standing here will be seeded,
Rose announced.
They will not participate in the first round, and will go straight through to the knockout stages.
The hall erupted.
What? That's not fair!
What the hell?
Kyle shouted beside Ray.
Didn't we just make a pact? They already made it through.
Ray, however, stayed quiet.
Of course they're seeded. They have earned it with their consistent efforts throughout the year.
But he could feel Kyle's frustration. Martha looked disappointed too, and the other students were getting rowdy. Rose ignored the complaints completely.
You might be wondering what the devices on your wrist are for. In a moment, you should all see a number display on them.
Ray looked down at his bracelet. Green numbers appeared, glowing softly. 100 HP.
HP? Like hit points?
The first round of the competition will be a battle royale.
Rose explained.
Second-year students will participate first. The last 5 students remaining will go on to the knockout stages.
She lifted her own bracelet in the air for everyone to see.
This is your winning ticket. In the battle royale, you will only be permitted to use regular wooden training equipment. For each hit you take, this number will go down. When the number reaches 0, you will be eliminated from the tournament.
Ray glanced at his gauntlets.
So I can't use these.
Rose scanned the crowd. Her eyes landed on Martha.
Martha, will you please join me?
Martha blinked, surprised, then quickly ran over. Rose handed her a wooden bow and a blunt wooden arrow. Then she looked at the seated students and pointed at Ian.
Big guy, you look like you can take a little pain. Stand in front of Martha and let her shoot you.
Ian's eyes widened.
What?
You heard me.
Ian sighed and moved to stand in front of Martha, positioning himself with his abs facing her.
Seriously?
Ian muttered. Martha readied her bow. Aimed, released. The arrow hit Ian square in the stomach and bounced off harmlessly. Ian didn't even flinch.
That's all?
Rose gestured to his bracelet.
As you can see, the student took no physical damage. But if we look at his bracelet, it now says 90 HP.
Murmurs spread through the crowd.
So it measures impact, not actual injury.
Ray noted.
We want students to show their skills in the first round,
Rose continued.
not their wealth or luck. This puts you all on an even playing field. The first round is about skill.
She turned back to Martha.
Now, would you please take a shot using ki?
Martha nodded. Drew the bow again. This time, Ray could see her ki flowing into the arrow. She released. The arrow struck with more force, forcing Ian to actually take a step back.
Now his bracelet displays 70 HP.
Rose said.
The stronger the attack, the more HP is taken. If Ian had blocked Martha's attack using ki, it would counteract that and just do the normal 10 points of damage. That is all you need to know for the first round.
So key attacks do double damage, but key defense reduces it back to normal.
Ray now understood the rules clearly. Ray filed that information away.
All participants, please store your equipment in the storage room, then return to the hall.
Rose instructed. The crowd began moving. Ray followed, heading toward the storage room with the others.
This sucks.
Kyle complained.
I wanted to use my chain weight.
Wooden weapons only.
Martha reminded him.
It's fair this way.
Still sucks.
Inside the storage room, Ray removed his gauntlets carefully. The sharp fingertips made them too dangerous for this round. He could keep his armor, though, the chest piece, shoulder guard, and boots. Ray noticed one wall was lined with wooden weapons of every type. Axes, maces, bows, swords, spears. Everything. Ray walked over and picked up a wooden short sword.
It is of the same length as the sword Father gave me. I'm most familiar with this, so it is only wise to use it during the matches instead of going for anything else.
Ray tested the sword's weight. It was lighter than real steel, but the balance was good enough.
You ready?
Kyle appeared beside him, holding a wooden staff.
Yeah.
Ray said.
You? Ready as I'll be.
Kyle grinned nervously.
Let's show them what we got.
The seated students were taken elsewhere. Ray watched Gary leave with the others, catching his eye briefly before he disappeared. The remaining contestants were escorted down a long tunnel. It stretched on for 5 minutes, sloping gradually upward. At the end, bright light awaited. Ray squinted as they emerged into the arena. The roar hit him like a physical wave. Tens of thousands of people filled the entire arena, not leaving a single seat empty. The ground itself seemed to shake from the noise. Cheering, shouting, stomping feet.
This is huge.
Ray had never seen so many people in one place. Above the arena floor, a special seating area held the 6 elders and the Knight Masters. Just below them, 2 Squire Masters stood with crystal microphones.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
One of them shouted. His voice boomed across the entire arena, magnified by the crystal.
We will now begin the opening round of the Avrian Academy Tournament. All participants, please spread out across the arena floor.
The students began spreading out, claiming open spaces. Ray moved to an empty spot near the edge. Then he felt it. Eyes. Lots of them. He turned slightly. Multiple contestants were staring at him. Not casual glances, focused stares.
What are they up to? The first round will be a Battle Royale style tournament.
The announcer's voice echoed.
The last 5 students remaining will advance to the next round.
A massive hologram screen appeared above the arena, hovering in midair. Names of all participants appeared on it. Next to each name was written 100 HP.
As you can see, the audience can view the HP of every single contestant. Once a contestant's HP reaches 0, they will be eliminated from the tournament.
Ray scanned the screen, found his name. Ray Talon, 100 HP.
Now let's get ready to start!
The announcer shouted.
The countdown begins!
The entire audience joined in.
3!
Ray's heart pounded.
Focus. Don't think about the crowd. Don't think about being targeted. 2! Just survive. Last 5 standing. That's all that matters. 1! Begin!
The word begin still echoed across the arena. Not a moment later, Ray sensed the approaching danger as he stood among the other participants on the tournament ground, surrounded by a massive crowd. 10 people rushed toward Ray fiercely with planned and coordinated attacks.
They were waiting for this. The strange, hostile looks I received held meaning and intent. I just overlooked them. That was a mistake on my part. Anyway, now it's time to rectify that mistake.
The first student reached him and swung his wooden sword hard. Ray raised his arm instinctively to block the attack by letting the blade hit.
Minus 10 HP.
The number on his bracelet changed. 90 HP. The strike didn't hurt. Not even close. His key-reinforced skin made him nearly invulnerable to wooden weapons, but the band around his wrist counted it as a clean hit. Any contact with skin meant damage registered. Master Knight Rose's words echoed in Ray's mind.
This round is about skill, not strength.
Ray understood now. The challenge wasn't defeating opponents. It was doing so without getting hit. The student who'd struck him stood frozen, his face pale. His sword had bounced off Ray's arm like he'd hit steel. Ray grabbed his wrist and twisted it with force. The guy gasped. Pain shot through his hand, forcing him to drop his sword. The other 9 rushed in together, weapons raised.
They're trying to overwhelm me with numbers.
Ray tightened his grip on the attacker's wrist and pulled him forward. Wait! No! Too late. Ray lifted him off the ground, spinning him around like a shield. The attacks came fast. Wood struck flesh over and over. Minus 10 HP, minus 10 HP, minus 10 HP. The guy's bracelet pinged constantly. His numbers were dropping rapidly. Stop, please! But his teammates didn't stop, couldn't stop. Their momentum carried them forward. 0 HP. A bright white light enveloped the student's body, and then he suddenly vanished, as if he was never there in the first place.
And we have our first elimination.
The announcer's voice boomed. The crowd booed loudly and angrily.
Dirty fighter! That's not honorable. Disqualify him.
Ray dropped into a fighting stance, his wooden sword ready. His eyes scanned the remaining 9.
Why did they target me specifically?
Then he looked closer, taking a clear notice of their faces. Recognition hit him like a slap in the face. He remembered them. They were the students from the academy who had bet heavily on the fight between Gary and Monk, the ones who'd thrown objects at him when he stopped the match, who'd threatened revenge. After seeing Ray's fight with Sebastian, they realized they couldn't face him individually, so they waited, planned. The Battle Royale was their chance, since there were no rules against teaming up.
So, they've been waiting for this opportunity for so long. But what they don't realize is that I am not that old Ray Talon anymore. Get him!
One of them shouted. He was the leader of the group, the same one who'd thrown the first object that day. Ray hadn't forgotten any of their faces. They had been imprinted in his mind, like carvings on stone. Ray's grip tightened on his sword.
I was planning to hold back because I didn't want to draw attention. Now I am done being merciful.
Another boy charged at Ray, his sword raised high. Ray moved in a swift motion. One strike, clean and precise, on the boy's legs was all it took to have him on his knees. The guy stopped mid-step, stood perfectly still for a heartbeat. Then he collapsed, screaming, his leg bent at an unnatural angle. What the? While everyone was shocked, looking at the state of the man, Ray was already moving. He rushed the other 8 before they could process what happened. One blow each. That's all it took. His sword found its mark every time. Ribs, arms, shoulders, knees, breaking, shattering, destroying. The men fell one by one, their screams mixing together into a horrible chorus. 7 seconds. That's how long it took. 9 men lay on the ground, writhing in agony, clutching their broken limbs and crying out for help, but they weren't teleporting away. The crowd went silent in confusion. Then someone checked a hologram display.
Their HP, it only dropped by 20 points. How is that possible?
Ray stood among the fallen, breathing steadily. His bracelet still showed 90 HP, while his opponents showed 80 HP each.
The system counted my strikes as key enhanced. 20 damage each, but I used just enough force to break bones, not enough to kill.
The Academy's system had a flaw. It was never expected that someone would be strong enough to cripple opponents with a single blow, while keeping them technically alive in the tournament. The crowd's confusion slowly turned to anger.
That child is a devil! How could he hurt people like that? He should never have been allowed to compete.
Ray's jaw clenched. His knuckles turned white around his sword. Then one voice cut through the rest, louder, closer.
He's fighting dirty! What kind of parents raised him?
The moment those words reached Ray's ears, the world seemed to stop moving. Ray's head snapped toward the sound at lightning speed. His eyes locked onto a man in the stands, middle-aged, well-dressed, pointing at him with disgust. Heat flooded Ray's chest. Not the fire key he'd absorbed, but something deeper, darker. The rage that had been simmering beneath his control suddenly surged. His vision narrowed, his breathing quickened. The distance between them was massive, over 100 meters. The crowd was deafening. The man hadn't even been that loud, but Ray heard him clearly despite that chaos. He knew exactly where the foul-mouthed man sat. Ray stared at him, just stared. The man's expression changed. His boasting confidence turned into confusion, then fear.
He's looking at me,
The man whispered.
That's impossible.
Someone beside him said,
You're too far.
He's staring right at me.
The man stood up, his voice cracking.
He's a monster!
Ray's hands trembled, not from fear, but from the effort of holding back.
I could kill them all. Every single one of these people who judge me, who curses me for the color of my hair, who knows nothing about what I've endured. I could burn this entire arena to the ground.
But Ray didn't move. He remained rooted to his place.
No, that's what they expect. What they want to believe about me.
Ray forced himself to breathe, to think.
I'm not a monster. I won't become what they fear.
But the anger remained, coiled tight in his chest like a living thing. High above in the elders' seating area, 6 figures watched in tense silence.
Well, should we intervene?
One elder asked.
The boy is out of control. The people call him dirty.
Another elder said.
Yet they see nothing wrong with 10 people ganging up on one.
But what if he kills a student?
A third elder pressed.
We cannot allow.
You have my word.
The old man, Ray's master, immediately interrupted.
My student will not go that far.
The words came out confidently, firm, but the old man didn't believe them himself. Not entirely. He'd trained Ray, watched him grow, thought he knew the boy's limits, his control. But the anger radiating from Ray right now, that frightened even him.
Ray, please don't lose yourself.
Ray stood alone in his section of the arena. 9 broken bodies were scattered around him. The crowd grew hostile and afraid with every passing moment.
I'm here for Gary, for the promise I made. That's all that matters.
Ray lowered his sword slightly, let his shoulders relax. He made his expression neutral.
They can hate me, fear me, it doesn't matter.
But inside the anger still burned. His parents, they'd mentioned his parents, the 2 people who'd loved him unconditionally.
How dare they use my parents to insult me? Now I'll show you what a monster can really do.
The top level of the arena had no seats. It only had railings and open space. Only contestants were allowed up here, in the highest viewing point in the entire structure. Gary, Slivia, Monk, Ian, and Dan stood together, looking down at the chaos below. Around them, third-year students watched with various expressions of shock and interest. They'd all just witnessed Ray's brutal takedown of 10 students. Slivia's hands gripped the railing tightly.
Something's wrong with Ray.
What do you mean?
Ian asked.
His eyes. Did you see them?
Slivia's voice was tight with worry.
There was so much anger.
Down below, Ray stood alone among the broken bodies. Even from this distance, Slivia could feel the rage radiating from him. Dan frowned.
I don't understand. Could none of those students use ki? How did Ray overpower them so easily?
Kyle, they were using ki,
Slivia said quietly.
Ray's was just far too overpowering. They couldn't do anything against it.
She activated her own ki, channeling it to her eyes. Her vision shifted. Suddenly, she could see the flow of ki in the arena below. Glowing streams of energy moved through the contestants' bodies. It was similar to Ray's dragon eyes, but weaker, a pale imitation. Still, it was enough to see what she needed. Ray's ki was massive, dense, and completely wild.
He must have been hiding his strength from us.
Slivia murmured.
All this time.
I hope those students aren't too badly hurt.
Ian said, his voice uncertain.
They deserve it.
Gary's voice cut through the conversation. His tone was as cold as ice.
Every single one of them.
Everyone turned to stare at him. Gary hadn't spoken much since Amy's death. He barely said a word to anyone. Now he stood there, eyes fixed on the arena below, his expression hard.
Did they really think they could do something against him?
Gary continued. A bitter laugh escaped his throat.
Just because it was 10 against 1? Pathetic.
Gary,
Slivia started.
You guys might not remember, but I remember that big-nosed one well.
Gary's fists clenched.
They were the ones who started the riot during my fight with Monk. Ray remembers them too. I can tell, or he would have held back.
Silence fell over their group.
I just hope he doesn't go too far.
Monk said quietly.
Remember what happened to Sebastian?
Gary didn't respond. In truth, he didn't care if all 10 of them died. People like that, people who used numbers and rules to justify hurting others, they were probably the same kind who'd faced his sister at Roland Academy. They deserved whatever Ray gave them. On the other side of the viewing level, a different group of third years stood by the edge.
Is that the guy you were talking about, Harry?
A tall, muscular student asked. Jack, the number 1 ranked student in all of Avrian Academy, watched Ray with great interest.
Yes,
Harry Delbert, who was friends with Jack, said, his eyes never leaving Ray.
When he was only a first year and had no idea about ki, his strike almost hit me. I knew he would grow into a monster, but I didn't expect this.
Jack's lips curved into a smile. His heartbeat quickened. Excitement flooded through his veins.
I want to fight him. Now.
His hands twitched toward the railing. He could jump down, face Ray in the arena, test his strength against this unexpected monster, but no, not yet.
The time will come. We'll meet in the knockout stages.
Jack was built like a warrior god, athletic, chiseled, perfect. He sported short black hair, masculine eyebrows, and a square jawline. People thought the divine being had blessed him with beauty. Those who knew Jack understood the truth. It wasn't beauty he'd been blessed with. It was the soul of a warrior. Jack only cared about one thing: fighting strong opponents, real battles, testing his limits. However, he was not evil. His parents had drilled morality into him from a young age. He understood the line between good and evil, right and wrong, where the line was. So he'd chosen to satisfy his hunger for combat by joining the front lines against the Shadow Plague, the strongest enemy mankind faced. But this Ray, he might be even more interesting.
Cherry,
Harry turned to the girl standing beside Jack.
anyone interest you down there?
Cherry was built like an Amazon. Muscular, strong. Her purple wavy hair framed a face that looked like she'd been raised by wild animals, which, in a way, she had been.
Why ask if you already know the answer?
Cherry's voice was flat. Harry smiled.
Just confirming. The 5 people passing this round have already been decided,
Cherry stated. Harry and Jack nodded. They'd been thinking the same thing. Watching the arena, it was obvious. 5 students outperformed everyone else. First was Ray. Students were actively avoiding him now, keeping a wide berth after witnessing his performance. Second and third were Sloth and Badger, the red-headed twins. They wielded katars, dagger-like weapons with no hilts, just a long bar extending into a triangular blade. Their weapon was fast and precise, and they worked together like they shared one mind. The twins used acrobatics to dodge attacks, flipping and spinning through the chaos. Every movement was coordinated, beautiful and deadly. Fourth was Kyle. He'd chosen a chain and weight, a difficult weapon to master, but Kyle made it look easy. He kept opponents at a distance, the chain's long range creating a protective circle around him. Anyone who got close got knocked back. Fifth was Martha. She had perfect timing. She knew when to shoot and when to stay hidden. She used other fighters as cover, moving through the arena like a ghost. Every arrow she released found its mark. Then she disappeared before anyone could retaliate.
As long as those 5 don't fight each other,
Jack said.
they'll all advance.
Harry agreed.
It'll be interesting to see them in the knockout stages.
Cherry said nothing, just watched. Back with Gary's group, a female voice called out, "Gary, over here!" Gary turned to see Jasmine standing nearby, waving. She gestured for him to come over.
Who's the pretty girl?
Dan asked, eyebrows raised. Slivia frowned.
I've never seen her before. Monk, what about you?
Who, me? No, never. I don't even know who you're talking about.
Monk's voice went up an octave. Everyone stared at him.
Monk?
Slivia's eyes narrowed.
What?
Monk looked away, face reddening. He was terrible at keeping secrets. His reaction told them everything. He definitely knew something about this girl. Gary left the group and approached Jasmine. She led him to a quiet corner, away from the others and the third years. When they were alone, she leaned in close and whispered in his ear.
I was meant to find you anyway, Gary. It's important. Do you remember that underground cave we went to, behind the red door?
Gary's attention sharpened.
Yes?
I started having dreams about it.
Jasmine continued.
I couldn't stop thinking about it. It's like I got obsessed. Then I found something.
She paused.
I found another way in, another entrance separate from the red door.
Gary's heart raced.
Another entrance?
Yes,
Where?
I'll show you, but not now, after the tournament.
Jasmine pulled back slightly.
Whatever's down there, we need to see it together.
Gary nodded slowly.
Agreed.
Ray stood in the center of the arena surrounded by 9 severely injured students. They were broken, suffering, and wailing in agony. But his anger wasn't fading. If anything, it was growing stronger and even stronger. Every time Ray looked at them, images flashed through his mind. Amy's face, the letter Gary had received, Monk beaten by Sebastian, Gary getting hurt by the members of the Pure Blood faction, and the ignorance of the world when his father was infected by the Shadow Plague.
These types of people who hurt others, the ones who use numbers and schemes to gain an advantage, they don't deserve to live.
The thought was clear, absolute, and terrifying in its certainty. Ray started walking toward the man closest to him. His movements were deliberate, slow. The crowd held its breath in nervousness. Whatever the red-haired boy was planning to do, it wouldn't be pleasant. That much every witness could tell. Above in the elders' box, one of the elders stood up in worry.
The boy's going to kill them.
We need to get him out of there.
The old man didn't move. He didn't respond. He just watched. His gaze was intense and focused, as if he were trying to solve an age-old mystery. Beside him, Slivia held her breath, while others just watched, astonished and baffled by the turn of events. Ray bent down to the man on the ground. His voice was calm when he spoke.
You will never be able to use ki again.
Ray placed his hand on the man's chest.
Mana drain. Mana pool +1. Mana pool +1. Mana has been completely drained.
Only 2, Ray said flatly. He stood up. Above, Slivia and the old man's eyes went wide. They activated their enhanced vision simultaneously. Both saw the same impossible thing. Ki was flowing from one body into another. It was not only absorbed, but was stolen. Ray was stealing all of their ki. The old man's hands gripped the railing. His fear wasn't for the students. It was for Ray.
What is happening to you, boy?
Ray tapped the drained man gently with ki 4 times. When his bracelet displayed 0 HP, white light flashed, surrounding him, and he vanished. The crowd let out a collective sigh of relief.
Perhaps you were right, old man,
An elder said.
The boy isn't going to kill them.
The old man laughed nervously.
Yes, perhaps.
But his hands were still shaking. He knew what he'd seen, and he was terrified that others had seen it too, especially if any members of Pureblood were watching. Ray moved to the next contestant.
Mana pool +1. Mana pool +1.
Again and again, he drained his opponents one by one. After absorbing 8 contestants, Ray's mana pool had increased by 11 points. His total was now 21. Ray walked toward the last man on the floor. Most other contestants had already been eliminated or fled. Only a few remained who were too afraid to approach Ray. As Ray readied to absorb his next victim's mana, a new contestant emerged from the crowd. Sarah. She was a second-year student with a bow as her weapon. She saw Ray kneeling beside the last man. He was so focused on the injured student that he overlooked another opponent getting ready for a strike.
An easy target,
she thought. Sarah readied her bow, drew back the string, and aimed directly at Ray's unprotected back. Then she released. The arrow flew through the air, fast and straight. It hit Ray and bounced off like it had struck stone.
80 HP.
Ray didn't even look up. He continued the mana drain on the last contestant.
Mana pool +1.
Ray's total was now 22. He tapped the man 4 times with ki, and the man teleported away. The onlookers held their breath as Ray slowly stood up and turned around. Sarah stood there with her bow still raised. When their eyes met, Sarah felt it. A chill ran down her spine. Her hands began to tremble.
What is this feeling?
Even in that state, Sarah couldn't take her eyes off of Ray's. They weren't normal. They glowed with something ancient, something wrong. Sarah panicked. She began firing arrows rapidly in Ray's direction, one after another, desperate, frantic. But Ray was unaffected. He walked toward her slowly, calmly, while he avoided every arrow by the narrowest margin, as if he didn't even need to try. Sarah kept backing up, her arrows still coming. When she finally checked her quiver, it was empty. She looked up to tell Ray to stop, only to find him already standing directly in front of her. Sarah's breath caught. She had nowhere to run. Ray grabbed her head with one hand.
Mana drain.
Sarah felt her energy pouring out of her body. She couldn't move or fight back. She was too terrified that any resistance would trigger something worse.
Get your hands off my daughter, you monster!
A man stood up in the crowd, shouting.
That voice, how can I mistake it for anyone else's?
Ray's head snapped toward it. The same man, the one who'd said it before.
What kind of parents raised him?
Images crashed through Ray's mind. His father was fighting on the front line against the Shadow Plague, and he got infected, and then left, but the kingdom did nothing. His mother was alone, desperate, but no help came. And this man, this fat, comfortable nobleman, was in his safe seat, judging Ray, criticizing his parents.
My parents were heroes. Heroes who could die protecting people like you.
Ray's free hand pulled back into a fist. Sarah's eyes squeezed shut. She knew what was coming.
I'm sorry,
she thought. Then something wrapped around Ray's fist, a chain. Ray looked back. Kyle stood there, chain wrapped around Ray's wrist, holding him back with all his strength. Ray, stop! Then Sloth and Badger appeared. They grabbed Sarah and pulled her away from Ray. Their movements were quick and practiced. Martha appeared as well. Her bow was drawn, aimed at Ray. What is this about? Ray shouted. His voice didn't sound like his own. It was deeper, angrier. Ray, just leave it, Kyle said, straining against the chain. Look, I understand those people deserved it, but she hasn't done anything wrong. She's just a contestant. Ray, please. Martha's voice shook. This isn't like you. The four of them had been watching Ray's actions throughout the entire match. When they realized what was happening, they'd made a silent pact. All five of them, Ray, the twins, Kyle, and Martha, would advance to the next round together. But somewhere along the way, Ray had changed. The pressure radiating from him was suffocating, wrong. When the remaining contestants had scattered in fear, the four of them had to act. They must save their friend from putting himself into more trouble than he already was. Ray's chest tightened with an unfamiliar knot. His anger reached a new peak as he glared at the people he thought were siding by him. Like a volcano explodes, Ray's anger shot through the sky, and he yelled, "What do you guys even know about me?" Slivia watched Ray from the viewing platform. She couldn't take her eyes off him, and as she could see the truth, nobody else could. Tears rolled down her cheeks.
Slivia, why are you crying? What's wrong?
Monk asked as soon as he noticed the tears streaming down her face.
Can't you see, Monk?
Slivia's voice broke slightly.
Ray's not angry. He's sad. Just look at him.
Monk gulped as his eyes shifted to Ray, who looked lethal in the arena. For a moment, even Monk was terrified of him and couldn't believe Ray was not only his roommate, but also considered him his close friend. Monk recalled the pain, suffering, and bullying Ray had endured in his life. And now that Slivia had mentioned it, he began to see the same Ray she could see. Down in the arena, Ray stood silently. His shoulders tense, his fists were still clenched.
What am I doing?
A feeling in his chest wouldn't go away. No matter what he did, it stayed there, constant, heavy.
I thought I wanted revenge. That's what I've been chasing the moment I opened my eyes in this world again. But now that I have begun to walk on the path leading to my goal, why hasn't the feeling disappeared?
Ray's mind raced. Memories flooded through him. Moments of connection. Moments of trust. Then moments of pain.
Every time I start to care for someone, trust a human, the world punishes me for it.
Ray had been given a second chance at life, and through that second chance, he'd learned the bitter truth about humans. They were not just cruel toward beasts and dragons, but their cruelty extends toward each other.
I wanted to trust them. I wanted to find a home. But it seems like I was a fool to think that, even after centuries, humans haven't changed. Not at all. They are still deceiving, manipulative, selfish, and greedy. I was wrong. I was so wrong.
The injustice of it all suddenly crashed down on him. His father had fought on the front lines, infected by the shadow plague, dying. And the kingdom, the people he'd protected, abandoned his mother. They did nothing to support the Talon family and sent no help. Then, Ray had been given red hair. He was discriminated against for something he couldn't control. The color that was once his pride became a cause of humiliation and unfairness in this lifetime. When he tried to save Gary and Amy, he'd nearly died. The villagers nearly killed him. When he'd made a friend in Amy, she'd been killed by nobles. By people drunk on power.
The world shows me it doesn't want me here. It tests me again and again.
Ray's fists trembled. The anger surged again. But underneath it, something else lived, a darker emotion. Despair. He looked at his four friends surrounding him. Kyle was still gripping the chain. Martha had her bow drawn, and the twins were ready to fight.
They are trying to save me from myself.
Ray realized. The overwhelming surge of emotions changed something inside Ray. His eyes changed. His expression hardened. He pulled the chain hard. "Wait!" Kyle started, but it was too late. Kyle was yanked off his feet. He flew through the air toward Ray, his body completely off the ground. Ray jumped up and slammed Kyle down with both fists. Kyle hit the arena floor with a sickening crack. The impact knocked the wind from his lungs. He lay there, motionless, gasping. Before anyone could react, Ray turned to Martha. Martha fired 3 arrows instantly. It was the only move she had against Ray, and she was desperate. Ray dodged the first arrow by inches. Then he caught the second and third mid-air. Without hesitating, he threw them back, one on each side of Martha.
Move and they hit you,
Ray said quietly.
Stay and I'll punch you.
Martha froze. She had nowhere to go. Ray closed the distance within seconds before he punched her square in the stomach.
Martha doubled over, the air driven from her lungs. She collapsed to her knees, gasping. Ray bent down, his voice soft.
Don't hesitate. Predict where I will go, not where I am.
The twins had no more time to waste. They charged together, Sloth from the left, Badger from the right. Their katars flashed in the sun. Ray imbued his left foot with massive amounts of ki. He slammed his foot into the ground, and the arena exploded at the impact. Pieces of stone flew everywhere. Some the size of heads, some larger. Ray punched the biggest pieces directly at the twins. Badger, move! They tried to dodge, but there was too much debris that hindered their movements. The stones hit them hard, sent them flying backward. They crashed into the arena wall and didn't move. Ray walked over to them calmly, almost casually.
It's good to be brave,
he said, looking down at their bruised bodies.
but without a plan, you're just throwing your lives away.
The crowd sat in stunned silence. Around the arena, thousands of people couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ray had just taken down the 4 strong second-year students, completely, utterly. 1 hit each.
How is this guy not in the top 5 rankings?
Someone in the crowd shouted.
If he's so strong, think about the top 5 second-year students. They must be monsters.
Another said. In the viewing area, nearly every third-year student stared at Slivia's group. If Ray wasn't good enough for the top 5, then these 5 must be on a completely different level. Gary, Slivia, Monk, Ian, and Dan wanted the earth to part and swallow them whole. They could feel every eye on them. Everyone looked at them with admiration and curiosity. But the truth was simpler and more uncomfortable. Ray was the strongest among the second years by far. They all knew it. Only Sarah remained standing in the arena. The other 4 were too injured to move. Ray had only hit each of them once, 20 damage per hit. Not enough to trigger the teleportation. Ray slowly walked towards Sarah. Her body shook as he approached.
Please.
She whimpered in fear as Ray raised his hand. He focused ki into his fingertips. 1 tap, 2 tap, 3 taps, 4 taps. Sarah's bracelet glowed. Her father watched, holding his breath, as bright white light surrounded her.
I'm sorry,
Ray whispered. Sarah vanished instantly. The announcers had gone silent. For 15 minutes, they hadn't said anything, just watched in shock. Finally, one of them spoke.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our 5 contenders going into the next round.
The crowd exploded. The whole arena shook from the noise. Cheers and shouts rained down on the arena floor. Even the people who'd questioned Ray's methods couldn't deny what they'd witnessed. His fighting skill was on another level, untouchable.
The next round will start in 1 hour,
The announcer said.
While we repair the stadium, please take time to buy refreshments and use the facilities. You don't want to miss the third-year matches.
The 5 remaining students felt their bracelets glow. White light surrounded them. In an instant, they were transported. Ray and the others appeared in a massive healing hall. Medical beds lined the walls. Healers moved between patients. Many of the injured contestants from the second-year round lay recovering. Ray barely had a scratch, but medical personnel approached him anyway.
We should check you for internal injuries,
One healer said. Ray nodded numbly and let them work. In the elders' seating area, the 6 powerful figures discussed Ray in hushed tones.
Perhaps he is the boy from the prophecy.
One elder said.
Did you see his anger?
Another countered.
That outburst, he will bring destruction upon us all.
With proper guidance, he could save us.
A third elder argued.
Do you want to expel him? That might be exactly the trigger that makes him turn against us.
The elders continued bickering, their voices rising and falling. Finally, Wilfred appeared. He walked directly to the old man and leaned in close.
I examined the students you asked me to look at.
Wilfred whispered.
The ones Ray fought. They can no longer gather their ki. The doctors say it might be temporary, but
He paused.
I fear for the worst.
The old man's expression didn't change, but his hands gripped the railing tightly.
We need to be extremely careful about this.
Wilfred continued quietly.
If word gets out about what Ray did to their ki, if the purebloods learn about this,
They won't.
The old man said firmly.
We cannot let them know. Not yet.
Wilfred nodded.
I understand. But old man, what are we dealing with? What is he?
The old man looked down at Ray in the healing hall below. The boy stood alone, while medical personnel fussed around him.
Something we don't fully understand.
The old man finally said.
And that terrifies me more than anything else.
Gary's entire body felt tense after watching Ray fight. He couldn't stop the restless energy burning through him. His hands itched to hold his sword. His legs wanted to move, to act. All the other contestants got to fight.
while he just stood here and watched.
Damn it, it's not fair.
Gary knew Ray's strength better than anyone. They trained together, fought together. But seeing it displayed like that, the casual way Ray had dismantled 4 of their strongest friends, made Gary realize something horrible.
I am falling behind. I'm getting slower and weaker. I still can't beat Ray.
But that wasn't what scared him most. There were stronger people out there. Stronger than Ray even. Nobles who had private armies and guards trained from childhood. People had access to resources that Gary could only dream about, and one of those powerful people had killed Amy.
I need to be strong enough to take down anyone who stands in my way, anyone who gets between me and that person.
Gary wasn't just planning to kill the one who'd wielded the sword against Amy. He was going to destroy everyone connected to them, everyone in that noble house. He wanted them all to feel the same pain he felt, the same emptiness, the same rage. The match finished. Gary stood there for a moment, then turned and walked away without a word.
Gary, wait!
Slivia started, but Monk grabbed her arm gently. He shook his head with serious face.
Let him go.
Slivia looked at Monk, confused.
But he needs space right now.
Monk said quietly.
Gary's strong. He got through the last time, didn't he? When he really needs us, that's when we'll be there.
Slivia wanted to argue, but she understood. Deep down, though, she felt something else. A worry that wouldn't go away.
Our group is falling apart. And as the leader, it's my job to fix it.
With every step that Gary took, the fire burning inside him intensified. His feet carried him to the training hall as if they had their own mind. It was meant for participants to practice before their matches. Since the second-year students had finished fighting, only third-year students were inside, waiting to be called for their round. Gary moved to the training doll station. He activated one of the dolls to the highest difficulty setting. Then he started swinging. His dual blades flashed. One strike after another, precise, lethal, every cut aimed at the doll's vital point. The doll attacked. Gary dodged every strike without moving his feet an inch. Then he countered with a blade directly at its throat. The third-year students watching couldn't help but be impressed. Harry Delbert was also present in the hall along with his friends. He also noticed Gary working, his expression unreadable. "He's the top-ranked second-year," one third-year student said to Harry. "What do you think of him?" "The other one interests me more," Harry replied after a momentary pause, thinking of Ray. Cherry smiled slightly.
"The boy looks good, though. His style reminds me of yours. Might even be better."
Harry didn't respond, but Cherry's words worked exactly as she'd intended. They got under his skin. Harry stood up slowly, deliberately. Then he walked toward the same training doll where Gary had been practicing. Gary had just taken a break, stepping back from the doll to catch his breath. Harry drew his sword in one swift motion. He activated the training doll to the same level Gary had used. The doll took only a second before it launched its attacks, and Harry moved. The third-year students' eyes went wide when they realized something. Harry was performing the exact same movements Gary had just made. Every dodge, every strike, the same footwork, the same timing, the same positioning. It was like watching Gary fight a ghost version of himself. The doll attacked from the left. Harry sidestepped exactly like Gary had. The doll's blade came overhead. Harry rolled right, just as Gary had done. On the final strike, Harry infused his sword with massive amounts of ki. He swung with perfect form, the exact same form Gary had used. The doll's head flew through the air straight toward Gary. Gary's reflexes kicked in instantly. He moved his head in time as the wooden head whistled past his ear by inches. "It was easier than I thought," Harry said, his voice cold as he looked directly at Gary. The other third-year students exchanged confused glances. They'd known Harry for years. He was at rank 50. It was a good rank, but not great. Certainly not on a level where he could replicate complex movements like that so perfectly.
Has he been hiding his strength?
Gary's jaw clenched. His hands trembled slightly.
Was he mocking me?
Without thinking, Gary pulled out his dual blades. The dark purple color seemed to gleam in the training hall light. He started walking toward Harry. Harry's hand tightened on his sword. His body shifted into a ready stance. The third-year students realized what was happening. A real fight was about to happen right here. They moved back, giving the two swordsmen space. Gary and Harry were only a few feet apart now. The tension between them was suffocating. Harry's eyes narrowed, while Gary's breathing quickened. As Gary took a step forward, Harry raised his sword slightly. This was it. They were going to clash.
"There you are!"
Slivia's voice cut through the tense silence like a blade. She came running into the training hall and grabbed Gary's hand. Her grip was firm and urgent.
"Come on!"
Slivia said. pulling him away from Harry.
The third year round is about to start. We need to go.
Wait!
Gary started.
Now, Gary.
Slivia dragged Gary out of the training hall before he could protest further. Harry watched them go, his expression unreadable. Outside, as they walked through the corridor, Gary suddenly realized what had almost happened.
Oh, God. If I'd fought Harry, I would have been disqualified. No tournament, no top 5, no way to get to Roland Academy, and of course, no revenge. I almost threw away everything in the spur of the moment. Shit. Thank you,
Gary said quietly.
Hey, I'm the leader, right?
Slivia said, though her smile didn't quite reach her eyes.
It's my job to keep you all safe, to keep this team together.
But even as she said it, Slivia could feel the cracks forming. Gary's obsession, Ray's breakdown, the way everyone was pushing themselves to their limits.
How long before one of them breaks completely?
She wondered with a heavy heart. Slivia and Gary arrived at the arena balcony where the others were waiting. The third year round was about to begin. Slivia looked at her group, her stomach sank. Someone was missing. Ray. He should have been released from the medical team by now. He hadn't even been injured in his fight. If he was not there, then where was he?
I'll be right back,
Slivia said to no one in particular. Before she hurried out, she started searching. She first went to the healing hall, but it was empty of Ray. The participants' waiting area showed no sign of his presence. The corridor near the armory turned out to be a futile guess. Finally, as Slivia was running down one of the main hallways, she spotted him. Ray stood outside the Elder's temporary room, talking to Wilfred. His expression was blank, emotionless. Slivia was about to call him, but then decided against it at the last moment. She immediately ducked around the corner, not wanting to interrupt. Something in their conversation made her stop.
What did you just say, Ray?
Wilfred shouted, his voice rising with what sounded like shock and horror. On the other hand, Ray's voice was quiet, steady, and broken.
I want to drop out of the tournament.
Slivia pressed herself against the corridor wall, straining to hear, but the voices had gone quiet after the shocking news about Ray wanting to drop out of the tournament. Ray and Wilfred were speaking in hushed tones now. No matter how much Slivia tried, she could only catch fragments, urgent whispers, tense pauses, but nothing clear.
What are they talking about? Why would Ray want to drop out?
The conversation continued for what felt like forever. Back and forth, Wilfred sounded frustrated, while Ray sounded empty. Finally, they parted ways. Slivia held her breath as Ray turned the corner. Their eyes met.
Did you hear the conversation between Wilfred and me?
Ray asked. His voice was flat, tired, and lacked surprise.
Only a little,
Slivia admitted.
Well, don't worry about it.
Ray started to walk past her.
Wait!
Slivia reached out, grabbing his arm.
I know you feel bad about what you did, but no one blames you, Ray. The others told me what you said to them. After attacking them, you were just trying to help them. I understand.
Ray stopped, stood there silently. The silence stretched for an uncomfortable minute, but Slivia refused to back out or break eye contact. Finally, Ray spoke.
Do you know why I acted like that? I don't know why,
Slivia said softly.
but all I know is you look sad.
The words hit Ray harder than any punch could have. He felt something in his chest, that same feeling that had been there all day, all week, the one he'd been trying to bury under anger and rage.
She's right. I wasn't angry. I was sad.
Ray was baffled at how Slivia exactly knew his emotional state, even without hearing a word about it from him. Ray had been lying to himself this whole time, telling himself it was rage, revenge, justice. But the truth was simpler and more painful. Amy's death had affected him more than he wanted to admit. That one incident struck some unknown chord inside him that he himself couldn't identify.
Gary's sister died,
Ray said quietly. His voice cracked slightly.
She was...
He paused, struggling with the words.
Now that I think about it, I don't know why I was so stubborn. Perhaps because she was a human. I didn't want to believe it. But she was my first friend, my first real friend.
Slivia's expression softened. She'd heard stories from the other red-haired children about how they grew up outcasted, treated like children of Sen, monsters waiting to destroy the world. From Ray's words, she could tell Amy had meant so much to him, though one phrase stuck with her.
Because she was a human. That's a strange way to say it. Maybe Ray has just misspoken it in his current emotional state.
Slivia thought. Slivia held out her hand, extended it toward Ray like an offering.
You're not alone, Ray.
Ray stared at her hand for a long moment, contemplating.
Not alone.
The words echoed in his mind. Memories flooded through him, moments of isolation, of being the only one of his kind, of watching humans treating him and his family unfairly. He'd been so stubborn. so determined to keep everyone at a distance. But maybe that wasn't the whole truth. Ray thought about Gary, about how they'd fought together against Lancy, about how Gary had saved his life. He thought about Slivia, who'd stood by him from the beginning. Kyle, Martha, Monk, Ian, and Dan, all of them had tried to stop him today, not to hurt him, but to save him from himself.
In the past, I couldn't protect the people I cared about. I was too weak, too alone. But right now, there are people beside him who I want to protect. I was so blinded by my rage against humanity that I forgot there is always an exception to everything. Humans are cruel, that's still true. Some deserve punishment, and I'll continue giving it to them, but not all humans are the same. Some deserve protection. Some deserve to be called friends, maybe even family.
Today's incident had significantly changed Ray's perspective toward humanity. He started seeing his mistake and accepted it. He decided to listen to his heart for once and hoped he would never regret it. Ray reached out and took Slivia's hand.
Thank you,
he said. The words felt inadequate, too small for what he was feeling, but they were all he had to offer. Slivia's cheeks turned pink. She quickly let go of his hand and looked away.
Come on,
she said, her voice slightly higher than normal.
Everyone's waiting.
They walked together toward the balcony, side by side. When they arrived, Martha immediately noticed.
Slivia, your face is a little red.
She grinned mischievously.
Did something happen between you two?
Slivia's entire face went crimson as she immediately jumped to clear the air.
No, I just found him in the hall, and we walked here, that's all.
Her head felt so hot she thought steam might actually come out of her ears. Before Martha could tease her further, the announcers' voices boomed across the arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. It is time for the next event to begin. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
Everyone's attention snapped to the arena below.
Hey, Gary,
Dan said, smirking.
I don't see her girlfriend anywhere.
Gary frowned.
What?
He's talking about Jasmine,
Monk explained. Everyone immediately turned to stare at Monk.
Oh, so you do know something about her.
Dan's grin widened. Gary scanned the arena, searching.
She's just a third-year Black Sash Knight. She helped us out at training a few times, that's all.
Martha pouted.
So boring. You guys need to start thinking about romance instead of swords all the time.
Ray focused his vision on the arena. He used his dragon eyes to scan more carefully. There. A slight distortion in one corner was almost invisible, but Ray knew exactly what it meant.
Jasmine. She's gotten better at hiding.
But so had Ray's ability to see through it. The match progressed quickly. Contestants fell one after another. Just like with the second-year students, there was a clear gap in skill between the top students of third-year students and everyone else.
Is there anyone that catches your eye, Gary?
Slivia asked, noticing his intense focus.
The blonde boy at the back.
Ray followed Gary's gaze to find that the blonde boy was no one else but Harry Delbert, Master Knight Delbert's eldest son. Harry moved through the arena like water. His every step was deliberate, and every strike was calculated. His HP bar hadn't dropped once. He did not receive a single hit. Even Jasmine, hidden in the shadows, had been tagged by a stray arrow, but Harry remained untouched. A student charged at Harry from the left, another from the right, in a coordinated attack. Harry sidestepped the first strike, positioning himself so the attacker stumbled into the path of the second. Then he struck one precise hit to each opponent's vital points. Both students' HP dropped to 0 instantly. The two students vanished instantly in white light.
Yes, he's very impressive,
Slivia said, watching.
His style reminds me of yours a little, but different. You attack more instinctively. His style is more planned.
Gary nodded but said nothing. He couldn't explain it to Slivia, couldn't put it into words. Ray was not the only one with a chest of secrets. Gary was exceptional at swordsmanship for a reason, a secret he had not shared even with Ray. Sometimes when he fought, when he was desperate, when everything was on the line, white lines would appear in front of his eyes, glowing paths decorated across his opponent's body, showing him exactly where to strike for critical damage. Death lines, that was what he called them. They'd appeared when he fought the Pureblood member, and Gary had been training every day since, trying to make them appear again, trying to control them.
I wish I could tell you about the death lines, Slivia, but it's best to keep it a secret since I haven't yet figured out this mystery myself. One thing I have realized for sure, if I can activate them at will, I'd be unstoppable.
On the arena floor, Harry continued his perfect performance. He led opponents exactly where he wanted them, then eliminated them with surgical precision. Near the center of the arena, shadows suddenly coalesced, and Jasmine materialized. Her daggers flashing, she eliminated 2 students in quick succession before vanishing again.
Jasmine has always been fast, but now she's getting even faster.
The black sash techniques were meant for assassination. For moving unseen, Jasmine had mastered them completely. Another student tried to attack where she'd been. However, his blade hit nothing but thin air. Jasmine appeared behind him, struck, then disappeared before he even realized what had happened. As the match progressed, the arena emptied. Finally, the announcer's voice rang out.
We have our 5 winners!
4 figures stood in the ring. Harry, his blonde hair barely mussed despite the intense combat. He did not even have a single scratch on him. Geo, a giant of a young man, wielding a massive 2-handed axe, looked terrifying. His muscles rippled as he rested the weapon on his shoulder. Violet and Aqua, 2 sisters with metal fans, stood back to back. Their synchronized movements had made them nearly impossible to defeat. The crowd murmured in confusion.
That's only 4,
Someone said.
Where's the 5th winner?
Then dark shadows began forming in the center of the arena, growing, expanding, solidifying. When they dispersed, Jasmine stood there. Her expression was calm and unbothered. The crowd erupted in cheers. These were the 5 students advancing to the elimination rounds. Gary stared down at Harry and Jasmine.
Soon I'll face them.
And when he did, he'd show them the white lines, show them what real swordsmanship looked like. His hand tightened on the railing.
Just wait.
Right after the first round ended, medical personnel rushed the injured third-year students to the healing bay. Within an hour, everyone was patched up and ready to proceed to the next phase of the tournament. Then the announcement came. All 10 winners from each year were to meet on the arena floor. Ray stood with his group. Gary, Slivia, Dan, Martha, Monk, Kyle, Ian, Badger, and Sloth. They looked at each other and smiled. We actually did it, Kyle said, grinning. All 10 of us, Martha added softly. They'd kept their promise. Every single one of them had made it through. Across from them stood the third-year winners, Jack, Cherry, Harry, Jasmine, Geo, Nay, Arthur, Violet, and Aqua. 9 students total.
Wait,
Ian said, counting.
there should be 10 of them.
The second-ranked student isn't here, Slivia noted. He is someone named Killer. Ray scanned the third-year students. Jack stood at the front, radiating confidence. Cherry, beside him, had her arms crossed. Harry watched Ray with an unreadable expression. Wilfred walked to the center of the arena. A massive holographic display appeared behind him.
Unfortunately, Killer cannot attend today due to personal matters,
Wilfred announced. His voice amplified across the entire arena.
but we are here today to congratulate these 20 fine students, the best of the best at Avrion Academy.
The crowd erupted, cheering, stomping, whistling. The students had displayed incredible skill throughout the tournament, and the audience hadn't even seen the top 5 from each year fight yet. Many nobles in the crowd were already making plans to send their children to Avrion. Wilfred raised his hand for silence.
For the next round, we have a surprise for you all.
A murmur rippled through the crowd.
The second-year students have exceeded our expectations. They are the best we've seen since Avrion Academy's founding.
Wilfred paused for dramatic effect.
And thus, we have decided to change things. Behold,
He gestured to the holographic display behind him. A bracket appeared. Names filled it. Line by line. Martha versus Cherry. Gary versus Harry. Monk versus Jasmine. Ian versus Geo. Kyle versus Nay. Dan versus Arthur. Ray versus Killer. Badger versus Violet. Sloth versus Aqua. Slivia versus Jack. The second-year students stared. Their mouths opened, but no sound came out. What? Kyle finally shouted. We're fighting third years? Martha's voice went high with panic.
we have decided
Wilfred continued.
to have the second-year students face the third years directly. The winners of each match will earn a place on the Avrion Academy team for the All-Kingdom tournament.
The crowd went wild. This had never been done before. Second years against third years. It was unprecedented. Amongst all shocked faces, Ray remained the only one with a calm expression, since he already knew about this surprising change. Wilfred had told him during their private conversation. That's how Wilfred had convinced him to stay in the tournament. This has something to do with pureblood, Wilfred had said. Trust me, Ray, you need to be there. Ray had agreed, partly out of curiosity, partly because he wanted answers.
Gary, on the other hand, stared at his matchup. Gary versus Harry, a slow smile spread across his face.
Finally.
Ever since the tense training room encounter with Harry, Gary had wanted this fight more than anything. The chance to face Harry head-on, to prove himself. If Gary had known Harry had once beaten Ray when Ray was a first year, he would have been even more excited. Slivia looked at her matchup only to feel her stomach drop. Slivia versus Jack. Out of all the possibilities, she was matched with the strongest student in the academy. Slivia had never been confident in one-on-one combat. She was better at strategy, supporting others and leading. But this, fighting Jack alone? She glanced into the crowd. Her 5 older siblings sat together, watching not far, judging. The weight of expectations settled on her shoulders, heavy, crushing.
I have to prove myself. I have to show them I'm not worthless just because I don't have magic, and I will give my everything to do just that.
Monk examined his matchup. Monk versus Jasmine. He knew Jasmine's skills intimately. They'd trained together. She was exceptionally good at the black sash techniques. Before meeting her, Monk had taken pride in being the best black sash student among second years.
If I want to get better, I need to beat her. No excuses.
Ray looked at his matchup with detachment. Ray versus Killer. He didn't know anything about this Killer person, but it didn't matter.
I'll defeat whoever they put in front of me.
Ray had absorbed 10 students' ki during the Battle Royale. His mana pool had increased to 21 points. With that much power, he could defeat intermediate beasts in a single strike. A human opponent, no matter how skilled, should be an easy task.
The first match will begin tomorrow at midday.
Wilfred announced.
Please enjoy your time in the city. Get a good rest. You'll need it.
The walk back to the dorm was silent. The joyous mood from earlier had evaporated. Each student was lost in thought, mentally preparing for their upcoming battle. When they reached the academy, people started splitting off.
I need to train,
Gary said, heading toward the practice grounds.
Me too.
Monk followed.
I'll work on my aim,
Martha added. One by one, they all left until Ray was alone. He returned to the room and lay down on his bed, exhausted, emotionally drained. When he reached under his pillow to adjust it under his head, his hand touched a piece of paper. Ray pulled it out to find a note, written in neat handwriting. Meet me at the arena at 9 o'clock. No signature, no explanation.
Who sent this? It's definitely from someone from the academy since they have access to my room, but who could it be?
Then a darker thought crossed his mind.
Pure blood?
This could be a trap, an ambush waiting for him. Ideally, Ray should tell Wilfred. That's what Wilfred had instructed. Report any suspicious activity immediately, but Ray didn't move.
I'm not afraid. I want to see who this person is and what they want from me.
Ray's current strength was probably equal to any member Pureblood could hire against him, maybe stronger.
Let them come. I'll handle it.
At 8:50 p.m., Ray left the dorm. Guards were stationed outside the arena, 2 at the main entrance, 2 more at the side doors. Ray avoided them easily using his Black Sash Knight techniques. His enhanced senses picked up their patrol patterns. He slipped through a maintenance entrance they'd overlooked. Inside, the arena was completely empty. It was massive and silent. The moonlight streaming through the open roof created long shadows across the arena floor. Ray walked to the center and waited. The silence was absolute, just his breathing and the distant sounds of the city beyond the walls. Then, footsteps echoed from the entrance tunnel, slow, confident, deliberate. A figure emerged from the shadows.
I finally get to speak to you.
Ray's eyes narrowed. He did not recognize the voice at first, but then the figure stepped into the moonlight, and Ray saw him clearly. Jack, the #1 ranked student in all of Avrian Academy. Ray spun around, his instincts screaming danger. There stood Jack, casual as ever. No heavy armor covered his body, just a worn leather vest hanging open over his chest and simple trousers. But what made Ray's breath catch was the massive sword strapped to Jack's back. The blade looked like it had been carved from the tooth of some legendary beast, white and gleaming with an otherworldly sheen. The weapon was as tall as Jack himself, yet he carried it like it weighed nothing. Ray's dragon eyes flared to life, analyzing the threat before him. What he saw made his stomach twist. Most Master Knights knew how to contain their power, keeping their aura and ki locked tight inside their bodies. It made them nearly impossible to read, but Jack was different. His energy poured out of him in wild, untamed waves, crashing through the air like a storm with no direction. It was raw, chaotic, dangerous.
I've been waiting for this, Jack said, a grin spreading across his face. It's such a shame we weren't matched up in the tournament. So this might be my only chance to fight you.
With one smooth motion, Jack pulled the greatsword from his back. The massive blade moved like a feather in his grip, defying all logic and weight. Ray kept his voice steady, watching for any tells.
So that's why you sent the note? You wanted to lure me here for a fight?
Jack's expression suddenly changed. The smug smile on his face was replaced with a confused, deep frown.
Note? What note?
He tilted his head.
I saw you walking alone and decided to follow. You picked the perfect spot for our showdown, by the way.
Ray's mind raced. If Jack didn't send the note, then who did? Someone else had orchestrated this meeting, which meant—
Enough talking,
Jack interrupted, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Let's fight.
Jack exploded forward. The distance between them vanished in a heartbeat. The great sword came down in a devastating arc, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Ray had a split second to react. He channeled his ki into his gauntlets, feeling the energy surge through his arms and into the metal. He raised his hands to meet the blade. Metal crashed against metal. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, cracking the stone floor beneath their feet. Ray's arms trembled from the force, his boots sliding backward an inch across the ground.
Yes! I knew you were strong.
Jack's voice rang with pure excitement, his grin widening.
Most people would have dodged or been cut in half, but you took it head on.
Ray gritted his teeth, pushing back against the blade. The strength behind Jack's attack was monstrous. It reminded him of fighting the Minotaur, all raw power with no technique. They were locked in a stalemate, neither giving an inch, muscles straining, ki clashing against ki. Then Ray saw it. A shadow moved behind Jack. A figure dressed entirely in black beast armor emerged from the darkness like a phantom. But it was the mask that made Ray's blood run cold, a crimson red mask that seemed to drink in the light around it.
Would you like to use your mana?
The voice echoed in Ray's mind.
Yes!
Ray shouted without hesitation. Power flooded his body. Mana mixed with his ki, doubling his strength in an instant. With a roar, Ray twisted his body and threw Jack's blade to the side, sending the giant warrior stumbling. Ray didn't waste a second. He pivoted and launched himself at the red-masked figure. His fist cut through the air, enhanced with every ounce of power he could muster. The red-masked man reacted with inhuman speed, pulling out a spear and positioning the pole horizontally to block. Ray's fist connected with the pole. The wood bent backward, curving almost to the breaking point. For a moment, Ray thought he'd shatter it completely, but then the spear snapped back like a spring, reversing all the force of his punch and sending it straight back at him. Ray flew backward through the air, 10 feet, 15, 20. He twisted desperately, jamming his fingers into the ground, clawing at the stone floor. His momentum dragged him several more feet before he finally stopped, leaving deep gouges in the arena floor.
What the hell?
Ray gasped, staring at his stinging hands. In his current state, mana and ki combined, there shouldn't be anyone who could take his full force punch and send him flying like that. Who was this person? The red-masked man dashed forward, spear aimed directly at Ray's heart. His movement was fluid, deadly, and certain, but he never made it more than a few steps. Jack's great sword crashed down into the ground between them, shattering the stone and creating a barrier. Dust and debris exploded upward.
What do you think you're doing?
Jack's voice boomed with indignation.
You're interrupting my fight.
Jack yanked his sword from the ground and pointed the massive blade at the red-masked man's head.
You look strong,
Jack said, his grin returning.
Fight me instead.
The masked man tried to circle around Jack, clearly intent on reaching Ray. He jabbed with his spear, forcing Jack to block, then attempted to slip past, but Jack was having none of it. He swung his great sword in wide arcs, cutting off every path, every angle. His raw power compensated for any lack of finesse.
Where do you think you're going?
Jack taunted, blocking another attempted maneuver. The red-masked man suddenly raised his hand, making a quick signal. Ray's heart sank as 5 more figures in red masks dropped from the arena walls, landing in a circle around him. While their leader kept Jack busy, the other 5 closed in on Ray from all sides. Meanwhile, Jack and the leader's duel intensified. Jack swung his sword with wild abandon, each strike powerful enough to split stone, but no matter how strong or accurate his attacks were, the leader was always one step ahead. The masked figure moved like water, flowing around Jack's strikes with minimal effort. Each sword swing missed by mere inches.
Stand still,
Jack growled, frustrated. Then the leader saw an opening. He darted in close and thrust his spear forward, aiming for Jack's exposed chest. The spear tip struck Jack's body dead center, but then something unexpected happened. The spear bent. The tip couldn't pierce Jack's skin.
You really think you can hurt me with that?
Jack laughed, patronizing and confident. He immediately swung his sword in a horizontal slash. The leader jumped back, putting distance between them. But Jack wasn't about to let him rest. With his ki constantly reinforcing his entire body, Jack had nothing to fear. He could attack endlessly, knowing that any counterattack would be useless against his defense. Many people did not know about a unique gift Jack had since his birth. He had been born with an abnormal amount of ki, more than most Master Knights possess. But there was a catch, a cruel twist of fate. Jack had never learned to control it properly. Unlike other warriors who could channel their ki to specific body parts or infuse it into their weapons for devastating attacks, Jack's ki was always active, always surrounding his entire body in an uncontrolled shield. Most children born with this much wild ki would have died, their bodies torn apart by the uncontrolled energy. But Jack's body was special, one of a kind. His flesh and bones could withstand what would kill anyone else. Jack charged forward again, this time swinging faster than before. The leader tried to dodge, but the blade was too quick. At the last second, the leader raised his spear horizontally, just as he had done against Ray. The impact sent the leader flying through the air like a ragdoll. He skidded across the ground, tumbling end over end until he slammed into the arena wall with a sickening crunch. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone behind him. The leader struggled to his feet, confusion evident even through his mask. The spear had a special ability. It could reflect any ki-based attack back at the attacker with equal force. It had worked perfectly against Ray, so why hadn't it worked against Jack? The answer was simple. Though the leader couldn't know it, Jack never used ki in his strikes. He didn't know how to. Every attack Jack struck was pure physical strength, raw and unenhanced. As the leader stood, something gave way. His red mask, damaged from the impact, began to crumble. Pieces fell away, clattering to the ground like broken pottery. The face beneath was gradually revealed. When the last piece fell, Jack froze, his eyes widening in recognition. Killer! The name tore from Jack's throat, equal parts surprise and fury. Jack was shocked, to say the least. He watched Killer rising slowly from the rubble, dust falling from his shoulders. His red mask hung in pieces, cracked and useless. With a sharp motion, he tore away the remaining fragments and threw them to the ground. His face was finally revealed. Cold, determined, scarred. Jack's laughter echoed through the arena, loud and mocking. So you've been hiding your real strength this whole time? Jack's eyes gleamed with excitement. I knew something was off about you. Everyone at the academy knew their rankings. Killer held second place, while Jack claimed the top spot. On paper, they seemed close, but anyone who'd watched them fight knew the truth. Jack dominated their matches easily. The gap between first and second wasn't small. It was a chasm until now. The skills Killer had just displayed were unlike anything Jack had seen before. He was faster, sharper, and more controlled. This wasn't the same fighter he'd beaten time and time again. Across the arena, Ray was in trouble. Sweat coated his forehead and neck. The fanged boar armor that had protected his torso lay in shattered pieces around his feet, destroyed by the spear's reflecting force. Bruises covered his exposed skin, and every movement sent sharp pain through his ribs. Worse yet, the mana he'd used was completely depleted. It would take time to regenerate, leaving him with only his natural ki reserves. 5 red-masked warriors circled him like wolves cornering wounded prey. Ray's mind raced through the situation. He had to face 5 opponents with no armor and limited power. Not good odds. If the leader had been fighting him instead of Jack, he'd probably be dead already. Lucky Jack showed up, Ray muttered under his breath, ducking under a strike. Never thought I'd say that. Jack had come looking for a fight, but his interference had saved Ray's life. Ray would have to return the favor someday. If they both survived tonight. Ray moved like a shadow given form. His feet barely touched the ground as he weaved between his attackers, using the Black Sash Knight techniques he trained in. These skills were made for nighttime combat, for striking from darkness and vanishing before the counterattack came. He blended with the shadows, reappeared behind his enemies, landed quick strikes, then disappeared again. He wasn't trying to win, not yet. He was only buying time. Every second, his mana pool regenerated a little more. Every moment brought him closer to turning this fight around.
Just stay alive. That's all that matters.
Meanwhile, Killer reached into his pocket and pulled out a small glass vial. Purple liquid swirled inside like liquid smoke, thick and unnatural. He glanced at Jack, who was already charging toward him, then tilted his head back and drank the entire contents in one gulp. Jack noticed but didn't slow down. Healing potion? That won't save you. Jack had seen plenty of alchemical potions before. Beast crystals and rare plants could create all sorts of mixtures, potions that dulled pain, boosted confidence, and increased stamina. None of them was as effective as a mage's healing spell, but they had their uses. He figured Killer was just trying to patch himself up before the finishing blow. He couldn't have been more wrong. Ray had been watching from the corner of his eye, even while defending against 5 attackers. When he saw that purple liquid, his stomach dropped. He recognized it immediately. Killer's aura exploded outward. The energy surrounding him tripled in intensity, surging like a tidal wave. But it wasn't just stronger, it had changed color. What had been yellow was now mixed with deep corrupted purple, the unmistakable signature of the Shadow Plague. Wait! Ray screamed across the arena. Jack, stop! Jack heard the warning but couldn't understand it. Why would Ray be worried? Killer's spear couldn't penetrate his skin. His key-reinforced body was impenetrable. He had nothing to fear. He kept charging. But then his instincts screamed danger. The primal part of his brain, the part that had kept him alive through countless battles, suddenly told him to run. At the last possible second, Jack twisted his body and leaped backward. Unfortunately, it took longer than it should have for Jack to make a move. Killer's spear flashed forward in a blur. The tip grazed Jack's chest, just barely touching the skin. Blood welled up from the shallow cut. Jack stared down at his chest in disbelief. A thin red line marked where the spear had passed. His hand touched the wound, came away wet with blood. I'm bleeding, Jack whispered. His voice sounded distant, confused. I'm actually bleeding. For the first time in years, someone had made him bleed. Ray's mind raced as he dodged another sword strike. His opponents were pressing harder now, sensing his distraction. He needed to help Jack, but how? Noir would be useless against opponents this strong, and Jack might mistake the beast for an enemy and attack it. He had no good options. A notification appeared in his mind. 5 mana points regenerated. Although they were not nearly enough to defeat 6 enemies, it was something. He had to act now before Jack fell. Suddenly, his mana dropped back to 0. His gauntlets began to glow with an icy blue light. Frost crept across the metal surface, forming intricate patterns of ice crystals. The temperature around his hands plummeted. One of the red-masked warriors swung his blade at Ray's head. Instead of dodging, Ray reached up and grabbed the blade with his bare hand. Ice spread from Ray's fingers, covering the metal in seconds. The blade became brittle, fragile. Ray squeezed, and the sword shattered like glass, pieces falling to the ground. Before the warrior could react, Ray's fist slammed into his stomach, sending him flying backward. Ray had gambled everything, infusing his remaining mana into the ice attribute. Now he had to make it count. The battle between Killer and Jack had completely reversed. Jack, who had been the aggressor, now fought desperately to survive. He blocked, dodged, and retreated. His greatsword deflected most strikes, but the ones that got through left bleeding cuts across his arms and legs. Slowly, methodically, Killer was cutting him apart.
Not so strong now, are you, Jack?
Killer's voice dripped with venom and satisfaction.
How does it feel to be on the losing side?
Rage boiled up inside Jack. He wasn't used to defending. Defense was for the weak. He was Jack, the strongest student in the academy. He roared and charged forward, abandoning his defensive stance entirely. Every swing of his greatsword met Killer's spear. Every attack was countered with a precise stab. Jack's superior reach meant nothing against Killer's enhanced speed. His raw power couldn't connect against an opponent who moved like water. 5 brutal minutes passed. Jack's body was now covered in puncture wounds. Blood soaked through his vest, dripped from his arms, and ran down his legs. He swayed on his feet, vision blurring.
I'm amazed you're still standing,
Killer said, gathering his ki for one final attack. Purple energy swirled around his spear tip.
But this is the end.
The spear shot forward, aimed directly at Jack's skull. Jack tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. Too slow, too damaged, too late. The spear point was only inches from Jack's head when a hand shot out from the side and grabbed the shaft. Ice instantly began spreading along the weapon's length.
How did you?
Killer's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Ray. Ray stood there, breathing hard, his ice-covered gauntlet gripping the spear tight. Behind Killer, all 5 red-masked warriors lay unconscious on the ground, defeated.
While you were busy with Jack,
Ray said, his voice cold and steady,
I took care of your friends.
The ice attribute works wonders when people aren't expecting it. He'd beaten them one by one, using every trick he knew. It had drained him completely, left him on the edge of collapse. But he'd had one more ace to play. Mana drain. Ray had moved to each unconscious warrior and absorbed their mana. Not only had he restored his own reserves, but he'd nearly doubled his mana pool beyond its normal maximum. Power thrummed through his body, begging to be released. The ice on the spear spread faster. Killer yanked the weapon back before it could freeze completely, stumbling backward several steps. Jack's legs gave out. He started to fall forward, but instead of hitting the hard stone floor, he landed on something soft and furry. Noir had appeared beneath him, summoned at the perfect moment. The shadow beast gently carried Jack to the edge of the arena, away from the fight. Ray stepped forward, his gauntlets glowing with icy blue light and crackling with energy. His eyes locked onto Killer with fierce determination. Now, it's my turn. Jack slumped against the arena wall, his back pressed against cold stone. Blood pooled beneath him, seeping from dozens of wounds. He wasn't unconscious, not yet, but every breath sent fire through his lungs. His eyes stayed locked on Ray and Killer, watching their deadly dance with grim determination. He'd never been hurt this badly before. Never. The invincible Jack, the Academy's strongest student, was reduced to a bleeding spectator. What the hell was in that purple bottle? Jack muttered, wincing as pain shot through his ribs. That liquid had been the turning point. The moment Killer drank it, everything changed. Now, all Jack could do was watch and hope that Ray was strong enough. Hope that he hadn't just handed Ray a death sentence by interfering. Ray moved like a whirlwind, his ice-enhanced gauntlets deflecting strike after strike. But Jack could see the truth. Ray was struggling. His movements were getting slower, his breathing more labored. The injuries from earlier were taking their toll. Ray's mind raced as he dodged another spear thrust.
Think, Ray, think. There has to be a weakness, a way to defeat Killer.
Then it clicked. The spider crab. An advanced beast whose shell could bounce back attacks of a certain strength. He'd read about it in the Academy library. Killer's spear must be made from that beast's shell. That's why it reflected his ki-enhanced punch earlier.
That's the trick. I can't use ki in my attacks, or it'll just rebound back at me.
But that created an impossible situation. Killer's spear was an advanced tier weapon, capable of channeling ki. Ray's gauntlets were only intermediate tier. Even with the ice attribute, without ki or mana backing his strikes, his attacks were too weak to break through Killer's defenses. The only things keeping Ray alive were his black sash footwork and the hand-to-hand combat techniques the old man had drilled into him. He moved like a shadow, redirecting strikes, turning defense into counterattacks, but it wasn't enough. His chest was completely exposed, where the fanged boar armor had shattered. One clean hit there, and he would be dead. "You're good, I'll give you that," Killer said, his voice cold and mechanical. The shadow plague had changed him, made him faster, stronger, more aggressive. But you can't win, not against this power. The spear came in like a striking viper, fast, precise, deadly. Ray batted it away with his gauntlet, but the impact sent shockwaves up his arm. The sound made Ray's heart sink. A hairline fracture appeared across his right gauntlet, spreading like a spiderweb across the metal. Jack watched from the wall, his eyes widening.
No, his weapon's breaking.
Damn it, Ray cursed under his breath. If I dealt with him before he took that plague potion, this would have been easy. But now, his speed, his power, everything's doubled. Ray wished desperately for his dragon skills to be more developed. He could infuse fire and ice into weapons, but he couldn't cast elemental projectiles yet. A fireball or ice spike would have given him options, created openings, and forced Killer to defend instead of attack relentlessly. Another spear strike came down like a guillotine. Ray raised his gauntlets and uppercut the spear shaft with everything he had. No ki, just raw physical strength. The weapons collided with a deafening clang. More fractures spread across both gauntlets. They were falling apart. Ray had more strength than the average human, even without ki. He could match some students in raw power alone, but the fundamental problem remained. Intermediate tier equipment couldn't stand up to advanced tier weapons. It was like fighting a tank with a wooden sword. "Your weapons are done," Killer said, twirling his spear. "And so are you."
Ray's mind scrambled for solutions. He was out of mana, his gauntlets were breaking, he couldn't use ki. He was running out of options fast. Then, a voice cut through the despair. "Here!" Ray spun around. Jack had somehow forced himself to stand, using the wall for support. Blood dripped from his wounds as he held his massive greatsword with trembling arms. With a grunt of effort, Jack hurled the weapon through the air. Ray leaped up, catching the spinning blade mid-flight. The weight nearly pulled him down, but he managed to steady himself, gripping the leather-wrapped handle.
You need a better weapon, right?
Jack's voice was strained, but carried a hint of his usual cockiness.
Well, you can borrow my baby girl for a little while, just to don't scratch her.
Jack had been watching carefully, analyzing the fight. When he saw those gauntlets cracking, he knew he had to act. He was reluctant to part with his weapon. There weren't many people who could even lift it, let alone wield it effectively. But if anyone had a chance, it was Ray. Ray hefted the greatsword, testing its weight. It was heavy, incredibly heavy. He needed both hands just to swing it properly, but he could feel the quality immediately. This was an advanced tier weapon, the same grade as Killer's spear. Much better, Ray said, a grim smile crossing his face. He charged forward, and the greatsword met Killer's spear with a thunderous crash. The shock wave rippled outward, cracking the arena floor between them. Dust and debris exploded into the air. They were evenly matched now in terms of equipment, but Ray knew that wasn't enough. He needed something more, one decisive move to end this. Ray gripped the greatsword in his right hand only, muscles straining from the effort. Every vein in his arm bulged as he fought to control the massive blade with one hand.
"What are you doing?" Killer sneered. "You can barely hold it with two hands."
A spear thrust came at Ray's head like lightning. Ray shifted to the side, letting the spear pass inches from his face. Then his left hand shot out and grabbed the spear shaft. "Ice attribute!" Ray shouted. His remaining mana flooded into his left hand. Ice spread instantly, coating both the spear and Ray's entire left arm in crystalline frost. The temperature plummeted. Steam rose from the frozen limb.
Mana 0 of 41.
The spear's special ability activated automatically. The ice attribute, being an energy-based attack, triggered the reflection. The cold started burning back into Ray's arm, freezing his own flesh from the inside out. Ray gritted his teeth against the agony. This was insanely risky. If Killer had the strength to pull the spear free, Ray could lose his arm completely. But he committed to the gamble. With his right arm, Ray began swinging the great sword. His veins looked ready to burst. He channeled every ounce of physical strength he possessed into this one strike. The sword was incredibly heavy, and swinging it one-handed without ki was nearly impossible. But Ray had no choice. He'd used all his mana and couldn't risk adding ki because of the reflection. This had to be pure strength, his body's natural power, against Killer's plague-enhanced form. The greatsword cut through the air with a whistle of death. Killer's eyes widened. He tried to pull the spear back, tried to escape, but the ice had already spread to his hand. He was frozen to his own weapon, trapped by Ray's desperate strategy. "No!" Killer yanked harder, but it was too late. The greatsword connected. The blade passed through Killer's neck cleanly, separating his head from his shoulders in one perfect cut. Killer's body stood for a moment, frozen in place, before collapsing to the ground. Ray's knees buckled. He fell forward, catching himself with the greatsword, using it as a support to stay upright. Sweat poured down his face. His heart hammered so hard he thought it might burst from his chest. "Too close," he gasped. "Way too close." This was becoming a pattern. Too many life-or-death situations in too short a time. Each one pushed him closer to the edge. Ray's left hand was still frozen solid, stuck to the spear. He forced himself to walk over to Killer's body and placed his right hand on the corpse's chest. "Mana, drain," he commanded.
Error. Host is infected. Unable to use mana drain.
Ray's eyes widened. Infected from the shadow plague? It made sense. After Killer drank that purple liquid, his aura had changed from yellow to that sickly purple color, the same color Ray had seen radiating from Dark Guild members. Are Pure Blood and the Dark Guild connected somehow? Ray wondered aloud. Is the shadow plague the link between them? A notification sound chimed in his mind.
Task 4 of 1000 completed. New skill unlocked. Transform.
Ray blinked in surprise. Another skill? It seemed like whenever he survived a deadly situation, the system rewarded him. The Black Wolf, the Dark Guild members, the Minotaur, and now Killer. But wait, that pattern didn't quite fit. When he fought Pureblood alongside Gary against Lancy, that battle had been just as dangerous, yet he hadn't received a skill at that time.
What's the real trigger? There has to be a specific condition I'm missing.
He'd figure it out later. Right now, he needed information. Ray searched Killer's body quickly, checking pockets and hidden compartments. His fingers closed around something small and glass. He pulled it out to find another vial filled with the same purple liquid. Ray held the test tube up to the moonlight, watching the liquid swirl like living smoke.
So this is what gave Killer his power.
Ray's voice was quiet, thoughtful.
What exactly are you?
Ray stared at his left arm. It hung uselessly at his side, frozen solid like a block of ice. Every time he tried to move his fingers, pain shot through his shoulder.
Great. Just great. I need mana to melt this thing, but my mana's completely drained.
Ray knew the rules. His mana recovered slowly, 1 point every 5 minutes if he just stood around. But if he sat down and actually focused, the rate becomes 1 point per minute. Much better. Ray lowered himself to the ground, careful not to jostle his frozen arm. He closed his eyes and began the breathing exercises he'd practiced countless times. As his body relaxed, he felt a familiar tingle of mana beginning to flow back into his core. While he waited, his mind drifted to the new skill he'd acquired during the fight. When he'd first seen it, Ray had been excited. Transformation skills were rare, but then he'd read the description, and his excitement died.
I can only change my face and skin color? That's it?
No extra limbs, no wings, no claws, just a different face. And worse, it drained 5 mana points every hour he used it. His dragon eyes didn't cost anything to maintain, but this was expensive.
Well, it's not completely useless. If I need to hide my identity or infiltrate somewhere, it might come in handy.
His thoughts shifted to the purple vial tucked safely in his pocket, the essence of the Shadow Plague. The same thing that had infected Killer and made him so much stronger.
This thing is dangerous, really dangerous.
But who can I trust it with?
Ray muttered aloud. The Academy was compromised. Ray knew that now. Pureblood had more members inside the Academy than anyone suspected, and if they were connected to the Shadow Plague...
No, I can't give this to anyone here. It'll disappear and I'll never learn the truth about it. Besides, this may help me find a cure for my father. If I find someone who knows what to do with it, then I may unite my family again, and then my mother will be the happiest one.
The thought of Scarlet and Jack brought a sad smile on Ray's face. Ray opened his eyes and checked his mana. Enough had returned. He activated his fire attribute, feeling warmth spread through his right gauntlet. Carefully, he pressed the heated metal against his frozen left arm. Steam hissed as ice met fire. Ray gritted his teeth. It didn't hurt exactly, but the sensation of feeling returning to his numb arm was uncomfortable. He worked slowly, methodically, until finally his fingers twitched. "There we go," he said, flexing his hand. "Good as new." Almost. Ray stood and looked around the room. 3 bodies lay scattered across the floor. Killer and his 2 pureblood companions were dead.
I can't leave them here. If someone found the bodies, there'd be questions. An investigation. People will want to know what happened, and I can't afford that attention. Not now. Not with everything I've learned tonight.
He activated his fire attribute again, this time directing the flames at the first body. The fire caught quickly, consuming flesh and bone, until nothing remained but gray ash. Ray watched the ashes scatter in the slight breeze coming through the broken window. At least the fight hadn't been for nothing. Ray picked up the spear that Killer had wielded, a beautiful advanced tier weapon. The shaft was perfectly balanced, and the blade gleamed even in the dim light.
Reflects low-level magic and key attacks,
Ray said, testing its weight.
Impressive.
For a moment, he thought about giving it to Dan. His friend could use a better weapon, but then reality set in.
If Dan shows up with Killer's spear, Pureblood will hunt him down. They'll know I was involved, and they'll go after everyone close to me.
Guess you're staying hidden for now,
Ray said to the spear. He set it aside and walked over to where Jack lay slumped against the wall. The young man was covered in blood, some his own, some from his opponent's. His breathing was shallow but steady. Ray couldn't help but imagine his father. He might have looked the same when he was fighting against the shadow plague at the border. The fact that Jack had the same name as his father was enough for Ray to look at him in a different light. Ray picked up Jack's greatsword. It was heavy, clearly meant for someone with serious physical strength. He carried it over and knelt beside Jack. "Here you go," Ray said, offering the weapon. "Thank you for letting me borrow it." Jack's eyes flickered open. He tried to smile, but winced instead. "No problem." He paused, studying Ray's face. "So, you're a mage then?" Ray's expression didn't change. "What makes you say that?" "I saw you freeze the spear, saw you burn the bodies," Jack coughed, then continued. "But I've never heard of a mage who can fight like you do. Usually they spend so much time learning magic that they can't fight worth a damn unless they're ancient." Ray helped Jack sit up straighter. "I hope I don't have to explain that it's important you to keep this a secret from everyone." Jack's laugh turned into another cough. "Are you crazy? You saved my life. I owe you at least that." "I mean it, Jack. No one can know." "I understand." Jack's voice grew serious. "My father taught me something when I was young. He started as a foot soldier. Nothing special, but he worked hard, treated people fairly, and eventually became a general for the Allure Kingdom. And my mother? She's an A-ranked adventurer." "Impressive family," Ray said. "They taught me that when someone saves your life, you don't forget it, you don't betray it, you repay that debt." Jack grabbed his greatsword and used it to support himself as he struggled to stand. "Jack, what are you—" "Wait." Jack planted the sword in the ground and, with visible effort, lowered himself to one knee. Blood dripped from his wounds onto the floor. "I, Jack Lee, owe my life to my savior. I promise that if there's anything you ever need help with in the future, I will serve you at the risk of my own life." Ray felt something stir in his chest. Respect, maybe, or recognition. "This guy, he's genuine, honest. People like that are rare." "Get up," Ray said quietly. "You don't need to kneel." "I wanted to," Jack replied. "I see something in you, Ray. Something special. You're going to change things, change the world, and I want to be there when you do." Ray extended his hand and helped Jack to his feet. Then he focused his mind and summoned Noir. The great black wolf materialized beside them, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. Jack's jaw dropped. "You can also summon a beast?" Jack's eyes were wide despite his pain. "I was a fool to think I could beat you right now." "Don't sell yourself short," Ray said, patting Noir's flank. "You held your own against those pure blood members. That takes skill. You remind me of my father. You both not only share the name, but also the same courage and prowess." Jack grinned despite his injuries. "Wow, that's something. He must be proud of you then, Ray." Ray gulped. "I'm just happy to know there are still strong people in this world. The Academy's gotten boring. Following you, though? This is the kind of thing I've been waiting for, Ray. Real fights, real stakes." Instead of replying to Jack, Ray helped him onto Noir's back, then climbed up himself. "We're taking you to the hospital." "What about you?" Jack asked as Noir began moving. "Killer hit you pretty hard. I saw that blow to your chest." "I'll be fine." "But—" "Jack, I heal fast. Really fast. My body's different." They rode in silence for a moment before Jack spoke again. "Different how?" "I wish I could explain it," Ray thought, but remained silent. Jack respected it and didn't press further. When they reached the hospital, Ray helped Jack down from Noir's back. A healer rushed out to meet them, taking one look at Jack's condition and immediately calling for assistance. "Aren't you going to come in too?" Jack asked as they prepared to take him inside. Ray pulled aside his torn shirt, showing where Killer's attack had landed. Jack had seen the impact. He'd watched Ray take a blow that should have broken ribs, maybe punctured a lung, but there was nothing there. No bruise, no mark, just smooth, unmarked skin. "Didn't I just tell you that my body is special?" Ray explained. "Don't worry about it. I'll be fine by tomorrow." Jack nodded slowly. "That's okay then. I'll see you at the match?" "You'll see me." Ray watched as they took Jack inside, then dismissed Noir and started walking toward his dormitory. The night air was cool against his face. "Should I tell Wilfred about this?" It was a difficult question. Wilfred was powerful, experienced, and seemed trustworthy, but Ray had learned something important tonight. Pureblood wasn't just some extremist group that disagreed with a prophecy. They were connected to the Shadow Plague. "The Shadow Plague has infiltrated Avrion," Ray thought grimly, "and nobody even knows it." If the plague was here, if Pureblood was using it to make their members stronger, then someone at the top had to be involved. Someone with real power. Ray touched the purple vial in his pocket. This was evidence, but it was also dangerous in the wrong hands.
I need to be smart about this. One wrong move and everything falls apart.
Ray's eyes opened before dawn. The room was quiet, except for the soft breathing of his roommates. They'd been out late last night, training until exhaustion forced them back. Ray could see the weariness on their faces, even while they were asleep.
They need the rest. They have a tough day ahead,
Ray thought while carefully sliding out of bed. His own situation was different. He was supposed to face Killer in the tournament, but Killer was gone now, reduced to ash and scattered to the wind. No opponent meant no match, no stress. His body felt fine. Better than fine, actually. The injuries from yesterday's fight had vanished overnight, just as he'd known they would. His chest showed no sign of the devastating blow Killer had landed. His left arm moved freely, with no trace of the ice that had frozen it solid. But his equipment? That was another story. Ray picked up what remained of his chest armor. One pectoral piece, the right one, was still mostly intact. The left piece had shattered into fragments. He gathered the broken shards carefully, laying them out on his bed.
This is bad, really bad.
The fanged boar armor had served him well, but it was done. Finished. He needed to see what could be salvaged. Ray dressed quietly and slid out of the dormitory. The academy grounds were peaceful in the early morning light. A few dedicated students jogged past, already starting their training. Ray headed toward the blacksmith shop, the broken armor pieces wrapped carefully in cloth. The shop's door chimed as he entered. The owner looked up from his workbench and immediately stood, bowing low.
Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today?
Ray blinked.
Sir? Since when does he call me sir?
The owner had never been this polite before until...
Slivia, what did she do to this poor man?
It was a sobering reminder. Slivia's family wielded serious power, enough to influence even the academy itself.
Is there any way you can fix this?
Ray unwrapped the broken armor and laid the pieces on the counter. The owner leaned forward, squinting. Then he took off his glasses, rubbed them on his shirt, and put them back on. He squinted again.
Sir, you must be joking.
The owner's voice was almost a whisper.
This thing is beyond repair. It's completely destroyed. I know it looks bad. Sir, this is fanged boar armor. High-quality beast equipment. Do you know what it would take to damage it like this?
The owner picked up one of the larger fragments, examining it closely.
Even a direct cannon shot wouldn't do this much damage.
Ray remained silent. The owner set the piece down, eyeing Ray with barely concealed suspicion.
What exactly happened to this armor?
Training accident, Ray said flatly.
Training accident?
The owner didn't sound convinced.
Right.
An awkward silence filled the shop. Finally, the owner sighed and shuffled toward the right wall, where glass cases displayed premium equipment.
Well, since you need new chest armor anyway,
he unlocked one of the cases.
We did just get this armadillo advanced chest piece. Just came in yesterday.
Ray followed him over. The owner carefully removed the armor from its display, handling it like precious treasure. And it was beautiful. The chest piece gleamed with an orange shine, its surface covered in interlocking cone-shaped scales. Each scale had been refined and polished to perfection. Ray could tell just by looking that this armor was sturdy, serious protection.
This would be perfect,
Ray thought, reaching out to examine it more closely. Then he saw the price tag.
10,000 coins?
Ray's hand froze.
10,000. That's exactly what I have in intermediate crystals.
He possessed 10 intermediate beast crystals, enough to trade for this armor. But there was a problem. A student couldn't have that kind of wealth. The owner was already suspicious of him. Ray remembered the incident with the basic tier crystals. The owner had practically accused him of theft then. If Ray suddenly produced 10 intermediate crystals, the man would probably have a heart attack, or call the guards.
It's okay,
Ray said, stepping back from the armor.
I could never afford that.
The owner's expression shifted, satisfaction mixed with something that might have been smugness.
Of course, I understand. Just wanted to show you what we have available. Beautiful piece, isn't it?
He's enjoying this, showing off expensive equipment to a student who can't buy it.
Ray swallowed his irritation and reached into his pack.
Can you fix these for me then?
He placed his gauntlets on the counter. Like the chest armor, they'd taken a serious beating. Dents, scratches, and one of the finger joints was loose. The owner picked them up, turning them over in his hands.
What have you been fighting, son? A dragon? Can you fix them or not?
It'll take me a while, the owner said slowly.
But I think I can work on it. Come back this afternoon.
Relief washed through Ray.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
The gauntlets were important, more than just equipment. They'd been a gift from the old man for this tournament. The gauntlets were rare. The shop didn't regularly stock them. Ray relied on these gauntlets constantly now. His fighting style had evolved. He used martial arts more than his sword these days, which made the gauntlets essential. Speaking of weapons, Ray thought about the spear hidden under his bed. Killer's Spear, an advanced tier weapon with the ability to reflect low-level magic and key attacks. Although it was valuable and powerful, it was completely useless to Ray.
I wish Killer had dropped a sword instead,
Ray thought ruefully.
At least then I could use it.
Ray's collection of crystals and other equipment was growing too, so much so that there was hardly any space left under his bed for storage.
I need a storage bag. A spatial manipulation bag.
But those were expensive. Insanely expensive. A tier 10 mage had to inscribe them with advanced tier crystals. The combination of rare materials and skilled craftsmanship made them both costly and hard to find.
Another thing I can't afford. Not openly anyway.
Ray thanked the owner again and left the shop. He had time to kill before the gauntlets would be ready. Might as well explore the academy grounds. The morning had progressed while he was in the shop. Students filled the pathways now, hurrying between training halls and classrooms. Ray wandered aimlessly, his mind still puzzling over the problems facing him. Up ahead, he spotted a group of people clustered around a red-sash squire knight. Visitors, by the look of them. The squire was giving a tour.
And further down the hall, we have the blacksmithing area,
the squire announced, his voice carrying clearly.
Inside there is a shop where students can buy and sell equipment. It's also used by the blacksmithing club for students learning to forge beast equipment.
Ray tried to walk past quietly, but the crowd noticed him anyway.
Isn't that the red-haired boy?
A woman whispered loudly.
From the tournament?
Yes, I think you're right,
another voice replied.
How scary.
Ray kept his expression neutral and continued walking. But as the group passed, Ray noticed something. The adventurers in the tour group wore impressive equipment, high-quality beast gear, advanced tier weapons. Their packs clinked with the sound of crystal cores.
That's the advantage of being an adventurer,
Ray thought.
Constant quests, constant opportunities to hunt magical beasts and harvest their cores.
Then it hit him, an idea.
That's it!
Ray spun around and hurried back towards his dormitory. His pace just short of running. His roommates would be gone by now, preparing for their matches. He burst into the empty room and dropped to his knees beside his bed. Reaching underneath, he pulled out a small chest. At his touch, the lock clicked open. Magic inscription, keyed to respond only to him, unless someone with stronger magic or key wanted to break it. Inside the chest, nestled in cloth, were his 10 intermediate beast crystals. Ray lifted them out carefully, feeling their weight in his hands. He stood and walked to the girl's side of the room, where a full-length mirror stood against the wall.
Time to test my new skill properly.
Ray closed his eyes and focused. Skill transform. Activate. White mist erupted around him, swirling and shifting. Ray felt the strange sensation of his features changing, reshaping. His hair color shifted. His facial structure adjusted slightly. Even his build seemed to change, though he knew that was partly an illusion. When the mist cleared, Ray opened his eyes and looked in the mirror, only to greet a person who did not look anything like him. A black-haired man stared back at him, still handsome but different. Older-looking maybe, more weathered, and wearing what appeared to be high-end beast gear. Advanced tier armor, quality weapons. Ray smiled at his reflection.
Perfect.
Ray stared at his reflection in the mirror, studying the unfamiliar face that looked back at him. His transformation skill consumed 5 mana points for every hour he remained in this form. With his current total of 43 mana points, he could maintain the disguise for approximately 8 more hours, provided he didn't need to fight. Combat would drain his mana reserves even faster. He turned his head from side to side, examining the handsome features he had crafted. Even though he had no particular interest in humans or their standards of beauty, Ray had to admit he'd done an excellent job. The man in the mirror was strikingly handsome, the kind of person who would naturally draw attention wherever he went. Not bad, Ray muttered to himself, adjusting the collar of his illusory equipment. Not bad at all. With his 10 intermediate beast crystals tucked safely away, Ray left his room and headed toward the blacksmith shop. As he walked through the academy's corridors, he immediately noticed the change in how people treated him. Female students stopped in their tracks to stare. Some whispered to each other behind their hands, casting glances his way. Even male students couldn't help but look at him with a mixture of admiration and envy. "Good morning," a cheerful girl called out as she passed him. "Do you need any directions?" another student offered, appearing at his elbow with an eager smile. "Is there anything I can help you with?" yet another asked, practically stumbling over her words. in her haste to speak to him. Ray nodded politely at each of them, maintaining his disguise, but inside he felt increasingly disturbed. This wasn't how people treated him when he looked like himself, when he was just Ray with his distinctive red hair.
This world is so quick to judge. A simple change in appearance, and suddenly everyone's actions and speech toward me change completely. It's pathetic. Humans are pathetic.
Ray thought bitterly as he continued walking. The hypocrisy wasn't lost on him. These were the same students who had ignored him in the hallways before, the same ones who had whispered cruel things about him, who had shunned him simply because of his red hair. Now they were falling over themselves to be friendly, all because of an attractive face and what appeared to be expensive equipment. When Ray finally reached the blacksmith shop, he pushed open the heavy wooden door. The familiar chime of the bell announced his arrival.
Welcome, welcome.
The owner rushed forward immediately, his face breaking into a wide smile.
How can I help you today, sir?
Ray paused, observing the man's enthusiasm. Even the blacksmith, who had always been somewhat friendly before, was treating him with noticeably more warmth and respect.
So even you treat me differently,
Ray mumbled under his breath.
I'm sorry, what was that, sir?
The owner asked, leaning closer.
Nothing.
Ray said more clearly.
I'm looking for the best chest piece armor you have in stock.
The moment those words left Ray's mouth, the blacksmith's eyes practically glowed with excitement. He'd already praised the quality of the equipment this adventurer was wearing, and he knew this customer had money to spend.
Of course, of course. Right this way, sir.
The owner practically bounced as he led Ray to a particular display.
I have just the thing for you. This is our finest piece. Orange armadillo chest armor. Very rare. Very protective.
Ray examined the armor carefully. The scales had a beautiful orange sheen to them, and the craftsmanship was immediately apparent. He picked it up, surprised by how lightweight it felt for something that looked so sturdy.
May I try it on?
Ray asked.
Please, please, be my guest.
Ray slipped the chest piece over his head and immediately felt the difference. The armor was incredibly strong. He could sense that just by wearing it, but it was also remarkably flexible. When he moved his arms and twisted his torso, the armor moved with him naturally, not restricting his range of motion at all.
This is perfect,
Ray said, genuinely impressed.
I'll take it. Excellent choice, sir. Excellent.
The blacksmith rubbed his hands together eagerly.
And how will you be paying for this fine piece today?
Ray reached into his pocket and pulled out the 10 intermediate beast crystals, placing them carefully on the counter. They clinked together with a soft musical sound. The owner's eyes widened.
That's perfect, sir. More than perfect.
He quickly swept the crystals off the counter and into his lockbox, as if afraid Ray might change his mind.
Thank you for your business. Please come again anytime.
Ray was adjusting his new armor when the shop's bell chimed again, signaling another customer's arrival. He glanced toward the door and felt his heart skip a beat. A beautiful girl with silver hair walked into the shop. She wore distinctive blue and white patterned armor that Ray recognized immediately. On her back, she carried a giant shield that looked almost too large for her frame, yet she moved with practiced ease.
Slivia,
Ray called out before he could stop himself. Slivia turned toward the voice, her expression polite but confused. She studied the handsome stranger for several long moments, her brow furrowing slightly as she tried to place him. After searching her memory thoroughly, she came up empty. Not wanting to appear rude, especially to someone who looked like an accomplished adventurer, Slivia walked over and bowed respectfully.
Forgive me, sir,
she said carefully.
but how do you know my name? I don't believe we've met before.
Her politeness was genuine but cautious. Slivia's family had connections throughout the kingdom, and she'd met countless people at formal gatherings when she was younger. Perhaps this was someone from her past that she'd forgotten? The man certainly looked like a successful adventurer, so it was best to mind her manners. Ray's mind raced as he realized his terrible mistake. He'd called out to her without thinking, forgetting that he didn't look like himself anymore. He needed to come up with an explanation, and fast.
it's a pleasure to meet you.
Ray said, forcing a nervous smile onto his face.
I'm here for the Avrian tournament, actually. Of course, I would know one of the contestants participating in today's matches. Your reputation precedes you.
Slivia's instincts immediately told her something was off about this situation. She hadn't fought in the tournament's opening round, which meant no one should know what she looked like yet. The matches hadn't been publicized beyond the participant lists, and her appearance certainly hadn't been shown anywhere. She thought back to Sir Kay's recent warning about the Pureblood organization and their interest in the tournament. Could this man be connected to them? She decided to play along for now, keeping her guard up.
I hope I can put on a good show for you and the other spectators,
she said with a practiced smile. Then she turned and walked toward the counter.
Excuse me, I'm here to pick up an order.
Ah, yes, Miss Slivia. I have it right here.
The blacksmith disappeared into the back room and returned with a beautiful weapon. Ray watched as Slivia took hold of a curved blade with a striking blue finish along its back. The weapon had an elegant, deadly look to it, and the craftsmanship was clearly superior to her previous sword. "Is that a shark-fin tiger blade?" the blacksmith asked proudly. "Beautiful weapon, isn't it? Matches your armor perfectly." Slivia tested the weight and balance, nodding with satisfaction. She sheathed the blade and turned back toward the door. Ray couldn't let her leave without trying to help her, even if it meant risking his disguise further. "Is that an advanced tier weapon you're carrying?" he asked. Slivia paused and nodded.
Yes, my brothers gifted me the crystal core for my battle today. They wanted to make sure I had the best equipment possible.
Ray felt his chest tighten with conflicting emotions. Slivia had been kind to him in the past, one of the few people who treated him decently when he was just Ray. She'd helped him more times than he could count, never asking for anything in return. Now, she was walking into a fight that she couldn't win, and he desperately wanted to help her, but didn't know how. He thought about the advanced tier spear that Killer had used against Jack. Even with that powerful weapon, Killer hadn't been able to put a single scratch on Jack's body until he'd consumed that mysterious purple liquid that increased his ki to superhuman levels. Ray knew Slivia's fighting style well. She didn't possess overwhelming amounts of ki like some warriors. Instead, she relied on her intelligence, strategy, and technique to defeat her opponents. That approach had served her well in the past, but against someone like Jack, it wouldn't be enough. Jack was the worst possible matchup for her, a nearly invulnerable opponent who could simply overwhelm her with brute force. "Slivia, your opponent, Jack, is very strong," Ray said carefully, choosing his words with precision. "His body will feel almost impenetrable when you strike it. Although your weapon is powerful, perhaps the best any second-year student possesses, it won't be enough against Jack alone. You must find another way to defeat him." This was all Ray could do. He couldn't reveal his identity, and he didn't have any concrete solutions to offer. But at least he could warn her, give her a chance to prepare differently, to think of an alternative strategy. Slivia turned back to face him fully, her eyes sharp and analytical.
You speak as if you fought against Jack yourself,
she said slowly.
But what you're suggesting seems impossible. This is an advanced tier weapon. How could anyone's body be strong enough to withstand strikes from it?
She studied the stranger's face carefully, looking for signs of deception or jest, but his expression remained serious, almost concerned. Despite the impossibility of what he was claiming, Slivia found herself believing him. There was something genuine in his warning, something that made her instincts tell her he was speaking the truth.
"What's your name?"
she asked finally. Ray had considered this question many times while practicing with his transformation skill. If he ever needed to use an alias, he'd already decided what it would be. The choice was sentimental, a connection to his past that no one else would understand. "The name is Ness," he said with a slight smile.